Chapter 1, Making Fire by Drilling Wood. In a single room at the 123 Inn near the south gate of Guanbei Finance and Trade College in Guanbei City, Dao Changqing lay on the bed with extreme nervousness. Don't get the wrong idea, he had neither a girlfriend nor had he called for any services. What made him tense was something utterly bizarre that he couldn't possibly discuss with anyone. At this moment, although Dao Changqing had successfully managed to make fire by drilling wood, he couldn't help but feel uneasy the moment he closed his eyes. If his prehistoric counterpart in another world failed to make fire, they would certainly not survive the Great Cold Wave. The consequence of failure would naturally be death. However, Dao Changqing couldn't be sure whether the death of his prehistoric counterpart would affect his modern-day body. He didn't dare to attempt such a thing, so if it could be avoided, it definitely should be. Oh heavens and Buddhas above, please, please, please let the physical laws of both worlds be the same. Dao Changqing took a deep breath, silently praying to all deities before closing his eyes with trepidation. When Dao Changqing opened his eyes again, what greeted him was no longer the pale ceiling of the off-campus motel but the pitch-black darkness of a cave. The pungent stench in the air, reminiscent of urea, was something he could now face calmly, but the biting cold remained unbearable even under the thick black bear pelt draped over him. Speaking of this black bear pelt, Dao Changqing couldn't help but feel grateful for the powerful beast warrior who looked after him in this prehistoric world. This black bear pelt was obtained when he risked his life to track and kill a blind bear before the Great Cold Wave arrived. Without the soft black bear pelt, he might not have survived even the frost period of the Great Cold Wave. The beast warrior who took care of him was called Wolf, and Dao Changqing referred to him as Uncle Wolf. The reason Uncle Wolf took special care of him was reportedly because Dao Changqing's father had once saved his life. As for the cheap father of Dao Changqing's prehistoric counterpart, he had vanished a year earlier while risking his life to leave the forest in search of fire, most likely ending up in the jaws of a dragon beast. Dao Changqing struggled to sit up, his movements startling several youths sleeping beside him. The boys, huddled together for warmth, glanced at him before closing their eyes again, probably assuming he was getting up to relieve himself. Dao Changqing, who suddenly left the crowded grass nest of his companions, instinctively wanted to shrink back from the cold, but he resisted the urge. He knew that if he retreated and gave up on trying to make fire by drilling wood, he would be the first to succumb to the severe cold wave, because he was too frail. Enduring the biting cold, Dao Changqing shivered as he stood up. After scanning the cave, he tremblingly picked out a few wooden sticks from the tribe's discarded spear-making materials, grabbed a handful of dry grass, and headed to a quiet, secluded corner to successfully make fire. Dao Changqing had specifically researched 7 or 8 primitive fire-starting methods online. After countless personal attempts, he finally settled on what he believed was the safest and easiest method, the fire plow technique, famously used by the protagonist in the movie Cast Away. Dao Changqing pulled out a sharpened stone knife from his waist and split a flat wooden stick halfway, wedging a small stone into the split corner to prevent the stick from closing back up. He then vigorously crushed the gathered dry grass, piling it up beneath the wooden stick and around the wedged stone. Finally, he took a half-sharpened wooden stick and began slowly rubbing it back and forth along the split gap of the first stick. The reason for rubbing slowly was mainly because the split gap of the wooden stick still had various splinters. If he wasn't careful and the stick got stuck, it could easily injure him. So he started by rubbing gently, waiting until it became smoother before speeding up, a principle not unlike that of intimate relations between men and women. With the help of Earth's modern internet, Dao Changqing knew the key points of drilling wood to make fire even before he tried it himself. To those unfamiliar with the details, the key to drilling wood for fire lies in friction-generating heat. This is correct, it's even the physical principle behind it. However, if you think drilling wood for fire is simply about friction-generated heat, you're gravely mistaken. In reality, the key to drilling wood for fire lies in the fine black carbon residue produced by friction. Calling it carbon residue isn't entirely accurate, these are actually the remnants of burnt wood. Because they are so fine, they burn too quickly for the naked eye to catch anything but the black carbon residue. However, the naked eye cannot capture the burning process of these wood shavings, but the physical laws of nature do not overlook them. Therefore, the essence of drilling wood to make fire is that, whether using the planing method or the classic drilling method, one must leave gaps to allow the carbon residue to fall onto the tinder. This is also why Dao Changqing split a gap in the wood below. If this key point is not thoroughly understood, and one stubbornly rotates a piece of wood, even if the wood smokes heavily, it will be difficult to produce a flame. This is also why many modern people take shortcuts by using a drill bit on wood, only to end up with smoke but no flame. Just as Dao Changqing was diligently grinding the wood in his hands, a strange sound resembling a drum suddenly echoed from the depths of the cave, causing a commotion throughout. Several elderly men with deeply wrinkled faces, carrying animal skin bundles, walked over with heavy footsteps. Beside them were the tribal chief and the strongest beast warriors. What is this? What's going on? Moving? What kind of relocation happens during the Great Cold Wave? And only the elders are carrying bundles? Having just regained consciousness in his new body less than 3 months ago, with over a month of that time spent lying unconscious in a cave recovering from injuries, Dao Changqing could hardly make sense of what was happening before his eyes. "Chang, what are you doing?" Uncle Wolf suddenly noticed Dao Changqing kneeling on the ground and frowned as he spoke. Before Dao Changqing could even respond, a fierce beast warrior standing beside Uncle Wolf scowled and said, "Old Wolf, I don't understand why you'd save meat rations to help this scrawny runt. He's just wasting the tribe's food." With that, he turned to the chieftain and declared, "Chieftain, I suggest we release Ching back to nature. After being poisoned by that spider, his body can't possibly endure the great cold wave. Keeping him here is just a waste of provisions." "Release them?" Dao Changqing's eyes swept over the elderly carrying bundles, his face suddenly turning pale as he instantly understood something. Ever since discovering he had a primitive counterpart in an ancient alternate world, Dao Changqing had frequently researched primitive societies in modern Earth. He vaguely recalled that some tribes, for survival, had the practice of expelling the old, weak, and sick. Setting aside moral considerations, such measures were indeed necessary for the survival of the species. But when he became one of those to be expelled, it was an absolute disaster. The temperature outside is at least -10 degrees Celsius, with all sounds deadened and almost no signs of life. Being driven out of the cave in such an environment, forget about food, the brutal weather alone could kill him outright. "No, I said I'd share my rations with him. He won't be a burden to the tribe." Wolf Uncle roared angrily. In his fury, the black markings of the black-backed wolf suddenly emerged on his muscles, glowing like luminous tattoos in the pitch-black cave. "Old Wolf, you've already taken great care of him. It's his own fault for not proving himself. Forget about not being a burden, this parasite eats your food. After the thaw, how will you have the strength to hunt?" The tribe's north has seen raptors, actual dinosaurs. Even all the beast warriors combined might not stand a chance against them. The beast warrior bellowed, "Don't forget, your food is scraped from the teeth of the tribe. Even the chief is chewing on elm leaves now." With that one sentence, the old wolf froze in an instant. At this moment, the tribespeople who had been huddling for warmth scrambled to their feet, their gazes at Dao Changqing filled with complexity and even anger. But Qing's father shed blood for the tribe. The old wolf instinctively argued, "Who the hell hasn't shed blood for the tribe? This is the forest. We are all children of the forest, and the children of the forest must abide by its laws. A herd of elk raising weak fawns is only meant to serve as sacrificial tails for lizards to protect the group. We've already shown Qing great leniency." The beast warrior's tone softened slightly, his emotions layered with complexity. The old wolf's lips twitched slightly, but in the end, he said nothing. Everyone's gaze turned to the chief, as if awaiting his decision. However, Dao Changqing couldn't wait any longer. His modern, self-interested soul made him realize that he absolutely could not be banished otherwise. It would mean certain death. Even if not for this body's sake, he had to think of his modern self and his parents back on Earth. "No, you can't banish me," Dao Changqing roared. "Coward!" The beast warrior angrily scolded, his expression filled with deep contempt. "How could Jia have a child like you?" The initially hesitant chief sighed slightly upon hearing Dao Changqing shout and made his decision. Just as he was about to speak, Dao Changqing's sudden outcry interrupted his choice and stunned the entire tribe. "I can make fire. I know the secret of fire. I can also find food during the Great Frost." Chapter 2, Life and Death on the Line. What did you say? Fire? The entire tribe erupted into an uproar in an instant. Since the Rock tribe, where Dao Changqing lived, lost its fire source 2 years ago, the tribe's situation has been deteriorating. It even reached the point where they had to expel the elderly to save food rations, barely maintaining the tribe's existence. Even though the chief mastered the mysterious art of seizing the heavens, he couldn't conjure fire out of thin air. In their quest to regain fire, the tribe prayed day and night for the thunder god's wrath. However, the weather over these 2 years had been unusually rainy and humid. Occasionally, thunder rumbled without any lightning strikes, let alone heavenly fire descending. The tribe had considered seeking help from other tribes, but doing so would require leaving the shelter of the forest. Venturing beyond the forest meant exposing themselves to the dinosaur-infested plains, where even the most formidable beast warriors would struggle to survive, especially while trying to find another tribe and bring back fire. Yet, losing the protection of fire was no less severe than losing the shelter of the forest. Despite the danger, the tribe had gritted its teeth and sent its strongest beast warriors, including Dao Changqing's father, Jie, to search for fire. However, none ever returned, vanishing without a trace. If the tribe could possess fire once more, it would not only mean warmth to survive the great cold wave, but also that the people could eat cooked meat and fall ill less often. Warriors could conserve their strength better, and it might even be possible to hunt during the great cold wave. No wonder the Rock tribe was so excited upon hearing Dao Changqing shout, "You're lying! How could a weakling like you know the secret of fire?" roared the beast warrior who had earlier suggested expelling Dao Changqing. "I'm not lying," Dao Changqing mustered his courage and shouted back, his frail body trembling under the glow of the opponent's beast markings. Flying dragon! Old Wolf stepped forward, blocking the furious beast warrior who wanted to beat Dao Changqing, roaring his name. At this moment, the frail chieftain walked over leaning on his cane and finally spoke up, "Stop arguing." As he spoke, he looked at Dao Changqing with skepticism and asked, "You claim to have mastered the secret of fire, meaning you can now create flames?" Facing the tribe's highest authority, Dao Changqing dared not underestimate him despite his aged and frail appearance. "Yes, tell me, child, how did you master the secret of fire?" "My dad told me," Dao Changqing said. "Jie?" The chief was surprised. "Yes, you're still lying, you little brat." If Jie had known the secret of fire, would he still have gone out to search for it? Fialong roared, the beastly patterns on his body growing more glaring as his muscles bulged. If not for Old Wolf holding him back, he might have truly charged over. Dao Changqing also grew furious. "I'm not lying. Why do you assume I'm lying? Don't you want me to know the secret of fire? Do you want all our tribesmen to freeze to death? My father told me this in his sleep." Fialong grew even angrier at these words, laughing in exasperation. "In his sleep? So you're saying this was just a dream? Ha ha ha, how can you believe something from a dream? I've killed a Tyrannosaurus in my dreams too. Does that mean I can actually kill one?" Feilong's words drew involuntary laughter from many tribesmen, everyone thinking Qing had frozen his brain silly. Unexpectedly, Old Wolf responded with excitement. "Qing, did you really dream of Jie?" Dao Changqing nodded, the darkness of the cave hiding the flicker in his eyes. At this moment, Old Wolf seemed too excited to speak, so the chieftain spoke instead. "The fire seed is crucial to our tribe. Whether this is a fleeting dream or Jie's spirit truly returned to tell you, the tribe is willing to trust you this once and give you a chance. Child, don't blame me, you know your situation best. If you fail to make fire, you understand what must be done." As expected of the chieftain, with these words, whether it was the scornful flying dragon, the protective Old Wolf, or the other tribespeople, all fell silent. Having been spiritually transported here for some time, Dao Changqing had long known that the wisdom of these primitive people was no less than that of modern humans. What they lacked was merely accumulated knowledge. Thus, he was not at all surprised by the chieftain's words. However, though he wasn't surprised, his face still paled slightly as he nodded nervously, for he truly couldn't be certain whether the physical laws of the two worlds would be the same. After all, this was a world that possessed powers beyond his scientific understanding. For instance, the chieftain's mysterious heaven-seizing technique, or fierce warrior beasts like the Old Wolf and flying dragons. Under the watchful eyes of countless tribespeople, Dao Changqing returned to the spot where he had been drilling wood to make fire earlier, picked up the branches, and silently began rubbing them together again. The tribesmen watched Dao Changqing's actions with astonishment, finding it utterly bizarre. Could fire really be made this way? Impossible. If this method worked, wouldn't the carpenters who carved wood every day have discovered the secret of fire long ago? For a moment, the rock tribe members whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with doubt. At this moment, Dao Changqing had no mind to pay attention to the tribesmen's discussions. His focus was entirely on the piece of wood in his hands, his anxiety and tension growing with each passing second of friction. Huff, huff, Dao Changqing's heavy panting, accompanied by the sound of wood rubbing together, echoed through the freezing cave, gradually irritating countless tribesmen. Time passed bit by bit, and to Dao Changqing, it felt like an eternity had gone by. His heart pounded harder, his body drenched in cold sweat. His rationality and even his earthly experience told him that by now, even if flames didn't appear, smoke should have started rising. But the wood in his hands, nothing. Why? Could it be that the laws of physics are truly different? No, impossible. He had observed there was gravity, there were plants. Apart from humans coexisting with prehistoric Earth-like creatures, apart from the presence of a mysterious supernatural force, everything else was the same. Plop! A drop of cold sweat fell beside his hand. Dao Changqing suddenly froze. His eyes widening, he seemed to have guessed the truth. It wasn't that the laws of physics were different, it was just too cold here. And the wood was too damp. After all, they were ancient people and didn't have the habit of drying wood. What to do? Why did you stop? Could it be that the fire you mastered is just rubbing two pieces of wood together? Ha! If that were really the case, the tribe's carpenter would have discovered the secret of fire long ago. Filong mocked, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Sigh. Qing has gone mad. Yes, crazy, absolutely crazy, the tribesmen murmured among themselves, and the chief sighed, feeling somewhat disheartened as he turned to leave. Dao Changqing suddenly roared, "Shut up, you muscle-brained idiot! Who are you calling names?" Filong immediately flew into a rage, ready to strike down this weakling. Filong, Old Wolf stepped forward again, blocking him. Dao Changqing, his face livid, roared, "The secret of fire isn't something you succeed at on the first try. Does mocking others showcase your bravery or highlight your wisdom? You muscle-brained idiot. Uncle Wolf, I need charcoal, burnt wood. The tribe once had fire, so there must be charcoal. Chief, please give me one last chance. You. Phylong was furious. Enough, Ameo, get Ching the charcoal. The chief, for some reason, stopped everyone and gave the order. The warrior called Ameo quickly turned and ran deep into the cave, soon returning with a small pile of charcoal. Although the tribe had lost their fire source, the wood burned by the fire had been preserved all along, in hopes of some miracle. So when these pieces of charcoal fell into Dao Changqing's hands, his heart skipped a beat because the charcoal was dry. Under the furious glare of the flying dragon, Dao Changqing nervously handled the charcoal strips, then crushed dry grass and even tore off a good amount of black bear fur from his own body to mix in. Taking a deep breath, he began grinding once more. As the sizzling sound of friction filled the air, the entire tribe fell into silence. Everyone's emotions were extremely complex. On one hand, they inwardly mocked and despised this young man whose status had plummeted since his father's disappearance. On the other hand, they secretly hoped he truly held the secret of fire. In the pitch-black darkness, no one could see the expression on Dao Changqing's lowered head, only the sweat dripping incessantly, betraying his anger and resentment. Hey, do you smell that? What a strange odor. This is. The darkness of the cave concealed the faint wisps of blue smoke, but it couldn't hide the keen sense of smell still undeveloped in prehistoric humans. Unrest began to spread through the Boulder tribe. Chapter 3, Fire. Just as the unrest was reaching a boiling point, Dao Changqing suddenly stopped moving, leaving everyone stunned. At this very moment, they saw Dao Changqing suddenly prostrate himself on the ground, as if performing a ritual worship or praying to the heavens. He gently blew a breath onto his hands. That breath was like divine energy. Countless members of the Pancher tribe were certain it was nothing short of celestial power, for with that single breath, a red flower more radiant than the blossoms of February suddenly bloomed, its dazzling light instantly dispelling the darkness and illuminating the faces of countless tribespeople. As Dao Changqing grabbed a handful of dry grass and held it to the flame, a brilliant firelight instantly illuminated the entire cave. Many tribespeople, accustomed to the dark, were even momentarily blinded by the flash. Ha ha ha. Fire. Fire. I've made fire. Look at the fire. Ha ha ha. Woo woo. At this moment, Dao Changqing was like a madman, howling wildly, and suddenly, amidst his howls, he began to cry. At this moment, Phylong was dumbfounded, his eyes bulging even larger than those of a T-Rex. The aged chieftain suddenly threw himself to the ground in prostration. Seeing their leader kneel, countless tribesmen followed suit in a flurry, including Old Wolf. However, Old Wolf, who had prostrated himself on the ground, suddenly smiled. His eyes, shimmering with the glow of fire, sparkled brilliantly, a dazzling sight with tears glistening at the corners. Fire! Fire! Ha ha ha! Heaven has not forsaken our rock tribe, the chief shouted excitedly, worshipping the flames. Countless tribesmen roared even more passionately. Fire! 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 At that moment, a single word suddenly emerged from the crowd, Ching. In an instant, the rhythmic chant of fire, fire, fire transformed into Ching, Ching, Ching. Everyone stared at Dao Changqing kneeling before the flames, their eyes filled with complex emotions, shock, disbelief, and even worship. Crouched in front of the fire, whimpering, Dao Changqing experienced the brutality of the jungle's law for the first time. The sudden shifts between grief and joy left him utterly exhausted, making him indifferent to the tribe's admiration. The fire is dying. Someone suddenly screamed in panic. The shout snapped Dao Changqing out of his daze, as well as the tribespeople who were still lost in awe. Dao Changqing quickly grabbed a handful of dry grass, and the flames surged again, finally relieving countless tribesmen. At this moment, even various sighs of relief could be heard. Chang, come with me. Old Wolf, keep an eye on the fire, and remember to store extra embers as backup, the chief said as he stood up, wiping away his tears and regaining his usual composure. He calmly issued orders and called Dao Changqing away. Dao Changqing stood up, but his weak body made him dizzy upon rising suddenly, and he nearly collapsed. Fortunately, Uncle Wolf had been keeping an eye on him and quickly steadied him. You're too frail, but now that we have fire, we can eat cooked food, and your health will improve. Go on. I'll grill meat for you when you return. Uncle Wolf's excitement condensed into this single sentence as he patted Dao Changqing's shoulder, his eyes filled with satisfaction and pride. Thank you, Uncle Wolf, Dao Changqing said gratefully. He knew that without Uncle Wolf's protection, he would have died long ago. After bidding farewell to Uncle Wolf, Dao Changqing followed behind the chieftain under the complicated gazes of countless tribesmen, entering the depths of the cave that only beast warriors were qualified to enjoy. Eventually, the two stopped at a semicircular cave deep within the cavern. Dao Changqing was astonished to discover that the top of this semicircular cave was embedded with an irregular stone, which glowed faintly like a luminous pearl. illuminating the entire cavern. The chief sat cross-legged on a stitched rabbit skin and said, "Sit down, child. Can you tell me the secret of the fire?" Back on Earth, Dao Changqing had already considered that once he successfully created fire, the tribe would surely ask about this crucial secret, so without hesitation, he replied, "Of course." Then, Dao Changqing explained the principle of drilling wood to make fire, even emphasizing the key steps. As for how he mastered this secret, he naturally attributed it to the original body's father, Jie. The chief remained silent for a long time, seemingly never expecting the secret of fire to be so simple. After all, the stone tribe had lost several beast warriors in pursuit of it. However, as someone who mastered the mysterious heaven-seizing art, he deeply understood that some things were like this simple once grasped, but an insurmountable chasm otherwise. The stone tribe has always been fair in rewards and punishments. This time, not only did you create fire, but you also revealed its secret, a great merit. What do you desire? The chief finally spoke after a long pause. Dao Changqing's eyes gleamed as he replied, "I wish to learn the heaven-seizing art." "Why?" the chief asked calmly, showing no surprise. "I want to survive, but my body is too weak, so I must gain strength. The blood ritual of the beast warriors demands high physical fitness, and I might not survive it. That's why I want to learn the art of plundering heaven to gain power through it." Dao Changqing answered with complete honesty. The chief looked in astonishment at the 12-year-old boy whose gaze was as resolute as a beast warrior's. Recalling the boy's clear and logical words earlier, the chief suddenly turned fierce and said, "Do you know that the art of plundering heaven is a path of blasphemy against heaven and earth? It demands power from the gods, the skies, the trees, the beasts, from everything you see. Once you walk this path, your fate may be worse than that of a beast warrior. A beast warrior may die in the jaws of prey, but you could perish under a curse. Your body might never decay, or it could attract swarms of maggots. Your soul will be cursed for generations. Most importantly, you might not even survive the enlightenment power of the art of plundering heaven during the initiation. You could drop dead on the spot." As the chief spoke with a chilling tone, Dao Changqing vaguely saw various horrific images of his own death caused by plundering the power of heaven and earth. He could swear that this was definitely not some hallucination born from an overactive imagination, but a very real and tangible illusion. This is the power of the chief. If you choose another path, that of a beast warrior, I can guarantee feeding you drops of beast essence little by little to strengthen your body. Then, I will carefully select a suitable beast hide for you, at which point your chances of becoming a beast warrior will be 100%. If you don't wish to hunt, I can even ensure you stay in the tribe, focusing solely on roasting meat and preparing food. The chief's tone was filled with endless temptation. Yet, this boundless temptation, which would work wonders on the generally underfed tribe members, had absolutely no effect on Dao Changqing. "But I'm still more interested in the heaven-stealing technique. I beg the chief to grant me this wish." Following the customs of the Bengshi tribe, Dao Changqing knelt on one knee and prostrated himself on the ground. "Do you really think I'm some naive fool? The Bengshi tribe has over 50 beast warriors, but you're the only one who knows the heaven-stealing technique, and you just happen to be the chief. Even if the technique has countless flaws, I'll take it." This thought flashed through Dao Changqing's mind. The chief stared at him for a long moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. "Very well. Since you're so eager to learn the heaven-stealing technique, I'll agree, considering the secret of the fire. But there's one innate requirement for mastering this technique." "What? You must be lucky enough." The chief mysteriously beckoned and said, "Come here, child." Dao Changqing, still dazed and confused, got up and walked over, then sat cross-legged beside the chief at his gesture. The chief's aged hand, wrinkled like orange peel, gently pressed on Dao Changqing's head as he murmured solemnly, "The human race is in decline. Praying to gods brings no response, seeking ghosts yields no aid, calling upon dragons leads to being devoured, and pleading with beasts results in injury. The only path to survival is self-reliance, seizing the ways of heaven, fearing neither gods nor spirits, wresting the creations of heaven and earth, stripping the mighty powers of dragons and beasts, to forge our essence and temper our flesh. Child, since you plead so earnestly, then let it be up to your destiny." Before Dao Changqing could regain his senses, a mysterious and tremendous force, like a heavy hammer, erupted from the chief's palm. He felt as if his head had been shattered into pieces in an instant, the agony so unbearable he wished for immediate death. Dao Changqing stared in horror, his eyes wide, catching only the chief's cold gaze before his consciousness plunged into darkness in the blink of an eye. Zzz, lying on the hotel bed, Dao Changqing suddenly took a deep breath, like a suffocating person finally granted the mercy of air. Before he could savor the sweetness of oxygen, he curled up, clutching his head and letting out a low groan. In an instant, sweat poured from his body like thick syrup, drenching him completely. Countless images and scenes flashed through his mind, while eerie, indistinct symbols surged across his cheeks. The sight was as terrifying as if he were possessed by a demon. After what felt like an eternity, the symbols crawling on his skin gradually receded, drenched as if pulled from water. Dao Changqing finally stopped gasping for breath. His trembling eyes slowly calmed from the agony of abruptly absorbing endless information. It took him a while to recover, his body still shaking slightly with excitement as he stretched his fingers toward the phone on the nightstand. The phone lying quietly on the bedside table suddenly began to wobble and float in the air, as if haunted by some supernatural force. Chapter 4, A Small Test of Skills. The morning sun arrived as promised, bathing the world in countless rays of light. Dao Changqing, dressed in an embarrassingly outdated gray sweatshirt with his hands in his pockets, left the hotel, ready to return to school for Monday's elective class. Dao Changqing, who had been so excited he barely slept all night, had dark circles under his eyes, looking just like a gaming addict who had just pulled an all-nighter. In reality, with his head hanging low and seemingly muttering to himself, he looked no different from a gaming-addicted youth still immersed in another virtual world. Yet no one noticed the smile at the corner of Dao Changqing's lips for him. This world that had always ignored him was about to change starting today. Dao Changqing was average in looks, height, and family background, no deceased parents leaving behind mysterious jade pendants like a typical protagonist. Nor was he an orphan raised in a shelter who turned out to be the abandoned child of a powerful family. The year he was born, there were no celestial omens either. He was just an ordinary kid from a small fourth-tier city, neither rich nor poor. Thus, he naturally never endured the hardships that forge greatness. Had it been otherwise, how could that ancient body have fallen victim to a spider's venom? In short, Dao Changqing was so ordinary that he sometimes even envied the street punks, at least when they swaggered down the street. They could make a fair number of people step aside, whereas he was always the one stepping aside for others. Gurgle. The protest from his stomach shattered Dao Changqing's excitement. Boss, one white pita bun, please, Dao Changqing said as he walked up to a greasy mobile breakfast cart near the school gate, handing over the exact change with practiced ease. Coming right up, the breakfast vendor responded warmly, taking the money before swiftly scooping up some braised pork with a rough, seasoned hand and chopping it with practiced efficiency. Thud, thud, thud. As the thick-backed knife minced the cured meat into paste, the unique aroma of the marinated meat gradually wafted out, making Dao Changqing's mouth water so much it felt like his cravings were about to crawl out of his mouth. Dao Changqing stared intently as the shop owner placed the meat and drizzled the sauce, unable to wait for the owner to hand it over before eagerly reaching out to grab it. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, a dark, rough hand suddenly appeared and snatched the white steamed bun from the owner's grasp. Dao Changqing followed the arm in astonishment to see its owner, a dark-skinned, burly young man with a face full of arrogance, looking every bit the part of a domineering thug. In Chinese culture, they say the face reflects the heart. Forget everything else, just looking at this guy's face. He clearly doesn't seem like a good person. $5, right? The young man snapped, then casually pulled out a crumpled bill from his pocket, tossed it to the shop owner, and turned to leave. At that moment, Dao Changqing, his hand still mid-air, flushed bright red with embarrassment. Your grandpa. What the hell do you mean by that? Stop, that Rujiyama was mine, Dao Changqing shouted. The dark-skinned young man stopped in his tracks upon hearing this, eyeing Dao Changqing sideways with a look of disdain as he said, "What did you say?" The light, casual remark carried an unusually intimidating weight, coming from a face full of rough features and a towering frame of at least 185 meters. The contrast with Dao Changqing's scrawny, beanpole-like physique made it all the more imposing. Even the breakfast stall owner didn't hold much hope for Dao Changqing, quickly stepping in to mediate. "Young man, just let it go. I'll make your order right away. No need to waste time." In his eyes, if Dao Changqing got into a conflict with someone, he would definitely come out the worse for it. Dao Changqing slightly raised his chin, staring at the young man before him, his aged face flushed slightly red, his heart pounding wildly, not from excitement, but from a hint of fear. Yes, it was indeed a bit of fear. To be honest, Dao Changqing had rarely gotten into arguments with others in his life. It wasn't because he had a good temper, but because he knew his limits. With his physique, 9 times out of 10, he'd end up on the losing side in a fight. So, he had always lived timidly in the role of the loser. When walking and encountering others on the road, he was almost always the first to step aside rather than swagger past. Occasionally, when someone cut in line, he would almost always choose to play with his phone, pretending not to notice. If he exchanged a few harsh words with someone, he would feign deafness and swallow his pride to keep the peace. In short, whenever a conflict arose, his almost instinctive choice was to yield. A long period of harmless coexistence with others had subconsciously made him deeply fearful of conflicts, so he was genuinely scared now. After all, the other guy was much bulkier than him. Yet the breakfast vendor's words suddenly stung his pride. The memories and experiences of his ancient avatar filled him with disdain for his own timidity. Most importantly, the legacy of the heaven-seizing art added an unshakable confidence to his heart. So his gaze suddenly hardened as he pointed at the white steamed bun and said, Everything follows the rule of first come, first served. I was here first, so this bun is mine. If you want one, wait for the next one, give this one back to me. Dao Changqing's words left both the breakfast vendor and the burly young man with a face full of scars momentarily stunned. Hey, you little bastard, acting tough, huh? The young man turned around with a look of disdain and immediately grabbed at Dao Changqing's collar. Dao Changqing instinctively raised his hand to knock the other's arm away, but this action instantly enraged the dark-skinned young man. Your mother. The dark-skinned youth missed his grab and flew into a rage, lifting his foot to kick Dao Changqing. The kick was swift and sudden, appearing especially fierce against his large frame. With little experience in fights, Dao Changqing's pupils shrank in shock. He was dazed, unsure how to react to the kick. Block it? Could his frail body withstand it? Dodge? Could his sluggish limbs move fast enough? Just as that kick was about to land on him, Dao Changqing had a sudden flash of inspiration and instinctively tried to mimic the moves from TV dramas, grabbing the opponent's thigh. But the moment his hands clamped onto the other's leg, he realized with a shock that those TV dramas were all damn lies. It wasn't that the move didn't work, it was just that the opponent's strength was overwhelming. The kick sent a numbing shock through his arms, making it impossible to hold on. What now? Heaven-seizing art's innate ability, psychokinesis. Dao Changqing's mind stirred, and his only mastered superpower, psychokinesis, suddenly activated. A mysterious force abruptly acted on the opponent's grounded ankle, then yanked it backward with fierce intensity. Rip! The sound of fabric tearing suddenly rang out. The young man who had kicked Dao Changqing, actually, like an internet goddess, performed a perfect split right in front of the flatbread stall. That's right, a split. A textbook perfect split, also known as doing the splits. A piercing scream echoed down the street. The dark-skinned young man, who had been so composed and domineering moments ago, now had a face twisted in pain, lips trembling, complexion ghostly pale. He clutched his crotch in panic, shaking all over from the agony. The scene left the surrounding diners utterly dumbfounded. Many men instinctively tightened their legs, while a few heartless onlookers burst into laughter. I heard the sound of an egg cracking. Impressive. This one-word horse. Perfect. Dao Changqing listened to the laughter around him and watched the young man clutching his groin in pain, howling. An indescribable emotion suddenly flooded his heart, and his old face flushed red in an instant. Only this time, it was from excitement. Chapter 5, A Sense of Presence. Throughout the entire morning elective class, Dao Changqing's mood remained in a state of exhilaration. He was thrilled that his primitive avatar had resolved the imminent survival crisis and even more excited about the formidable innate ability, mental power, bestowed by the heaven-seizing art. The heaven-seizing art truly lived up to its reputation as an ability mastered by the chieftain. Just the innate power activated during the inheritance process was already this formidable. Imagine how incredibly powerful it would become once he plundered the abilities of plants, trees, and even ferocious dinosaurs in the future. Dao Changqing was so excited and full of anticipation that he barely glanced at the illustrated guide to medicinal plants he had secretly brought along. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of the school bell interrupted Dao Changqing's daydream. As he slowly packed up his things to leave, Zhou Xuanyu, known as the class heartthrob, popped up and asked, "Hey, Lao Dao, got plans tonight? What's up?" Dao Changqing responded instinctively. The guy who approached Dao Changqing was one of only 4 male students in class 18022, named Zhou Xuanyu. His name sounded grand and imposing, and he himself was quite sturdy, earning him the title of class heartthrob even though there were only 4 boys in their class. Speaking of class 18022, there are only 4 boys. It's not due to any coincidence or special reason, but rather because the business school department of Guanbei Finance and Trade College is mostly like this. Every class in the entire department has more girls than boys, with the department accounting for almost 80% of the female students in the whole college. It can be said that the imbalance is extreme, and of course, it also makes the male students in the entire college extremely envious. When Dao Changqing came to the college to register last year and learned about the class situation, his first reaction was delight, and his second reaction was ecstasy. Damn, with so many girls, finding a girlfriend in college wouldn't be a problem. But in the end, a year has passed, and he hasn't found a single girlfriend. Instead, he's gotten to know quite a few quirky girls. Logically, with such a favorable environment, why hasn't he found one? To put it bluntly, it's just one sentence: those who are interested in him, he's not interested in; those he's interested in, they're not interested in him. Well, facing this awkward situation, Dao Changqing also felt quite melancholy. For this year's welcome party, our class has a piano performance, Tang Ye's piano solo. So, we need someone to help move the piano. Are you free? Zhou Xuanyu's eyes shone particularly bright when he mentioned Tang Ye. No problem. What time tonight? You're the best. Tonight at 6. First move the piano from J4-221, then head to the B8 indoor sports venue, Zhou Xuanyu said. Okay, Dao Changqing responded straightforwardly. Based on past experiences, after his soul traveled to a prehistoric alternate world, the shortest rest period he had was 3 days, and the longest could even extend to half a month. Therefore, there was no immediate need to overly worry about the situation of his primitive counterpart. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Dao Changqing arrived punctually at the J4 teaching building. On the second floor, in classroom 221, he met up with Zhou Xuanyu, Old Liang, and Old Lu. Together, the four of them carried the massive 400-plus-pound upright piano to the B8 indoor sports facility. Moving along with frequent stops, the four of them, panting heavily, finally managed to reach their destination. Dao Changqing and the others had just arrived at the indoor sports stadium when they were spotted by their female classmates before they could even find their own class. There was no way around it, the four of them carrying a piano together were simply too conspicuous. Hey, Zhou Xuanyu, over here, hurry up! A group of girls from class 18022 waved at Dao Changqing and his friends. Hurry up, put the piano here first. We'll trouble you guys to move it onto the stage when the performance starts. The female class monitor, Lin Shirhan, rushed over, acting like a bossy manager. Despite her delicate-sounding name, the female class monitor was anything but frail. Standing at 175 meters tall and weighing around 80 kilograms, combined with her loud and boisterous personality, no one dared to defy her. No problem. Hey, why haven't I seen Tang Yeye around? Zhou Xuanyu arrived, not even bothering to wipe his sweat as his eyes darted around. She's not here yet, said she's stuck in traffic, but she'll be here soon. Lin Shirhan replied casually before huddling with the girls beside her, gossiping about the freshmen flooding into the gym. As for Dao Changqing, he was completely ignored. It couldn't be helped since childhood. Dao Changqing had always had low presence. He even suspected it was only because class 18022 had just 4 boys that he wasn't even more invisible. Fortunately, Dao Changqing was long used to this. He leisurely watched the chaotic scene in the gym, enjoying a rare moment of mental relaxation. In the midst of the rush, countless juniors gradually filled the steps on both sides of the stadium, creating a spectacular sea of dark, densely packed heads when viewed from afar. Soon, the Wanbei Finance and Trade welcome party officially began. Accompanied by the two hosts' forced imitation of a CCTV-style opening speech, the audiovisual gala exclusive to freshmen at Wanbei Finance and Trade College officially commenced. Apart from the first 2 performances, which were guest appearances by the school's music teachers, the rest of the welcome party mainly consisted of hastily assembled acts by sophomore and junior seniors. However, despite being a group of amateurs, the welcome party was surprisingly lively and well-organized. Singing, dancing, the Nunchaku Club showing off their cool moves, the Street Dance Club flaunting their hip-hop skills, and a lineup of beautiful girls performing aerobics all without a single repeat act. It left Dao Changqing utterly mesmerized. After all, who isn't a little wild in their youth? Who doesn't yearn for attention? And who doesn't crave admiration? But alas, watching the young man on stage dancing that bizarre street routine, Dao Changqing felt a pang of inferiority in his heart. Dao Changqing admitted that he was actually a very insecure person, especially after coming to the big city of Guanbei for school, faced with classmates who almost all had some guitar, piano, or street dance skills up their sleeves. His inner sense of inferiority grew even stronger. Sometimes, he envied those guys who could play a few tunes on the guitar while pursuing girls, although he knew there were countless crash course guitar classes available everywhere these days, lasting just 10 days to half a month. He couldn't afford them? Or perhaps, he was too embarrassed to ask his family for money just to satisfy his own little vanity by joining such a quick-fix class. Dao Changqing also knew he didn't actually need to enroll in a crash course, he could just join the college's guitar association, where seniors would naturally teach him. He might even have a chance to get up to some indescribable things with a senior girl, but the deep-rooted insecurity in his heart stopped him, proving just how terrifying the emotion of inferiority can be. Dao Changqing let out a faint sigh. He quickly adjusted the discomfort in his heart, otherwise, he might have ended up depressed to death. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that the girls in the class, including Zhou Xuanyu and others, looked panicked. Some were frantically making phone calls, while others were pacing anxiously in place. Dao Changqing walked over curiously and asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" But no one paid him any attention. Chapter 6, The Chaos at the Welcome Party. Dao Changqing helplessly grabbed Zhou Xuanyu's shoulder and asked, "What's wrong? What happened? Everyone looks really anxious." Zhou Xuanyu said with a grim expression. Tang Yeye fell and hurt her hand. "It seems like she can't perform at all now. How did this happen?" Dao Changqing was stunned. At that moment, a female classmate ran over and said, "I've talked to the hosts, and they agreed to move our performance later. But since ours was already near the end, there's not much time to delay. Should we just cancel it?" "No, we can't cut it," Lin Shirhan suddenly growled. The shout startled everyone, and the girls exchanged glances. not daring to speak. They shared a dorm with Lin Shirhan and knew she was competing for a student council position. If this performance went wrong, she'd definitely lose her chance. Xiao Yu, did you find anyone? Lin Shirhan asked the girl, frantically making calls. Xiao Yu replied with a tearful face. No, the two people I know can't make it in time, they went shopping. Damn it! Lin Shirhan blurted out in frustration. For a moment, the atmosphere in this corner of the sports field became extremely awkward. Class monitor, there's no other way, cut it off. Quickly notify the host so we can still salvage the situation, a female student said. Lin Shirhan stood there silently, her face filled with unwillingness. At that moment, the stadium suddenly erupted into a sea of cheers. It turned out that the senior girls' provocative dance performance of Shake It had completely ignited the atmosphere. Dao Changqing watched the girls walking off the stage with their heads held high, looking like goddesses, and then turned his gaze to the countless juniors in the stands, who were standing and cheering. A surge of passion suddenly welled up in his heart. Class monitor, if you trust me, I'll perform. Dao Changqing suddenly spoke up. As soon as these words were spoken, the corner of the stadium fell silent. A group of girls and one boy all turned their eyes to Dao Changqing, as if they were seeing him for the first time. You can play the piano? Lin Shirhan's eyes lit up. No, Dao Changqing answered honestly. TCH, why mention it if you can't? Exactly. Are you just trying to cause trouble? Old Dao, this is no time for jokes. Everyone's about to lose their minds. Faced with unanimous accusations, Dao Changqing, who had initially felt uneasy, suddenly felt a surge of defiance. He said, I don't know piano, but I know magic. Magic? Really? Old Dao, you can do magic? Never seen you perform before. By the way, why didn't you show off at last year's New Year's party? Zhou Xuanyu looked skeptical. Class monitor Lin Shirhan said seriously, are you sure? Dao Changqing, this is the welcome party, amateur magic tricks won't cut it here. You must have seen the Magic Club's performance earlier. Are you sure yours can match their level? Dao Changqing thought about the Magic Association's performance just now, took a slight breath, and said, yes, I can. Dao Changqing, this is about the honor of our class 18022. Don't joke around, okay? Lin Shirhan said worriedly, as Dao Changqing had always been so unnoticeable that it was hard to trust him at critical moments. To be honest, the class monitor's words had somewhat provoked Dao Changqing, so he replied with a slightly displeased expression. If you don't trust me, then forget it. Well, Lin Shirhan had originally been unsure about Dao Changqing, but seeing his attitude now, she inexplicably found herself saying, fine, you go. What do you need? Any props to prepare? Hurry up and tell us so we can get ready. Oh, and what about clothes? Should you change? There's a suit someone wore earlier, want me to borrow it for you? Dao Changqing took a deep breath, pointed to the upright piano beside him, and said, no preparation needed. This will be my magic prop. Oh, and don't change the program name or tell anyone this is a magic trick. Ha, that ethnic dance just now was absolutely breathtaking. Yes, the dancer was stunning. The choreography was stunning. The music was stunning. Those graceful movements and lively aura, it was like a fairy descending to earth. Oh, it seems our old Jiang is smitten. Ha ha ha, just kidding. When it comes to the word temperament, I'm sure many images come to mind, but there's one that will absolutely make everyone's heart skip a beat. Alright, let's welcome our next temperamental performance, a piano solo. Colorful clouds chasing the moon. As the host stepped off the central red carpet, the noise in the venue gradually quieted down. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the piano placed on the red carpet, wondering which stunning senior beauty would take the stage to perform. Just then, sudden commotion and murmurs erupted from the stands on both sides. Just then, a male student, engrossed in his phone, slowly walked onto the stage, seemingly so absorbed in his phone that he forgot he was on a platform. Ha ha, so funny, so bizarre. What's going on here? This feels so awkward. Hello, is this 110? There's a creepy guy crashing the welcome party. The juniors in the stands on both sides were amused, starting with hushed murmurs, but as the guy nonchalantly walked to the center of the stage, everyone couldn't hold back anymore, they were practically losing it with laughter. The girls from class 18022 at the edge of the gymnasium were also watching Dao Changqing, who had foolishly barged onto the stage, with faces full of cringe. Many couldn't even bear to look out of sheer embarrassment. Is this the magic trick he was talking about? What kind of magic is this supposed to be? Exactly. So awkward. Oh no. Our class 18022 is going to lose all its reputation. Class monitor. What should we do? Old Dao is really not being cool here. What's the meaning of this? Trying to get famous like crazy? Did he really need to deceive us? The girls of class 18022, along with one boy, completely erupted in chaos, angrily pointing fingers one after another. Lin Shirhan's expression turned even uglier. Just as she decided to take action, the situation on stage suddenly changed. At this moment, The boy who had barged onto the stage while playing on his phone seemed to finally snap out of it due to the surrounding commotion. He looked around in confusion, and the next second, his face flushed bright red with embarrassment before he awkwardly turned and ran. That's right, he ran. His disheveled appearance clearly marked him as the creepy guy who had intruded onto the stage. Hup! The audience on both sides of the stands let out a collective hiss of disdain at the sight. But just then, Dao Changqing, who was trying to run off the stage, suddenly collided with something at the edge and fell to the ground with a loud thud. The scene shocked the entire venue into instant silence, with many people failing to even see what had just happened. Chapter 7, A Godlike Performance. What's wrong? What just happened? Yeah, what just happened? Dao Changqing seemed equally clueless about what had just occurred. With a dazed expression, he quickly scrambled to his feet, ready to bolt off the stage again, only to collide with something once more and tumble to the ground. Then, Dao Changqing slowly got up with a look of utter disbelief on his face. He reached out his hand and began to feel around in front of him. It was as if he had touched something tangible, his hands pressed vertically against an invisible object, moving up and down to explore it. His movements looked strikingly similar to the glass dance from Robot Dancing. However, when the internet-addicted teenager saw this, he excitedly shouted, asterisk 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 asterisk, an invisible wall. Exactly. At that moment, there was clearly nothing at the edge of the stage, yet Dao Changqing seemed to be trapped inside by some mysterious force. If that wasn't the invisible wall that confines players in games, then what was it? Of course, everyone knows reality isn't a game. Where would an invisible wall come from? So, damn. His acting was just too realistic, wasn't it? Holy crap. So this isn't just random nonsense? So realistic. It feels like there's actually a wall here. This is glass dancing. So this is the show? What an amazing creative idea. This abrupt and dramatic twist instantly left the entire audience dumbfounded, with Class 18022 collectively falling silent as everyone subconsciously gaped in shock. Amidst the stunned silence of the crowd, Dao Changqing performed a bizarre glass dance before seemingly realizing his trapped predicament. With a look of terror, he retreated several steps and once again pulled out his phone, apparently preparing to call for help. At that very moment, a supernatural event occurred. Dao Changqing's phone, it suddenly flew into the air. No, it was more like it had been grabbed by an invisible hand. Then it hovered motionless in midair. Ah, damn it. Incredible. The entire venue erupted in collective frenzy at this moment. Screams, whistles, and curses nearly blew the roof off the stadium. At this moment, countless people pulled out their phones to record the scene, while others craned their necks desperately trying to spot where the tethering rope of the phone was. At this moment, no one knew what Dao Changqing was feeling inside. He seemed utterly stunned by the scene before him, not even caring about his phone anymore as he turned and ran in the opposite direction. Unsurprisingly, he collided with the invisible barrier again and fell to the ground in a clumsy heap. But this time, no one laughed at him. Everyone realized this was a magic show disguised as a piano performance, and it was performed with such realism. Everyone widened their eyes, anticipating an even more breathtaking spectacle. Just as Dao Changqing, who had just gotten up from his fall, suddenly flung his arms out to the sides and leaned backward, everyone expected him to topple over. Instead, his body remained suspended at a 45-degree angle, continuously moving backward. No, that bizarre appearance, it was as if invisible hands were dragging him from both sides. If this happened in the dead of night, it would absolutely scare someone to death. Ghosts are haunting us. The audience stands erupted in excitement once again, because everyone knew that it was impossible for a person to maintain balance at a 45-degree backward angle, let alone keep retreating continuously. Dao Changqing is amazing. How come we never noticed before? How did he do that? At this moment, no one in Class 18022 was insulting Dao Changqing anymore. Instead, they all stood with their mouths agape, staring in disbelief at his performance on stage, utterly shocked that the usually quiet and reserved Dao Changqing could be so incredible. At this moment, Dao Changqing, who seemed to be dragged away by an invisible burly man on stage, was finally dragged to the chair beside the upright piano at the center of the stage. As if resigned to his fate, he sat on the chair without struggling. The audience around held their breath, waiting for the next unimaginable moment. Ding! A sudden musical note sent chills down everyone's spine in the venue. The sound came from the piano keys in front of Dao Changqing being abruptly pressed. The eerie part was, Dao Changqing wasn't playing the piano at all, and there was no one else near the piano at that moment. In other words, the piano keys pressed themselves. Do, re, mi. The untouched piano keys were pressed one by one. A scene as if haunted by supernatural forces or as if the piano had come to life, startling countless onlookers who widened their eyes in shock. Wow, so amazing. So cool. Oh my. This is asking him to play the piano, right? If some hadn't caught on when the first note sounded, by the time the piano keys started moving on their own, the underclassmen in the stands on both sides had completely lost their minds. This is just too cool. At this moment, Dao Changqing listened to the cheers and excitement of the crowd, feeling tears welling up inside him. An indescribable emotion surged from the depths of his heart, growing stronger and stronger amidst the shouts and screams, until it accidentally crushed the seed of his inferiority complex. The prehistoric world, which he had once regarded as a terrifying beast, suddenly gained immense significance in his heart at this very moment. It's just a pity that he had always been too insecure, knowing nothing, though he managed an emergency save, and though he had the heaven-defying cheat of the sky-seizing technique, the magic trick he designed still felt somewhat awkward. In reality, there wasn't enough time for him to design a more perfect and cooler magic trick, and even if he could design one, it would be hard for him to perform it, because some things aren't achievable just by understanding them. A hint of regret flashed through Dao Changqing's heart. He knew this magic trick was about to end. All he needed to do next was randomly tap the piano keys a few times to break the spell, and then he could make a hasty exit. As Dao Changqing's thoughts came to an end, the upright piano keys stopped dancing. Just as he decided to reach out and play randomly, the audience suddenly fell silent. Before Dao Changqing could react, someone suddenly appeared beside him. He looked up in surprise and saw Tang Yeye, who had somehow arrived and bravely rushed onto the stage, her left hand wrapped in gauze. She stood beside Dao Changqing, her eyes shining as she said, "If I'm not mistaken, the key to breaking free from this stage's cage is to play colorful clouds chasing the moon, right?" "Ha!" Dao Changqing was stunned. "If you have any more magic tricks to perform, please go ahead. I'll accompany you with music, okay?" Tang Yeye said playfully, her pure sailor outfit making her look like a little fairy from the mortal world. It must be said that Tang Yeye is truly beautiful, the kind of beauty that brings instant delight. To borrow an internet phrase, hers is the beauty of a cat-faced girl. Her eyes are large, her lips small and thin, with delicate features that give off a slightly youthful and mischievously clever vibe. Dao Changqing was momentarily dazzled by Tang Yeye's radiant smile. He stood up foolishly and vacated his seat for her. With a faint smile at Dao Changqing, Tang Yeye sat down. In that instant, her demeanor transformed dramatically, her back straightened, her expression grew serene, and then she slowly raised her uninjured right hand, her fingers dancing across the piano keys like butterflies. The melodious sound of the piano filled the room. At this moment, the juniors in the audience watched Tang Yeye playing with one hand in astonishment, their admiration beyond words. This performance was absolutely mind-blowing. The magic show earlier was breathtaking, and now it seamlessly transitions into a piano performance. This is truly a feast for the senses. Dao Changqing watched Tang Yeye's dazzling one-handed piano performance, his heart swaying as if he were witnessing something divine. Until now, his impression of her had simply been that she was beautiful, but this scene quietly enriched her image in his mind. At this moment, gazing at the serene Tang Yeye, Dao Changqing felt a sudden inspiration. What if he used his sky-defying technique to levitate and spin both the piano and her? How awe-inspiring would that be? Dao Changqing's mind was in turmoil, filled with a strong urge to try. Yet by the time the piano piece ended, he still hadn't made an attempt, because when moving the piano earlier, he knew this upright piano weighed at least around 400 pounds. His sky-snatching technique could barely lift and suspend such weight. Achieving rotation was far too difficult. Of course, mere suspension alone would likely shock the audience. The problem was, this magic effect was a bit too astonishing and prone to attracting special attention, something Dao Changqing wasn't ready to handle at this level. As the piano piece concluded, Tang Yeye stood up with a radiant smile. She extended her delicate, fair hand toward Dao Changqing, whose heart pounded wildly at the sight of it. Dry-mouthed, he reached out and clasped it. Chapter 8, The Young Lady's Invitation. Tang Yeye smiled softly, then gracefully bowed to the audience in an elegant gesture of thanks. Dao Changqing clumsily imitated her etiquette. Whoosh! Deafening applause erupted abruptly at that moment, with countless juniors even standing up in excitement, their cheers and praises filling the air. "Seniors, don't leave yet, give us another performance." "That's right, one more. They should kiss." "Yes, yes, kiss, kiss." A chorus of cheers and please to stay filled the air, even including playful shouts of kiss, as a mischievous tease. Faced with the deafening cheers, Tang Yeye's pretty face suddenly flushed crimson as she glanced at Dao Changqing. Seeing him standing there like a block of wood with a silly grin, she couldn't help but lift her foot to kick his calf, saying, "Aren't you leaving? Do you want to perform another act?" Oh, no no no. Dao Changqing snapped out of his daze and hurriedly responded, then followed Tang Yeye in a somewhat flustered escape from the stage. Although they had already left the stage, the atmosphere in the venue remained electric, with endless discussions and chatter filling the air. Wow, so romantic. Is this the legendary beauty saving the hero? A piano piece breaking the stage's curse? Such a romantic and creative program design. I'm truly amazed. By the way, does anyone know this senior? Oh, don't even think about it. He must already be taken. So this is what it feels like to be the center of attention. As he left the stage, Dao Changqing instinctively glanced back at the chaotic audience that even the host couldn't control, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Wow, Dao Changqing, you're amazing. You've kept this hidden so well. Yeah, if it weren't for Tang Yeye's incident this time, would you have planned to keep it hidden forever? Yeah, you're incredible too. You can actually play the piano with just one hand. If we'd known our Yeye could play the piano with just one hand, we wouldn't have let you go up there. You jerk. Do you have any idea how embarrassing it was when you barged onto the stage all noisy at the beginning? Hey, old Dao. Your phone doesn't even have wires, how did it just fly up? That's absolutely incredible. And another thing, how were those piano keys moving by themselves? That makes no sense. We just borrowed this piano from the school, when did you rig it? As soon as Dao Changqing and Tang Yeye stepped off stage, they were surrounded by excited students from class 18022, all chattering at once, some praising, some complimenting, some curious, and so on. Dao Changqing, who had never felt any presence before, had never received such treatment. For a moment, he blushed with embarrassment, stammering and unable to speak. Fortunately, the class monitor Lin Shirhan boldly came to Dao Changqing's rescue. Alright, stop asking, let Lao Dao rest. The charm of magic lies in its mystery. Once you know the trick, what's the fun? The school recorded tonight's performance, so go figure it out yourselves. As she said this, Lin Shirhan walked up to Dao Changqing and gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder like a true bro, saying, Lao Dao, thanks for tonight. No problem, Dao Changqing replied, feeling a surge of relief. He was glad he had held back from performing the levitating piano trick at the end, otherwise, he really wouldn't have known how to explain that magic. Of course, he couldn't explain the logic behind his previous magic tricks either, but those tricks at least left room for reasonable imagination. The welcome party continued, but after Dao Changqing's astonishingly brilliant performance, the following acts paled in comparison. Many in the audience weren't even paying attention to the show anymore, instead privately discussing the earlier magic tricks. Thank you for helping me save the show. Otherwise, our class would definitely have suffered because of me. By the way, did my appearance disrupt your rhythm? I'm sorry, I actually prepared for this performance for a long time, and suddenly not performing felt really unfair. Tang Yeye finally found a free moment and said apologetically, her pretty face filled with regret. Dao Changqing blushed slightly and quickly replied, No, it's fine, really, if I had known you could play the piano one-handed, I wouldn't have gone up. I mean, even without me, the show wouldn't have been ruined. You don't need to thank me, but without you, this show definitely wouldn't be as successful as it is now. This is the most brilliant performance I've done so far, thank you. Dao Changqing, said Tang Yeye. Dao Changqing had never chatted with a girl like this before, his face flushed crimson with embarrassment, and his heart pounded wildly. By the way, how did you come up with these ideas? I mean, this stage magic curse concept? Tang Yeye gestured with her delicate little hands, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar emotion. Dao Changqing scratched his head, I don't know either. It just came to me in a flash of inspiration, pure improvisation. Then you're truly a genius. It has to be said that chatting with a beautiful girl is always a delight, especially when she looks at you with admiration. That feeling is simply exhilarating. Dao Changqing, who had lived an ordinary life for 21 years, suddenly felt as if he were in a dream. Unsure of how to continue the conversation with Tang Yeye, I heard from the class monitor that you can't play the piano? I really don't know how. Dao Changqing felt a bit embarrassed. Want to learn? I can teach you. If you can play the piano, combined with your previous magic tricks, the effect would be absolutely stunning. Tang Yeye said with genuine sincerity. I'm already this old, is learning piano suitable for me? Dao Changqing's first reaction was to refuse. Years of living with low self-esteem had conditioned him to instinctively shy away from many things. What's so suitable about it? What does learning piano have to do with age? Although it's said that musical talent needs to be cultivated from a young age. However, you can totally focus on magic and supplement with piano, Tang Yeye suggested seriously. At this moment, Dao Changqing's heart was moved. No, I should say that his heart was moved when Tang Yeye proposed to teach him piano. His heart is not the matter of learning the piano itself, but Tang Yeye wants to teach him with her own hands. Then, think about it, a lonely man and a widow sharing a room, hand in hand teaching to play the piano. At this moment, Dao Changqing is simply to even think of what to call the child. It won't bother you, will it? Dao Changqing said without confidence. No la, how come? My teacher said that the best way to integrate knowledge is to become a teacher yourself, and I have to practice piano every day anyway. Tang Yeye's words had already come to this. If Dao Changqing still refused, he was afraid that he himself would regret it for the rest of his life. So he nodded solemnly and said, Then I'll trouble you from now on. You're welcome. Tang Yeye's eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she raised her hand and said, Right, I'm going to the hospital for a bit, or else I'll be sorry if I'm left with after effects. Then hurry to go. the body is the most important. Right, that I accompany you, Dao Changqing hurriedly said. No need, my friend drove me here, turn around and take his car together. Just after Tang Yeye finished speaking, Dao Changqing's shoulder was suddenly tapped, only to see Zhou Xuanyu come over and say, it didn't disturb your conversation, did it? Right, Lao Dao, let's hurry up and move the piano back, or else the party will be over and we won't be able to leave for a while. Dao Changqing, you get busy, I'll leave first. Tang Yeye waved her hand and turned to leave. Zhou Xianyu glanced dully at Tang Yeye's back and pretended to be relaxed. Old Tao, what are you guys chatting about? Chatting so happily? What can we talk about? Inquiring about magic. Let's go. Move the piano. Dao Changqing glanced at Zhou Xianyu with hatred. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. Talking about magic? Can it be that Tang Yeye likes magic? Zhou Xianyu froze and reacted only after a long time. Lao Dao, something's not right. How come the piano is so much heavier? No, wait, Naya, I need a break. Chapter 9, I can solve the food crisis. That night, Dao Changqing lost sleep. As soon as he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with that shaky smile, even associating it with certain mortifying duos as a result. He didn't realize that the heaven-taking technique had somehow activated his ambition. If it was yesterday, he would have at most thought about it and definitely not dared to hope for too much. However, today he had some sort of blasphemous thoughts. At a certain point in the tossing and turning, Dao Changqing's body froze abruptly, because he steeply felt a sense of withdrawal of his soul from his body as well as a sense of loneliness. This feeling came so quickly that he was caught off guard. Without waiting for him to make too many preparations, his field of vision steeply blackened, and when it brightened up again, the pitch-black dormitory was suddenly transformed into an uneven cave, with an irregular stone being set in the center of the cave, emitting a faint glow. You've woken up? I really didn't expect you to be able to withstand the enlightenment of the heaven-taking technique when you're so thin and weak. The chief's emotional voice came quietly from the side. Dao Changqing's eyes turned to the chief and his voice hissed, how long have I been unconscious? Without thinking, the chief said, one breath. Dao Changqing's heart was slightly relieved when he heard this. According to his summary during this period of time, no matter which body his consciousness awakened in, the time of the world the other body was in came to a standstill, and now the chief's words proved his summary once again. Honestly, this was an extremely strange experience, for which Dao Changqing could only lament the wonders of the Creator. However, this time the situation was a little different compared to before. For example, this time, the time interval between soul penetration was too short, directly refreshing the previous record of the shortest 3 days of soul penetration. There was also this time, the soul penetration almost didn't give him a little preparation time. Before, from the time he appeared to have his soul extracted to feel the soul penetration, there was at least 3 hours of preparation time, and he was barely able to control it, while this time, it was almost a forcible soul penetration. Could it be because of the heaven-seizing technique? Other than this reason, Dao Changqing couldn't think of any other explanation, especially when the chief lamented that his body, which was so thin and weak, was able to withstand the heaven-rating inheritance. Dao Changqing suspected that this could not be said to be a case of the primordial doppelganger not being able to withstand the power of the heaven-rating technique of enlightenment, and so forcibly awakening the earth body to withstand it on his behalf. Dao Changqing was inferior and humble before, but that didn't mean he was a fool. It was because of his low self-esteem that Dao Changqing loved to find solace through reading books, so he was actually quite a smart person, and this was evident from the fact that he had conceived the stunning performance at the welcome party in a very short period of time. I know you have a lot of doubts right now, but don't ask. First think with your heart, observe with your heart, and realize with your heart. When it's time to tell you, I will naturally tell you, otherwise you will be bound by my empirical thinking. Remember, the heaven-taking technique is a technique against the heavens. Nothing is absolute. Everything is possible. The chief seemed to see Dao Changqing's doubts and directly interrupted. Dao Changqing's heart and mind were dramatically shaken when he heard this. This teaching realm of thought was simply awesome and explosive. At this moment, Dao Changqing was once again impressed by the wisdom of the primitive people of this world. The chief nodded in satisfaction after seeing Dao Changqing obediently shut his mouth. Just then, Ma walked over with his head held high and said, Chief, the people have been gathered. The chief nodded and beckoned to Dao Changqing. Let's go. You'll follow me today. Yes. Dao Changqing realized in his heart and hurriedly said, the Granite tribe was a tribe that paid extreme attention to the hierarchy of respect and inferiority, where the only people who could stand beside the chief were the mighty beast warriors, and now Dao Changqing had that qualification. When Dao Changqing returned to the front of the cave once again, a roaring bonfire was already burning in the previously dark cave, and countless clansmen looked excited around the fire until the chief came over and spontaneously flocked to it. My people, today is a big day for our Granite tribe, and even more so, the day our Granite tribe is reborn in Nirvana. so I think you already know what I'm going to announce. That's right, the Granite Tribe once again possesses fire. The word kindling, the chief almost shouted with a roar. In an instant the whole tribe resounded with loud cheers. Kindling, spark, spark. The chief looked at the excited clansmen and felt the same excitement. He reached out and suppressed the cheers of his clan and added, in addition to once again possessing the fire, I announce that the Granite Tribe has once again given birth to a new wizard, and that is Ching. The chief sidestepped, causing Dao Changqing to be so completely exposed to the gaze of everyone in the tribe for the first time. Ching has become a witch. This was what Flying Dragon blurted out incredulously. Ching, you've become a witch? It was Uncle Wolf's ecstatic voice of concern. Ching has actually become a sorcerer. This was the incredulity of the clansmen of the Granite Tribe. Few clansmen can say what the significance of the witch to the tribe represents, but everyone knows that the witch has an indispensable position to the tribe. Many tribes are even led directly by wizards, such as the Granite Tribe. For a time, the Granite Tribe was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes changed as they looked at Dao Changqing. There was disbelief, shock, envy, and also pure joy. After all, the Granite Tribe's strength would become even stronger, which meant that everyone's survival would become a little better. On that day, the Granite Tribe held a big celebration ceremony, and everyone was given a bowl of bone soup. Many of the clansmen could not help but sob when they were served the bone broth with its thin, oily bloom. Dao Changqing looked at the clansmen who were secretly wiping away their tears, and then looked at the extra piece of bone soup with meat in his hand because of his status as a witch, and his expression looked particularly grim. The Granite Tribe's double happiness celebration ceremony turned out to be only a pathetic bowl of bone soup, which might have been a heavenly blessing for the clan, but for Dao Changqing, who was used to eating and drinking without any worries, he felt nothing but the pressure of survival that pressed him to the point where he couldn't catch his breath. His body was only 13 years old. It was the time when he needed to take in a lot of protein to grow his body, so he relied on drinking bone broth to grow his body. What kind of body is that? Now even if someone told Dao Changqing that the death of this body of yours wouldn't affect your body on earth, Dao Changqing wouldn't sit back and watch this body die, or even mix miserably, because he had already tasted the sweetness of the heaven-taking technique. The better the primordial doppelganger developed and the more powerful the power it grasped, the more the earth body could use it to break free from the quagmire of mediocrity. He's had enough of mediocrity. He also wanted to enjoy the life of being in the limelight and sitting on wealth and beauty. That's why the environment in which the original alter ego lived had to be changed. Why don't you eat? You don't want to save. Food is only your own if you eat it in your stomach. Otherwise, if you save more and your body drags down, even more food won't save you. Uncle Wolf walked to Dao Changqing's side and said with concern. He thought that Dao Changqing was unable to eat. Humph. Dao Changqing gulped down the broth in the wooden bowl in one gulp, then fished out the bones and nibbled on the unsalted pork that was so faggy it was like cotton. Uncle Wolf, I remember that there is a big lake 10 miles west of the tribe, right? Dao Changqing swallowed the pork in his mouth and glanced at the children in the distance who were blearily watching the warriors eating meat and suddenly asked. That's right, there is indeed a great lake. After determining that the memories of this body he inherited were correct, Dao Changqing's eyes lit up and said, Uncle Wolf, I might be able to find food in the Great Cold Wave and solve the tribe's food crisis? What did you say? Uncle Wolf's expression changed abruptly. You can find food in the middle of a big cold wave? As soon as his voice fell, the entire tribe fell silent, and countless clansmen who were either drinking big bone soup looked straight over. Chapter 10. Empiricism. The human subconscious mind has an automatic filtering function for sound. For example, in a noisy crowd, someone shouts your name and says some sensitive words. Even if the voice is not loud, it is very easy to attract attention. So although Uncle Wolf's voice was not loud, it still instantly caught the attention of the entire tribe. Ha! Listen to what I heard. Green actually said he could find food in the midst of the season of the divine curse. That's just a dragon frog croaking, netting big words, without waiting for the clan to react. Flying Dragon stood up and shouted with a face full of mockery. Other people might be in awe of Dao Changqing's identity as a witch, but he, Fei Long, would not be, because he was one of the most powerful beast warriors of the tribe. If the chief died in the future, it was very likely that he would inherit the position of chief of the Granite Tribe. Flying Dragon, you are too arrogant. Even if you are one of the most powerful beast warriors of the tribe, you are not qualified to doubt the words of witch. Don't forget how Qing created the fire out of thin air. Uncle Wolf stood up and disliked him nonchalantly, even though he didn't really think that Qing would be able to find new food inside. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Fei Long's face, then he blushed fiercely and said, Qing, you are an honorable sorcerer. I am willing to make amends for my previous offense. Don't worry, when the earth recovers, I will hunt the fattest prey in this forest to make amends to you. But for now, I won't take back what I just said because you're just bragging. Wolf, Flying Dragon is right. I still remember when Flying Dragon became a fierce beast warrior. That was much more arrogant than now. that year's great cold wave, Flying Dragon unbelievingly can more than once rushed into the snow to look for food. As a result, apart from a few wild fruits frozen into ice, not a single piece of was found. A fierce beast warrior called Sawtooth strongly supported Flying Dragon. Sawtooth's words drew the approval of the tribe's countless mastodon warriors. Dao Changqing thought that Flying Dragon was crazy, but he didn't know that a few years ago, Flying Dragon was even crazier. But he has the qualification to be crazy, because the food source of the whole tribe, 1/10 of them are all hunted by Flying Dragon alone. So in the field of food, Flying Dragon has absolute authority in the rock tribe. And the reason why he questioned Qing was not only because he didn't look at Qing favorably, but also because this was something that he had personally done back then and had failed countless times. At that moment, the chief, who had been sitting beside the campfire and pretending to sleep, slightly opened his eyes and said, "The issue of food should not be stopped because of the experience of the previous generation, which is just like if the rock does not give the green the opportunity to make fire, the tribe will once again have a fire?" Have to say that the chief is the chief. His words in the tribe almost has a hammer roll, so when his words fell, the tribe no longer open-mouth refutation. Of course, everyone's eyes still reveal that they are very skeptical about this matter. "Green, can you tell me what food you are talking about?" the chief asked. Dao Changqing looked at the skeptical eyes of his clan members and proudly said, "Of course, there is a lake 10 miles west of the tribe, and the food I'm talking about is exactly the fish in that lake." At these words, everyone stared in shock. As Dao Changqing looked at the crowd's expressions, a hint of complacency just arose in his heart. Yet right at that moment, he suddenly heard Fei Long's rampant laughter. "Ha ha ha, what do I hear? A fish? Qing actually wants to catch fish in the freezing weather? Ha ha ha, is there anything more outrageous than this? Ha ha ha." When the others heard this, although they didn't have the same exaggerated expression as Fei Long, one by one, they also shook their heads inside, and even looked at Dao Changqing with an expression of looking at a retard. "What are you laughing at? What's wrong with that?" A sense of foreboding arose in Dao Changqing's heart. Winter fishing was the most ideal and stable source of food he could find after going through a lot of information. However, now after he saw Fei Long's expression, his heart thumped and a trace of disbelief arose. Could it be that there was something special about this world that caused the fishing industry to not work at all? Fei Long laughed out loud. "Qing, it looks like you haven't learned much at all in these 2 years of field trials." A trace of embarrassment flashed through Dao Changqing's heart, and he heard Fei Long add, "Let me tell you, in the wild, the most dangerous place is not the deep grass where saber-toothed tigers may be ambushed, and even less so is the long-haired monsters hiding in the treetops, but the water source, because all beasts and even dragons need to drink water. All sorts of beasts you wouldn't expect will always pop up in these places." Flying Dragon's words attracted the gazes of countless prospective warriors of the tribe to listen carefully, for they knew that this was the experience of the tribal warriors who had exchanged their blood for blood. "I know what you're thinking. Yes, it's true that all the beasts flee during the big cold snap season, and there are no more beasts wandering around the lake, but it's a lot of work just to chisel out a hole in that thick layer of ice, let alone digging up the entire surface of the lake for fishing. Moreover, we don't have the fishing technology. Everyone can't jump into the cold lake water to catch the fish that are hidden deep in the bottom of the lake, right? Even if I could, I would refuse to jump into the lake." Flying Dragon conceded in a rare manner. "The world in the lake is not something you can even imagine. There are water lizards that are even bigger than saber-toothed tigers in size, and one bite of its mouth is enough to drag a mammoth into the lake. There are also strange fish with mouths full of sharp teeth. I personally saw a woolly baby elephant being dragged into the lake by the water lizard after the blink of an eye was eaten by this group of strange fish." The Flying Dragon chattered spitefully, his words attracting countless teenagers and even clansmen to listen intently, and an unknown number of people let out surprised gasps because of his description. The other beast warriors also did not refute Fei Long's words, obviously agreeing very much with what Fei Long had said. By the time Fei Long finished speaking, when everyone came back to their senses and looked at Qing again, there was suddenly a touch of contempt in their eyes. This was a kind of contempt for people who talked on paper. Only a strong warrior like Fei Long who rushed to the front line of the forest could gain their admiration. While everyone had contempt for Dao Changqing, only Dao Changqing was filled with consternation at his words as he tried. "Haven't you guys ever chiseled through the ice to try it once? Try what? Trying how to catch fish? Or do you think you'll be able to retrieve your throwing spear after you shoot it into the water?" Flying Dragon scoffed, and it had to be said that Flying Dragon was actually pretty smart. He managed to think of almost every means of fishing that anyone could think of. As Flying Dragon's words fell, a few soft chuckles inevitably rang out from the rock tribe. The chief also closed his eyes and didn't say a word, apparently agreeing with Fei Long's words and no longer sticking up for Dao Changqing. Dao Changqing looked at the chief's posture. The heart of the chief for the depths of awe collapsed. He stood up, did not refute, not to mention ridicule, but also did not produce anger on the tribe despite the gaze. Not his state of mind how powerful, but he is not too sure that his mastery of the knowledge line but do not try to know how to know? So Dao Changqing said loudly, anyway, while I still have strength after drinking my fill of broth, I would like to give it a try. Who would like to go with me? You want to die, don't drag the gang along. Do you know how cold it is outside? If you go out, not only will this bone soup be for nothing, you might even get killed. Fei Long angrily rebuked. Chang, even though you became a witch, it doesn't mean you have the general wisdom of a chief. It could freeze to death out there right now, and the hell with it. I'm afraid the little birds can freeze on this trip out. How can we have a doll? I'm not going. Whoever wants to go should go. Flying Dragon's words caused countless raptor warriors to agree. With the primitive man's body, big cold wave is not that cannot go out, but go out a trip to the physical strength consumption is too strong. If then do not get food supplement. So sick are extremely likely, and illness often means a precursor to death, whether major or minor. Green, you are not under child now. You are a witch and you are responsible for your words and actions. Are you sure you want to go out and look for food? The chief opened his eyes. Dao Changqing nodded solemnly. Since you insist, let it be. But remember, if you freeze to death out there, the tribe won't send anyone to look for you. Also, you can only take a maximum of 3 mastodon warriors with you. After the chief finished speaking, he got up and left the campfire. Dao Changqing looked at the chief's hunched back, steel teeth, as if not afraid of tiger's calves. Looking around, the clan said, starve the timid, hold up the bold, don't want to suffocate and starve to death. Follow me. Who is willing? No one answered. Fei Long snorted and turned away while carrying his wooden bowl, lamenting, what a newborn calf. The other beast warriors also stood up in 2s and 3s and turned to leave. Only those ordinary clansmen didn't leave, but they weren't responding to Dao Changqing's call. They were just coveting the warmth of the campfire. Dao Changqing awkwardly looked at this scene. His heart even steeply borne a wave of absurdity as well as anger. He worked so hard to find a new source of food for the tribe. The result in the end, the entire tribe, even no one responded. What's even more ed up, however, is that he can't go on strike just because of that. Dao Changqing cursed a hard curse in his heart, turned around to pack his equipment, and decided to take a risk. He had to take a risk. Otherwise this big cold wave couldn't starve him, but it was also enough to starve his body to the point of losing its potential, because he wasn't willing to just be a sorcerer. He also wanted to become a powerful beast warrior or even a dragon warrior. Fear not, I still have the heaven-taking technique. I still don't believe it. Dao Changqing cursed fiercely in his heart for comfort, then brought all the equipment he could think of, even going so far as to take out his only stone jar and then fill it with red-hot wood to take away. On the one hand, he needed the stone jar to act as a warm baby and preserve his body temperature. On the other hand, he also needed the stone jar to preserve the fire, in case his heaven-taking technique couldn't chisel through the ice. By the time Dao Changqing had his body clanking with equipment and was ready to walk towards the exit of the cave, he didn't expect 2 familiar figures covered in equipment to be standing by the cave entrance waiting for him. One of them was none other than Uncle Wolf, while the other turned out to be Sawtooth, who had contradicted him. Uncle Wolf. Dao Changqing was surprised. Uncle Wolf walked over with a complicated expression and slapped his palm on Dao Changqing's shoulder. Kid, you're simply as stubborn as your father. This time is the last time I'll accompany you in your madness, because I belong to the tribe. Dao Changqing nodded as he was moved. Sawtooth laughed on the side. Grandpa, I have long wanted to see the power of the great cold wave. Before no one to play companion, always feel lonely. This time just go out to sea. Dao Changqing knew that Sawtooth's remark was an excuse, but he didn't ask for a specific reason, and just made a solemn promise. I'll find food, for the sake of the tribe. Then he silently added in his mind, and for myself. Chapter 11, Chiseling Ice and Flying Fish. In most stories, snow always represented holiness, yet Dao Changqing smelled death. After Sawtooth pushed away the stone logs blocking the entrance to the cave, the great cold wave unique to this world arrogantly showed Dao Changqing, the outsider, its cruelty and coldness. The forest, dense enough to deter large dinosaurs from wading through it, had turned white with knee-deep snow that took a lot of brawn with every step. Dead silence was the main theme of the great cold wave. Even the bloodthirsty saber-toothed tiger, the sinister and cunning long-haired monster, and even the pervasive insects had to retreat under the coverage of the great cold wave. What a deader world than the Antarctic! Dao Changqing blanched as he trudged through the snow with difficulty, clutching a stone jar filled with red-hot charcoal, the innate ability activated by the heaven-taking technique. Nian Li covered the surface of his body in a thin layer, blocking the cold winds from blowing and blocking the heat from being emitted. The reason why he, who was as skinny as a sparrow, dared to rush into the middle of the great cold wave was precisely because of this wonderful use of his mind power. However, even so, the dry cold continued to pass through the barrier of thoughts, corroding Dao Changqing's will and even his physical strength little by little. At this moment, what kind of love full of sour smell? What kind of wealth? All of them were already far away. In front of the pressure of survival, these were nothing more than luxuries like floating clouds. Chang, can you still hold on? Uncle Wolf asked with concern. Can. By the way, how far is it? Dao Changqing gritted his teeth and fought hard. He felt that if it wasn't for the fact that this body had been living on this planet since he was a child and had already adapted to a part of it, otherwise he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to walk more than a kilometer before he would have planted himself. As a matter of fact, he did underestimate the power of the great cold wave here, knowing that at this time, almost everything he was carrying was on Uncle Wolf's back, otherwise he was even more in a sorry state. Almost there, should be 3 more miles. Step up, Uncle Wolf said. Dao Changqing looked at Uncle Wolf's expression of calmness despite his frosty brows, and his heart became even more eager about becoming a fierce beast warrior. As for Sawtooth, he was almost always active on both sides of the line, searching for possible food, but from what I've seen so far, he's gained very little. Dao Changqing no longer thought wildly, he collected his mind and stared at Uncle Wolf's back, gritting his teeth and trying to keep up. After an unknown amount of time, Uncle Wolf suddenly stood still and said, "We're here." The moment Dao Changqing heard these words, his body shook and almost fell to the ground. He almost exhausted his physical strength as he held onto the trunk of the tree, looking at the surface of the frozen lake not far away that resembled a huge silver mirror. The entire person did not have the emotion of appreciating the stunning scenery, and cursed an expletive in his heart breathlessly. Cursed mud horse, tired of father. Dao Changqing rested for a while holding onto the trunk of a tree, saving up some energy before pulling his feet towards the lake again. At this time, Uncle Wolf Sawtooth and the two of them had already searched along the lake, each towards one side for 500 paces square, and then came back again. "This is the first time I've ever stood by the lake in the light of day," Sawtooth said with a look of emotion, pointing to a corner of the lake. "I still remember last summer, I hid under that tree and robbed a giant warthog of its prey." Uncle Wolf was not in the mood to lament. He looked at the sky and then at Dao Changqing. "Chang, what should we do?" Dao Changqing walked to the edge of the lake, looked down at the ice that could barely see the flow of water, and suddenly a trace of worry arose in his heart. Could such a thick layer of ice be chiseled away? Since we're catching fish, naturally we need to chisel through the ice, Dao Changqing said. After saying that, he skipped around the lake and visually measured the thickness of the ice. The result made him a little surprised. He was sure that the thickness of the ice here was at least half a meter thick. Such a thickness was simply amazing. Such a thick layer of ice. Even if we can chisel through it, I'm afraid it's going to be dark, Sawtooth said. What does the darkness of a great cold wave mean? I believe that Dao Changqing is a fool who also knows what it means. At this time, Dao Changqing had already removed everything from his body, and he pulled out a sharp bone spur, which was his father's legacy and the most expensive legacy, a leg bone of a wind god pterodactyl. Don't look at this leg bone is hollow, but its hardness is even more powerful than special steel. If this is stabbed into the body of the prey, it will drain the blood of the prey in minutes. It's naturally impractical to hard chisel through such thick ice, but I have a better way, Dao Changqing said while manipulating the pterodactyl leg bone, drew a circle on the ice, and chiseled some small dots on the circle line, then said to Uncle Wolf, "Uncle Wolf, do you feel that the dragon spikes can be smashed in? This is the leg bone of a wind god pterodactyl." "Of course, and can you pull it out after it's smashed in?" "Don't worry, with me and Sawtooth, you can pull it out even if you chisel it into a rock." "Well, then, please, Uncle Wolf, chisel through these points, leave it to me," Uncle Wolf said as he dryly rummaged through a pile of tools and pulled out the stone hammer. On the contrary, it was Sawtooth who stood on the sidelines and lamented, "Hey, I didn't expect it to be Jet's most cherished dragon thorn. If he knew that you took his dragon thorn to chisel the ice instead of sticking it into your prey, he's afraid that he could die of anger," Sawtooth lamented. Dao Changqing did not squeak. To him, it was just a tool. Since it was a tool, what was the essential difference between using it for chiseling ice or hunting? Uncle Wolf stopped talking. He took the stone hammer in silence, then flung his giant pounding arm and smashed it hard. Bang! 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 As the hammer smashed down, the ice surface was gradually chiseled out one hole after another, and the surface of the ice layer was even ruptured due to the penetration of the dragon spikes, and even gave birth to fine cracks. Unfortunately, the ice was so thick that looking at the numerous cracks actually had no effect on the hole. Only after a long time did Uncle Wolf pull out the dragon spike with a sweaty head and said, "Phew, it's done." Dao Changqing looked at the densely packed holes on the circle line of the ice and said, "Uncle Wolf, come on, hammer it against the center." Uncle Wolf didn't talk nonsense, swung the hammer, and smashed it down hard against the circle. Boom! A sound. The entire lake ice because of this hammer trembled for a moment. However, the ice circle within this hammer although smashed ice debris everywhere, but the circle ice surface froze without being smashed to sink. Damn! No wonder Flying Dragon never tried it. It was so laborious for him to break the ice with such skillful chiseling of the sides. I'm afraid it would be even more difficult for others to break the ice by brute force. Want some more? Uncle Wolf asked. At this moment, Dao Changqing was lying on his back at the edge of the circle, and his Nianli drilled through the holes in the circle's line, observing the connecting points around the circle. The hammer that Uncle Wolf had just used, although it hadn't completely broken the connecting points around the circle, it had basically destroyed them. No need. Dao Changqing's voice trembled a bit, because as he observed the connection point of the circle's ice, he suddenly noticed that there were already strange-looking fish gathering over. He was sure the fish definitely didn't come because of the sound, but because of the oxygen. The physical laws of this world, unchanged. Uncle Wolf, do you believe I can catch a fish? Dao Changqing stood up and turned back to ask. Uncle Wolf was slightly silent and said, honestly, I don't quite believe it. I don't believe it either. Sawtooth interjected full of concern. Dao Changqing suddenly grinned, and with this grin, the large cloud of white mist that came out of his haze suddenly hazed his face. I don't believe it either. Ha! Uncle Wolf and even Sawtooth were astonished. You don't even believe in yourself. Why did you come all the way here? Dao Changqing added. But I can make the fish fly up by themselves. Flying Dragon said you like to brag. And I guess it's true. Sawtooth scoffed. Dao Changqing didn't retort. He slowly retreated a few steps back. He opened his arms as if he wanted to embrace the entire lake, and as if he was embracing the world. At this moment he roared as if he was a middle-aged youth. Come out, my little fishy. Along with his roar, there was a steep clicking sound coming from the ice, and in the next moment, a round icicle rose up into the sky. As this icicle flew out, countless fish were like fountains, drilling out frantically along this hole, and then leaping into the air. Golden, silver, black, brown, all kinds of fish tumbling in the air, their smooth scales refracting a dazzling light under the miserable sunlight, almost blinding Uncle Wolf Sawtooth's eyes in an instant. Put, poof, the large ice surface rained fish. Countless strange fish fell on the ice surface, frantically rolling, bouncing and jumping. Unlike the lake water which always maintains 0 degree, the cool temperature on the ice surface soon made many fish with sharp teeth in their mouths, enough to eat people, lose their vitality, and they could only despairingly open and close their mouths. Unlike the despair of the prey, the joy of the hunter at this moment was so great that it was hard to describe it in words. Uncle Wolf looked at the scene with a dumbfounded look on his face. His mouth was wide open, and beads of dried and frozen sweat hung on his face as if he were a wax statue. Sawtooth was even more exaggerated. He looked at this scene with a shocked face, and suddenly lifted his palm to his cheek and just smacked it hard. Pop! Asterisk 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 it hurts. Ha ha ha, this is not a dream. Ha ha ha, I'm not dreaming. Sawtooth laughed wildly as his hands danced around, and he even grabbed Uncle Wolf's shoulders and shook them desperately. I'll you up. Let go of me. What the are you grabbing me for? Grab the fish. Don't let it get away. Uncle Wolf reacted with a hysterical roar. With a strange cry, Sawtooth hurriedly put down Uncle Wolf, then desperately grabbed the fish on the ice and flung them towards the shore. Uncle Wolf did the same, his whole body almost lying on the ice, frantically picking up the fish. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This fish is still biting? Just wait, you'll be the first to eat you later. What a fat fish. This is heavier than a high-toothed sheep. I'm afraid. The two were frantically picking up fish while yelling to themselves. As for Dao Changqing, he was directly ignored. Well, in front of food, I'm afraid that chiefs would be ignored. At this moment, Dao Changqing looked at the duo that was frantically picking up fish, and looked at the ice hole that was frantically spewing out strange fish, and the corners of his mouth couldn't restrain themselves from cracking up. After the ice hole in the lake gradually froze over and no more fish washed out, the Uncle Wolf duo finally stopped after picking up the fish around the hole, huffing and puffing. Lots of fish. There's no need to go hungry this great cold wave. Our granite tribe will never have to go hungry again. Lots of fish. So many fish. Ha ha ha. Uncle Wolf and Sawtooth looked at the piles of fish piled up into a small mountain on the shore, glanced at each other, and their faces unanimously revealed silly smiles, their mouths murmuring endlessly. Only after a long time did Uncle Wolf and Sawtooth react, and they looked at Dao Changqing with eyes so wild that it was almost as if they were seeing a god. Sawtooth even snapped, kneeling on one knee. Great Witch, please forgive Sawtooth for his offense. Dao Changqing looked at this scene with surprise. The original anger of being despised suddenly dissipated at this moment. He hurriedly walked over to help Sawtooth up and said, Get up, get up. It's not much. Get up, get up. I forgive you. Sawtooth looked up at Dao Changqing and said with a solemn expression, I have a premonition that you will be the greatest witch of the granite tribe. That's a must. Ching is my brother Jie's son. He will definitely be the greatest wizard of our granite tribe in the future. Uncle Wolf laughed out loud, the excitement and smugness in his eyes overflowing. Ha ha ha, now I'm especially looking forward to Flying Dragon's expression when he sees these fish. Uncle Wolf added badly. Chapter 12, Fish Mountain. It has been 3 cups of water since Ching left with Wolf and Sawtooth, and seeing that the sky outside is about to darken, the clansmen sitting around the campfire inevitably discussed the fishing thing that Dao Changqing said. In fact, ever since Dao Changqing's trio left, the topic of conversation among the tribal people had been centered around them. After all, a small country with few people is extremely bored. This day, the tribe suddenly once again has a fire, and the birth of a witch. Continuous discussion is normal. However, at this time, most people still have limited knowledge. The topic of conversation is like a village woman. All are some trivial things, such as how Qing's mother died, such as Qing's father Jie is a powerful beast warrior, such as how naughty Qing was as a child, and so on. When it was about to get dark, everyone's attention was once again focused on what Qing had said about fishing. Do you guys think Green can really catch fish in this big cold snap? Can't catch it. Definitely can't catch it. Flying Dragon has said, not to mention catching fish, there is no food to be found in the forest under the great cold wave. It would be nice to pick up some wild fruits, bird and animal carcasses. Where's the food when it's so cold out there and all the fiercer beasts have run away? That's it. For some reason, it was almost unanimous that Qing couldn't catch any fish or find any food. This is not really their fault. After all, they have been living here for generations. If they could find it, they would have found it long ago. Wouldn't they wait until now? It's dark now. They 1T have frozen to death outside, right? Someone said worriedly. Wolf and Sawtooth shouldn't be. They are powerful beast warriors. But it's hard to say about Chang. After all, he's only become a witch. What can he be capable of? The thought that Qing might freeze to death in the wilderness. Everyone's mood somehow suddenly felt a bit like a rabbit's death. I do hope Green can find food, someone muttered. But the voice was so tiny that even he couldn't hear himself. It seemed so understated. Just as the crowd was talking, Flying Dragon walked over from the depths of the cavern, and as soon as he appeared, his loud voice spread throughout the public activity area. Ha! Green and the others aren't back yet? Flying Dragon asked as his eyes darted around. Nope. Flying Dragon sniffed and bristled. I told you a long time ago that a big cold wave can find a load of food. Still don't believe me? If I could find food, I would have found it long ago. Why are we still waiting for them? Not back this late. I think 80% are frozen to death outside. That's it. In the end, it's a newborn calf that's not afraid of tigers. Many clansmen have promised. For Flying Dragon they not only don't dare to offend, but even have to curry favor. Because these ordinary clansmen rely on the tribe to distribute food, where can they survive? The reason why many people can survive. In addition to the tribe's succor, most are relying on their own polished handmade labor products to the Flying Dragon stream of beast warriors in exchange for food. So naturally do not dare to offend one of the tribe's most powerful beast warriors of the Flying Dragon. Just then, the clan members guarding the cave entrance suddenly shouted, Qing is back. As soon as the voice fell, the stone logs blocking the mouth of the cavern made a rumbling rolling sound, and suddenly a piercing cold current drilled into the warm cavern, blowing many clansmen subconsciously shivered. It's cold. I'll be damned if I can find food in this weather. After this chilling reminder, many people subconsciously muttered in low voices. Under the reflection of the bonfire, a hair condensed with a white flower ice on silhouette, 2 hands empty drilled in. Take a closer look. This is not the newly promoted witch Chang, and who will it be? When Fei Long took a look at Dao Changqing's look, he couldn't help but snicker. Chang, didn't you say you could catch fish? Where's the fish? Why don't you bring it to me? At this moment, the tribal people looked at Dao Changqing's empty-handed appearance and couldn't help but show a disappointed look. Although they didn't think that Dao Changqing could find food, in fact, there was still a trace of hope in their hearts. Unfortunately, the big cold snap is really the season that extinguishes all hope. The rolling sound of the cave's rocky logs startled a number of the tribe's fierce warriors to come out, and they all looked at the two-handed Qing and shook their heads as a matter of course. Dao Changqing, freezing teeth chattering, tongue is even more rigid, cannot say a word at all. Seeing that Dao Changqing didn't squeak, he thought he was right and couldn't help but taunt again. Could it be that this beautiful head of ice flowers is the result of the hunt of our newly promoted witch? At this time, Dao Changqing's head of black hair had long been covered with white ice awnings, and under the warm baking of the cave's campfire, it dripped and melted into water, making Dao Changqing look so wretched. I've told you for a long time that you can't find food, let alone fish, in a big cold snap, but unfortunately you just don't believe me. Now you've suffered, haven't you? Don't think you're great just because you become a wizard. Let me tell you, you still have a lot to learn if you want to become a great wizard like Chief. First of all, you need to change this bragging problem of yours. Fei Long put on a superior stance to teach Dao Changqing a lesson. As the crowd listened to what Fei Long said and then looked at Dao Changqing's wretched posture, their respect for Dao Changqing's discovery of the fire seed and even his becoming a witch instantly dropped to a minimum. It was also true that although a sorcerer's methods were much more varied than a fierce beast warrior's, they had to be like a fierce beast warrior's and needed time to settle down as well as wash away. Dao Changqing had only become a sorcerer, so how powerful could he be? In the end, everyone was still subconsciously extending their respect to Dao Changqing because of their respect for the chief. Dao Changqing looked at Fei Long's smug appearance, and honestly he was a little confused as to why Fei Long liked to target him. Who said I didn't catch any fish? Dao Changqing rubbed his frozen face, finally feeling like he had regained his dominance over language. Flying Dragon froze, then asked, what about the fish? Call you stupid and you really are. Can I take that many fish if I'm so skinny? Can't you see that Uncle Wolf and Sawtooth aren't here yet? Of course the fish are all at their place. There are too many fish caught this time. They are traveling slowly and the sky is about to get dark, so I rushed ahead first to get help, Dao Changqing said rightfully. Flying Dragon sniffed and subconsciously retorted, you're lying. Even if the three of you can catch fish, how much can you catch? Wolf and Sawtooth are the famous Hercules of our tribe. They can drag back even a mammoth. Not to mention fish. Yes, when our tribe goes out to hunt, there has never been a situation where there is more food than we can take. Some manticore warriors echoed. That's right, the beast warrior is not to strength to excel in the person. 1,000 kilograms of strength is also there. And the wolf and Sawtooth is originally to strength. The average person can have 2 or 3,000 kilograms of strength. A mammoth average weight in 6 to 8 tons. The wolf and Sawtooth is not able to move a mammoth, but will drag it back or can do. The words of the flying dragon and the fierce beast warrior caused the tribespeople to question Dao Changqing's words all of a sudden. Looking at the eyes of the crowd, Dao Changqing was filled with consternation. He had thought about the kind of cheers he would receive upon his return. However, what he hadn't expected at all was for the tribe to not believe his words at all. I'm not lying, Dao Changqing growled angrily. Fei Long, you're the one who lied. I don't understand. Why are you targeting me at every turn? Is it bad that I caught fish? Do you want to let the clan starve as a way to show how hard it is for you to hunt? Raise your status? You flying dragon took a step forward in great anger. The fierce beast lines hidden under his skin lit up abruptly. At this moment, he was like a beast that chose people and was cruel and frightening. This time there was no more Uncle Wolf to shelter Dao Changqing. Yet Dao Changqing was pleasantly unafraid to similarly step forward and confront Fei Long. You? Am I wrong? At this moment, Dao Changqing's eyes were red, and his Nianli exploded out of his body uncontrollably, startling the surrounding rolling stone bonfires into a terrified retreat. If I wanted to lie, why would I tell such a lie that can be easily recognized? If I'm lying or not, won't you all know if you follow me out to take a look? Or are you afraid that I'll silence your group of fierce beast warriors outside? As Dao Changqing roared, the entire tribe fell silent in an instant. Chapter 13, There's a reason for what happened. Everyone was stunned as they looked at Dao Changqing and then at Fei Long. And for a moment, they actually didn't know what to say. Fei Long's face flushed red as he looked at Dao Changqing, who was near his eyeballs, and shouted angrily, fine, I'll follow you out to take a look. I'm going to. The Manticore warriors of the Granite tribe responded almost collectively. At this time, the chief had already walked out long ago. He looked at the scene in front of him, and did not speak since the beginning. Only now did he open his mouth. Pay attention to safety. If the sky is completely dark, come back immediately. Yes. The crowd of fierce beast warriors responded with collective respect. Dao Changqing looked fiercely at the flying dragon, and then without caring about his depleted strength he once again plunged into the cold and windy world of ice and snow, while the rock tribe's fierce beast warriors also came out one after another in a row. At this time outside the sky has been darkened down, but also loss of full of snow and ice cover, making the world a white cloudy piece, but also barely recognized the path. All of them recognized the direction and ran furiously. One of the beast warriors called Black Valley disliked Dao Changqing's speed was too slow, and grabbed him up and carried him on his shoulder and ran furiously. Dao Changqing didn't resist. It was really because his physical strength had actually been depleted for a long time. Mastodon warriors deserved to be the mainstay of the tribe. One as if the humanoid stormtroopers, not only unlimited strength, but also speed and swiftness. Open step running up as if the cat is as light and silent. Thick snow and the growth of giant trees and bushes cannot cause too much impact on them. Miles away from the tea time too, but the people of the rock? Before the crowd arrived, a voice of inquiry came from a dark hill in the distance. It's Sawtooth. Nonsense. What other tribe have you seen in this forest besides our Granite tribe? Ha ha ha. Sawtooth, you're not frozen stupid, are you? The rushing Manticore warriors staggered in response. They would have dared to be so mannered in the great cold wave. If it had been hunting season, one of them would have hated to sew their mouths shut. Where's the fish Green was talking about? The crowd arrived, and one by one, they stretched their heads and looked around inquiringly. Flying Dragon is even far away is a vertical leap. Jump to the Sawtooth Wolf uncle stood on top of the mountain, while looking around while sneering, where are the fish? Xing said that you have caught a lot of fish even you can't move it. Where are the fish? Why don't I see it? Humph. I told you Qing was lying. Yeah, where's the fish? Where's the fish? The crowd yelled. Uncle Wolf walked over, raised his palm and hammered at Flying Dragon's head. Who's lying? You're blind. Isn't that a fish under your feet? Flying Dragon was smashed burst of anger, was trying to get angry steep sniffing, looked down, only to notice that the foot of the mountain package is clearly a piece of falling snow, huge ice lumps inside the vaguely wet things. What? This lump of ice is a fish? Wolf, you're really frozen stupid, aren't you? The many clansmen looked incredulous. Before the wolf could get angry, Sawtooth growled, Whitey, you're the one who's freezing your ass off. Open your piggy eyes and take a good look at what's this. There seems to be fish in there. One of the best-sighted manticore warriors, sweeping the falling snow above the icy lump, suddenly shuddered. Sawtooth continued to growl, Nonsense, of course it's all fish. Bunch of idiots. Do you know that this was the Great Ching's idea? He had us freeze this pile of fish into ice lumps. That's how we were able to drag them all back here. Otherwise, with the little bit of grass rope we brought, we'd have been able to take away 10 and that would have been the top of the list. Impossible. How can there be fish in here? It's so dark. Are you lying to us? Sawtooth? Flying Dragon lying on top of the ice lump, hard to look inside, but unfortunately at this time the sky is already dark. How to look? There is also a kind of ambiguous seemingly right or wrong feeling. Put your mother's fart. Flying Dragon have the guts to say that again? Sawtooth stormed and roared, the fierce beast pattern on his body steeply emitting a faint glow. Well, if it's a fish or not, we won't know if we drag it back. That's right, it's not far from the tribe anyway. Many people made peace and rounded up. Go back and you'll be shocked out of your piggy eyes. Sawtooth cursed angrily at the Flying Dragon. The Flying Dragon rarely retorted as he looked at the giant ice lump in front of him, which was twice as tall as him, with a cloudy expression on his face. For these beast warriors, hunting and even carrying prey was an instinct they relied on to survive. So don't look at this ice lump the size of a small mountain, but one really didn't care. Everyone tacitly grabbed the hemp rope and pulled it up. There is also a part of the warriors distributed around and pushed it up. There are even some beast warriors tacitly climbed on the side of the big tree that several people embraced, folding some vines or wood temporarily instead of ropes or crowbars. Under the collaboration of a group of fierce beast warriors, this ice pimple carrying up is incomparable than before, and the speed is fast rushing to the tribal cave. On this journey, Dao Changqing hadn't spoken since the beginning, and he followed alongside with difficulty, his entire body so tired that he was practically puking. Soon, the crowd finally arrived at the cave. The Granite Tribe's wintering cave was remodeled from a natural cave, so the opening was huge, and after the stone logs blocking the door rolled away to one side, the crowd shouted their horns and finally dragged the giant ice lump into the cave. After the matter of Dao Changqing coming to move the manpower before, all the clansmen of the Granite Tribe had been alarmed long ago. Everyone stood densely in the public activity area, looking at the ice lumps dragged in by the warriors, one by one, suddenly staring with rounded eyes and mouths wide open, all of them with a look like they had seen a living ghost. This thing is a fish? I ate fish once when I was young and it looked like this. Oh my god, that's a fish. It looks like a lizard without legs. Under the reflection of the campfire, the ice lumps frozen with densely packed strange fish reflected dazzling luster, and for a time, I don't know how many people's eyes were blinded, and how many people's bellies were starved by the sight of it. Flying Dragon, open your piggy eyes and take a good look. See what this is? Uncle Wolf jumped on top of the ice lumps and proudly displayed it all. These are fish. It's fish. Enough fish for our tribe to survive the great cold wave. These were caught by Ching. It was Ching. Ha ha ha. Worthy of being Jet's son, if not the most powerful warrior, then the greatest wizard. These were caught by Green? Could it be true what Ching said? A big cold wave can really catch fish? I didn't think a big cold snap could find food. Incredible. Incredible. Countless clansmen were shocked and exclaimed. Along with the chatter of the Granite Tribe, Fei Long's expression instantly became extremely difficult to see. His old face was suffocated into a dark purple color, especially when Uncle Wolf mentioned the word Jia. His body's ferocious beast pattern even lit up uncontrollably. At this moment, he hated to chop Dao Changqing and even Uncle Wolf into mincemeat, but his remaining sanity told him that if he dared to act rashly for a moment, the clansmen, whose eyes were green with food excitement, were afraid that they would be able to tear him apart alive. At this moment, not to mention Fei Long, even those who had previously questioned Dao Changqing, their expressions were also wonderful. One by one, they were dumbfounded as they looked at the frozen fish mountain in front of them. Some were ashamed of their old faces, some lowered their heads, and many more directly and selectively forgot about their previous questioning. I don't believe it. With a lake that big and ice that thick, how could Ching catch so many fish by himself in just one afternoon? It must be empty. Fei Long struggled. He already believed that Dao Changqing could catch fish, but he still didn't believe that Dao Changqing could catch so many fish by himself, even with the addition of Wolf and Sawtooth. After all, this was not a head of prey. which encompassed hundreds of big fish. So many fish, one by one. Even the most powerful person could not catch so many in one afternoon. Flying dragon, you've had enough. Dao Changqing didn't squeak, and Sawtooth rebelled angrily instead. What's the matter? I told you. Weak-minded? Flying dragon cursed back. At this time, Uncle Wolf stood out. He reached out his hand to stop Sawtooth, who wanted to rush up to fight alone. He coldly glanced at the flying dragon, suddenly roared, turned around and picked up an adult-sized boulder. Is a vicious smack to the ice pimple. Ka-ching! A sound of ice cracking rang out as the giant frozen fish mountain ruptured under the boulder's collision, exploding into several pieces, revealing a dense and strange fish inside. SSSSSHHHH. The sound of pouring cold air rose and fell through the tribe. Oh my god! Much! An unknown number of clansmen stirred again. It's one thing to see a mountain of fish. It's another thing to split that mountain and spread it out and look at it again. It's like a pile of $10,000 bills, and scattering them all over the bed is certainly much more spectacular than tying them up. At this moment, the flying dragon's expression froze steeply while the fierce beast patterns on its body grew brighter and brighter. Flying dragon, do you know why you are not as good as Jet? Uncle Wolf, who had finished throwing the boulder, suddenly said inexplicably. Fei Long's expression was frozen. Then he was furious, his eyes glowing red as he stared at Uncle Wolf, seemingly in a position to fight at the drop of a hat. Flying Dragon's stance caused many of the tribe's fierce beast warriors to look serious, and each of them stared at Flying Dragon, fearing that this tribe's strongest fierce beast warrior would go berserk. Uncle Wolf didn't care about Fei Long's gesture and looked a bit compassionate. Because you won't give in. When these words came out, the Flying Dragon was like 5 thunderbolts hitting the roof. His expression abruptly paled, his erect and majestic body shook slightly and unnoticeably, and the fierce beast patterns that lit up on his body even dimmed quietly. He was silent for a while before his figure stiffened and he gave Dao Changqing a chest-pounding salute before turning around and leaving the campfire area, his back surprisingly a bit sullen for a while. At this moment, Dao Changqing vaguely finally understood why Fei Long always liked to target him. Chapter 14 Continuity is the beginning of hope. You guys are not seeing the scene at that time, only to see Qing standing in the center of the lake, open his arms. Yes, just like me. He yelled out a mysterious incantation, only to hear Pang's loud bang. The ice in the center of the lake steeply exploded. The water column rises up to the sky. Countless monstrous fish whirled and flew out. No, no, no. At that time, which is a column of water, is clearly a column of fish. You did not see. After the ice broke open, countless strange fish densely rushed out of the ice, simply lined up to rush out. That's right, the sky is full of fish. Like a pouring rain. Hula, it can just smash people to death. Ha ha ha, but I'd rather be smashed by a fish like this. It was also Green's idea to freeze these fish into ice lumps and ship them back. We got a simple wooden raft. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Green said it was a sled. Yes, 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 the sled. Sled, that's the sled. We piled the fish one by one on the sled and then drizzled it with a layer of water, and in no time at all it was all frozen into a lump of ice. Where else would the two of us have been able to pull so many fish back? At this moment, countless clansmen of the Granite tribe were sitting around the campfire, eating grilled fish while listening to the wolf and Sawtooth's description, and when they heard the wonderful place, they couldn't care less about eating the fish, or opened their mouths wide in dismay, or let out cries of astonishment, or looked envious, and couldn't wait to go over there immediately to fish with Cheng. Uncle Wolf, can we catch any more fish? A half-grown boy suddenly shouted. He actually wanted to ask Dao Changqing about it, but somehow he was suddenly a bit afraid to ask, so he asked to Uncle Wolf. Uncle Wolf didn't say anything as he looked at Dao Changqing. Under the reflection of the campfire, Dao Changqing's red flushed face said, "Of course we can. We can go fishing tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, the day after that, every day after the big cold snap, and every time we can bring in this many fish, if not more." The Rock tribe had no alcohol, but Dao Changqing was already slightly drunk. Ha ha ha, did you hear that? Green, Cyan, Qing. The Granite clan instantly became excited when they heard this, and they cheered everything in the simplest and crudest way possible. When the cheering slowed down a bit, it was the half-grown boy who asked the question who gathered his courage and said, "Cheng, can we people go?" His name was Big Rain, and he was too eager to see the outside world. But the outside world was never exclusive to fierce beast warriors. Without the fighting power and physical strength of fierce beast warriors, it was just a death for them ordinary people to go out. Throughout their ordinary lives, if there were no accidents, they would probably only be able to take a look at the outside world when they participated in the hunting trials and were able to follow the excellent fierce beast warriors to learn hunting skills. These would have to wait another 6 months for heavy rain, and he couldn't wait any longer. The words of Wolf and Sawtooth just now suddenly reminded him that the great cold wave, which used to represent death, seemed to be just the right time for them to take a hike and see the outside world, because in this season, they only had one enemy left, and that was the cold. The key was this enemy that they seemed to be able to defeat. Heavy Rain's words caused the eyes of countless clansmen to light up. Dao Changqing didn't answer as he thought for a moment. I'll have to ask Lord Chief about that. I'm not sure if your physiques can stand the cold outside. When the many clansmen heard this, they immediately revealed a look of disappointment. There was nothing Dao Changqing could do about this. Although he was a little flustered by the adoration of his clan, his cautious nature brought about by years of inferiority still caused him to retain a point of sanity. It is this point of reason told him, this matter absolutely cannot be casually agreed. After all, he is not the tribal authority. He promised without authorization, but the commitment cannot. This is a breach of trust. A breach of trust is equal to as the loss of his majesty. Most importantly, he really wasn't too sure if the clan could withstand the wind and cold outside. In case they couldn't withstand it and came back sick, even the smallest ailment, such as a fever or a cold, could deteriorate into a rather vicious and deadly event in this world with few medical capabilities. So Dao Changqing refused without thinking. He didn't know that his prudence caused the Lord Chief, who had been lying behind the cavern, to quietly reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth. It was only until this moment that he suddenly identified with Dao Changqing. A true leader didn't necessarily have to be able to invent and create, didn't necessarily have to be overpowering in force, but must be sensible and wise enough. In his opinion, the continuation of the tribe was the most important thing, and at all times the matter had to be put in the first place. And for this purpose, even if the old people were expelled and defective babies were killed, it would not be necessary to do so. He was getting old and he had to find a new leader for the tribe soon. The revelry in front of the tribe continues. The fire disperses the cold. The lake brings food. The granary knows the manners. The food and clothing is enough to know honor and disgrace. The satisfaction of food and clothing makes the rock tribe burst into a long-lost hilarity. The green fishing scene was told over and over again, egged on by playful bear children, and there never seemed to be enough of it. Countless clansmen were always tirelessly pursuing the scene of the fish breaking out of the ice, as if to confirm one thing from that detail, that it was not all a dream. Dao Changqing also didn't want this to be a dream, even before 10 days ago. He hated that this strange dream woke up earlier. Dao Changqing, who had soul-worn this ancient teenager's body, experienced the feeling of being full for the first time. That feeling of having one's belly doubly rounded to the point where one could almost see the veins was definitely a great happiness for the people of this world. Lying in his thick buckskin, he experienced this hard-won happiness and fell into an exhausted slumber. He had never slept so well, so contentedly, and when he woke up in a daze, he was almost startled by the ghostly face in front of him. The ghostly face, which was black and spitting messy carbon ash, suddenly cracked a gap, revealing snow-white teeth, and then laughed nervously. Chang, you're awake? Do you want fish or meat? I'll go bake it for you. The ghostly face was no other than Heavy Rain. Why are you here? Dao Changqing's tone had a hint of displeasure. This cave was only assigned to him by the tribe last night. Theoretically it was his property. Nima, my house. You somehow barged in. This is more or less uncomfortable for the modern people who have a very strong concept of privacy. Big Rain didn't notice the displeasure in Dao Changqing's tone as he happily said, I came over to see if you're awake. Lord Chief said that you just awakened the witch yesterday, and you were busy all afternoon, so you must be exhausted, and told us not to wake you up, so he asked me to come over and watch you. Why are you looking at me? Can I still run away? Dao Changqing's consciousness gradually sobered up, and his huffing and puffing wakefulness gradually dissipated. To go fishing? Of course. Chang, you don't know, do you? In the morning, Lord Chief said that us ordinary clansmen can also go out fishing as long as we can stand the cold outside. Speaking of this, Dayu suddenly scratched his head in embarrassment. No, fishing is only for you. We actually went over there to get some exercise and familiarize ourselves with the forest environment in advance. Of course, although our strength is not as great as that of the mighty beast warriors, we can still carry a lot of things. It turned out that in his effort to sleep, the entire tribe had long been bustling with activity. Countless idle beast warriors climbed up early and feverishly prepared their tools, ready for Qing to take them fishing. How could he have slept if the chief hadn't taken pity on Dao Changqing's physical strength? However, it was also because he slept in that many of the ordinary clansmen plucked up the courage to ask the clan leader if they could follow. They couldn't do much, but they could still carry equipment and even food. For some unknown reason, the chief, who had always been strict in his work, had this time agreed to the request of the ordinary clansmen. Only, he gave qualifications. In other words, not everyone could go along. For example, children under the age of 9, pregnant women, and the elderly were not allowed to go. The very few physically weak clansmen couldn't go either. However, even so, the entire Granite tribe went wild. In order to be the first to depart, the tribe specifically sent Big Rain over to squat on Dao Changqing, and as soon as Dao Changqing woke up, they could immediately depart. Such treatment instantly made Dao Changqing's little bit of wakefulness dissipate, and his heart was warm and awesome. Chapter 15, Departure. Fishing. Dao Changqing put on his bearskin coat and his straw shoes, then rushed out of the cave. When he arrived at the front of the cavern, sure enough the entire tribe was almost ready and waiting for him. Green, you're awake? Ha ha ha, Green is awake. Everyone get up and get going. Fishing. Countless clansmen hooted and hollered as they climbed to their feet, the various tools on their bodies clanking together with a jingling sound that was set off by the cheers. What's the hurry? Green hasn't eaten anything yet. Right, Chang, eat quickly. We're not in a hurry. Some people said contradictory words, only the concern as well as the joy between their brows could not be concealed. Without waiting for Dao Changqing to respond to the clansmen, the chief crossed the crowd and his appearance caused the clansmen to subconsciously shut their mouths. The chief walked next to Dao Changqing and said, Chang, although you still have half a year before you reach adulthood, but now you are already qualified to take on heavier responsibilities. The forest under the great cold wave. Although there is no threat from the fierce beasts and dinosaurs, but you still can't be paralyzed. Listen to Flying Dragon's advice more often. He is the tribe's best fierce beast warrior. The forest is his second home. Dao Changqing glanced at Fei Long at his words and nodded in response. Yes, I will. At this time the chief turned around and took a bowl of food that had been prepared long ago from the hands of his clan members and handed it to Dao Changqing, and in the bowl was a fresh pool of blood. Drink it, it will give you a whole day's worth of vigor, the chief said. This scene directly made countless clansmen envious. This was the beast blood that the chief had personally blessed. How great an honor must it be to be qualified to enjoy it. However, while the clansmen were envious, Dao Changqing's expression was odd. As he sniffed at the overwhelming smell of blood, his intestines flipped, and he vomited his overnight meal. Dao Changqing hesitated for a moment, looking at the chief's resolute expression and thinking about the tribe's customs. He had to wail in his heart and took the wooden bowl, tilting his head back and drying it off with one hand. Yes, countless clansmen cheered. However, Dao Changqing's expression was odd at this moment. Unlike the foul taste of swallowing a raw egg that he imagined, the seemingly fishy blood, after pouring into his throat, surprisingly carried a strange sweetness, and after entering his stomach, it immediately turned into a warm current, spreading out to all of his limbs and bones. In the next moment, the hunger and cold of the early morning suddenly disappeared. What surprised Dao Changqing the most was that he clearly felt that his Nianli had actually strengthened. Dao Changqing had tested his Nimbus power. His Nimbus power should be around 250 kilograms, or 500 pounds, and his attack distance was around 1.5 meters. Then right after drinking this bowl of blood in pain, his Nianli power strength increased to 600 pounds and his attack distance increased to 2 meters. As the saying goes, an inch short is an inch dangerous, an inch long is an inch strong. This increased attack distance of 0.5 meters as well as 100 pounds of strength. The combat power enhancement brought about is definitely not a little bit more than half a point. The chief looked at Dao Changqing's stunned expression, and the corner of his mouth gently hooked to reveal a smug smile. He patted Dao Changqing's shoulder before staggering off and heading deeper into the cave, handing the stage over to the young clansman. According to the rules of the Granite tribe, all children after the age of 7 will begin to accept the unified warrior training. 5 years later, began to accept one-on-one or one-on-two field hunting to learn. This learning will generally last 2 years. To be 14 years of age on the day of adulthood, they will be subjected to the blood sacrifice trial, the success of the beast warrior. The failure of the next year there will be another opportunity to challenge. If you continue to fail to be relegated to the ordinary tribesman, a lifelong prisoner in the corner of the tribe to build living supplies and weapons. The tribe will be imprisoned for life, and will be able to create living goods and weapons for the tribe. Dayu is 11 years old, and will be 12 after surviving this big cold snap. So this is the first time Dayu has left the tribe and gone deeper into the wilderness. The forest of the Great Cold Wave was a bit different from the world described in the mouths of the Manticore warriors, and the sky and the earth seemed much cooler down, but this still made heavy rain exuberant to the core. The whistling cold wind caused Dayu's body to resist shivering, and the snow under his feet caused him to struggle quite a bit with each kick, but he still couldn't care less about that, his eyes looking east and west with animation and excitement. Giant trees held by several people, collapsed stories, scratches on the trunks, dried skeletons, everything can cause them to marvel. Some of the Manticore warriors also took the opportunity to teach the new generation on the spot. See those dense claw marks? That's from saber-toothed tigers sharpening their claws. And in the forest, saber-toothed tigers and velociraptors, dinosaurs, are our most powerful enemies. Not only these two, cracked flesh beast, blind bear, wind god pterodactyl, shaggy monster, even a small raptor, velociraptor, which is worse than saber-toothed tiger, bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I admit that the cracked flesh beast is very powerful, but compared to the saber-toothed tiger it's still a bit inferior. even if it's that close. It could easily rip your belly open. Well, don't argue. There's no strongest and weakest in the forest. The weakest bug could burrow into your body and suck you dry, and the most insignificant plant could kill you. Hey, look what I see. There's even an explosive fruit in existence now. Idiot, don't go over there. That's not a fruit you can eat. I'm telling you, that thing will explode once it's ripe, and if you go over there with your little body, your head will be blown off. Along the way, the Manticore warriors talked in high spirits, arguing or explaining, eliciting cries of excitement from countless ordinary clansmen who had never traveled far. Those half-grown boys, even more exuberant, face flushed. As the road trekking, the cool weather does not seem to be a threat. Dao Changqing didn't say anything along the way. Theoretically, though, he had almost completed his hunting studies and would be able to participate in the blood sacrifice tomorrow. However, no one knew that he was actually an imposter. After he soul penetrated this body of Qing, he only inherited some of the most impressive memories, which were more instinctive, such as language ability, and almost forgot most of his hunting knowledge. So at this time he was not much better than those half-grown boys. Dao Changqing decided that this big cold wave must find a way to make up these basics, otherwise, the trouble will definitely be big. The 10-mile journey crept by with a different kind of hustle and bustle along the way. When the jeweled lake-like set in the forest came into view, the rock tribe once again erupted with excited cheers. Especially Uncle Wolf and Sawtooth's voice is even louder. They pointed to the far side of the ice surface that has long been covered by snow. Excitedly said, "Yesterday is the fish caught in this clouds," and so on. In their excitement, the crowd subconsciously looked east and west, and eventually all of them gradually landed their gazes on Dao Changqing's body. Chapter 16, The Lake Monster. Green, what should we do? Why don't you arrange the tasks for the big guys? Sawtooth exclaimed, and at this moment, the clamoring group was all silenced as they all looked at Dao Changqing in unison. Dao Changqing wasn't polite either, as he crossed the crowd and said, "Good, then I'll organize everyone's tasks. Speak up, my bone spurs are already hungry and thirsty." A fierce beast warrior echoed, causing many of the clan members to laugh. Dao Changqing laughed. Ice fishing, this matter is actually very simple. Turn back to our 3 to 5 people for a group. Each group at least one fierce beast warrior is assigned, and then the fierce beast warrior is responsible for contributing to chiseling the ice. As long as in the ice chisel a hole in the ice, those strange fish automatically will stupidly rush out of the water. At that time, we only need to grab the fish through the shore on the line. However, we need to pay attention to is, the ice hole must not cut too big, otherwise, who if not careful fall down, absolutely will be those piranha gnawed into bones. Also, each ice hole should be pulled away from each other, otherwise, in case it causes the ice to collapse, then the trouble can be big. In addition, when everyone picks up the fish, don't run around, pay attention to watch your feet, don't fall into the ice hole. Dao Changqing blah 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 went into a bunch of details, yet the crowd listened in disbelief. It's that simple? Green, you've got to be kidding, right? Just cut a hole in the ice? Uncle Wolf smiled but laughed. Nonsense, of course it's that simple. We chiseled out the ice hole. When Shing recited the incantation and used sorcery, wouldn't those strange fish be stupid enough to jump out? You're not going to take off your clothes and jump in to catch the fish? The crowd suddenly realized at the words. So that's how it is. Dao Changqing was a bit speechless. He knew that Uncle Wolf and Sawtooth's showing off last night had completely mystified the matter of fishing, and now the tribe probably thought that it was because of some mysterious sorcery that he had used to successfully catch fish, or else the granite tribe had been surviving in this forest for so many years. So why hadn't they found out about this fishing method? Dao Changqing intended to explain this matter clearly. Although he said that it would ruin his mystery to a certain extent, Dao Changqing still intended to do so, because this matter can't be hidden from people. If one day someone secretly tries to find out that he can catch fish without his so-called sorcery, I'm afraid that the damage to his reputation will be even more serious. That's why Dao Changqing laughed. Uncle Wolf, in fact, I didn't use witchcraft in this matter of ice fishing. Not using witchcraft? Uncle Wolf was surprised. How is this possible? I saw that pile of weird fish break out of the ice with my own eyes, and the big guys also saw that pile of weird fish with their own eyes, and even last night everyone ate it. At this moment, Fei Long, who had been following the crowd in silence, also looked at Dao Changqing in surprise. Dao Changqing said seriously, "It's true that I didn't use witchcraft. In fact, if everyone follows my method, everyone will be able to catch fish. Without using witchcraft, how could those monstrous fish be stupid enough to jump outside?" That's it, the crowd murmured in surprise, not believing that Dao Changqing didn't use witchcraft at all. Dao Changqing said, "Let's put it this way, we need to breathe. These fish actually also need to breathe. The big cold wave will be the entire lake ice, which is the same as indirectly all the fish mouth muffled up, so we just need to open up a hole in the ice. These fish naturally can't wait to rush over to breathe. Just because the hole is too small, These fish simply can't breathe over naturally, will impatiently jump out. Speaking of this, Dao Changqing shrugged. And so they became a meal in our bellies. Don't weird fish live in water all the time? How could they need to breathe? Yeah, if they need to breathe, wouldn't they all be suffocated in one winter? Everyone was dumbfounded. This kind of thing that violated the logic of common sense was beyond everyone's comprehension. Fortunately, Dao Changqing had already caught a small mountain of fish last night. Otherwise, if he had said this kind of explanation before catching the fish yesterday, he was afraid that he could be treated as a little cutie by the tribal people. Ha! Green! Just tell us what to do. That's right. That's right. Countless clansmen chimed in to cover up the incomprehensible embarrassment. Well, Dao Changqing nodded breathlessly. He felt that he had to change his view of primitive people. The truly intelligent may only be a minority. Most of them are still blind followers. You know, because he was worried that his people did not understand. He deliberately did not say oxygen, but the result was that those who could not understand still could not understand. It's also true that there are some things that don't require an understanding of the principles, such as cell phones and computers. And how many of Earth's modern people understand all of the technology embedded in cell phones and computers? Not many. But does this affect the use of cell phone computers? Not really. If this is the case, why seek to know everything in an exhaustive manner? Subsequently, Dao Changqing simply direct arrangements for everyone's task. Because of the fear that some people will be too big to smash the ice hole, easy to fall down, or too short a gap between each other caused by the collapse of the ice, Dao Changqing simply formulate the fishing standards, such as the diameter of the ice hole shall not exceed half a meter. Cloud. The difference was that this time, Dao Changqing, who had sufficient manpower, decided to try out different means of chiseling ice to see which one was more efficient. By the time the arrangements had been made, the granites were already working feverishly on the ice. There were all kinds of trumpets, laughter, and explicit and implicit rivalry. Dao Changqing did not participate in the fishing. He has now become a technical instructor. One time called by the East family to see if the ice hole is big enough. At one time, he was called by the East family to see if the ice hole was big enough. And at another time, he was asked by the West family if the ice hole was not round enough, and whether it would jeopardize the witchcraft. Nima. And there was a follow-up question about chiseling the ice too loudly and whether it would scare the fish away. For the first time in his life, Dao Changqing deeply understands the idiom of worrying about the sky. Green. What is the meaning of 7 people's oil sweet? A certain curious baby asked. Dao Changqing. Chiseled through, out, fast, grab the fish. At a certain moment, the ice suddenly came from the voice of alarm. Not waiting for Dao Changqing to react, the ice suddenly sprang up a fish column. I don't know how many fish rushed out of the ice hole with a clatter, smashing on the ice. Catch a fish. In an instant, that small crowd on the ice went straight into chaos, and in addition to the men in our group, there were others who, ignoring the holes in the ice they were chiseling, came rushing over, hooting and hollering, to help grab the fish. So fish really do come out of the woodwork stupidly. Ha! The fish column that rose up in the sky. I don't know how many clansmen were stunned, especially Fei Long, who didn't care about the ice surface that was about to be chiseled through, and looked at the flying fish that rose up in the sky in the distance, as well as the clansmen who were in a mess with his face. His brain was stunned to the point that it was practically a blank space. After a long time, Fei Long reacted. He looked around at the stagnant appearance of many clansmen, spat a mouthful of saliva into his palm, swung a stone hammer, and it was hastily smashed up. He is one of the strongest beast warriors of the tribe. Before chiseling ice, because of the rejection of psychology, work did not give full strength. At this time, the full force of the outbreak up, 3 times, not a moment to chisel through the ice, not waiting for him to press the ice flows in the water, the whole ice hole instantly boiling up. With his own eyes, he saw countless fish with hideous heads and sharp teeth scrambling to break the ice flows, desperately trying to get their heads out of the water. However, the ice hole is too small. How can this space accommodate all the strange fish? So the anxious directly jumped up. This jump instantly opened the fish fountain. Prologue. Clatter. Countless strange fish rushed out of the ice. Flying Dragon staggered at the scene in front of him, until his eyes went black, but was smashed in the head of a strange fish before reacting. At this time, the ordinary clansmen who were assigned in a small team with him had long been yelling and desperately grabbing fish, and there were also people who were bitten to the point of screaming and even bleeding, but they were still unwilling to slacken off a bit, and were still desperately grabbing fish. It was also at this moment that the large lake was like a fountain square, spewing out fish fountains one after another. Countless clansmen were so exuberant that they were shouting to vent their excitement while desperately grabbing the fish and throwing them to the shore. Dao Changqing's caution is right. In the midst of this revelry, more than one person's foot slipped, a foot into the ice hole. Fortunately, the hole is not big. No one fell into the lake, but even so, there are still people whose feet are gnawed by piranhas and blood flowed. This time, Dao Changqing once again saw the pugnacity of primitive people. That kind of injury where the foot was torn off the flesh and blood, put aside on the modern earth, was enough to cause countless people to exclaim. However here, no one paid any attention to it at all. Not that people didn't see it, but seeing it was also a look of schadenfreude. It is the injured person, but also just frowned, pulled over the body of the rough linen cloth, hard winding a few rounds, to stop the blood, then continue to participate in the grabbing of fish. That pugnacious scene, watching Dao Changqing's eyebrows protruding, his heart had a deeper realization of the survival environment of primitive people. Rumble! With a loud bang, the large ice surface steeply shook. In an instant, all the clansmen who had grabbed the fish stood still in unison as if they had been cast under a spell of immobilization, each looking at the other, not knowing what had happened. Dao Changqing, who had been looking at the big picture, but hissed and roared, "Come back! Return to the shore! Quickly! There's a troll in the lake!" Chapter 17 Master of the Times? Huge black shadow quietly floated under the thick ice. At first glance it looks like the shade of a giant tree in general, but it brings a person is a frightening fear. Dao Changqing stood on the top of a crooked-necked giant tree on the shore, looking down at the shadows beneath the ice. Even the safe distance away from the ice couldn't give him the slightest sense of security. His pupils dilated and his heart pounded. Is this the real master of this world? Yes, in this world, these huge dinosaurs are the real masters, and beings like them, who rely on giant trees to block the dinosaurs' footsteps and languish in the forests, are nothing more than the supporting cast of the times. For a long time, Dao Changqing jumped down from the tree. At this time, the clan members who fled to the shore in panic had calmed their initial fear, and one by one, they looked at the remaining fish on the ice with some reluctance. "Chang, I'm fast. Why don't I go over and snatch those fish back?" An ordinary clan member called Five Buds said unwillingly. "No, it's too dangerous. Once we provoke this monster, it's not a matter of one of your lives, but we won't be able to come back to fish in the future." Dao Changqing decisively refused. "For what?" Five Buds looked resigned. Dao Changqing was uncertain in his heart, but in his mouth he said decisively, "Because once this monster has eaten human flesh, we humans will be on its menu, and if we come back to fish in the future, then it is highly likely that it will attack us again." Dao Changqing said this because when the zoo injury case was in full swing before, he had read extended reading on the subject, such as why kill a tiger that has eaten people? The first is the issue of human-centered human rights. From the perspective of human beings, it is a matter of fundamental principle that any animal that harms a human being must be killed, regardless of whether the human being has done anything wrong. Secondly, human beings are not essentially different from chicken and pork compared to tigers, and once they have eaten human meat, they will realize that this two-legged beast tastes good. One has no sharp claws and the other has no teeth, which is just suitable for a dental sacrifice. Therefore, the beasts that have attacked humans will basically continue to attack humans again. Therefore, in order to protect the personal safety of other people and even the keepers, the beasts that have eaten human flesh must be killed. Dao Changqing is worried about the second reason. The lake is too dangerous because of the reason. Granite tribe almost rarely people close to the lake, so the monsters in the lake basically never ate human flesh. Once they found out that the human flesh seems to be a good food substitute, then the human over to catch fish in the future can be dangerous. After all, it was highly likely that such a massive monster would crash through the ice. Seeing that Five Buds was still fondly looking at the fish on the ice, Dao Changqing decisively said, "We've caught enough fish, and these are enough for the tribe to survive the big cold wave, so don't take any chances." Speaking of which, Dao Changqing couldn't help but say, "This time it is my ill-considered, neglected the lake even there is such a huge monster. In the future this large-scale fishing behavior seems to be can't do it again, otherwise it is extremely easy to alarm these monsters. I see in the future fishing at most chiseled 2 ice holes. The big thing is to run a few more trips." And there was the look of dismay on the faces of the clansmen, which was the same as a modern man's face when he sees piles of banknotes piled up on the ice. The clan's abrasive attitude caused Sawtooth to become furious. "That's enough. Just do what Green says. What's the point of whining? If you want to die, jump down from the ice hole yourself. What the hell do you think you're doing? Without Chang, you wouldn't be able to hold a pot of fire, let alone a fish." The scene bristled with silence at the roar, and no more clansmen offered to pick up any more fish. Dao Changqing looked at this scene, finally some understanding of why China revered a sing-song black and white face culture. Feelings that some people really do eat hard but not soft. After Sawtooth's reprimand, no one proposed to go to the ice to grab the fish, and the following work was much better organized. Mastodon warriors are responsible for folding tree branches to make a temporary sled, while ordinary clansmen barcode fish one by one, and then pour water to freeze them into ice lumps. After some hot work, the whole 5 icebergs bigger than yesterday appeared in the crowd's field of vision, and everyone looked at the ice lumps in front of them with unspeakable joy. True, as Dao Changqing said. With these fish plus the tribe's original food reserves, the granite tribe's food problem for this great cold snap is considered to be completely solved, and the tribe doesn't have to plan their diets or rely on the darkness of the world to sleep to fight off hunger, much less expel the elderly. In fact, when the 5 icebergs were dragged to the tribe, it directly caused a national sensation in the tribe, and I don't know how many pregnant women in labor and even the elderly were in tears of excitement. At this moment, Dao Changqing's reputation also soared to a new height. Many of the clansmen would subconsciously pound their chests in greeting after seeing Dao Changqing. If saying that Evergreen had become a witch had made the clan look up to him, then his leading the tribe in fishing to solve the problem of the tribe's insufficient food reserves had pushed him to the status of a warrior alongside Flying Dragon and the others. This may seem exaggerated. After all, Flying Dragon and other fierce beast warriors' prestige but for years and years of hunting slowly accumulated. How can Dao Changqing overnight will be on a par with the? However, this is the fact. Because of the fishing method invented by Dao Changqing, so that ordinary clansmen also have the right to participate in the acquisition of food. Do not underestimate this little right. This little right has already allowed ordinary clansmen to grasp a little bit of the initiative, even if this initiative is very insignificant. You know, in this world of crisis, food can only be hunted by warriors, and ordinary clansmen have to need the sentry of fierce warriors as well as their protection even when picking wild fruits. It can be said that controlling the source of food is equal to controlling the tribe, and thus the status of the warriors is extremely high, with the common clansmen reduced almost to the level of servants. Therefore the fishing method invented by Dao Changqing was in a way equivalent to indirectly elevating the status of ordinary clansmen, which naturally made him honored by everyone. While the many clansmen were working feverishly on the fish, Dao Changqing was summoned over by the clan leader. Well done, my boy. The chief's face was appreciative. I really didn't expect that my granite tribe would possess such an intelligent person. I never even realized it before. This is a dereliction of duty on my part. The chief blamed himself for his feelings. How dare Dao Changqing go along with this? And hurriedly said, No, it's because I was too naughty and mischievous before, and failed to live up to the expectations of my father and Lord Chief. Some time ago when I was in a coma, the confusion caused me to figure out quite a few things. This may be heaven's love for me. This was something that Dao Changqing said with great affection, as he now really felt that it was heaven's love for him that he was able to have this doppelganger. The chief smiled, his eyes glittering with satisfaction. He then began to ask about fishing. Dao Changqing also did not have to hide a 50-50 narrated. At the end, because of the emergence of that huge suspected dinosaurs in the water of the monster, Dao Changqing suggested that the future fishing strictly control the number of people, would rather every day to run to the lake, but also cannot startle the monster. To this the chief strongly agreed and affirmed the suggestion of Dao Changqing. The chief's approval boosted Dao Changqing's courage, and he made some suggestions to optimize the tribe's living environment, such as enlarging the space for public activities, building public toilets, opening stone chambers, and organizing lectures for the elders to pass on their experience, and so on. In fact, Dao Changqing would have liked to propose modifications to the tribal system, such as a planned economy, such as the issuance of currency and so on. But the thought that these reforms are not inevitably some overstepping the authority as well as the paper. Dao Changqing in the end did not say, the road should be taken one step at a time, and the meal should be eaten one bite at a time. He thought that the advanced management experience on Earth was not necessarily suitable for this fist-based society, so he only made some superficial suggestions, and it was better to observe and watch for deeper reform and optimization. Yet even with these superficial suggestions, the chief fell silent at the word. Chapter 18, Starfire. Chiefs often seem to not care, which is really just an illusion for everyone, because the tribe is too small. Everyone has a clear division of labor, and many things have long cooperated with each other, so he does not need to step in to manage just. However, once it comes to the field of chieftaincy rights, he will definitely be a more competent chieftain lord. The chief was silent for a long time before he said, You love cleanliness as much as your mother does, and so be it. The tribe has plenty of food this year, and instead of having nothing to do left and right, it would be good to find something to do, and since these suggestions were made by you, you will be in charge of them. Dao Changqing surprised to answer yes, but inwardly cry fortunately did not mention those in-depth reform proposals. Otherwise, I am afraid that even these proposals will not be passed. As he prepared to leave, Dao Changqing suddenly asked, Chief, what was my mother like? The chief said in a slight silence, Haruka, I don't remember much about her, except that she loved to be clean, and in the years she was alive, you seemed cleaner than a fish. Dao Changqing finally knew that his mother in this incarnation was originally called Qingkong. Well, perhaps his name came because of his mother, only from the memories he inherited from Qing. His father Jie seldom mentioned his mother, that is, occasionally mentioned, accompanied by a long silence. Regardless, Dao Changqing still felt that Qing's mother must have been an amazing person, Whether or not Green's mother was an amazing person Treewheel didn't know, but he knew that Green was going to be an amazing person. Treewheel was a carpenter, and I don't know if this was because his mother sat on a tree stump and gave birth to him, or if his family was next door to a family of carpenters. All in all, Treewheel grew up far more interested in stone adzes, than bone spurs. Perhaps it was because of this interest that Treewheel became the best carpenter in the tribe. Bar none. It was because of the carpenter that after both of his sons, who had become fierce warriors, were killed in battle, he remained alive and well, living until the age of 46, becoming the longest-lived man in the tribe. It is true that one can live for a long time behind the back of a warrior, but that is if the tribe has enough food. In the event of a food crisis in the tribe, the elderly and the disabled will be the first to be evicted. Last year he was saved from expulsion because of his excellent carpentry skills and the fact that both of his sons were killed in battle. However, this year he can't avoid it. He was not afraid of death. After his two sons were killed in battle one after the other, he had no fear of the grimace of death, but he was afraid that the new mortise and tenon technique that he had so easily worked out would be lost. He tried to find good apprentices to carry on his invention, but the smart kids didn't care to learn these side studies. They worshipped the beast warriors who could fight with beasts and even dinosaurs, not the rotten people like them who worked with wood and stone all day long. Treewheel thought he was about to go into the belly of the beast with his new mortise and tenon technology, yet he didn't realize that on the day he was banished, Green had created fire, interrupting the tribe's banishment of him. He tried to teach the mortise and tenon technique to the other carpenters while he waited. However, the other carpenters didn't even bother to learn it either. They thought it was useless. The Granite tribe lived in caves. It was enough for them to know how to dig wooden bowls and pots. What could they do with mortise and tenon technique? A table? What would a tribe need a table for? Treewheel was in utter despair, and he waited in despair for the day when he would be banished. However, Goddess of Fortune seemed to have favored him once again, and Shang had even invented a way to catch fish during the Great Cold Wave. What was even more unbelievable was that this method of fishing could also be participated in by their ordinary clansmen. Although it was said that without the Manticore warriors chiseling the ice, the efficiency of their ordinary clansmen's work had dropped by more than a factor of 2. If they could, they would go out fishing every day, and the food needs of a family of 5 or 6 would certainly be met, and there would even be a surplus. No one knew what it meant, and the wisdom that the years had given the Treewheel told him that it would mean a growing race, more fierce warriors and more artisans. No one knows the tears that flowed down his face as he watched the frozen mountain of fish being pulled into the cave. To others, he may have seemed grateful that he would finally not be driven away by the tribe. Yet who would know that he was actually grateful that he had one more chance to pass on the mortise and tenon technique. Just when he thought Green was great enough, something even more unexpected happened to him. Abel, I hear you've invented a new mortise and tenon? Can I take a look at it? What an amazing skill. I'll bet the person who masters this technique will be the richest handful of people in the tribe. You don't believe it? That's okay, time will prove everything. By the way, I'm looking for you this time. I actually have 2 things I hope Abe can help with. The first thing, I hope you can help me build some furniture. Just like this. No, this is not a door. This is a bed. You've got it backwards. This is something for sleeping. Look at these 4 legs. After supporting it up, it will be able to isolate the ground from the moisture so that sleeping on it will be more comfortable. If you spread hay or animal skins on it, sleeping will become a pleasure. This is a table. This is a stool. This is a chair. These are the things used for eating. My idea is that you try to make one for me first to practice, and when you are familiar with it, let's gather all the carpenters in the tribe and make an extra large one, so that in the future all the people in the tribe will have to eat at the table, and the women will be able to do their handiwork at the table, or have a meeting or something. This is a cabinet. This is more complicated. You try to see, can make it the best. It doesn't matter if you can't make it. Take your time. This thing I intend to use to put some personal items, like clothes and stuff. Don't worry, I will pay for making these things. How about I exchange these things with 100 stone of fish meat? Well, these are the 20 stones of fish meat that I paid in advance. You take it first. No. You can't not charge for food. Labor deserves to be paid. That's not saving you. I'm saving myself. You don't have to take it to heart. See, I'm so focused on talking about furniture I almost forgot the second thing. Can you see if you can take a little bit of time out of your day in the future to openly teach the craft of carpentry as well as share your life experience? No. You have life experience. Don't be presumptuous. You are the longest living person in our tribe. Every story you've heard, every life and death you've seen is an extremely valuable treasure for the young people in the tribe. What's the saying? There's an old man in the family. There's a treasure, and you're the treasure of the tribe. Because of the emergence of the fire and emitted a glittering light of the cave, the Treewheel has been watching the background of the Dao Changqing disappeared around the corner. He turned back to look at the stone room stack like a mountain of fish, muttering in his mouth, there is an old man in the family. If there is a treasure, the words, and suddenly burst into tears. Chapter 19, Changes in the Tribe. The granite cave is very large, but the granite tribe's impression of the cave size is more reflected in the public activity area at the front of the cave. This public activity area that can accommodate more than 300 people of the tribe to gather at the same time is a lot bigger than a standard soccer field. This public activity area would be even larger if the jagged and strange rocks and milky bells in it were removed. However, holding the chief's order to promote the rock tribe's civilized cave construction, Dao Changqing, after spending a whole day surveying the cave, only to be shocked to find that the area occupied by the front public activity area is only one hair of the whole cave. Don't look at the granite cave from the outside looking just an inconspicuous hill. However, the interior is a slope has been extended to the depths of the earth veins, the length of more than 6 kilometers. If you count some cannot pass through the rock crevice. The length of this cave is absolutely no edge. Such a huge cave. The utilization rate of the granite tribe on it was surprisingly less than 5%, and all of the population basically all gathered at the entrance of the cave. With such an odd scene, Dao Changqing couldn't find any other reason besides lamenting the swarming nature of humans. During this measurement, Dao Changqing also finally knew where the tribe got its salt from. Remembering the time when the spirit just crossed over, Dao Changqing always saw some fierce beast warriors pulling out a rock and licking it so many times during their meals. He went from not understanding it at first to finally realizing that it was rock salt only after he was given a piece of it. Originally, he thought that the tribal beast warriors were knocked down from witch cliffs, because he vaguely remembered that man in nature had introduced a kind of rock sheep living in the alpine bare rock area, is to rely on licking the precipitation of nitrate salt on the cliffs to replenish the salt. As a result, he froze, not realizing that the tribe's rock salt was produced right from the depths of the cave. At this time looking at a whole face of white flowers salt alkali stone wall of Dao Changqing, the heart that mom sells a lot simply don't mention. If I had known that there is a rock salt mine in the depths of the cave, I would have found a way to refine the salt. Ghosts still lick the stone. By the way, how was the refined salt refined? As soon as Dao Changqing thought of this, his mom and pop expression suddenly became a little embarrassed. He seemed to know that it needed to be melted and filtered and precipitated and other procedures, but he couldn't tell you exactly how to do it. At this point, Dao Changqing's biggest fault as a modern person on Earth was finally exposed. That is, in the era of the Earth's information explosion, so that modern people seem to understand everything, even kindergarten understand nuclear reactors. However, this so-called understanding is also limited to the degree of blowing awesome. Really let them do it with their own hands. In fact, dog will not. To put it bluntly, it's just a case of low vision. To put it more bluntly, not to mention salt, drilling wood to make fire, which everyone knows the principle of the matter. In fact, not many people can really drill out the fire. Forget it, it's better to wait until we go back to Baidu, Dao Changqing muttered. As he was about to further explore this rock salt mine, the fierce beast warrior named Amao hurried over. Chang, Lord Chief is looking for you. Chief looking for me? Dao Changqing froze, and quickly said to Uncle Wolf, Uncle Wolf, I'll go there first. You guys continue. Good point, go now. Don't let the Chief Lord wait, Uncle Wolf urged. Got it, Dao Changqing answered and hurriedly left, rushing along as he pondered what it could be that the chief was looking for him. When he stepped into the chief's stone room, he saw at a glance that a frozen fish was placed on the stone plate in front of the chief, and it was this glance that instantly made him understand why the chief was looking for him. You're here? Sit. This is what Amao accidentally found when he was organizing the warehouse today. The lake has always been a forbidden place for our tribe, and the tribe has obtained beast patterns, feather patterns, and tree patterns, and this is the first time we have obtained fish patterns. Oh, you've inherited the heaven seizing technique for some time now, so you're itching to get your hands on it, aren't you? Come, this fish pattern will be given to you to study. The chief's tone was somewhat surprised. In this world, all living beings grow to a certain level. Their body surface will give birth to a special rune pattern, which will grant the host special powers. For example, it will make the host faster, stronger, more durable, more bouncy, have the ability to mimic colors, and so on. The so-called fierce beast warriors of the granite tribe were actually existences that plundered the rune patterns of raw-tattooed fierce beasts by stripping them of their hides and then going through a blood sacrifice ceremony. The so-called wizards, on the other hand, were professionals who directly studied rune patterns. Generally speaking, the more powerful the innate body of the living soul, the more complex and powerful the rune pattern that is born. Therefore, in this world, the most powerful runes come from dinosaurs, followed by beasts, and again, the human race has not seen. This fish pattern was perhaps precisely because it was not in the top of the list, so the chief was willing to give it to Dao Changqing to practice. At this moment, Dao Changqing subconsciously sat on his knees beside the stone plate, his eyes glowing as he stared at the frozen fish on the stone plate, his heart pounding. Finally coming into contact with the most mysterious power in this world? He licked his lips, stretched out his right hand, and gently pressed it on the frozen fish's abdomen. And in an instant, his nimbus flowed as if it were liquid down his palm, then flowed along the fine metaphysical black lines along the edges of the frozen fish's scales. As the nimbus gradually covered all the lines, this frozen fish actually lit up, and looking at the pattern it simply looked like the lines on a fierce warrior's body. After a long time, Dao Changqing withdrew his thoughts, and his eyes were filled with a color of shock and awe. What do you feel? Burst of power. The chief's eyes lit up at the words and nodded appreciatively. It seems that the method of catching fish was not a flash of light from you, but the result of long-term thinking. Son, you are very smart. This merit should be carried forward. The chief politely endorsed Dao Changqing's research and added, the talismanic pattern of this frozen fish can still exist for about 4 days. Take it and study it. It's up to you how much you can master. It had been 4 days since Qing had come to listen to his lecture, and Uncle Shuluan couldn't help but be a little breathless as he talked about having been attacked by a wind god pterodactyl in his childhood. Thinking of Qing, Treewell couldn't help but sweep a glance at the dozen or so lecture spots in the large square that were filled with people, and couldn't help but flash a touch of envy as well as despondency in his eyes. It's a good thing he has a bunch of little kids to support him, or he'd really be a bit of a talker. Oh yes, this square is actually the public activity area at the front of the cave, because Qing said that it was so big that it was like a square, so the word square somehow became popular. Speaking of the plaza, I have to say that the Granite Tribe's big cold snap was really a little different this year. In past years, during the Great Cold Snap, whether there was enough food or not, the cavern was mostly silent, with only the energetic beast warriors having nothing better to do than to meet up for a fight or a roll in the hay. This year, Qing, with the consent of the chief, has mobilized the tribe to repair the cave. While clearing away the jagged and strange milky bells, Qing also encourages the tribe's more experienced elders to come out every day to give lectures and teach life lessons or skills. These moves of Qing's were not really understood by people at first, because the cavern, no matter how whole, is just that. The stone is still stone, and can't be turned into meat. Is that necessary? However, given that this is the chief's order and the prestige of Dao Changqing invented chiseling ice fishing, everyone still obeyed. As a result, after a passive busy work down, we suddenly realized that the cavern hole does not seem to be a bad thing. At least the square is more open, the air is fresher, and everyone is more willing to gather in the square to do things together, especially the green encouragement of the open class. At first we do not quite understand, and later found that everyone gathered in the square polishing stone wood when there is a person next to the experience of some skill seems to be good. One is a right to listen to a fun, relieve boredom. Secondly, you can also learn a lot of things. For example, in the southwest corner of the square, many women gather every morning. It turns out that this is the teaching point of a hemp knitting woman, and because the skills she teaches are labor-saving and of good quality, many women from the tribe now come here to learn. There are many examples like this on the plaza, and all in all, it seems that the presence of the open class has helped a number of people in the tribe to find organization. Yet no one knows that it is not really the juniors but the older generation who gain the most from the advent of open classes. In this era of extremely harsh living conditions, the standard of value is actually very utilitarian. Once a person becomes old and loses the ability to work, it is easy to fall into the guilt of dragging down the tribe. Thus in times of insufficient food, even when the tribe expelled the old men, the expelled old men did not resist because they themselves felt that they were dragging the tribe down. However, the emergence of the open class has enabled the elderly to find a sense of existence, respect and the value of self-existence. This is something that can hardly be exchanged for even 10,000 gold. Thus no one knew that Dao Changqing's image was becoming more and more revered in the minds of the older generation of clansmen. Chapter 20, Even a salted fish must turn over. The night was silent as snow. Lying on the top bunk, Dao Changqing quietly opened his eyes, only compared to the excitement of a breath before the tossing and turning. At this time this pair of eyes is extraordinarily calm. He lifted his right hand, and as he carved with his thoughts, a faint, unnoticeable glow flickered from the palm of his hand. This was the power of the rune pattern. The rock chief was afraid that he simply didn't expect that Dao Changqing, who was studying and comprehending rune patterns for the first time, had managed to plunder the rune pattern of that frozen fish. I remember when I was a kid and went fishing in the pond with my grandfather. The rod was even yanked off by a fish. At that time I always felt that the fish had quite a lot of strength, but now it seems that this is clearly just a stronger explosive power. Now I will also have this explosive power. Hey, since I got it from a frozen fish, let's name it Salted Fish Rune. Dao Changqing thought maliciously in his heart, his eyes looking at the faint rune pattern on his palm, his eyes bright and surprising. Unlike fierce beast warriors who had their runes semi-permanently cured on their bodies, wizards could flexibly manipulate various types of runes to arbitrarily enhance a certain aspect of their attributes or master even more bizarre powers. So in theory a witch is much more powerful than a manticore warrior. However, even though it was known that wizards were much more powerful than manticore warriors, there were still very few people willing to become wizards. On the one hand, it was because the failure rate of the witch's inheritance was extremely high, almost 1 out of 10. And worst of all, once it failed, it would be insanity in the lightest case, or death by brain fracture in the heaviest case. On the other hand, it is actually extremely difficult for a witch to grow up, because if rune power was understood as a weapon tool like a pistol cannon or something like that, then if a witch wanted to use the power of a rune, the first step would be to understand it, then make it, and ultimately use it. So it's easy to make pistols, but it's definitely not normally difficult to make cannons. As for the beast warriors, they only need to find their favorite weapons and then directly solidify them on their bodies through the blood sacrifice ceremony. They do not need to understand the operation principle of the rune pattern. They just need to understand how to use it. It was for these reasons that manticore warriors were not only much cheaper to train than witches, but they could also quickly develop combat power. Therefore, the main training direction of the general tribe is still fierce beast warriors. As for the wizard, many small tribal wizards are foreseeing the end of their life expectancy before they start to train their successors. Only some large tribes have multiple wizards. That being said, the fundamental reason why Fei Long still didn't care about Dao Changqing when he became a witch was because he knew that Dao Changqing still had a long way to go if he wanted to grow up. However, although the Mastodon warrior is cost-effective, its disadvantage is also very obvious because of the curing of its ability. That is, its ability is very single compared to the witch, and its future growth potential is also very low. Because of the innate exclusivity of rune patterns, it was difficult for beast warriors to engrave more than 2 rune patterns on their bodies. Moreover, rune patterns could not be changed whenever they wanted to. They could only find a fur that was more powerful than the rune pattern on their body and once again pass the blood sacrifice ceremony in order to forcefully wash off the old pattern and replace it with a new one. Although this salted fish rune pattern can allow me to burst out nearly twice as much power for a short period of time, the preparation time for sealing the rune pattern is too long, which is fine in the peaceful modern era, but it's too dangerous in that ancient world. Dao Changqing pondered in his mind. Speaking of which, this witch talks about mysterious. What plundering the power of all things in heaven and earth, but in reality, it's just learning the rune patterns born from all things in heaven and earth. This is quite similar to the game's Master of Law, except that a witch's power is not through reciting incantations, but rather through sealing rune patterns through the power of the mind and thus unleashing supernatural power. TSK, they say that lawgiver is an all-purpose profession, and this witch does seem to be so. It's just that the preparation time of this spell is too long. If you're not careful and the warrior gets close, it's easy to be seconded, right? No. The path of mighty beast warrior must be taken on the side, not seeking to kill the enemy, but seeking to have the ability to escape when the enemy gets close. So to speak, Dao Changqing, who was in the process of jet lag, pondered over the future arrangements in a bored manner until the night was getting deeper and deeper. This body of flesh could no longer carry the 2 consecutive nights of staying up late, and only then did it fall into a deep sleep. A dreamless night. Early the next morning, amidst the sound of the cell phone alarm clock, Dao Changqing dragged his heavy eyelids to finish washing up, then ate some breakfast carelessly before going to class. It had to be said that Dao Changqing was definitely a good student in the eyes of his housemates, because no matter how windy or rainy it is, Dao Changqing has never missed a class. Even if it's the first night of Tongxiao playing games, he would rather go to the classroom to make up for his sleep than miss a class, although he knew that the university professors do not know what he is, although he can also join the roll call mutual aid group in the students to help him answer to, but he just did not miss class, which is based on what psychological Dao Changqing himself cannot say clearly. This is probably from childhood to the formation of the good baby, the good boy habit. However, this is the same good boy with a cocktail hat and a few books, just stepped into the classroom today and instantly became the center of attention in the class. Wow, Dao Changqing, you can do it. Can't tell you're quite the stuffy kid. Ha, hey, Evergreen, come on, sit here. Several female nerds in the class openly molested Dao Changqing like hooligans, and some even directly patted the empty seat next to them and greeted Dao Changqing to go over and sit. Dao Changqing dumbfounded. Half a long time he reacted. Feelings this is the matter of the welcome party after a night of brewing. The whole class knows say, was the orientation party last night? Why does it seem like it's been 10 days in the past? Dao Changqing thought of this, cannot help but want to whip themselves. Really Nima over dizzy. This is not nonsense. For others of course last night, but for him, is not exactly a dozen days ago? Dao Changqing in the end did not have the good sense to sit next to those female nerds, because he knew that if he sat over there, he was bound to be molested. There is no way. who asked him to be honest and good at bullying. Dao Changqing's slightly red face, looking for an empty seat in the back row to sit down. He also intends to make up for the class. He just sat down. The class bell rang. Every time he is pinpointing the time to arrive. This time really also an exception. The bell rang at the right time, just in time to scare off these female nerves for Dao Changqing. However, even so, Dao Changqing could still feel quite a few girls quietly looking at him as if they were recognizing him for the first time. After Dao Changqing sat down, he suddenly remembered something. He subconsciously took the convenience of sitting in the back row and scanned the class, trying to find that delicate back. However, he was disappointed. He didn't find anything in his circle sweep down. I can't believe she didn't come to class? Because of the hand injury? A trace of loss arose in Dao Changqing's heart. He thought for a moment and pulled out his cell phone, tapping on the class group, then found Tang Yaya's queue number and tapped on it. Looking at the blank chat page, Dao Changqing hesitated for a long time, and suddenly sighed softly and exited the chat interface. He wimped out. He felt that he must be self-centered. A beggar is suddenly obtaining supernatural powers, can instantly let the 8 parties to worship, beautiful women throw themselves into the arms? This is obviously impossible. Last night, she may be just a whim, casually promise, wake up one night, perhaps found his beggar's nature. A lot of one-night stand is not so? Lying in the soft quilt Tang Yaya, beeping small mouth looking at the cell phone chat interface, half a sudden some irritation suddenly scratched his hair, kicked a few legs, then the thin air conditioning quilt can no longer wrap the fairness of the spring color. Khaki-colored quilt is the snow-white skin lined with like shells of egg whites. Idiot, Tang Yaya muttered with a pout, and as soon as she lifted up the quilt, she blindfolded herself, sulking there. Her sister had said that if a boy who had a good feeling again if he didn't take the initiative, she'd rather give up than get close, but his gesture of fleeing from the stage in a state of distress is really amusing. And the piano keys that beat automatically, how did he do that? Chapter 21, Not Showing Your Colors. If laziness is the driving force behind invention, then curiosity is the source of human progress. At this time as eating lunch Dao Changqing was a group of curious **** to the surrounded. No doubt, this group of S has just ended a month of military training freshmen. It turned out that after the morning class, Dao Changqing had just come to the cafeteria to eat when he was recognized by the freshmen. It is not surprising that he was recognized. After all, last night's welcome party he was completely in character. No makeup, no strange clothes, recognition is naturally quite high. Hello, senpai. Senior, can I take a picture with you? Why don't you show us a magic trick? Yes, yes, yes. Perform one. Unlike the old asses after a year of hanging out, freshmen are still very pink. One with the naivety of high school suddenly saw Dao Changqing. Originally 1 or 2 are still embarrassed. Wait until the emergence of a bold, and immediately surrounded by a nest of coaxing. Before they could chat for a few sentences, someone encouraged Dao Changqing to perform another magic trick for them. It was really because the magic trick last night was too amazing. Dao Changqing did not yet know that in the school's official posting forum, one of the 6+ fine posts was actually about him. Clicking on the post, the first floor was put on the video of his magic show, specifically to supply the old students who were not qualified to participate in the welcoming party to watch, and the second floor immediately after the bustle of the existence of a group of self-proclaimed bulls, cracking the keyboard, pointing to one broken spot after another, trying to restore the stunning magic trick, the science behind it. Some even directly compared the School Magic Association's performance with Dao Changqing's magic. As a result, after comparing the creativity of the show, the effect of the show and so on, Dao Eternal Green's magic was recognized to have crushed the school's magic association, which, of course, had to be attributed to Tang Yaya's one-handed playing of the piano. Therefore, Dao Changqing himself didn't know that he was now said to be an overnight sensation in Guanbei Finance and Trade College, so being blocked by freshmen was just too normal. Unable to resist the encouragement of his school mates, Dao Changqing thought of a small magic trick he had seen in Jitterbug, and with a movement in his heart he then opened his mouth and said, "Alright, then I'll perform one." Yeah, senior, wait, I'll record a video." A group of schoolmates cheered, causing many people in the cafeteria to look at them frequently. Since this was an impromptu performance, props and other things were naturally taken from local materials. Dao Changqing casually took his chopsticks and rested them on the table, then wrapped his fingers around the chopsticks in a circle. His movements caused a group of students around him to subconsciously hold their breaths, staring intently at Dao Changqing's circling fingers. However, there were a few students whose expressions got a little odd. The next moment, when Dao Changqing's finger drew to the outer side of the chopsticks, he suddenly stopped drawing the circle, and then drew outward. At that moment, a miraculous scene appeared. The chopsticks even rolled over with Dao Changqing's finger. Knowing that Dao Changqing's finger did not touch the chopsticks at all. Wah dash! A group of schoolmates instantly exclaimed in shock. One simply astonished. Awesome! How did you do that, senpai? Awesome. Several girls followed up with starry eyes. Not waiting for Dao Changqing to speak, the side suddenly came a snicker. Che. This what magic, is not just blowing with the mouth, jitterbug fast hand everywhere. The moment these words came out, the room full of awe instantly turned into a dead silence of embarrassment. Magic is like this. Once the principle is broken, the original mysterious color will instantly disappear, and even let people scoff. Yes? Dao Changqing asked rhetorically. Looking up, that one sentence instantly brought the crowd's attention back to the table again. Only at this moment, Dao Changqing's finger suddenly drew another half circle, turned to the other side of the chopsticks, and then scratched towards himself, and at the same time, the chopsticks unexpectedly rolled towards Dao Changqing in a dripping manner. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Someone instantly marveled. Dao Changqing looked at the boy provocatively. Didn't you just say that I blew it with my mouth? Then what did you say when the chopsticks rolled towards me? Is it possible that I sucked it with my mouth? People are not stupid and naturally thought of this instantly. Hey man, what's the principle now? Someone teased. That boy sniffed. The old face instantly suffocated red. However, this guy is in a hurry. He suddenly shouted. I understand. You must have used your knees to lift up the table, and then let the chopsticks roll on their own. Still? Seems kind of reasonable, yeah? The crowd was suddenly surprised. One looked at the table in front of Dao Changqing, and someone else bent down to look at Dao Changqing's knees. The result was predictable. Dao Changqing is sitting at the table. His knees are under the table, no matter if he tops the table or not. Just this posture is yellow mud falling from the crotch. It's not A, it's also A. For a while, everyone's expressions towards Dao Changqing suddenly became somewhat contemptuous. This is what happens when you fail to play cool and perform magic. At this time, Dao Changqing was also surprised. This kid is quite smart, actually able to think of such a sensible magic principle. Dao Changqing's surprised expression caused the boy to look smug as he smugly said, ha ha, I was right, wasn't I? It's better not to bring out this little skill to shame people. Dao Changqing, who hadn't cared much about it, heard this and a nameless fire rose in his heart as he glanced at the boy and added, since you're so powerful, then what principle do you see in this move? Saying that, Dao Changqing's fingers suddenly scratched upwards, and in an instant, the chopsticks unexpectedly rolled upwards strangely and without borrowing any force. That's right, it was rolling, not levitating. The boy stared blankly at the chopsticks rolling upwards. At this moment even his quick wits were completely confused. If the chopsticks were levitating, one could still say that they were tied with a rope or something, but these chopsticks were rolling and levitating at the same time, which was simply beyond his imagination. Crap, trough, awesome. The surrounding students were completely dumbfounded. All kinds of exclamations were endless. At this moment, they were considered to be completely convinced. However, there were still some unbelievers who subconsciously looked at the boy. The boy was stared at by the crowd, his face suddenly green and white. He suddenly clenched his teeth and reached out to grab the chopsticks. However, his hand had not yet touched the chopsticks. Dao Changqing's snap sound steeply grabbed his wrist. Death will be strangled him, brother. You've gone too far. Oh, you let go of me? The boy was a thief and instantly terrified. Speak more politely next time. Got it? Dao Changqing wasn't one to be unforgiving. He reprimanded meaningfully before releasing his palm. After the boy broke free, his face reddened and left a scene. You wait. After saying that, he ran away from the crowd, leaving behind a group of voices booing him. Gi Guzi once said, to realize a person's hypocrisy is not to show it in color. This means, to put it bluntly, to look beyond the obvious. This boy thought he could see through the magic of Dao Changqing, proudly a mouth to break. Thought he was very strong and powerful. Did not think that in the end, but instead, he turned himself into a clown. This is the so-called present-day retribution. Want to let people off the stage? You have to be ready to be killed by the backlash to get off the stage. Senpai is so good. Perform another one. One more. A group of students looked on in awe and asked for another one. However, Dao Changqing didn't want to perform anymore. He quickly waved his hand and said, no no no, everyone go eat. There are still things to do in the afternoon. It took a lot of persuasion for Dao Changqing to coax a group of fangirls away. Looking at the departing schoolmates, Dao Changqing breathed a sigh of relief, and then took a look at his meal. It was all cold and airy. You big man, pretending is really a price to pay. Chapter 22 CP. It has been said that a college is not complete without joining a club once, falling in love once, skipping a class once, or listening to the sound of the library closing once. This sounds unreasonable at first glance. After all, there is no absolute standard for a successful life. However, when you think about it, if you haven't even experienced these things, this college may really be quite regrettable, right? For example, clubs, as a common characteristics or interests of the organization, Perhaps you wear riveted clothing beggar pants in your hometown to dance a street dance, will be regarded as a delinquent teenager, but here absolutely no one will laugh at you, and you can not only find like-minded friends, but also find the meaning of the existence of interest. Of course, there may be people who do not care about the clubs of deceit, enrichment, but you have to admit that the clubs are really a microcosm of society. Can be in the clubs of the good students, into the society is generally not too bad. Dao Changqing's freshman year was also a pretty schoolgirl fooled into a photography association club. Wait until after Dao Changqing went in to realize that Nima was pitched. This what the photographic association at first said, what a good sound, what can be photographed with a cell phone on the line. Plane will not have any mandatory activities. Will hold a few times a year picking activities. Want to participate in the participation. Don't want to go is not forced. All in all, it's less hassle and more than enough pretty girls. When he went in, holy, this is the Photography Association? This is a small team of Shake Shack production support. The whole association froze within a dozen short video social accounts. Almost pretty point of the schoolmates all play short video, which in turn to Photography Association President Wang Ziyi's jitterbug account development of the best. Enough more than 300,000 fans. Each video clicks are not low. It is said to have received a few times the advertising implanted. However, Dao Changqing heard the gossip that most of those attention is actually a rich second-generation classmates to her brush. Advertising implantation is also people on behalf of the contact, but the specific authenticity of the Dao Changqing is not clear, because he participated in a few clubs rally, acted as a couple of short video passerby a few times, and then no longer go. Fortunately, the Photography Association was indeed as promised by the senior sister. Love to go or not? The management was very easy. In fact, the reason why Wang Ziyi was frantically recruiting people, the main purpose was to maintain the status of a large club, and then conveniently apply to the school for funding for club activities. All in all, the Photography Association was really famous, powerful and prestigious in the school because there were really many pretty girls in it, especially the president, Wang Ziyi. However, it was such a President Wang Ziyi, who had already shown the first signs of a strong woman, who suddenly called Dao Changqing personally today. To be honest, when Dao Changqing suddenly heard Wang Ziyi's phone call, he was really a bit flattered. Dao Changqing, Wang Ziyi, are you free now? Yes, there is something, this way, the phone cannot say clearly, let's meet to talk about it, okay? Well, there is a Violet coffee house at the north entrance, let's meet there and talk, okay? Wang Ziyi's voice is very delicate. I don't know if it is due to the long time recording jitterbug. Dao Changqing Monday and Tuesday courses are concentrated in the morning, the afternoon is no class, so also should be down. Just a little strange heart. Wang Ziyi has his number is not strange. After all, into the club when filling out the basic information, but she looked for him to do? You have to know that after he joined the association, he and this president had spoken a total of one time. On this or when he just joined the club, the Photography Association held a welcome ceremony, said a polite word. So Dao Changqing was sure that he knew Wang Ziyi, but Wang Ziyi definitely did not know him. However, Dao Changqing miscalculated. Before he even got close to the Violet coffee house, Wang Ziyi had already enthusiastically stood on her tiptoes and waved at him. In the eyes of the uninformed, this was not only recognition, but also familiarity. By the time Dao Changqing trotted closer, his eyes lit up as he was stunned by Wang Ziyi's outfit today. Wang Ziyi was already very beautiful. Today seems to have deliberately put on light makeup. Her face is exquisite like a porcelain doll. A pair of large eyes seem to wear pupils. In the projection of the sunlight, as if it will speak, generally exudes a trace of deep rose red. The thin silver tassel earrings, with a plain white dress, will set her off like a little fairy. Pavilion and pity. Been waiting a long time, haven't you? Sorry. Dao Changqing, who had been baptized by the orientation party and the matter of the granite tribe, had a much more generous posture, or at least the words could be smoothed out. No, I just got here. Don't stand outside. Go, 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 go. Sister's treat, Wang Ziyi enthusiastically said also very intimate, pulling Dao Changqing's arm into the coffee house. Violet coffee house. Dao Changqing did not come, but he heard Zhou Xuanyu said, this livestock about the girls like to come here, because the decoration style here is quite petty, consumption is not high, or more suitable for the pursuit of mood in some of the shyness of the student consumer groups. Dao Changqing came in to take a look. The environment is really quite good. A series of shelves separated from the small single room. You can see a few pairs of small couples. Wang Ziyi said she was treating Dao Changqing, which is too good to let other beautiful women treat. After some excuses, or Dao Changqing paid the bill, ordered a cup of Ocean Star, a cup of honey pomelo tea. After the two of them were seated, Wang Zi didn't directly state her purpose, but instead casually chatted. I have to say, Wang Zi is worthy of being the president of the Photography Association. Very good at chatting. She took the initiative to mention Dao Changqing's performance at the New Year's Eve last night, and the admiration that flowed out of her words simply made Dao Changqing's macho heart get great satisfaction. By the time the drinks came up, the two of them had gotten to know each other much better. At this point, Wang Zi finally stated the purpose of her trip. Dao Changqing, you should know that I have been playing Jitterbug, right? I'm actually looking for you today because I want to ask you to perform a magic trick and make a Jitterbug video. Dao Changqing heard a trace of sudden realization in his heart. Nothing to be solicitous is not treacherous. He said he was a nameless boy. People Hall Photography Association president to find him what? It is on his magic but, then again, if his magic is well designed, a little video might actually be a hit. Dao Changqing a stunned effort. Seems to make Wang Zi misunderstood what? Her eyes suddenly some charming in voice with a whine said, okay well, just one video. It won't take long. I'll treat you to a big meal after it's done. Speaking of this, Wang Zi winked and hinted. I watched your magic show. It's really especially stunning. It's just that the angle of the school recording isn't very good. If I come to operate it, the effect is definitely first class. If the plot is set up to be more exquisite, it will definitely be on fire. And if it's really on fire, we'll be rich, and by then, we can be a pair of excellent CPs and keep a long-term cooperation. Chapter 23, Man Fears Fame, Fears Strength. After all, Dao Changqing didn't resist the charm of the beauty and agreed to Wang Zi's request to shoot a Jitterbug video. In order to make a splash, Wang Zi decides to personally design the plot and prepare the props based on Dao Changqing's magic tricks, so the filming will have to wait for a few more days. On the way back to the dormitory, after a blast of hot sunlight, Dao Changqing suddenly shook his head and smiled. He wasn't pleased that he was suddenly noticed by Wang Zi, a great beauty, but he was laughing at the fact that people were indeed a very realistic creature. According to the Earth-timed account, he only obtained the heaven-grabbing technique the day before yesterday. Because of a welcome party, the class flower spoke to him. The class was impressed, and now even Wang Zi, who has only one side of the edge, begged to go on his head. He. Dao Changqing didn't mean to mock anything. He just suddenly had some feelings. After this matter of Wang Zi, Dao Changqing's heart also gave birth to a few points of self-confidence. He took out his cell phone to find Tang Ye's Q number, and sent a message over. I didn't see you come to class in the morning. Are you sick? After the message was sent over, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, and there was no reply for a long time. Dao Changqing stared at the screen for a long time. Suddenly some heartbroken and some self-deprecating smile. Overestimated himself. People Wang Zi to find him, purely because they want to use him only, but also really think that their own charm overnight burst? Seems like being too confident isn't a good thing. Ding dong. A crisp sound made Dao Changqing expression dumbfounded. He hastily opened his cell phone to take a look. The tip of his eyebrows. A wave of uncontrollable joy floated up to his eyebrows, only to see Tang Ye replied back. You've just seen it? Why does it smell sour? Dao Changqing read this sentence over and over again for a while before returning. Last night a beautiful woman wanted to teach me how to play the piano. So excited that I didn't sleep for half the night, and I slept directly on the table in the morning class for the whole morning. I didn't notice, so it's only now that you've noticed? Tang Ye obviously wasn't that easy to fool. Dao Changqing was embarrassed. Can I say that it was because I was too timid to ask? I wanted to ask at lunch, but I was recognized at dinner and forced to perform a show to escape. The hell with believing you, grimace, tongue out. When Dao Changqing took a look at that expression, Tang Ye's quirky appearance as a ghost face appeared in his mind, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. The two chatted for a while, and Dao Changqing realized that Tang Ye was originally a great aunt, and coincidentally, her hand was injured, so she simply took 2 days off. Tang Ye is a local, belonging to a very small number of students in the university, so Dao Changqing hesitated for a while, in the end did not have the good sense to propose to see her, naturally did not mention teach him to play the piano this. After the two chatted for a while, Tang Ye said she was sleepy and wanted to take a nap, so the two ended the chat. Looking at the bye-bye anime emoticon sent by Tang Ye, Dao Changqing's mood steeply improved, and he only felt that the sun was infinitely bright. Because of this good mood, Dao Changqing afternoon reading and checking information is also particularly energetic. He tried to remember the salt purification process. Thanks to the rock tribe production is rock salt. Itself is already infinitely close to the coarse salt, and then made into refined salt steps are not many. For the tool requirements are also relatively small. Or else Dao Changqing really have a kind of ingenious woman difficult to cook without rice. More than 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After playing ball back to the old Liang excitedly knocked open the door of the dormitory and shouted, see? A large group of people gathered under our dormitory. It looks like they are going to fight. ********. Really? Who dares to go against the wind? Zhou Xuanyu, who was lying on the top bunk holding his cell phone, said with a surprised face. College is different from middle school and high school. Fighting absolutely touches the school bottom line of the problem, the lesser case of record, the heavier case of expulsion. Therefore, the school students generally have conflicts. Most of them are just pushing and shoving and shouting a bit also even if the fight has to be outside the school, unless the movement is very small, and no one to report, or minutes of bad luck. Like Zhou Xuanyu said, a large group of people gathered over. This Nima movement can be big, if this really dry up, not to expel 2 or 3 people to make an example of. Really the school leadership as oppose, probably just bluffing, do not care. Now who dares to fight in school? A while ago, the International Trade Department boys are not also powerful coaxing gathered more than a dozen people to go to the Chinese department. The result? A bunch of boys push and shove to quarrel for half a day. Froze did not fight, simply disgraceful. Old Lu while playing the game, while disdain, and even did not even go out to see the meaning. To this age in college, hormones are basically secreted to the highest peak, either in the library pressure, or wantonly cathartic. A variety of provocative actions occur from time to time. Time-long nature is not strange. A group of people are discussing. The dormitory door was kicked open with a clang. Carrying a water bottle is ready to hit the hot water to take a shower of the old Lian was almost smashed by the door. Asterisk 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 words have just spit to the side of the throat. Immediately was scared to stop, only to see the dormitory door. Unexpectedly Hula gathered a large group of people. This group of people is not exactly the group of people he mentioned before. Old Lu was also startled by this movement, and hastily turned back. And when he saw a doorway, his face turned slightly white, and he didn't even care if his game character was killed. Dao Changqing Yuing, give me the out. When the head of a face full of cross-fleshed dark-skinned youth he came in and cursed angrily. His eyes sharply swept through the entire dormitory, his gaze instantly locking on the frowning Dao Changqing who looked over. This person is not someone else. It is precisely the youth who robbed Dao Changqing Baiji Bun yesterday morning. The moment Dao Changqing turned his head and saw this person, he immediately understood what had happened. Dao Changqing stood up. He swept a glance at the dormitory outside the black pressure of a piece of people. Frankly speaking, if this is put aside 2 days ago, his heart absolutely balked. May have been the 2 stocks of the war silence up. However now, although he was still nervous mentally, he wasn't that afraid anymore, because under the cover of the clothes, a mysterious black pattern gradually spread out from the spine bone to the sides. Dao Changqing stood up. He glanced at the person outside and taunted. It's you. Looks like this can't beat me and you're looking for help? When these words came out, all the people present dropped their jaws in shock. In the dormitory, Zhou Xianyu and the others were surprised to look up and down at Dao Changqing's skinny figure. This physique can beat this black man with a tiger's back and a bear's waist? This Nima not be crippled on the Amitabha Buddha, right? He will not be able to beat you? And this black youth brought companions as a face of consternation. They heard that the brother of the lift just after the end of the military training was bullied. Today just found out the information of the boy, so a group of people roar to follow over. The purpose of it, rather than supporting the scene, it is to play cool. However, they didn't expect that Zhang Xian, the younger brother of Li Fu, who was so tall and big, would still be unable to defeat this bean sprout in front of him. What kind of international joke is this? Put your mother's ass, I cannot beat you? Your mom's asshole, played dirty tricks with me, right? Come on, now I'm standing right here. You play for me again. Come on, let me see. The black youth angrily grabbed Dao Changqing's collar and carried it to his face, spitting on Dao Changqing's face. The moment he said this, everyone instantly realized that it was this kid who was playing some kind of dirty trick. I told you, this kid is skinny. How can he be Zhang Xian's opponent? Chapter 24, The Little Wolf Dog. Let go of me. The Dao Changqing who was being carried by the collar was so angry that he was about to explode. He stared coldly at Zhang Xian, waiting for the moment when the salty talisman patterns would crawl all over his body. I'll let go when you tell me to. Who are you? Who the hell are you? Yo, you're pretty tough, aren't you? Come on, show me more. Zhang Xian, who had grabbed Dao Changqing, mocked with a smug look on his face. Asterisk 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 your mom. I heard that you can also do magic tricks, right? Come on, change one for me to see. Let's see if you can change out of the master's hands. That's right. The reason why Zhang Xian was able to find Dao Changqing was because Dao Changqing had revealed his identity by participating in the welcome party performance. That said, there's a bit of a twist to it. Although Zhang Xian was a freshman, he didn't attend the freshman party, otherwise with his violent temper, he would have probably clashed with Dao Changqing that night. Where would he wait until now? Naiha unjust narrow road. Although he did not participate in the welcome party, but froze by mistake in the school bar to see the Dao Changqing perform magic video. Although the school video shot quite fuzzy, but Zhang Xian still recognized at a glance. Subsequently, he rushed to mobilize all the relations to inquire about the identity of Dao Changqing as well as the address of the dormitory. In the process of inquiring, inevitably used his brother's contacts in the school. So many people look at his brother's face. Hala and Hala followed over to support the scene to come. At this time it is these seniors to support the scene. One by one looked at was carrying the neck of Dao Changqing. The heart can be described as gloating to the extreme. And a group of friends in the dormitory of Dao Changqing has long been this large group of people scared confused. One by one stand is not walk is not. Can be described as embarrassing to the extreme. Fighting is not allowed in school. Do you know that? Dao Changqing asked. Ha, what did you say? Zhang Xian froze, and then he couldn't stop laughing out loud. This laughter of his infected the seniors who were supporting the scene outside, and one by one, they also laughed along with him, looking at Dao Changqing as if they were looking at a dilettante. Yo, I didn't realize you're still a good boy. You're not allowed to fight? I just fought. So what? Who dares to report me for fighting? Who dares to report me for fighting? If you dare to report me, I won't be able to go to school, and I'll definitely make sure that he won't be able to go to school either. Zhang Xian arrogantly said. His words sounded arrogant, but in reality, it really wasn't false at all. He was Brother Lift's own brother. How many people in Guanbei Finance and Trade College dared to report him? Don't want to mix in the school? Dao Changqing's heart was shaken when he heard this. This is the so-called ruthless afraid of the horizontal? Thinking about this, the last bit of concern in Dao Changqing's heart was gone. He heatedly laughed. Since you want to see a magic trick, then I'll perform one for you. Watch. Zhang Xian sniffed and froze. In this instant, he steeply felt a heavy arm. Vision then the sky and earth turned up, not waiting for him to react. Rumble a loud sound. His close to 200 pounds of fat heavily smashed on the floor. At this moment the whole floor seems to vibrate for a moment. It turned out that just now, the seemingly skinny Dao Changqing had steeply grabbed his arm and as if swinging a giant hammer, lifted him high and then ruthlessly smashed him down. The extremely exaggerated image of an ant trying to shake a tree instantly shocked everyone at the scene. For a moment, a pin dropped. Everyone was confused. One by one, they looked at being smashed on the ground and fell to the lungs so painful that they couldn't even send out a scream, and they could only grunt as if they were shrimps curled up straight and shivering. Zhang Xian, and they only felt that their eyelids were jumping straight up and down, and their hearts were in a row. Dao Changqing gasped for breath, straightened his collar, then lifted his foot to step over Zhang Xian and walked over to the balcony, copied an empty beer bottle, smashed it against the wall with a snap, revealing glass barbs that looked like daggers, and pointed at a group of supporters outside angrily shouting, "Who the wants to die?" Tang Yaya woke up with a start. The sky was already near dusk, and the disorienting feeling of not being able to distinguish between early morning and evening simply gave people a feeling of being abandoned by the world. She curled up a little, subconsciously fumbling for her cell phone to see if she'd missed any messages. However, when she casually clicked on the class 18022 private group, she froze as she saw a photo with a face she was extremely familiar with. This is a perspective from the top and the bottom of the photo. Look at the environment of the shooter should be sitting on the upper bunk. The center of the photo is a man holding a half bottle of beer. The man looks arrogant, one-handed beer bottle pointing to the door, the sunset afterglow sprinkled on his back, so that he is as if wearing a colorful cloak. General Cool simply cracked. If you looked closely, you could also see this man curled up at his feet, looking as if he had been beaten and crawling on the ground. Send this photo is Zhou Xuanyu. Zhou Xuanyu sent this photo is excited to send voice roar, asterisk 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 asterisk. You did not see the scene. The old road beer bottle to the wall, pointing to the outside of a group of people cursed who want to die. You guess what happened later? I drop a good boy. A group of people looking at the wind, froze. The fart did not dare to put all Nima Gray slipped away. That is, fell on the ground of the dead fat man, or the old road called them to drag out, or do not want to. Zhou Xianyu's chattering voice continues. That excited speech, unknowingly thought that he picked a gang of triads. However, at this time, Tang Yaya already did not care to listen to what he said. She clamored to sit up from the bed, and hurriedly up to look at the chat records of the private group of the class. Along with the first exposure of the old Liang, to the boys' dormitory of the boys came out one by one to clarify the explanation. She finally understood what had happened. By the time she understood the beginning and end, and then went back to looking at that photo, that gesture of carrying a half-empty beer bottle, clearly looking gangly and roguish, actually had a heroic feeling in her eyes. At this time, the class group had already exploded, and all sorts of comments directly brushed the screen. The old ways can be. I can't see that Dao Changqing, who usually looks so gentle, is so powerful when it matters. This freshman is such a bully. He deserves to be beaten up. That's it. In the midst of a swipe, Tang Yaya took the initiative to dial the phone to Dao Changqing. You can the effort of me taking a nap. You even made such a big commotion. Can you blame me for that? Do you think I'm the kind of person who causes trouble? He came to me by himself, so what could I do? Let him bully me? Besides, I didn't provoke him first, it was his own fault for jumping the queue and trying to beat me up, resulting in a direct split, and it's all on my head. I'm simply more unjust than a sinus. Standing at the end of the dormitory corridor blowing the wind from the city's hot island, Dao Changqing defended himself, thinking about today's scene. Frankly speaking, even he himself felt unbelievable. He wasn't surprised that Zhang Xian had taken down Zhang Xian. The close relationship between his doppelganger and the Granite Tribe's beast warriors had caused him to lose his initial fear of the big man. Zhang Xian's stature seemed tall to outsiders, but in reality, it was nothing compared to the mighty beast warrior. What really makes Dao Changqing incredible is that he is a person with an empty wine bottle, but he was born to bluff a group of people, and froze a group of people to run away, which is in the end they are too egregious, or he himself was too egregious in the past. Getting a bargain is still a good thing. Tang Yeye laughed and said, I didn't see it. This little puppy of yours is a little wolf dog after half a day. It's quite fierce. Little milk dog? Dao Changqing froze, knowing the meaning of this internet buzzword. Tang Yeye also seemed to notice the intimacy in her words. She hurriedly and shyly said, no more chatting. I'm going to make dinner. Bye. After saying that, she snapped and hung up the phone. Dao Changqing listened to the busy tone on the phone, and his entire body was frozen for a long time until Wang Zi's call came back to him. Dao Changqing, you're finished. Do you know who Zhang Xian's brother is? Chapter 25. Beating up the little one comes the old one. Speaking of Zhang Xian's brother Zhang Xiuju, in the minds of many students of Guanbei Finance and Trade College, absolutely can be called the existence of the big brother level. Many students are even more proud to know Zhang Xiuju. Speaking of this Zhang Xiuju, he was graduated from the official by the College of Finance and Trade, and also did 2 years of the student body president. This person in his sophomore year after sitting on the position of the student body president, hard to persuade his family in front of the school opened a net cafe. By virtue of the contacts in the school as well as the students of the field, the net cafe opened a very red hot, starting a business as a boss in his second year of college. This can make Zhang Xiuju harvest envy, but definitely not harvest awe. The real reason why Zhang Xiuju is feared is because he is said to have extremely deep connections with the Grey Forces in this part of the university town, and even himself seems to be involved in it. As for what exactly do, no one can say clearly. Some people say that Zhang Xiuju these years to save money, so involved in the lending business. Some people say that Zhang Xiuju is actually to the big bosses to ask for debts of the horse. There are also said that Zhang Xiuju is the management of the Guanbei Finance and Trade Northgate Night Market Management shareholders and so on. All in all, there are all sorts of rumors about young Suju, and it's almost hard to tell what's true from what's false. However, whether you call him a big brother or a horseman working for a big brother, there is one thing you have to admit, and that is that young Suju is very popular in this part of the university town, or at least that's what he looks like in the eyes of the students in the ivory tower. Therefore, after Wang Zi knew about this matter, she immediately called Dao Changqing. She is not concerned about Dao Changqing, but she is worried that the video she has not yet filmed is stillborn in the womb. How did you know about this? After Dao Changqing heard about Zhang Xian's brother Zhang Xiaoju's background, he did not fall into a state of trepidation and instead asked Wang Zi how she knew about this. Now the school's general group has spread the word like crazy. Now the whole school knows that you not only beat Zhang Xian's brother into the hospital, but also scared a whole bunch of people who froze and didn't dare to do anything. When Wang Zi said this, only then did she react violently to the fact that Zhang Xiuju was powerful, and this Dao Changqing didn't seem to be bad either. Could it be that there was some unknown background behind it as well? What? Dao Changqing was taken aback as he hurriedly pursued. Wouldn't the school know about this now? School? What school got to do with it? Wang Zi was a bit confused. Wouldn't I be expelled from school if the school knew? Dao Changqing nagged. Ha! Wang Zi dumbfounded. She really have a kind of Taoist Changqing brain shell pry open to see what is the structure of the impulse. This our offended triad, even still have the mood to care about the school no? After hanging up the phone, Dao Changqing breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Zi told him, this matter is known to the school, most likely will turn a blind eye. After all, this is only a little thing? 1 did not bleed, 2 did not cause serious repercussions. If the school is still on the line, then how many students have to be expelled every year? How many students would be expelled every year if the school were to make an issue of it? Besides, no one reported the fight, no one testified, and even if the school knew about it, there was no excuse to expel Dao Changqing. Although Zhou Xianyu, the pig teammate, took a picture of Dao Changqing holding a glass bottle. But so what? Their photography association has also shot suicide and other videos. In addition, if the school wanted to expel him, they would have to expel Zhang Xian, a situation that Zhang Xiuju would definitely not want to see. So Dao Changqing could rest assured. This incident reminds Dao Changqing of a short story. It is said that in ancient times, a corrupt official was caught. The emperor wanted to kill him, and the evidence was overwhelming. The corrupt official wanted to protect himself. What to do? This corrupt official is so powerful that he directly asked his close friends to report him for treason. Oh my goodness, is this not a big enough offense for him? You think beheading is too easy? Not as good as lynching? However, it turned out that the corrupt official was eventually acquitted. Why? Because treason is to be executed 9 families of the great crime. Once the corrupt official treason is finalized, and he has contact with the officials have to be unlucky, under the lips and teeth, those officials which dare to see his crime is finalized. Therefore, a group of officials had to step in to protect him, and he eventually dodged a bullet. Sensei, no matter what axioms were embedded in this matter, at least Dao Changqing felt that it was quite similar to his current situation. Since he wouldn't be expelled from school, Dao Changqing's last worries were gone. As for the threat of Zhang Xian's brother Zhang Xiuju, honestly, Dao Changqing hadn't really put much thought into it. It was really hard to imagine that according to Earth time, Dao Changqing, who had been very inferior 3 days ago, had grown in boldness to the point of ignoring the triads at this time. It wasn't so much that the experience of this period of time had increased Dao Changqing's self-confidence, rather, it was the power that Dao Changqing had mastered that gave him the capital to disregard this kind of violence that strayed outside the law. Dao Changqing really don't believe it, that Zhang Xiuju can still powerful coaxing the whole anti-AK-47 killers to give him a sudden knot? Since you can't, it's 2 shoulders against 1 head. Who's afraid? But even so, Dao Changqing went to the kiosk and bought a box of set needles and threads, then took out all the embroidery needles inside and inserted them into his clothes as a backup means. If he really suffered a smothering from Zhang Xiuju, he might have to rely on this embroidery needle to save his life. Dao Changqing had just figured out where to hide the embroidery needle so that it wouldn't be easy to find, when a boy led 2 tiger-backed men to find him. "You're Dao Changqing?" one of the Hans asked with a contemptuous face. "It's me." When Dao Changqing saw these 2 Hans, he exclaimed in his heart that it was so fast. He had just beaten his brother into the hospital in the front foot, and this came in the back foot, and he didn't investigate. Wasn't he afraid of kicking the iron plate? Or he looks really not like iron plate? "Brother Lift is treating you to hot pot. Are you going to leave on your own or are we going to rack you?" The Hanyu looked at the man through his nostrils. Dao Changqing skimmed his lips. "We just didn't have any dinner, and someone's treating us, so what's the point of racking up? Hurry up and go. I'm starving to death." This careless attitude of Dao Changqing made these 2 tiger-backed men a little confused. They simply did not expect that this thin as a beansprout like college student had such courage. Could it be that he doesn't know Lift's great name? Well, it's possible. The 2 Hans glanced at each other. Both saw this speculation from the other's eyes, and then the mind to watch the show became heavier and heavier, as they waited for this so-called college student to be scared by Lift to the point of ting and pissing all over the place in a lousy picture. The matter of Dao Changqing being invited to dinner by Zhang Xiuju's people spread throughout the entire school almost as soon as he left the dormitory building on the front foot, and on the back foot. Dao Changqing was taken away by Lift's men, worthy of being Brother Lift, doing things in a really nasty way. This kid is dead. For sure, there's no shortage of arms and legs. It's not that much of a stretch, but missing an arm or a leg is unlikely. But swelling up into a pig's head is still a big possibility. Damn. I've long said that this kid is dead. Dare to beat up Lift's brother. Isn't this looking for his own death? Guanbei Financial and Trade Group. A group of dangling old students inside the spittle-flying gossip. That often missing arms and legs. Triad in other words. Scared the group of many freshmen look confused. There are also people weakly in the inside asking, who is Brother Lift? The older students who could rarely pretend to be a bully in front of a group of freshmen immediately spit on Lift's background once again and bragged about it in general. As if bragging about Lift would prove that he was familiar with this circle and was very powerful. But you don't say. Many freshmen were really bluffed, typing in the group obviously much more polite. "Senior brother, please take," and other flattering words simply brush screen. Compared to the buzz of the school's general group, the private group of class 18022 was a bit cold, and after Lao Liang shouted out the news that Lao Dao had been taken away by Brother Lift, the group chatted for a while. For example, asking after the question of who is Brother Lift? Dao Changqing why was taken away. By the time someone had copied the school's main group's koan, the group went straight to mute and no one replied to the message anymore. It's not really anyone's fault. People are here to go to school, not to get into trouble. And who wants to get into trouble over this? It is Zhou Xian Yu 3 plain brother long brother short 3 people also dumbfounded. This is not a conflict between students. This Nima is involved in that what the triad who still dare to get involved in it? No one dared. Except one person, Tang Yeye. Chapter 26, the so-called affection. Tang Shi, who had been busy all morning finally negotiating a big project, decided to just give herself an afternoon off. For this reason she came to Le Grand Louvre specifically at noon and decided to treat herself. when the exquisite fork will be light golden yellow Strasbourg foie gras into the mouth at that moment, the kind of melt in the mouth, delicate and smooth, rich as Belgium's finest chocolate in general, simply tangy sweating pores all over the body to open. In particular, a sip of Sautern's noble rot will not only provide instant relief from the high acidity of the wine, but also bring out the sweetness of the foie gras with its smoothness and fragrance, making for a memorable experience. It's easy to get tired of eating too much French foie gras, but Tangxi just likes this kind of greasy top luxury taste, even if it needs to use another kind of top luxury noble rot wine to dissolve this grease. This is just as she likes the city that is internationally famous for its romance, even if the cheating rate in this city is as high as 50%. Just when Tangxi was enjoying the top luxurious taste alone, her cell phone suddenly rang. Tangxi picked it up somewhat spoiled, and her expression suddenly showed a hint of surprise, because it was her sister who brought the call. "Oh my god, you would even call me? Is this the sun coming out of the west? My own sister?" Tangxi said in an extremely exaggerated tone, as if it was such a rare thing for her untalented sister to call her. "Wait, your friends are boys? Okay, I get it. I understand. It's a regular classmate. I won't be imagining things. That's it. I'll take care of this. Don't worry. My most dear sister begs for my head. Even if it's a star in the sky, I'll pick one for you." After hanging up the phone, Tangxi didn't taste the foie gras anymore. She hurriedly made a call to her old friend in China, and after some meticulous instructions, when she hung up the phone again, she couldn't help but reveal a wacky smile at the corner of her mouth. "What a great day. My stupid sister actually fell in love? Ha ha ha. I wonder whose brat actually managed to impress my stupid sister." Brother Lift said that he would treat him to hot pot, but after Dao Changqing followed him over, it turned out to be a real nasty treat. Only the difference was that Zhang Xiuju had already brought his people to eat it, and looking at that appearance, where was the gesture of treating someone? Zhang Xiuju wasn't as vicious as rumors had it, looking like a svelte young man, except that if you removed the two bare-chested Hans beside him who were covered in carved dragons and phoenixes, he looked more like a college student than his brother. Zhang Xiuju's younger brother, Zhang Xian, is also here. Don't look at the school rumors about what he was beaten into the hospital, but in fact, it is just a walk from the hospital. The body is not a big deal, but just a lot of pain at the time. As soon as Zhang Xian saw Dao Changqing come out, his eyes instantly reddened and he stood up with a clamor, backhandedly copying a beer bottle and wanting to strike Zhang Xian. Zhang Xiuju chided. The elder brother's rebuke caused Zhang Xian to hesitate for a moment, and then he sat down again with an ugly face. Only his eyes kept staring fiercely at Dao Changqing, seemingly pondering where to turn around and smash the beer bottle in his hand. Dao Changqing glanced at Zhang Xian and then stopped paying attention. He casually pulled out the chair and was about to sit down. Unexpectedly, just at this time, Zhang Xiuju beside a more dry and thin young man than Dao Changqing steeply stood up and roared, "Asterisk, your mother. Kid, do you know the rules? Big brother let you sit?" The voice was so loud that it literally shook the entire private room with a faint ringing. This voice roared. Dao Changqing froze. "Nima, what is the meaning of this? Under the horse's authority? Tiger, how did you talk to my brother's classmate?" Zhang Xiuju opened his mouth, then said to Dao Changqing in a pleasant manner, "Sit down. Who just came out of the number? He doesn't know the rules. Bear with me." Dao Changqing sniffed indistinctly. No wonder then the old man is still thin. Feelings are squatting number of vermicelli cabbage eat more. However, I do not know if it is not an illusion. Mentioning the number of times, this Ahu look obviously with a wave of complacency and arrogance, as if squatting number is a thing of honor in general. After Dao Changqing took his seat, Zhang Xiuju directly opened the door. "Introduce myself. My name is Zhang Xiuju, Zhang Xian's own brother. I'm looking for you. I think you know what it's about." Dao Changqing nodded, the salty rune having long since crawled all over his body. Zhang Xiuju put down his chopsticks, leaned back in his chair, and said with a calm face, "I also understand the matter between you and my brother. How can I say this? My brother interfered in the front. It is indeed my brother's fault, and he deserved to be beaten. My brother couldn't swallow this breath, brought a group of people to find you to settle the score, and was beaten into the hospital by you. It can't be blamed on you. It can only be blamed on him not being as skilled as others." This word, Dao Changqing surprised. "How does this sound a bit wrong? Brother, this kid is playing a trick." Zhang Xian was in a hurry to defend himself. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiuju backhandedly slapped him on the head. "Did I tell you to talk? It's a skill to be able to cheat. If you have the ability, you can also cheat. I have long said that you this nature, sooner or later have to get into trouble. See just a few days to come to study in the university. This was beaten into the hospital. You don't mind shame. I still mind shame it." Zhang Xian was smashed by this slap, directly confused. Do not look at him, bigger than his brother. Froze, did not dare to fight back. nerdily sat in the seat, only to look at the eyes of Dao Changqing more and more vicious. After teaching his brother, Zhang Xiuju pulled out a cigarette, snapped it on, took a hard drag, and said, "But then again, no matter what mistakes my brother made, he was beaten me as a brother must step in. This is love and justice. This point, no matter if you reason not to understand it must be understood. So this is my brother's fault, but you still have to give me an explanation. I go to your grandfather, said half a day, or to find me to settle accounts. This Nima before that blah blah blah, a bunch of words interesting? Dao Changqing did not know that this statement was really meaningless to him. However, it was very interesting to Zhang Xiuju, because it represented a rule by which he stood firm in this part of the university town. Most importantly, his main purpose of saying so much was still to educate his brother. He wanted to tell his brother that the only reason why I stood up for you was because I was your brother, not that what you did was right. What do you want to explain? This seems to be the first sentence that Dao Changqing came in and said. I have to say, Zhang Xiuju is no wonder that he is revered by countless people, as evidenced by this control of the field aura. Zhang Xiuju didn't say anything as he patted Zhang Xian's shoulder and said, "Don't kill anyone." When the words fell, the two men who had brought Dao Changqing here grabbed at him with one on the left and one on the right. Dao Changqing froze. This Nima change face is also too fast, right? In front of the guests still discussing the reasoning of love and righteousness. The next moment, even directly on the face, I day mom, sister flip speed is not as fast as you are. Dao Changqing cursed in his heart, not waiting for the two Hans to grab over. He backhandedly copied the chair under his buttocks and just smashed it at one of them. Chapter 27 Clash. When Dao Changqing came, he was prepared to be beaten up or even swarmed. After all, the other party's advantage is so big. In his place, he is also lazy to reason, directly go up and cut through before. So when Zhang Xiuju talked about the rules of righteousness, Dao Changqing was not paralyzed, but instead became more and more vigilant, because this guy's performance is simply too similar to those chattering villains in the drama pretending to be a villain. Therefore, when Zhang Xiu tapped his brother's shoulder and threw a cup as a signal, implying that his men could beat up Dao Changqing had already reacted. He picked up the chair and swung it towards one of them, under the support of the salted fish rune. How strong was his strength? This can be said to be fast and ruthless. Only heard a bang sound. That person fell to the ground in response to the sound. That speed that hands to see Zhang Xiuju and other people's eyelids jumped. Well, in this delayed effort, standing behind the Dao Changqing another person bull big fist also smashed over. Seeing that Dao Changqing was about to be hit by this punch, unexpectedly, that punch even slipped to the side as if slipping. At this moment, Dao Changqing also reacted, cursed roll, raised his foot and kicked over. Plop, another sound. The man directly flew backwards, clanging on the wall. At this point, Dao Changqing finally broke free from the encircling crisis. However, not waiting for him to breathe a sigh of relief, his eyelids jumped. It is Zhang Xiuju next to a man copied a chair, is smashed over. At this time, Dao Changqing was simply too late to block, and with a bang, the chair done smashed into him and froze, putting him on the ground. The field was instantly quiet. Zhang Shen looked at the Dao Changqing who had suddenly risen up and instantly wasted two of his brother's men. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. No wonder he was at a disadvantage. Nima, this guy was so strong that it was almost scary. But so what if the strength is great? Can one person still beat a group of people? Asterisk 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 your mom. Quite the fighter. Zhang Xian purposely cursed, to bolster his courage and to expel the trace of fear in his heart. Cursing, he walked over with his beer bottle. At this time, the others did not move, because they know that under the chair of the six, not to say that this bean sprouts, or even 300 pounds of big fat people cannot eat. So what are you going to do at this time? Stealing the thunder of Lucky's brother? Zhang Xian walked over and stomped on Dao Changqing's body, bending over and cursing with arrogance. Son of a, aren't you a damn good fighter? Now how to wimp out? You big man, dare to beat me? I'll call you. Cursing angrily, this guy raised his foot to kick hard at Dao Changqing. Unexpectedly, Dao Changqing, who was obviously smashed and almost wasted, snapped and grabbed his ankle. You, Zhang Xian froze, then saw Dao Changqing reveal a pair of hateful eyes. I just beat you up, so what? Dao Changqing cursed angrily and yanked so hard that Zhang Xian's 200 pounds of weight fell to the ground with a rumble. Zhang Xian! Zhang Xiuju finally couldn't sit still. He clattered, stood up and shouted angrily, Dao Changqing, you dare to? Why the hell wouldn't I dare? Dao Changqing was also smashed out of the real fire. He violently climbed up from the ground, not waiting for Zhang Xiuju's people to rush over. He grabbed Zhang Xian's ankle and swung it up in a semicircle was to smash him over. This time, young Suju's people were completely confused. In the face of this 200 pounds of meat lump, obviously carrying a chair in his hand, but froze by this meat lump smashed people, Even the hot pot soup material also instantly splashed all over the place. A lot of hot soup splashed into the exposed skin. Was scalded. Wow. Dao Changqing, I'm going to kill you. Zhang Xiuju climbed up in a sorry state, and without thinking, he cursed. However, just after the curses had been uttered, his pupils abruptly shrunk, because Dao Changqing had rushed over right after Zhang Xian, and in the face of the table's obstruction, he leapt up high as if he was sprinting over hurdles, and kicked over with a flying kick. Ah! The scream instantly cut through the entire private room, and also confused Zhang Xian and even Zhang Xiuju's men who struggled to get up, because the scream was clearly from young Suju. Zhang Xiuju, who had fallen to the ground, covered his mouth, which was covered in blood, and just now Dao Changqing's kick had coincidentally kicked him in the jaw. However, at this time, Dao Changqing was as if he had gone mad, ignoring the fact that Zhang Xiuju had covered his face with blood, and grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. You paralyzed. You come to kill me again? Ah? Still love and righteousness? Sentiment Nima's righteousness. Ah. At this moment, the furious Dao Changqing was as angry as a fierce beast, and the bravery that originated from the rock tribe finally revived in him. Zhang Xiuju, who had been strangled, was like a fish out of water, desperately trying to breathe with his mouth wide open, but ended up spraying Dao Changqing with a face full of blood foam. At this time, Zhang Xian and even Zhang Xiuju's people were completely dumbfounded. How could they not expect that they were full of 7 people? But they froze and failed to beat Dao Changqing alone, and they were also tackled by the other party's big brother. Bang! Right at this moment, the door to the private room was steeply slammed open, and a dozen or so Hans rushed in with a crash. Dao Changqing turned around and saw the scene. His pupils suddenly shrunk. The embroidery needle inserted in his clothes trembled uncontrollably, and had a hidden tendency to detach from his clothes. The Hans who rushed in looked at the messy booth and were a bit confused, as if they didn't even think that there had been a conflict inside. Who are Zhang Xiuju and Zhang Xian? A white-shirted youth at the head of the group asked with a frown. Dao Changqing sniffed in slight relief. It wasn't looking for him. It should have nothing to do with him. These two are it, Dao Changqing said as he casually dumped Zhang Xiuju on his brother. The white-shirted youth's wrinkled brows instantly stretched out, his eyes surprised as he looked Dao Changqing up and down and spoke. Brother's body is good. Just a 3-legged cat. Dao Changqing casually made a polite remark. He. The white-shirted youth laughed. He looked down at the Zhang brothers and mocked. Zhang brothers? Right. You owe a debt and don't pay it back. And you still have the face to come out and show off? Damn. Take them away. After saying that, the group of Hans he brought with him rushed over like tigers and wolves and directly set up the Zhang brothers. And at this time, Zhang Xiuju's people were directly confused. One looked at the carved dragon and painted phoenix ferocious. At this time in front of this group of people wimped out like a kitten, obediently stood in the corner, afraid to be noticed. Fortunately, the group of white-shirted youths seemed to be targeting the Zhang brothers, and didn't even bother to pay attention to these fighters, coming and going faster. Dao Changqing see the situation also nimbly follow the back and hurry to run. Nima, do not run and wait for the hot pot restaurant boss to come. Compensation. Ah? After rushing out of the hot pot restaurant and being blown by the street wind, Dao Changqing's mood was steeply refreshed. This kind of coolness, rather than the coolness of winning a fight against a group of people, is more like the coolness of breaking the demonic barrier in the heart. All along he has been very low self-esteem. If the courage of that drink in front of the Bai Ji bun stall opened his journey to restore self-confidence mission, then the performance of the welcome party is an important turning point for him to break his low self-esteem, and the courage to go out in the private room of the courage to completely restore his confidence. Many people will have such an experience, obviously scared to death of a certain kind of affairs, the result of an accident after participating in it, suddenly found that they are not afraid of it. At this time Dao Changqing is probably so psychological, exuberant in the psychological completion of the metamorphosis of Dao Changqing, did not even notice the strange expressions of passers-by looking at him, until he returned to the dormitory, only to notice that his roommates look at him a little strange, until Dao Changqing sat down in front of the computer, looking at the reflections on the screen of the laptop. The whole person was suddenly dumbfounded. How could the old man just run back to the dormitory with a face of blood? Chapter 28, The Peacock opens its screen. The sensation caused by Dao Changqing returning to school with a face full of blood was completely beyond everyone's imagination. He hadn't even stepped through the school gates when he was already seen by the students of Guanbei Finance and Trade College. So the group chat of the school's general group, which hadn't yet subsided, once again boiled over. I saw Dao Changqing, full of blood and dirty clothes, seems to have had a fight. I'll be damned. What a fight. This must be a one-sided beating. Dare to offend brother lift. Seek your own death. He's kinda lucky, it's just a little bit of flesh and blood. Guess it's still because he's a college student and people don't want to make a big deal out of it. Oh, who knows if this is kneeling and slapping yourself in the face in exchange for this. Dao Changqing in the welcome party's big appearance. although he harvested a bunch of fans, but accordingly look at him unhappy boys also abound. At this time suddenly learned that he was beaten fat face full of blood, gloating almost did not by 10,000 ring full of red. In fact, if Dao Changqing hadn't made a big splash at the welcome party, no one in the school's general group would even give a about him right now. The reputation of the world, the slander is also followed. Really the ancients sincere not I deceive. With a face full of blood, Dao Changqing had to go to the bathroom to take a shower, and by the time he returned Tang Ye had already sent him several messages. Looking at the concern that even the square-inch screen couldn't lock up, Dao Changqing couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. It felt so good to have someone who cared about him. Honestly, when Dao Changqing returned to the dormitory, the entire dormitory a stiff cold avoid him like avoiding the flood beast posture. Simply make his heart a while cold. While he could guess that his roommate was of the mindset that he didn't want to get into trouble, understanding it was another thing when it happened to him. It was good that he still had Tang Ye, and when he thought of Tang Ye, Dao Changqing slept exceptionally well that night. However, he didn't know that Tang Ye, who had warned him, the moment she put down her cell phone, the whole person suddenly couldn't control her red eyes, because her sister stunk her up. Yeah, I don't object to you falling in love. It's time for you to fall in love at your age, but that guy called Dao Changqing, you absolutely can't talk to him. You told me before. I really listened to your words. Thought it was what the 3 good students. The result of a half-a-day hole a rogue gangster. A person who beats others with blood all over his face. And this kind of person together with domestic violence. You have no place to cry I tell you. What? Don't want me to take care of you? You think I want to control you? I don't understand why you're like a love-struck girl in a romance novel. But you only like this kind of hooligan. Among all the young talents in Guanbei City, I don't want to talk to you. I'll just tell you one thing. You're not allowed to fall in love with him. If I find out that you didn't listen to my advice, don't blame me for telling mom and dad. Thinking of her sister's words, Tang Ye, who was clearly nothing, suddenly bit her red lips white, and her rebelliousness burst out so abruptly. You don't let me do it, then I'll just do it to you. All along, her sister what is better than her? People look better than her beautiful, grades better than her. The school is the international first-class institutions. Compared with her sister, she looks more like an ugly duckling, so she is afraid of her sister in fact, also worship her sister, but that difference of 6 years of age generation gap, so that many times she and her sister cannot talk together. She used to respect her sister's advice no matter how much they couldn't talk, yet somehow this time, maybe it was because Dao Changqing gave her the courage to go on the show, maybe it was because her sister was holding her mom and dad against her. In short, she decided that this time she would listen to her heart's choice. Far away in France, Tang Shi was afraid that she could never have imagined that her overreaction had become a catalyst for Tang Ye's emotions. In reality, Tang Ye merely had a favorable impression of Dao Changqing, and whether or not this favorable impression could develop, was actually not yet known at all. As a result of her overreaction, she in turn poked through a certain layer of window paper. The following Wednesday, there were no classes in the morning. Dao Changqing asleep directly to 9:30. Get, all this point is still up a fart. Dao Changqing simply nestled in the nest and Tang Ye chat up QQ, ready to wait until after 10 o'clock, breakfast and lunch together. As a result, to Dao Changqing's surprise, Tang Ye told him that she was in the school library. Holy, this news simply made Dao Changqing instantly energized. He feigned carelessness as he sent over the words, I'm coming to hang out with you, ha, without waiting to cover his pounding heart. The word yes jumped into his eyes in an abrupt and mischievous manner. Tang Ye actually agreed? At this time, Dao Changqing was so surprised that he almost jumped up from the bed. He quickly stabilized his excitement and crackled back. Where is your exact location? I'll go over right now. It's on the first floor. Okay, I'll be right there. After Dao Changqing replied to the message, he hurriedly rummaged through the clothes he thought were the most handsome and then hurriedly rushed over after washing up. Wait until the road long green rushed to the library on the first floor. Directly dumbfounded. I wipe. Expected beauty if lotus flower a little shy standing in the corner waiting for his picture did not see. The results froze to see a large wave of zombies, oh no students wandering among them. Dao Changqing's mood was immediately a bit disappointed. He thought that he was alone together, but it turned out to be nothing more than a public event piggybacking on him and passing by the looks of it. However, Dao Changqing's low mood was instantly thrown to Java when he saw Tang Ye waving at him, and he ran over with a fart in his face. Sorry for the long wait, right? Dao Changqing said in a somewhat formal manner. No la. Tang Ye shook her head. I don't know if it was because the weather was too hot, but Tang Ye's cheeks were obviously a little flushed, so red that it was shy, so red that it was cute, and so red that it was endearing. By the way, isn't your body that? Why don't you rest and rest more at home? How is the body? Is there any discomfort? Dao Changqing was a little embarrassed and concerned. My body is fine. I'm only uncomfortable on the first day. The rest of the time is fine. Hearing that Dao Changqing still remembered her menstruation, Tang Yaya's heart was instantly sweet. Originally I was planning to take another day off at home, but today is the day our club has a fellowship activity, so I have to attend. Otherwise I won't be able to get the 2 club points, and I still want to apply for party membership, Tang Yaya explained. Dao Changqing sniffed indistinctly. Just as Dao Changqing and Tang Yaya were whispering and rejoicing in the world of the two of them, a conspiratorial voice abruptly interjected. Yo, isn't this the great magician Dao Changqing? TSK, you've recovered well. I heard that you were punched in the face yesterday. Are you alright? Dao Changqing looked up and found that the interjection is a young man wearing a black t-shirt. Next to him also hang around with a few self-proclaimed suave pose classmates. To see that they are not pretending not to glance at Tang Yaya's eyes, it is known that this cool pose is mostly posed for her to see. Who are you? Dao Changqing frowned with a look of disgust. That's right, he didn't recognize these people at all. Nima, like a psychopath, suddenly interjecting into the conversation. The key is to interject into the conversation is just, but also in front of lousy goddess Black Me. Simply beg to be beaten. Chapter 29, Cutting and Dicing. This is the president of our magic association, Zhao Xuanrui. The black t-shirt youth's companion interjected. Yo, so you're the president of the magic association? Dao Changqing shouted with a surprised face, not waiting for Zhao Xuanrui to reveal a smug look. He then withdrew his look and said expressionlessly, don't know. As soon as the last 3 words left her mouth, Tang Yaya couldn't help but giggle. Zhao Xuanrui's expression instantly darkened. Nima, being teased in front of a beautiful woman, how can he be in a good mood? However, in order to show gentlemanly manners, Zhao Xuanrui did not turn the other cheek, but instead slightly inhaled a breath and smiled and said, it's okay not to know. We are all from not knowing to knowing. I was present at the Master's welcome party performance, so I happen to have the honor to observe the Master's performance, and I have to admit that the Master's magic, whether it's the program creativity, or the magic itself is very good. At that time, I was looking for when to find the Master brother to teach magic. The results of the 2 days too busy. Did not have the time. Well, today since the bump into choose the day is not as good as the day, we might as well by the way to cut a little? Zhao Xuanrui said a lot of words, while saying that his eyes also glanced at Tang Yaya from time to time. I really do not know whether he was saying this to Dao Changqing, or to Tang Yaya. I have to say, it's also really hard on him. It's clear that he's just not convinced. He just wanted to step on Dao Changqing to salvage the reputation of the Magic Association. As a result, the beautiful woman in front, in order to show poise, froze against his will praise Dao Changqing half a day, but did not make him sick. Before Dao Changqing could say anything, someone next to him egged on and shouted, yeah, perform one, perform one, perform one. The president of the Magic Association is going to compete with Dao Changqing in a magic contest. Dao Changqing looked at the person next to him with an odd face. This is a deliberate arrangement, right? This stinking foot is simply not too timely. This is afraid that he will hide and dare not cut? That goading voice immediately caused the students in the entire hall to look over. And when they heard that someone was going to cut magic, each one of them immediately became interested and gathered around. In fact, many of them were actually rushing towards Dao Changqing himself. He's Dao Changqing? That's him. Didn't they say he was beaten up by the triads and his face was covered in blood? How come he looks like a normal person? What do you know? The gangsters have a lot of ways to make people whole. They can make you crazy and still not see any wounds on your body. Do you believe it? I'll go. Thanks to the school's general group, many of the students present knew about the Zheng brothers, and for a while, they were talking about it, and their gazes towards Dao Changqing couldn't help but carry a few different colors. Zhao Xuanrui's remaining light skimmed over the scene around him, and his eyes showed a bit of triumph. What he wanted was this scene. He was going to completely defeat Dao Changqing and win back the reputation of the Magic Association in front of everyone. What's more, he wanted to step on Dao Changqing's reputation and become the man of the hour in Guanbei finance and trade. He had already secretly studied the magic tricks in the welcome party program of Dao Changqing, which were actually mainly reflected in the dance path, such as the glass dance and the backward dance. The real magic component is actually two. One is the cell phone levitation. There is also a piano key automatic playing. Oh yes. Also need to add a recent chopstick levitation magic, although he hadn't understood the exact principle until now. As a person who played magic, he could tell at a glance that this magic trick was still rather demanding in terms of props, so a surprise attack at this time to force him to perform it would definitely catch him off guard. I have to say, people who can do magic still have brains. At this time, Dao Changqing looked at the surrounding crowd, froze and gave forced a little ride. He was able to turn around and leave, and even make some grand excuses, but when his goddess was next to him, any reason would pale in comparison, because no man wants to lose face in front of a goddess? Fine, since you suggested it, then you start the show first, Dao Changqing simply answered, then made a small counterattack. there are advantages to performing first, such as once you perform well, it is easy to put strong psychological pressure on your opponent, causing him to make mistakes or even collapse without a fight under the pressure. But there are pros and cons to everything. Performing first also tends to give opponents a buffer time to make targeted counterattacks. Dao Changqing let Zhao Xuanrui perform first, and rather than trying to target a counterattack, he needed a cushion of time to figure out what he should perform. Good, Zhao Xuanrui answered dryly. Ever since the magic trick at the welcome party was crushed by Dao Changqing, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, and almost every moment he was thinking about how to strike back. Therefore, he had also dug his heels in and circled several magic tricks, and today's sudden discovery of Dao Changqing was not so much an inspired idea as it was premeditated. Therefore early performance and late performance for him there is no difference. If he knew that Dao Changqing does not know what magic at all magic is now conceived now perform, do not know what will be the expression. With the agreement between Dao Changqing and Zhao Xuanrui down, the library's first floor hall is more and more lively. Many people are even calling friends to come over to watch, and some people are even in the school posting bar, directly releasing the live broadcast post. For a while, the first floor of the library was a hive of activity. The magic trick that Zhao Xuanrui was going to perform was very old-fashioned, but of course, it could also be said to be very classic. It was poker magic. Magic with playing cards as props is a classic in the history of magic development. Since its development, it has spawned countless branches. From a certain point of view, playing card is almost a must-learn magic for all magic lovers, but it's also because of the classics that poker magic is both good and hard to learn. It's easy to learn a trick or two to get a girl, but it's not easy to become proficient and shock the audience. However, Zhao Xuanrui still chose to use playing cards as props for his performance, which shows his confidence in his magic. In fact, his performance was really wonderful. First of all, he made a small test performance of a few predictions, stealing the sky and other small magic tricks to win the amazement of some girls, and then began his journey of pretending, only to see a stack of playing cards in his hands frantically changing all kinds of patterns. Along with the hand movements, the geometric shapes formed by the playing cards are almost constantly changing. This is certainly a very clever flower cutting skills. However, if it's simply a flower cut, this can only be described as a card trick and not a magic trick. However, Zhao Xuanrui hardened the cool to the extreme flower cutting skills, incorporating magic tricks, such as in the pattern shuffle, predicting the audience formulated card, such as in the flower cutting through the clothes and so on. Such exquisite flower cutting skills plus magic. I do not know how many people to see the dazzling applause. In fact, Zhao Xuanrui in the welcome party also performed a small section of flower cutting, but the effect is not as good as now. The root of the problem is still because at that time the distance from the audience is too far. Show off the general effect of flower cutting naturally greatly reduced. However, it was different now. The shocking effect of the almost face-to-face showmanship performance left an unknown number of people dumbfounded, and even Dao Changqing was stunned, because he knows, compared to his cheating, people this flower cut is the real kung fu. Want to practice to this realm without hard work is absolutely not. Yes, one more. Awesome. President Zhao, is your association still accepting people? Amidst a chorus of cheers, Zhao Xuanrui ended his performance. Chapter 30 Flirting with a Girl. Zhao Xuanrui's magic show was absolutely perfect, so perfect that Zhao Xuanrui himself did not expect it. Or rather, this is the charm of street magic. This kind of magic, which has zero distance, no backstage hidden organs, and which the audience can stand and enjoy from any angle at all, has essentially turned the magic world upside down when it first appeared. Therefore, the success of Zhao Xuanrui's performance could be said to be both unexpected and reasonable. However, the success of Zhao Xuanrui's performance, the pressure as well as the threat to Dao Changqing directly rose to the highest level. Your turn, Zhao Xuanrui provocatively said to Dao Changqing. As the voice fell, countless students on the first floor of the library looked at Dao Changqing in unison. At this time, the public activity area on the first floor of the library was completely filled with students. Some of these people had learned the news from their friend circles, some from the school posting. In short, the rapid transmission of modern information, coupled with the fact that everyone was on campus, caused many people to rush over to spectate with great excitement. So many students at the same time salute, especially in front of the eyes. The mental quality is not good. I'm afraid that the early already nervous completely panicked. Fortunately, Dao Changqing had long since changed, and having experienced all sorts of things, he was already able to treat this kind of scene calmly. However, the way Tang Yeye looked at him caused a hint of nervousness to flood his heart. Dao Changqing stepped forward, and he said to Zhao Xuanrui, "Can you use your prop playing cards?" Zhao Xuanrui froze. It was hard to believe that Dao Changqing also wanted to perform poker magic. Is it hard to believe that he wanted to beat him in his best area? How was this possible? Still, poker magic is simple and difficult. It's easy to start, but it's definitely very difficult to play to the extent that it shocks people's eyes. Zhao Xianrui also relied on his cool flower cutting skills to achieve such a shocking effect. What makes Dao Changqing surpass him? A few tricks to change cards and hide them? Or a hand that's cooler than his? Zhao Xuanrui couldn't figure it out, but he still lent the playing cards out, and he had to. If he didn't, he was worried that Dao Changqing would use it as a reason to refuse to cut. And most importantly, from another point of view, if he did not borrow the playing cards is a sign of weakness, whether it is vain whether the props have been tampered with, or vain whether Dao Changqing would perform better than him, so he had to say yes. Dao Changqing, who had gotten the playing cards, shuffled them clumsily, then drew one out and said, "Do you believe that I can levitate this playing card? Believe, don't believe." Two kinds of comments immediately rang out in the crowd, encouraging or not. It could be seen that many people were still quite looking forward to Dao Changqing's performance. "Since there are so many people supporting me, I'll levitate and see," Dao Changqing said. Saying that, Dao Changqing mysteriously drew on the playing cards for a while. Then his finger violently pointed toward the cards and shouted, "Up!" As the voice fell, the field instantly fell into a dead silence. This time it wasn't being shocked. Everyone was staring wide-eyed at Dao Changqing's left-hand poker card with a dumbfounded look on their faces, because the playing card didn't move at all. Dao Changqing shouted up again, but the cards remained motionless. "What's up? What do you mean? Didn't get it?" Wow. The crowd was blindsided, and honestly if it wasn't for the orientation performance scores being there, I'm guessing everyone would have booed by now. Dao Changqing scratched his head somewhat awkwardly and said, "Sorry, I forgot. This is not my magic prop. I'll go." Nima. The surrounding immediately resounded a rolling eyes of booing. "Your ing brain was kicked by a donkey. This is not nonsense?" The front just borrowed from the hands of Zhao Xuanrui, and now only reacted to this as not their own magic props? This is simply speechless. Tang Yaya is also a face of surprise staring round eyes. "Do not understand the road long green this is to get what low?" After Dao Changqing scratched his head awkwardly, he suddenly opened his mouth as if he had a flash of light. "Right, there's a way." This shout once again attracted the attention of the crowd and silenced the buzzing voice of discussion that had just rung out. Dao Changqing continued, "When I was young, I once met a man of the world, and that man of the world told me that the most beautiful girl in the world would possess incredible magical powers, and that her magic could change everything. I now urgently need the most beautiful girl in the world to help me transform my magic props." Dao Changqing just finished the words, the whole field dumbfounded. "I go to your grandfather." Oh, this line how to listen to so said it? Then she saw Dao Changqing looking directly at her without thinking, and then smiling at her, smiling so thievishly and cheerfully. "This student, can you enchant my playing cards?" Dao Changqing walked over and spoke. "Wah dash, so romantic, so envious." At this moment, the scene instantly went out of control. Countless girls screamed madly, looking at Tang Yaya's eyes with a look of envy and jealousy. At this moment, Tang Yaya was so excited that her face was flushed with excitement, and the gloom brought to her by her sister was almost swept away. Enjoying the envious looks of countless girls, she smiled and said, "Yes, so what should I do?" Dao Changqing smiled wider and wider as he held up the playing cards and said, "Just blow on it and recite an incantation." Said. Then Rush Tang Yaya beckoned, signaling her to lean her ear over. Tang Yaya saw the situation, pretty face suddenly red. She slightly reserved hesitation, or shyly leaned over. Also do not know what words Dao Changqing said. The already blushing pretty face suddenly turned red into an apple. Beautiful, simply unattainable. "President, why do I feel like we've already lost?" A boy suddenly said somewhat sourly and sincerely. "Shut up." Zhao Xuanrui's face was ugly, jealousy burning in his heart. Why didn't he think of flirting with a girl while he was doing magic? Is it because he wants to win against Taoist Evergreen so badly? Or is it because he thinks that after he plays this cool game, beautiful women will naturally throw themselves into his arms? However, there is no medicine for regret in reality. Zhao Xuanrui can only regret with annoyance, but he regrets. But Dao Changqing feels extraordinarily cool. At this time he feels that this magic trick is to lose it doesn't matter, because he has already won. Holding the playing cards that had been enchanted by the goddess, he walked to the center clearing and said to Tang Yaya, "Wanna know how magical and enticing your magic is? If you don't know then watch. Oh, don't blink." The double entendre words made Tang Yaya's heart both shy and expectant, especially with Dao Changqing's whispers just now echoing in her mind. The whole person was like soaking in a honey jar, so sweet that her bones were going soft. Dao Changqing's words also caused everyone in the room to subconsciously hold their breath and open their eyes wide in anticipation of what shocking visual enjoyment he would bring them by tossing around so much foreplay. Chapter 31, Shocking Eyeballs. Dao Changqing smiled as he stood in the blank area in the center of the crowd. He took a deep breath and violently threw the playing card in his hand into the air. In an instant, a whole set of playing cards were viciously hurled high into the air under his explosive force, and then under the effect of gravity. they were scattered with a bang, as if they were scattered by the heavenly maidens, clattering and spilling all over the sky. Everyone was stunned at the sight, not waiting for everyone to reflect. Dao Changqing was like Jesse Eisenberg in The Amazing Pirates, and he violently reached out his hand, and in an instant, the playing cards floating in the sky were actually suspended in the sky. That's right, it was suspended in the air. At this moment, the spectators standing at various angles could clearly see the suits and even the numbers on the cards in the air. Wah dash. Ah. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Countless screams of shock instantly emanated from the mouths of countless students. All of them were shocked by the scene in front of them, and it was unknown how many of them had their jaws dropped in shock, and one by one, their mouths were so open that they could almost stuff their fists. Zhao Xuanrui even violently rounded his eyes, and the whole person was shocked into a complete petrified stagnation. Tang Yeye directly couldn't help but cover her mouth, her eyes having countless bright crystal things flashing. About 2 seconds later, Dao Changqing snapped his fingers, gravity once again regained its power, and the playing cards suspended in the air finally spilled out and rustled down, just like the leaves falling after the fall, messing up the hearts of countless students at the scene. Everyone was shocked. If Zhao Xuanrui's poker magic brought everyone coolness, what Dao Changqing brought everyone was soul-shattering dismay and mystery. Although Dao Changqing only performed one magic trick, and this magic trick only lasted less than 2 seconds, its shocking effect far exceeded Zhao Xuanrui's dazzling skillful trickery. This is impossible, Zhao Xuanrui yelled incredulously. As a magic enthusiast, he certainly knew what the principle of the sensational rain pause magic was, but it was because of that knowledge that he found it incredible that the Dao Changqing playing cards were paused in the air. Even if they were paused for less than 2 seconds, a rain pause could still be considered a technological achievement. But playing cards? That can't be explained at all. Most importantly, it was simply hard for him to accept that Dao Changqing had completely defeated him in his best area, and had done so in such a clean and unbelievable manner. Dao Changqing smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment." When these words came out, the crowd was stunned, but Zhao Xuanrui's face steeply turned white. For a magician, the greatest compliment is not so much the cheers and amazement of the audience, but rather the impossible. How did he do it? Especially from the incredulity of his peers. Wow, Senpai is amazing. It's cool and wild and crazy. At this time the crowd of onlookers went completely crazy. Countless people marveled and praised, and some people picked up the playing cards on the ground, checking to see if there was any small action on them. The result was obvious. No, how did you do that, Senpai? Asterisk 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 awesome. Just one more. Countless people were frantically egging on and asking questions, trying to know the secret, and a part of them hurriedly uploaded the captured video into the school posting bar. Standing in the center of the crowd, Dao Changqing looked around at the students who were shocked by him, and his vanity was simply greatly satisfied. "I lost," Zhao Xuanrui muttered with a bewildered look on his face. The first time he had doubts about his magic skills. "Hey, can you tell me how you did it?" Under the shade of the bamboo forest to the north of the library, Tang Yeye asked Dao Changqing with a smile. At this time from Dao Changqing lagging poker magic has passed about half an hour. In the face of classmates and then perform a request. Dao Changqing do not think about it directly politely refused. Although he can still perform again. Although he knows absolutely no one can crack his magic. But he still refused, because he knows that too little is too late. Of course, Dao Changqing, who refused to perform again, was not in a good position to stay any longer, mainly because there were just too many students harassing him. Unable to do so, Dao Changqing and Tang Yeye left the library early. In the face of Tang Yeye's question, Dao Changqing realized that he had encountered a dilemma that all magicians encounter. If one of your loved ones, especially your most important person, asks you about the secret of magic, should you tell him, or do you continue to maintain the mystery of magic? In response to this dilemma, Dao Changqing said without thinking, "It's because of your magic power, greasy mouth. Are you boys all like this?" Tang Yeye pouted, but the joy between her brows couldn't be hidden. "No, I'm different. I've never been the same person on the surface." Dao Changqing stinks, said he looked slightly hesitant. "Guilty of a lot of single dogs will be guilty of straight. How do you know that boys are all oily mouth?" Tang Yeye froze, then suddenly realized, and then couldn't help but say savagely, "How do you think I know? Because there are so many people chasing after me, from here to the library. Can you believe it? What kind of sweet words have I never heard of? So you don't talk to me. I don't eat this. Yes, yes, yes. I promise not to be oily." Dao Changqing hurriedly said. "Then don't quickly tell me the secret of that magic trick." Tang Yeye really couldn't hold back the curiosity in her heart and asked again, "Have you ever heard of Sastan's 3 principles? Dao Changqing asked rhetorically. Tang Yeye shook her head, her shoulder-length hair, slightly swirling, looking exceptionally good. "There are national laws, and there are rules of the trade. The rules of the magic business are the Sastan 3 principles. Firstly, the content to be performed cannot be disclosed to the audience before the performance. Secondly, one shall not perform the same magic trick twice at the same place and time as well as in front of the audience. And thirdly, one shall not disclose the secrets of the magic trick. Dao Changqing said seriously. He hoped Tang Yeye could understand him. There was absolutely no way he could reveal the secret of the heaven-taking technique to anyone outside, no matter who it was, including his parents. It's not that he doesn't trust his parents. Quite the contrary. He trusts them so much that the reason he's doing this is actually protecting his parents instead. Because once any secret is told to a second person, then the risk of exposure is invariably increased by 1 point. Although he was sure that his parents would not be against him, but there was no guarantee that he would be exploited by someone who wanted to do so. A drunkenness, a condescension, a slip of the tongue, all could be exposed. And once it was exposed, the terrible consequences it would bring, Dao Changqing dared not imagine. Tang Yeye sniffed and pouted. Humph. Don't say it even if you don't. Dao Changqing looked at Tang Yeye's cute look with her beaming mouth and couldn't help but say, okay, don't be angry. I'll treat you to dinner, okay? Really? Tang Yeye's eyes instantly lit up. Of course it's true. That won't do. I'll go to dinner if you say invite me. What am I then? A piglet? No, I have to think about it. Tang Yeye delicately said the opposite, pretending to be reserved. However, seeing as you're so sincere, then I'll reluctantly agree to you. I want to eat chicken pot. Okay, then let's go eat chicken casserole. Chapter 32 Nightclub Bartender. Dao Changqing, who came back from eating chicken casserole, touched his somewhat parched wallet, and a sense of economic crisis quietly surfaced in his mind. Dao Changqing's family is not poor, but not rich either. His parents are working class, but even so, his parents will still give him a fixed allowance of $1,500 a month. Dao Changqing's mother pities her son, and each time will secretly play a few $100s more. Therefore, Dao Changqing could actually have close to $2,000 of pocket money every month. This kind of pocket money is already considered to be very good among the students, and can definitely be in the middle to upper level of the students. But where is this? This is the Guanbei City, China's leading first-tier cities. Prices and consumption level of the high, simply staggering. $2,000 can only be survived by college students, sanhwa daijin or civil workers. It's really not easy to survive on other people. Not to mention that the rent alone can kill a large part of the population. While the gods of Sanhwa and the Minutemen rely on extreme thrift and frugality, the college students rely on the protection of the ivory tower. First of all, college students don't have to pay rent, and although there is a lodging fee, that cost is cheaper than group housing. Therefore, the only thing college students need to consider is basically the issue of food. Outside, a boxed lunch can easily be 10 yuan to start. Even the most affordable Shaxian snacks, want to eat a full meal, is also $6 or $7. And college students, they have cafeterias. If you only eat in the cafeteria, $600 to $800 a month is enough for food. If you are careful, even $400 or $500 is enough to support a month. And the food is definitely not bad. Counting other living expenses, basically $1,000 is enough to live a good life. There are 2,000 small life is definitely enough to nourish. Overall, an ivory tower is an ivory tower, and the benefits are nothing compared to society. Yet once you're out of school, what's $2,000? No, we have to find a way to make money. Otherwise, what the hell is this fun? Open the room a few times, I'm afraid the money is gone. Dao Changqing muttered. He is good and strong person. The family pocket money has already given enough. He does not want to add burden to the family. Making money. How should I make money? Lying on the bed in the dormitory, Dao Changqing was somewhat bewildered. The college program was easy, but no matter how easy it was, there were definitely classes every day Monday through Friday, both in the morning and in the afternoon. Thus the time constraints dictated that he simply couldn't work full-time, and would either have to opt for a part-time job, work night shifts, or fish for a side hustle. Part-time jobs are just a few: tutors, waiters, flyers, etc. A very small number of excellent students can take some technical orders in the wizards such as Piggy Bank Online, Do Wizards Geeks and so on. The former time-consuming and labor-intensive, but also cannot earn much money. The latter on the professional and technical requirements are extremely high. Dao Changqing look at it. The eye of the problem of low and guilty. The former do not want to do. The latter did not have the ability to have to pass away. On the night shift on the technical requirements is not high. The wage is also quite substantial. But this so-called night shift, in fact, is to KFC and other 24-hour stores to see the store. Look at the easy. But the only drawback is to stay up all night. But stay up all night to the average person on the okay. To the students, it is absolutely easy to waste away from the school. Dao Changqing pondered for a long time and passed the night shift as well. His economy hadn't deteriorated to the point where he needed to sacrifice his studies and work night shifts to make money. Is it hard to not be able to fish for favors? Dao Changqing thought about it briefly and had to let out a long sigh. There is light where there is darkness. The university to make money on the side of the project is also quite a lot, such as substitute classes, on behalf of the examination and so on, especially on behalf of the examination. A time is a few hundred small thousands. As long as you are bold enough to get good enough results, a test season to make a few thousand is not a problem. However, this piece is still equally unsuitable for Dao Changqing, because his grades are very average. And then what is left to make money profession? Dao Changqing digging out the brain also think of what micro-business clouds, most of them are very pit project, cannot help but accidentally fall in. Dao Changqing thought about it for half a day and had to sigh. 100 useless as a scholar. He had no choice but to pull out his cell phone and look through the local part-time jobs to see if he could find a suitable one. After a bit of searching, you don't say, Dao Changqing really found a job that made his heart flutter: nightclub bartender. It's a nightclub hiring for a place called Be the Wizard of Darkness, which works from 8 p.m. to about 1 or 2 a.m., and occasionally even until 3 a.m. Work time can be said with the night shift is no difference. Really attracted Dao Changqing is that the salary of this job is open to the extent of the base salary of 6,000, which is not counting the liquor commission. If coupled with the liquor sales 5 points to enhance, generally a month down at least can have over 10,000 income. Even 2 or 3 million are small meaning. Holy, earning over 10,000. This is the height that Dao Changqing's parents have not reached. Although the depth of the pool in the small fourth-tier city of Dao Changqing's hometown limits the upper limit of the salary, but the income of more than 10,000 for the current stage of Dao Changqing still has a considerable attraction. That said, the reason why this bartender's salary can be open to 6,000 base salary is because they are recruiting fancy bartenders, rather than the more common English bartender. So it's not surprising that the base salary is higher. Fancy bartender for the general public. No, even for the entry bartender has a fairly high degree of difficulty in the technical work, but for Dao Changqing, he thinks it is not difficult. It was because he had the cheat of Nianli. With a little training, disguising himself as a fancy bartender shouldn't be a problem. Dao Changqing will be this post-collection down. Continue to look for other part-time jobs, see if there is a suitable. The results of some rummage down, either the salary is too low, or professional and technical is too high. So the more Dao Changqing flipped, the more tantalized he became about that job as a fancy bartender. For a long time he simply got out of bed and sat down at his desk, turning on his computer to rummage around for videos of fancy bartenders mixing drinks as well as information. And the more he looked, the more he realized that this matter had a great deal of promise. After a slight tussle, Dao Changqing decided to give it a try as soon as he clenched his teeth. The premise of trying it out he had to practice in advance, so he logged on to Taobao again, ready to purchase some bartending tools, such as shakers, mixing glasses, measuring devices, bar spoons, and so on, ready to practice in private first. However, when Dao Changqing found these tools, and then some dumbfounded, not too much variety, but a whole set of buy down at least a few hundred. Of course, the great thing about Taobao is that there must be cheap, such as plastic, but Dao Changqing did not dare to buy. He was afraid that the feel is not right, and then go to apply for a job when embarrassed how to do, to buy or not to buy. Dao Changqing slightly tangled. Suddenly a flash of light, simply ran to the second-hand trading platform to pick up the goods. Perhaps the mystery of the profession of bartender has attracted the interest of many people. In short, on the second-hand trading platform, there are really quite a lot of idle transfer of bartending tools. Dao Changqing peeled half a day, looking for a set of tools more complete second-hand goods to buy. That night, after Dao Changqing and Tang Yeye chatted, he froze and hugged his laptop for most of the night watching fancy bartending videos, trying to become a fancy bartender in a few days in a crash course. Chapter 33, An Unexpected Blind Date. The rapid development of modernization has accelerated the pace of life at the same time, but also made the modern people have a common problem. That is, everything is like fast, cannot wait for anything to reach the finish line at once. For example, the veneration of outrageous wealth, such as the hope of bursting into popularity. But this can't be blamed on modern people, who let this society now has so many temptations. Life is short. If you can't make a name for yourself as early as possible, and wait until you're a late bloomer, and the hard ones aren't hard, and the soft ones aren't soft, what the hell is there to play with? Waiting to be witch demonic staring at the property? That's why Eileen Chang said, you have to be famous before it's too late, and the pleasure is not so painful. Dao Changqing also likes to get quick results. However, after he got his bartending tools to practice secretly, he realized that trying to get quick results in a few days was a fool's errand. The reason why fancy bartenders are in demand is that the cool moves of fancy bartending require talent as well as time to polish. Not to mention that just a set of basic moves such as flipping bottles, rolling bottles, throwing bottles behind the back, etc., would be difficult for many people. not to mention the more fancy showmanship moves. Although Dao Changqing has the power of thoughts as a cheat, but want to let the power of thoughts to manipulate the bartending bottle, so that it and body movements with a tacit understanding. This still needs a lot of practice, so Dao Changqing can only temporarily suppress the idea of immediately becoming a fancy bartender in a few days. Decided that it is better to honestly practice for a period of time before. As for that recruitment can still catch up, this Dao Changqing is not too worried. Cannot catch up with the Black Night Elves, there are still White Night Elves well. This is a drunken dream of drunkenness in Guanbei City. Nightclubs and bars can be said to abound. Fancy bartenders, such a scarce occupation, will only be in short supply. Where there will be no job? While Dao Changqing was delving into his fancy bartending skills, his hand of suspended poker magic in the library ended up being a sensation in the school's posting forums, and even a number of students from outside the school knew that there was a gifted magician in Pipe North Finance and Trade College. Stimulated by this magic, Wang Zi, the president of the Photography Association, directly overturned the previously designed video program, and she quickly approached Dao Changqing, stating that she already had a mature idea. At this time, Dao Changqing is busy as hell. He has to take care of his studies while practicing his fancy bartending moves and learning the piano at the same time. That's right, Tang Yeye fulfills her promise, teaching Dao Changqing to talk about the piano. So Sniffing was more or less unwilling to go over there, but since he had already promised people before, he had to stop practicing for the afternoon and go forward to fulfill his promise. When Dao Changqing hurriedly arrived at the headquarters of the Photography Association, ergo, a large classroom allocated to the Photography Association by the school, Wang Zi was already waiting for him with two of her best friends. There you are. Seeing Dao Changqing appear, Wang Zi's eyes lit up and she hurriedly greeted him, introducing her best friend to Dao Changqing in the process. After a burst of pleasantries, Wang Zi asked, "By the way, can your poker pause magic replace playing cards with something else? What do you want to replace it with? Pedals and stuff?" When Dao Changqing heard this, he immediately understood what Wang Zi wanted to perform, and he decisively refused. "No, okay, how about switching to colored pieces of paper? I've probably guessed your scenario, but I'd suggest that it's best if you don't choose this magic trick because it's only suitable for performing on the streets and not amongst the screens, as others will only think it's peas." Dao Changqing said seriously. "Will it be like this?" Wang Zi looked disbelieving. Dao Changqing saw the situation, thought about it, in the end lazy to persuade again. In case of listening to his change of program, the video effect is not good, or maybe she came to trouble him again. This is just my personal opinion. If you strongly request it, I can cooperate with you once. Really? Thank you then. Wang Zi revealed a satisfied smile. "Senior sister is too polite," Dao Changqing politely said. After the two discussed the video program briefly, Dao Changqing went back to prepare the props. In fact, he went out to buy a deck of playing cards, and then went to the dormitory, made up some makeup, and then ran back. The video that Wang Zi is going to shoot is very simple. The whole video is completely dominated by her. The video shows her and Dao Changqing walking opposite each other. However, it makes Dao Changqing put on a piggy face and get mesmerized by her, accidentally spilling all the poker cards into the sky. At this time a miraculous scene happened. The playing cards seemed to be surprised by Wang Zi's beauty and suspended in the air, waiting until Wang Zi smiled wryly and clicked on one of them. All the playing cards fell down one after another. Honestly speaking, seeing this so-called creativity of Wang Zi caused Dao Changqing to suddenly develop a trace of dislike for this school's 10,000 person fan, because this entire video is almost entirely dominated by her, even going so far as to scandalize his image, although it is said that only his side face will be photographed in the video, and will not cause any kind of exposure. But Wang Zi's mentality of this kind still allows Dao Changqing to get a glimpse of her narcissistic and selfish nature. She is completely using him as a special effects artist. I really don't know why I thought Wang Zi was a goddess in the first place. Has she changed? Or has he changed? Or maybe Tang Yeye's appearance has changed his mindset, making him unable to tolerate other women in his eyes? No one knows. However, although there was some dislike in Dao Changqing's heart, he didn't say or even show it after all. He honestly cooperated with Wang Zi's performance and rehearsed it 2 or 3 times before passing it directly in one actual shot. "Thank you, La. I'll treat you to dinner sometime." After the shooting was completed, Wang Zi looked at the video effect on her cell phone and instantly revealed a look of delight. "No need. I'm quite busy these days. Let's talk about it when we have time. That I still have things to do. I'm leaving first." Dao Changqing politely said, then fled like he was leaving the place. As for whether the video would catch fire, he didn't care at the moment. After leaving Wang Zi, Dao Changqing hurriedly rushed to the music appreciation large classroom, which was exactly where Tang Yeye taught him to play the piano, and he didn't know how Tang Yeye got the key to this classroom. As a result, before Dao Changqing arrived at the classroom, Tang Yeye suddenly called to say that she had something to do tonight and couldn't come. "Oh, What is it? Is it important? Do you need my help? Upon hearing this, Dao Changqing hurriedly asked after him. It's not much. My family came to visit relatives. Tang Yeye, who was hiding in the bathroom, pretended to be relaxed. That's fine. You get busy. There's no rush in practicing the zither. Dao Changqing said. Well, hang on then. Good. Rest early at night. Don't stay up late. Dao Changqing didn't hang up the phone after saying that. He didn't like to hang up on important people. The telephone side of the busy sound for a long time, before hanging up with an abrupt beep. Dao Changqing does not know. At this time hiding in the bathroom Tang Yeye expression looks so blank. She did have relatives over at her house. It was her mom who brought her friend's son over for a playdate. Of course she said it was a playdate, but in reality it was a blind date. That's right, a blind date. When Tang Yeye learned the meaning of the family, simply ridiculous long speechless, she only sophomore there are 2 years before graduation, and now even busy to arrange a blind date, which is worried that she married out? It wasn't until her mother slipped up and mentioned her sister that it dawned on her that her sister seemed to know about her and Dao Changqing and was trying to stop her from dating him through this euphemism. But she wondered, what made her sister so sure that Dao Changqing was a miscreant? Because he fights? But isn't it normal for boys to fight? Besides, the reason why Dao Changqing got into a fight was because that group of people messed with him first. Is this a problem with her worldview or her sister's? She didn't know that the only reason her sister thought that Dao Changqing was a rogue scum was because her sister's friend, the white-shirted young man who had rescued Dao Changqing, said, "This kid has a beast in his eyes. He's not an ordinary person." Bestiality. Whether the word is positive or negative, that's a benevolent question. In the eyes of some people, the beast represents the aggressive offense. So many companies talk about the beast of the wolf, but this immediately changed to flavor in Tang Shi's eyes, especially when she heard that this kid beat up people just because they cut in line, thus causing this series of troubles. An image of a tyrannical temper was born in her eyes. Now, with her nature, how can she still tolerate her future brother-in-law to be a violent maniac? For the sake of her sister's happiness, even if she wasn't understood now, there were things she had to take on. Chapter 34, The Stifling Stick. Dao Changqing's side had just hung up Tang Yeye's phone. His face changed abruptly, because at that very moment, a sense of loneliness arose within his heart that gradually left his soul in general. With his early experience, he immediately understood what was happening. The body of the swift world was calling out to his soul. Fortunately, tonight did not practice the piano. Dao Changqing Fluke secretly exclaimed, hurriedly left the campus. Would like to go to find a hostel. He walked halfway, slightly hesitant path a turn, decided to go to the internet cafe package single room, because the cheapest hostel. Even a spot of bells and whistles starts at 45 at the very least, and if you go to a pack of internet cafes, it's $20 an hour at the most. After gradually getting acquainted with Tang Yeye, Dao Changqing was already under financial pressure and naturally did not want to go back to the inn. In fact, he could completely not go anywhere directly back to the dormitory. After all, he soul penetrated a round trip. The relative time of the two worlds is just a breath of time. It simply does not affect anything, and there will be no one will find out his abnormalities. But the cautious Dao Changqing still preferred to create a private space for himself, because his situation was so special that anything could happen. Just like last time, if he was in the dormitory, then woke up with a violent scream of pain, and his face was crawling with runic lines, how would his roommates look at him? How would they think of him? So it's easier to find a private space. In fact, go to the internet cafe to open a single room is not a good choice. After all, the internet cafe single room is monitored, although that monitoring basically no one to see. Usually half a month later, the surveillance video will be automatically covered by new video, but ultimately there is a hint of risk of exposure. However, Dao Changqing felt that there should be no accidents in this soul penetration. After all, the Taiku world is still in the Great Cold Wave. The biggest crisis is the food problem. Now that the food problem has been solved, he is expected to go over this time is similar to the past to travel around. Hey, it's safer to rent an apartment if you have the means. The sense of soul withdrawal was gradually increasing. Dao Changqing's mood wasn't heavy or even a bit relaxed. He still had the heart to ponder the matter of renting a house. If I really apply for the job as a fancy bartender, I'm afraid that I really must rent a house. After all, coming back in the middle of the night, with the school gates closed, it's hard to climb the wall. By the way, this time when you soul pass over, perhaps you can ask the stonemason to sharpen a few improvised bartenders and practice a bit. Dao Changqing arranged the plans for the soul passage over in his mind. Unexpectedly, just at this moment, pang, a muffled sound was heard, and his head was suddenly struck by a heavy blow. Dao Changqing only felt his head suddenly sink, and his consciousness was instantly plunged into darkness. After an unknown amount of time, an icy coldness steeply showered his entire body from his head, which instantly yanked his consciousness out of the darkness. not waiting for Dao Changqing to open his eyes in a daze. Accompanied by a sharp whistle, an arrogant voice exploded beside his ears. Look, wake up, right? I told you, a bucket of ice thrown on it. Even a dead man has to open his eyes for me. This sardonic sound caused Dao Changqing's confused consciousness to instantly wake up, and he realized that he had been smothered. The ones who were knocking on the door were no other than the Zheng brothers. A wave of regret was born from Dao Changqing's heart. Careless It was a simple and dilapidated house, with patches of peeling siding, old wooden framed windows, and posters of Fako Sakai, and it looked like it should have been in some kind of urban village or border suburb. At this moment, Zheng family boss Zheng Xiuju was lying on a rocking chair with his face full of band-aids. The second Zheng Xian stood in front of him with an empty bucket with a cocky face. In addition to them, there were a few other people in the room, and on closer inspection, they all happened to be the old acquaintances from the last time in the hot pot restaurant. Awake, how do you feel? Young Suju stood up. He casually copied a beer bottle and walked over. What do you want? Dao Changqing asked somewhat foolishly. You guess. Zhang Xiuju laughed hideously. His eyes glared, revealing large swaths of whites, and then he swung his beer bottle at Dao Changqing's head and smashed it down hard. Bang! With a muffled sound, the beer bottle instantly exploded. Countless glass slugs and beer foam bursting over Dao Changqing's head. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dare to hit me. I'll ing you to death. Zhang Xiuju was not overjoyed with this blow, and while cursing angrily, he raised his foot and kicked it, instantly sending Dao Changqing, who was bound to the chair, flying out with the chair. Cough. Dao Changqing rolled several times in a sorry state, coughing in pain, his heart practically exploding with rage. At this moment, two of the Zhang brothers' junior brothers tacitly walked over and helped Dao Changqing sit up. Zhang Xian didn't know where to find a belt, snapped and shook it, and smiled sardonically at Dao Changqing. Dao Changqing had made him and his big brother lose face, and it was only natural for them brothers to get it back today. Dao Changqing looked at the Zheng brothers with gloomy eyes. He simply did not expect the other side would be so unforgiving. Also, if he was the one who was fatally beaten up, it would be fine if he did not have the ability. If he did have the ability, he would not want to find a way to get it back afterward. In the end, he is still too young, too tender. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. Last time, he should have beaten the Zhang brothers to death, and beat them up so thoroughly that they were afraid, so much so that they trembled at the sight of his legs. Dao Chang's green steel teeth gritted as he took one last sweep of the layout of this room and directly closed his eyes. In a flash, under the interference of his will, the sense of withdrawal of his consciousness or soul grew stronger and stronger, but in 2 seconds, his head tilted and he directly fell asleep, huffing and puffing. Taiku Split Green steeply opened his eyes. Zhang Xiuju, your mom. Dao Changqing couldn't control his anger as he angrily cursed an expletive, his face clouding up badly. Previously, when he learned that Zhang Xian had a powerful brother, he was still searching for whether he would be knocked on his head, and for this reason, he also prepared an embroidery needle, but as a result, the embroidery needle didn't work, and he ended up being knocked on his head, which was simply something that an uncle could tolerate, and an aunt couldn't tolerate. It was also his fault that he was so focused on his thoughts that he didn't even realize that he was being touched close to his side. No, more strictly speaking, should be said to be his arrogance. The experience of this period of time not only broke his inferiority complex, erected his confidence, but also make his mind as if blowing up a balloon. General expansion. He hadn't thought about young Su Hyun's retaliation, but in his opinion, it was just a matter of coming and going. He didn't believe that he could be taken down by a group of scums when he had mastered the magical power of the mind. However, reality was indeed very realistic. He was just taken down by others and was knocked on his ass without even seeing his face. Dao Changqing's depressed state of mind was practically about to explode, but this muffled stick also punctured his arrogant state of mind. Although he had mastered the awesome and coaxing Yanli, he had also mastered a salty rune pattern, but at the root of it, he was still essentially an ordinary person who could be knocked out with a stick. As magical as the nimbus as well as the salty runes were, they were essentially more like tools, weapons. Only, this tool of his is hidden inside his body. If he couldn't take it out in time, then having it wasn't essentially the same as not having it. Just like the most formidable and coaxing gunman, if he couldn't pull out his gun in time, he would still be killed by a dagger. Dao Changqing was silent for quite a while before getting up and leaving the private stone room. I can smell the flavor of a rune pattern. It seems like you've already mastered that fish pattern. In the chieftain's stone room, the chieftain lord looked at the visiting Dao Evergreen with a surprised expression. Dao Changqing nodded. Yes, terrific. Sit down. Looking at you, could it be that you've encountered some kind of difficulty? The chief looked at Dao Changqing's slightly gloomy face and asked directly to the point. Dao Changqing slightly organized the wording. I do have a doubt. I found that the speed of sealing the rune pattern on my body is really too slow. This time, enough too many beasts to kill me. Chief Lord, this has a solution? The chief seemed to have guessed that Dao Changqing would ask this question, as he smiled and asked in return, why must you seal the runes onto your body? Dao Changqing froze, but the mastodon warrior, said. Dao Changqing steeply closed his mouth. He seemed to think of something. The whole person froze, but his eyes were getting brighter and brighter. The chief smiled slightly. Know why I was reluctant to teach you in the first place. This is the reason. Don't let everything you see, hear or even feel confuse you. Just as he finished speaking, a splendid runic pattern steeply surfaced in front of the chief. The chief Hercule seals the rune on top of his nimbus. Chapter 35. Water is formless but has all forms. The chief's act was not so much about sealing the runes onto the nimbus as it was about burning the nimbus to release the power of the runes out of thin air. If the rune pattern was compared to a flame, then the skin bag was the firewood that supported the flame. However, it never occurred to Dao Changqing that the power used to condense and engrave the talismanic patterns was itself a combustible substance, and it was even more explosive and aggressive than firewood. However, although it was quick and convenient to use the burning of nimbus to gain power, its drawback was also very obvious. That is, the move would quickly consume nimbus, which was on the contrary, the foundation of a sorcerer's existence. You should know that the power of thoughts is not compared to physical strength. Physical strength is consumed in good to replenish. However, if the power is consumed, it is very difficult to recover in a short period of time, because the mechanism of generating power, even the chief cannot tell a reason. Dao Changqing, who had the experience of soul penetration, guessed that this Nianli was most likely a derivative of the soul, or even the soul itself. This was because when he soul walked through two worlds, the only thing he could take with him was the Nianli given by the heaven-taking technique. If Nimbus wasn't a soul or derivative, what made his earthly body capable of possessing Nimbus as well? However, if the Nimbus is the soul itself, then wouldn't burning the Nimbus be consuming the soul? Lord Chief, how old are you this year? Dao Changqing asked. The chief glanced at Dao Changqing in surprise and said, 63. I'll go. Dao Changqing was immediately staring in dismay. You have to know that this is not the Earth. This is a primitive society with many crises. The average age here is 30 or 40 years old, and being able to live to be over 40 years old is definitely already remarkable. Here, 14 years old is an adult, so the chief actually lived to be over 60 years old in one breath. Holy, that's like being 100 years old on Earth. Then how many times in his life has Lord Chief burned his numinous power? Dao Changqing asked. The chief smiled at his words. He could see the deeper meaning of Dao Changqing's question. I didn't expect you kid to be so afraid of death. Dao Changqing hemmed and hawed. Who is not afraid of death? If we weren't afraid of death, why would we still be alive? How painful it is to be alive. The chief lamented. If you are so afraid of death, why did you choose to learn the heaven-taking technique in the first place? That's for living better. Gambling once on life and death for a brighter future. I think it's worth it, Dao Changqing said. Interesting, the chief said. I know your concern. How the Nianli is created is beyond me though. However, I can tell you that I can't even count the number of times I burned my Nianli in my life. 11 years ago, my rock tribe was once besieged by a group of small raptors, and that day the tribe's fierce beast warriors happened to be almost all out hunting. In order to save the tribe, I burned all my Nani power, in exchange for a powerful spiritual intimidation, to scare off that group of small raptors, and after that I had a high fever for 2 days and a night. I trembled all over my body, my consciousness was blurred, and nightmares were constant, but in the end, I still woke up and have been living up to now. The chief's words finally dispelled Dao Changqing's concerns. It seemed that the Nianli should be a derivative of the soul, although it was slow to recover. Consuming some of it shouldn't have a serious effect on a person. After allaying his concerns, Dao Changqing learned and experimented on the spot how to burn the nimbus under the chief's instruction. As a result, Dao Changqing was surprised to find that when he burned his Nianli to release the explosive power of the salty fish rune, his Nianli power didn't double to 200 pounds. Instead it was only about 700 pounds, which means that the salty fish rune only increased his explosive power by 20%. Dao Changqing found this oddity and immediately said so. To my surprise, the chief sniffed but said with a reproachful face, your kid cheated during the training set, didn't he? Dao Changqing was stunned. Then he reacted to the fact that he might have made some kind of common sense mistake, so he hastily put on a guilty look. I'm sorry, Chief Sama. Seeing this, the chief shook his head as a hint of favor flashed in his eyes. It's just that you can think of chiseling ice for fishing, so it's obvious that your mind is very active, and it's normal for you to be distracted by the set training. Saying that, the chief said with a straight face, remember, rune patterns are born in living beings, and the stronger the living being, the stronger the rune pattern will be. So among the fierce beasts that also focus on explosive power, the explosive rune pattern born from the plate-toothed rhinoceros is inherently much more powerful than that of the cracked flesh beast. and so much more so than that of the district fish patterns? But the salted fish rune doubles my power. Dao Changqing said. Ha, how much power do you only have now? 50 stones? Or 100 stones? The chief asked teasingly. Dao Changqing immediately understood after hearing this. The reason why the salty fish rune could double his explosive power was simply because his base power was very low. It wasn't how powerful the salty fish rune was. When the day came when his base power became stronger, the salty fish rune might not work for him. As it was, his numinous power had reached 600 pounds. So the salty fish rune could only increase his explosive power by less than 20%. After realizing this, Dao Changqing was instantly somewhat depressed again. Burning Nianli was only 700 pounds of strength, and this strength couldn't even break free from the nylon rope that tied him up. Of course, there is no way for him to break free from the nylon rope. For example, he can use his mind to manipulate the pieces of beer bottles to slowly wear down the rope. But the problem is that after he wears down the rope, he does not know how he will be tortured by the Zheng brothers. By that time, even if he breaks the rope, will he still have the power to overthrow 7 people? Is it hard to go to the extreme and directly manipulate the glass shards to wipe the necks of the Zheng brothers? At the thought of killing, Dao Changqing's heart missed a beat. As a communist successor who received 9 years of compulsory education, he was not by nature evil enough to kill, unless he was driven to extremes. Most importantly, Dao Changqing's Nianli attack distance was only 2 meters, killing at most just 2 or 3 people within 2 meters. What about the other few people? What would those few people think when they suddenly saw their companions' necks spewing blood? As soon as he thought of that unknown end, Dao Changqing knew that he couldn't gamble. Even if he was forced to kill to the extreme, his hands and feet must be clean, otherwise his life would be over. He was not so arrogant that he could fight against the state's violent machine with a bit of supernatural power. Damn it, why didn't I have a small knife with me? Dao Changqing cursed angrily in his heart. Just then his mind suddenly stirred. Wait, a small knife? Since Nianli can burn, can it condense into a knife? Just like the wind blades in magic novels? As Dao Changqing thought of this, he hurriedly spoke out his thoughts. Coalesce into a sword? The chief's brows clustered when he heard Dao Changqing's question, and instead of immediately retorting, he said, why did this thought arise? Dao Changqing said, the ghost suddenly thought of it. Thoughts are like water that is formless and invisible. Water is formless but has all shapes. Water can freeze, so thoughts may not be unable to condense into blades. Your idea is very novel. You can give it a try, the chief solemnly said. Chapter 36, The Wrath of the Fire God. How to condense the power of thoughts into a blade. This was definitely a very new subject for the wizards of the Granite Tribe. And although the Granite Tribe was currently just 2 wizards, this still couldn't stop the interest of the 2 Dao Changqing chiefs. Dao Changqing and the chief has tried shaping, compression, runic transformation and so on several methods. The effect is not very satisfactory. The only ideal compression method, its compression out of the blade, is only in vain. Even the animal skin cannot be cut open, not to mention the more sophisticated nylon rope and even the powerful beasts draped in runic patterns. So after some research, the chief just gave up. Come to think of it, if the power of thoughts could be condensed into a blade, wouldn't so many wizards in the history of the Granite Tribe be unable to think of it? Of course, this could not rule out the existence of this technology in other tribes. Condensing the power of thoughts into a blade is a bold idea, but behind every bold idea is the need for a great deal of time as well as energy to prove it. As of now, it is extremely unwise to invest limited energy into research that sees no hope. Child, give up for now. You will give birth to more ideas on the path of Wu. However, not all of them will be realized. You can think and even fumble, but not get lost in them. Saying this, Witch turned around and pulled out a beastskin scroll from behind his back, handing it over. I originally intended to let you independently fumble with the rune patterns for a period of time, and wait until you possessed a unique self-understanding before formally passing on my Grand Mist lineage's heaven-rating inheritance to you. But at the moment it seems like if I don't give the inheritance to you as early as possible, you might open up a new inheritance. The chief made a rare small joke, but it was clear from this joke that he expected a lot from Dao Changqing. Dao Changqing stared blankly at the animal skin scroll that was handed over to him. He subconsciously picked it up and then slowly opened it, a redundant to the extreme runic pattern gradually unfolding in front of him. This is the secret of mental intimidation that the second generation of my Granite Tribes Witch Candlefire inadvertently discovered from the Mastodon rune patterns, and after being perfected by my inheritor, Big Bone, and I, it is now good enough to be called a legacy. Study it well, and then study your nimble blade after you've eaten it up thoroughly, the chief said. Generally speaking, there are many criteria to measure the strength of a tribe, one of which is whether or not there is an independent witch heritage. Only the tribe of Witch's End has the ability to study a particular powerful force for generations. It was because it was easy to imitate seal engraving runes, but it was difficult to isolate the power of a certain lineage in a rune and then refine it. especially for special types of runes. It was as if the plate-toothed rhinoceros was known for its explosive power. However, in reality, the runes that grew out of its body didn't only include explosive power, but also strength, endurance, toughness, intimidation, sharpness, and many other abilities. It was just that the explosive power was the most obvious and covered up the other abilities. Therefore every rune pattern was an extremely complex of functions, and it was difficult to completely penetrate this complex. So most witches would choose to inherit the tribe's research on a certain lineage to continue researching it, or follow their own interests and find a new direction to research it. Although the Granite tribe was a small tribe, yet they had given birth to a talented sorcerer such as Candle Flame, thus accidentally discovering the secret of spiritual intimidation, which was now handed over to Dao Changqing. Throughout the rune pattern on the animal skin scroll, it appeared to be a single rune pattern, but in fact it was two, with a large ring encircling a small ring, and a circle of blank boundaries could be clearly seen between each other. This is the spiritual intimidation rune. It can strengthen your aura and cause your enemies to be frightened and collapse without a fight, but it will also most likely enrage your enemies, so remember to always use it with caution. The chief pointed to the small ring in the center of the rune and said. He then pointed to the large outer ring and said, "This is the spiritual fear rune. It is able to lure out the greatest fear within the enemy. It is sort of a strengthened version of spiritual intimidation. This rune has a miraculous effect on ferocious beasts, but caution must be exercised when dealing with humans, because some people's fear is merely that of a caterpillar, and if he is able to suppress his fear, this technique will not be effective against him. Study them well, and the moment you can master them all, the illusions I'm working on will open their doors to you," the chief said proudly. If the second generation of the rock witch Candlefire discovered the secret of spiritual intimidation, then the third generation of the witch Big Bone perfected spiritual intimidation and researched the fear symbol. When the inheritance of spiritual intimidation was passed on to the hands of the fourth generation of the witch chief, he carried out even deeper research, and the direction of his research was illusionism. When Dao Changqing had prayed for the chief to teach him the art of taking the sky after he had succeeded in drilling wood for fire, he had seen the chief's illusions. "Yes, I will definitely study them." Before Dao Changqing could finish, a sharp warning whistle suddenly sounded from outside, and a hysterical roar came into the cavern. "The wrath of the fire god has descended." "What? Fire god?" Dao Changqing was stunned. "Holy, there are still gods in this world?" Not waiting for Dao Changqing's brain circuits to turn in circles, the chief stood up abruptly, and with a pace unsuited to his age, he quickly and furiously ran towards the outside of the cave, and Dao Changqing vaguely sensed that the chief's body seemed to be cloaked in a speed rune. Dao Changqing could not wait to think carefully. As soon as he put the spiritual intimidation beast skin scroll into his arms, then drew his feet and ran wildly to chase out. At this time, the Granite tribe had completely stirred up, and countless clansmen swarmed out towards the outside of the cave, almost blocking the chief's path. Fortunately, the chief is the chief. The privilege that should be there is still there. Dao Changqing borrowed the chief's privilege, all the way trailing, quickly rushed out of the cave. At this time, it was already dark outside, and the whistling cold wind was like a wail from the nine hells, sharp and terrifying. However, at this time, no one cared about the whistling cold wind anymore. All of them opened their mouths wide and looked at the distant sky with shocked faces, only to see that the dark night sky had long been pierced by a fiery red light, which was 4 or 5 fireballs dragging off in flaming tails, whistling and smashing into the distant forest. Rumble! The earth trembled, and the forest in the distance burned steeply, almost lighting half the sky orange. The fire god is angry. The wrath of the god of fire has descended. Vulcan is going to burn down our forest. Is this the fire god's way of punishing us? Witnessing the heavenly firestone rain that looked like a miracle, the Granite tribe panicked, with countless people talking in horror and others unable to hold back their sobs. The chief's eyes trembled as he looked at the flames in the distance that reflected half of the sky red, and he suddenly roared up to the sky. "Fire god, why is this? My Granite tribe has been thirsting for fire for 2 years, and when you didn't send down fire, we prayed to the god of thunder, and then you punished us after we obtained the fire? Why is this? Why?" Chapter 37. Dare to extinguish the wrath of God? Witches don't believe in God, but fear God as much as they fear dinosaurs. Still, the fire god's unprovoked descent into fury caused the chief to lash out in anger. His hysterical roar, however, was soon blown away by the howling cold wind. How small are humans in the eyes of the gods? Innocent or guilty? Would mankind heed the grievances of an ant that had been trampled to death? No. In this era, power was ultimately honored. So the chief's roar was surprisingly somewhat heartbreaking to Dao Changqing's ears. He swept back a glance at the terrified clansmen, looked at the clenched fists of the fierce beast warriors, and suddenly crossed the crowd and shouted, "Chief, you said that the only way to survive is to save yourself, and the way to take over the heavens is without fear of the ghosts and gods of heaven and earth. What about the wrath of the fire god? Dao Changqing's expression steeped into a grimace. Since the fire god has sent down his wrath to burn our forest, let's exterminate the hell out of him. At this time, Dao Changqing did not talk about this as a meteorite cloud, because the ignorance of the mind is not a couple of words can be clear. If it can be clear, the Earth's science and technology is very developed. The religion will not still be prevalent? At this moment, his construct instantly caused the chief to freeze, and even more so, caused the rock tribe's sobbing clansmen to freeze. All of them looked at Dao Changqing with unbelievable faces. How could they not expect that their newly promoted sorcerer would be even wilder than Fei Long? He even dared to speak out against the fire god. Fei Long looked at was huge bearskin set off exceptionally thin Dao Changqing, chest steeply born aflame. The tribe said that he was crazy. However, at this time in Qing compared to his so-called crazy and what is considered crazy, a defiant rage instantly burned in Fei Long's chest as he roared. Well said, Chief, it's useless to beg God. How many times has our tribe begged God? How many times has our tribe begged the gods? I have killed beasts and seen dinosaurs, but I have never seen what God looks like with my own eyes. I'm going to see what God looks like today. I have also long wanted to question the fire god as to why he extinguished my granite's fire. Sawtooth roared arrogantly. The flying dragon and Sawtooth's misbehavior instantly stimulated the heart of the granite tribe's fierce beasts, and one fierce beast warrior instantly reddened his eyes, his skin crawling with glittering rune patterns as he arrogantly roared. Ha ha ha, I've also long wanted to see just how many heads the fire god has. How many beast tattoos are on his body? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm afraid the fire god doesn't need a beast tattoo. He's a god tattoo. A god tattoo? Do you guys think the chief could become the new fire god if we skin the god? I don't know, but I do know that he's going to kill you before you can strip him of his god tattoo. Ha ha ha, it's worth it to die in the hands of a god. The words of wanton arrogance were so shocking that the ordinary clansmen of granite were completely dumbfounded. And even the mighty beast warriors who had misgivings in their hearts were completely infected by the words of the oldtimer. Why worry about dying with a handle on your hip? Dancing with the gods is the ultimate honor of a warrior. The chief closed his mouth, his eyes reflecting the blazing fire, his withered white hair soughing and slapping against his old orange-skinned face as if urging him to make a decision. Urged on by the cold wind. Green, dare you extinguish the wrath of God? Why wouldn't I dare? Alright, rock raptors, gather. The chief roared up. At this moment, his withered white hair rushed up to the sky, his coarse linen robe soughing, and an illusory Tyrannosaurus Rex phantom vaguely arose behind him, topping the sky and roaring into the heavens. The powerful Tyrannosaurus Rex aura instantly caused the entire tribe to boil. With this backing, what are you afraid of? Tiger, tiger, tiger. Countless fierce beast warriors quickly finished assembling. Chang, the granite mastodon is in your hands. The chief solemnly looked at Dao Changqing and said, I will not dishonor my mission. Dao Changqing solemnly promised, then yelled, bring the stone axe and rope. Go! Dao Changqing's words were considered nonsense, because the beast warriors always kept their weapons in their hands. Therefore, once the word go was uttered, all the beast warriors rushed towards the fire scene, and one of the beast warriors named Hegu directly rushed over to him and said with a hee smile, Chang, let me carry you on my back. Good. Dao Changqing did not try to be brave. His physical strength and even speed was not as good as the beast warrior at all. That is, he had mastered the salty fish rune, but it was only a rune pattern that was known for its explosive power, and it was not bad to be able to last for 10 minutes of output. Hegu grabbed Dao Changqing and made him sit on his broad shoulders. Then he was running out wildly along with the rocky beast. Knee-high snow blocked the footsteps of the inappropriate rock. Sharp and whistling cold winds cannot hide the pace of the beast. The indomitable soul of the rock in the burning, more than 10 miles away in the blink of an eye. As we drew nearer to the forest fires, waves of searing heat came over us. The cold and even the snow of the great cold wave can do nothing to stop the flames from burning. For where the flames rage, the snow melts and the wood is dehydrated, and soon becomes excellent fuel. Stop! Dao Changqing shouted. The granite mastodon warriors stopped in unison, and one by one, they all looked at the newest witch of the granite tribe who had created miracle after miracle for the granite tribe at Chang. Green jumped off Koratani's shoulders as he yelled, back off a mile. What? Why? Chang, could it be that you're afraid of death? Countless beast warriors staggered up, and the flying dragon even directly taunted Dao Changqing if he was afraid of death. I wouldn't be here if I was afraid of death. Dao Changqing sneered as he yelled, the fire is so big. Are you guys planning to put it out with snowballs? At these words, all the Manticore warriors froze. In fact, most of these beast warriors had never seen a fire at all, and had just rushed over in a rush of blood, only to be suddenly a bit confused when they arrived at the front. How to extinguish the fire god's fury? Is it possible to rush into the flames, looking for the fire god's figure, and kill him? So what do we do? Someone asked. Fell the trees and cut a barrier out. Dao Changqing threw his voice. With the strength of a mere 50 people, To try to cut down a quarantine belt in the forest, this was absolutely impossible on Earth. But this wasn't Earth. Every manticore warrior here was a humanoid Gundam, so as long as they were commanded properly, it was entirely possible to cut down a quarantine belt. What's a quarantine zone? What does this have to do with backing up? A group of beast warriors were confused. They didn't understand Dao Changqing's order at all, and they didn't even understand the word quarantine zone. However, Dao Changqing no longer had time to explain. He yelled, "Retreat quickly! Explain on the way! Quickly, quickly, quickly!" However, at this time, the shortcomings of Dao Changqing's lack of prestige among the beast warriors were instantly exposed. Although he was authorized by the chief to lead the rock beasts to put out the fire, however, the king's order was not to be. If he ordered the beast warriors to rush into the flames to kill the fire god, there might really be beast warriors who would be foolish enough to rush in. But after his order was incomprehensible to everyone, the disobedience naturally took place. Listen to Ching! Just then, a loud roar broke the hesitation of all the fierce beast warriors. Dao Changqing looked at the source of the sound in dismay, and it turned out that the one who made this sound was clearly the flying dragon. The flying dragon, who had been working against him, had actually used his prestige to silence the manticore warriors' disobedience at this critical time. Chang, I can't understand your orders, just as I still can't understand how you make fire and catch fish to this day, but I know that you are truly extraordinary. I hope that you can lead us to extinguish the wrath of the fire god, or else I will kill you before the flames burn up the forest. Fei Long stared at Dao Changqing and viciously threatened. He. Dao Changqing laughed. He ignored Fei Long's intimidation and directly yelled, "Go!" Chapter 38, Fire Barrier. Roar! A roar like that of a fierce beast spread through the forest where all beasts had long been extinct. The blood sacrifice short-faced bear rune of the mighty beast warrior Jedi roared as it crashed into a huge fir tree. Only heard a click sound. Was cut to half of the giant wood steeply from the cutting place to break. The next moment, the giant cedar tree fell down with a bang, issued a dull roar, raised the sky snow. Without waiting for the foggy snow to settle, a manticore warrior rushed forward, rope set, and dragged the giant fir tree off to the side of the forest, leaving a wide fire break. Which other tree? Jedi shouted with a cocky look on his face, the short-faced bear's runes shining brightly. Jedi, you've just dragged yourself out of your daughter-in-law's nest. You haven't gotten your fire out yet, have you? Nonsense. Jedi these days to listen to the lesson. Not even drill his mother's quilt. I think it's suffocated. Ha ha ha. Even in the wrath of the fire-extinguishing god, the warriors of the Granite tribe were still laughing with each other, but the movements of their men did not stop. Some people are responsible for felling trees, some people are responsible for violently breaking huge trees, and some people are responsible for carrying trees. Obviously, they are a group of ancient humans with simple tools, only stone axes and bone axes, but they have exploded into an amazing work efficiency that far exceeds that of modern civilization. The 50 Mastodon warriors could be said to be well coordinated, and in no time at all, they cleared an isolation zone that was about 30 meters wide, and then under the command of Dao Changqing, they quickly advanced to both sides. Enough width to go east. Quickly, hurry. Dao Changqing looked at the forest flames that were still most of a mile away. He was still anxious and directly jacked up his bearskin and joined in the movement of cutting down the barrier. The location where the meteorite landed was quite coincidental, and there happened to be a wide river in the south as a natural fire break. But the situation was not optimistic in the east, west, and north. In addition to the northwest direction, because of the wind direction, the width of the fire protection isolation zone can be a little narrower. The other places are all dense forests. The fire protection isolation zone must have a minimum width of 30 meters, and the southeast direction of the fire protection isolation zone is even more important to reach a width of 50 to 60 meters to be ensured. Thanks to the fact that it was during a big cold wave, the sky was filled with snowflakes, and the forest was filled with snow, which caused the flames to spread very slowly. Otherwise, Dao Changqing really didn't have the certainty to isolate this fire within the forest that was 3 kilometers in diameter. Time was passing by, and the forest fires caused by the meteorites falling from the sky were still spreading solidly in both directions, looking as if they were the first flush of maple leaves. At this time, the felling of the isolation zone has long been divided into 2 teams, each going in a direction around a large circle to encircle the flames, just waiting for the team to merge when the isolation zone will be completely completed. Dao Changqing was in the eastward procession, and as he looked at the flames that were about to burn over in 200 meters, he shouted, "I'll go to the front to see where they've cut down to, and if it's really not possible, this section will have to be widened outward one more time." With that, Dao Changqing rushed out. However, just as he had rushed out less than 50 meters, a sudden roar interrupted the rhythm of the chopping team and shocked countless fierce beast warriors. Short-faced bear. It's a short-faced bear. Damn, how did it get so fast? Green, get out of the way. Countless manticore warriors suddenly exclaimed in alarm. only to see 200 meters away from the flames, violently rushed out a crazy monster. This monster is scorched black, 2 meters high, huge as a small mountain. It seems to suffer from the torment of the flames. After rushing out of the flames, even panicked and crashed into the Dao Changqing. Don't see it is still 200 meters away from Dao Changqing. However, it is this 200 meters away. It froze as if it were a dark meatball. In the blink of an eye, it rolled over, the speed of which is simply far beyond the Black Valley. At this moment, the Granite Tribe's beast warriors were simply too late to rescue Dao Changqing. And although there were already countless people spreading their legs and rushing towards the short-faced bear at this moment, it was still too late. No! Sawtooth roared in anger, his eyes bloodshot. At this time, Dao Changqing stopped in his tracks. No one knew his mood at this time. He looked at the huge monster rushing over. His brain was almost blank. This is a bear? Am I going to die? Roll? Dao Changqing's eyes suddenly bulged out. Veins like earthworms crawled all over his forehead. He roared. The only Nyanli he could rely on burned up crazily. A dead branch in the snow as if it had suffered a psychic event, whooshed and flew, and then slammed fiercely into the short-faced bear. Pang! A huge collision sound rang out. But it was at this very moment that the short-faced bear also ruthlessly slammed into Dao Changqing. Sawtooth roared madly as he rushed forward frantically, as if he were a cannonball, slamming hard into the body of the short-faced bear, instantly sending this mountain of meat flying. The moment the short-faced bear flew up, a line of blood shot out, spilling Sawtooth's face. It was at this moment that the Manticore warriors of the rock realized that the flying short-faced bear had long since lost its breath, for a withered branch had been thrust through his eye socket and into its brain. Huffing, 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 Sawtooth, who had knocked away the short-faced bear, couldn't let go of his breath, so he rushed to Dao Changqing's side with a ragged breath to check on his condition. At this time the Dao Changqing collapsed in a group of shrubs, although his thick bare skin on his body for him when the shrubs of the stab wound, but the short-faced bear's death of the huge pouncing inertia, but still hit him in the chest huge pain, the lungs as if it was stuffed with stones, stiff, infarcted, breathing cannot be. Green, how are you? No, nothing, just slow, down, felling trees, quick. Dao Changqing covered his chest and ordered with difficulty. His bones were not broken. The burning Nyanli not only manipulated the withered branch to poke the short-faced bear to death, but also cushioned most of the impact for him. So at this time, although he was in pain, there was actually no major obstacle. Sawtooth looked at the pain-filled Cyan and yelled back, "Fell the tree! Koratani, you protect Chang." "Got it," Koratani answered in a jarred voice. After this, everyone was immediately alert to the scene of the fire, fearing that at some point a hibernating beast would rush out of the roaring flames. This vigilance continued until after the two teams had merged, and no second one was found, as if the short-faced bear that had pounced on Dao Changqing was a curse from the god of fire. By the time the two teams cutting down the barrier had merged, the fire was only about 20 meters from burning into the barrier, and the rock mastodon had always come close. At this time, Dao Changqing had also slowed down. He covered his still vaguely painful chest and walked to the isolation zone, looking at the flames that were burning over. His mind had long since stopped thinking about the severe pain in his chest, because the isolation zone that he had ordered to be cut down was about to be put to the test. At this time the frantic felling trees of the beast warriors also gasped and gathered. They looked at the burning from time to time issued crackling firecracker sound of the wrath of the fire god. One face uncertain. There is expectation, there is fear, and there is even more fearlessness. The flames burned to the edge of the barrier, blazing waves of heat, pounding, dispersing the cold of the big cold wave, but also the other side of the barrier to melt the snow. The crown of the fire slightly up, in the roll of the wind, like the tongue of the god of fire, across the 50 to 60 wide barrier, trying to lick the opposite bank of the giant trees. However, its tongue was still a little too short to lick the giant logs on the other side of the river. Ha ha ha, it worked! We did it! Vulcan really isn't omnipotent. At this moment, the granite mastodon warriors cheered exuberantly, and one by one, they hooked their shoulders in excitement. Fei Long looked at Dao Changqing with a complicated face and picked up his thumb. "Chang, awesome!" Dao Changqing laughed and smiled. "Thank you, don't relax. Everyone, pay attention to prevent the sparks from drifting over. If there are sparks drifting over, make sure to extinguish them in time." "Got it, leave it to us. Chang, just rest." Chapter 39, The Faith of Science. Ever since the granite beast sped away with the newly promoted Witch Green, the remaining granite clan members immediately fell into a state of uncertainty. Despite the aging body, the chief stubbornly sat on his knees at the top of the slope of the cave, staring at the fire in the distance rising up to the sky. The monstrous fireworks flareflower turbid eyes, but also blurred the face of worry. He had gotten used to manning the tribe, used to calming his panicked clansmen. He thought he had lived for so many years that he could see everything calmly. However, when the god of fire rained down his wrath, And when the forest fell into the crisis of annihilation, he realized that he was wrong. His so-called calmness also had an upper limit of tolerance. And when the enemy turned out to be the fire god, he was completely confused, and he didn't even know how to deal with the fire god's wrath. If Ching hadn't stepped forward, it was no wonder that at this point in time, he was leading his clan to pack up and prepare to migrate. That's right, if the Vulcan's wrath burned up the forest, what would greet them would inevitably be migration, because if they don't migrate, it means that they will be exposed to the vision of the dragon race. And what it means to be exposed to the vision of the dragon race, there is no need to say more. However, even though Ching had stood up, he was still in a state of trepidation inwardly. The wrath of the fire god had come so violently. Could Ching really extinguish the wrath of the fire god? The chief didn't know. He didn't dare think. He could only leave it all in the hands of the granite mastodons, as he hadn't been out hunting in up to 30 years, and he was used to relying on intimidation, illusions, and tricks to fool the beasts that approached the camp, and ultimately himself. He's not wise. He's just good at making trade-offs. Knock, knock, came the sound of anxious footsteps in the distance, and the sound caused the chief to instantly snuff out his wild thoughts. He sprang to his feet, and jumped straight down the hill, huffing and puffing. Vulcan's wrath, huffing and puffing. That fierce beast warrior White Stone who came to report was so tired that he was panting for breath, barely able to speak a complete sentence. He ran to the front of the tribal cave and was completely paralyzed with exhaustion. This scene is really rare for a manticore warrior. What happened to the wrath of the fire god? The chief's face turned white as he looked at Baishir's appearance covered in black ash, and a terrifying thought arose in his mind. Is it possible that Vulcan was angry and killed all the rock manticores? Whitehead took a hard breath and quickly said, "The wrath of the fire god was stopped, and Cheng led us to stop the fire god's wrath. The forest is fine." The forest is fine? You guys stopped the wrath of the fire god? The chief's face was filled with shock at his words. Although he had thought of this possibility, he ultimately did not dare to think deeply about it. However, how could he not expect that the thing that he dared not to hope for the most had actually materialized? Whitehead desperately took a few breaths before saying, "That's right, we blocked the wrath of the fire god. Ching ordered us to cut down the isolation zone. The isolation zone stopped the spread of the flames. Now there are only sporadic flames drifting over. Ching led the brothers and is on guard. He asked me to come back first to report my safety. Good to stop it. Good to stop it. Wow." The chief cheered excitedly. "The forest is saved. We're saved. Ha ha ha. Green. Cyan. Green." At this time, the ordinary clansmen hiding in the caves also learned of the news one after another, and instantly erupted into excited cheers. The forest was saved, which meant that they didn't have to migrate in the Great Cold Wave to look for a new forest, so they were naturally saved. When the clan's revelry slowed down a bit, Whitehead added, "Ching also asked me to come back and inform everyone to prepare food and hot water. He will send someone to fetch it later, and granite fierce beasts must stay at the front line tonight until the fire god's wrath is completely extinguished." Alright, I'll arrange for the clansmen to prepare food and hot water, and you go tell Chang and the granite mastodons that all is well with the tribe, the chief said happily. Yes. Whitehead finished speaking and was about to go back, when he suddenly turned around as if he thought of something. "Lord Chief, can you grant Ching a black warthog war skin?" What happened? The chief asked with a surprised look on his face. The fire god cursed Ching. It woke up a blind bear to attack Ching. Although Ching killed the blind bear, he was also pounced on. I'm worried that in the second half of the night, the fire god will be unwilling to continue attacking Ching, Baishir said worriedly. Vulcan cursed Ching? The chief was stunned, then said, "Wait a minute." Saying that, the chief hurriedly returned to the cave, and before long retrieved a black warthog battle skin and handed it over to White Stone. "You tell Flying Dragon to keep Ching under close protection." Yes. Shiraishi clips the black warthog battle skin and runs wildly away. The chief looked worriedly at the distant White Stone and said, "Is it possible that the fire god has sent down his wrath because my granite tribe has stolen the secret of the fire?" The forest fire lasted until the latter part of the night before it gradually diminished, and finally burned beyond repair and had to be extinguished. At this point, the granite tribe finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the newly promoted Witch Chang, who had led the granite fierce beasts to destroy the fire god's wrath, suddenly made a request that caused the granite fierce beasts to lose their souls. For Dao Changqing Herzog was going to visit the source of the fire, the place where the god of fire had sent down his wrath, saying, "There might be something good there. Chang, don't go. I'll go and fetch whatever you want for you. There are remnants of the fire god's breath all over this place. Maybe at some point the fire god will take advantage of the situation and kill you." Uncle Wolf persuaded with a worried face. "Uncle Wolf, don't worry, I'll be fine. The fire god's anger has already been extinguished. He is not going to pop up again." Dao Changqing didn't know how to explain, and could only comfort Uncle Wolf in this manner. He had always thought that the granite tribe was not too ignorant, And the reason why he had this impression was because when the chief had enlightened him on the heaven-taking technique, the words he had said were just too fervent. Yet now he realized that bragging was probably a trait of all humans. The chief sounded arrogant in those words. In fact, for unexplained things, people here still push to the ghosts and gods and revere them. For example, this rare celestial phenomenon, the meteorite. However, it couldn't be blamed on the people here. Anyone who saw a terrifying rain of fire falling from the sky would be scared. Even on the highly technologically advanced Earth, there is still a considerable portion of people who believe that the meteorite is a harbinger of the end times. So the Granite tribe still dares to follow him out to challenge God, which is already very, very impressive. Of course, this might also be because the beast warriors themselves also wielded great power. Or perhaps in the perception of the mastodon warriors, the gods were monsters that were even more powerful than dinosaurs, and were not yet powerful enough to be omnipotent. In any case, Dao Changqing was still relatively satisfied with the faith aspect of the Granite tribe. But Uncle Wolf was still a little hesitant. This time instead, Fei Long opened his mouth. Old Wolf, when did you become so motherly? The fire god's fury has been extinguished by us, and now there's just a pile of wood ash left. What's there to be afraid of? That's right, Old Wolf, you're not getting old, are you? Look at Chengdu, who has more guts than you. Hugo heatedly laughed. Uncle Wolf, who was ridiculed this time, finally stopped objecting as he clenched his teeth and said, all right, since you insist, let's take a walk. Dao Changqing smiled. Don't worry, Uncle Wolf, I won't do anything I'm not sure of. Saying that, Dao Changqing crossed the isolation zone blackened by wood ash in a single bound and stepped into the thick wood ash. How thick the forest was, how thick the ashes were. The wrath of the fire god seemed to be hidden in the thick ashes, emitting scorching heat and signaling terror, seemingly capable of counterattacking and devouring this group of arrogant people at any time. However, Dao Changqing, who had been deeply educated by Marxism-Leninism Maoism since childhood, would not care about this natural phenomenon. He excitedly rushed towards the depths of the ashes. He couldn't wait to see the meteorite. If he was lucky enough, it might be the iron meteorite that caused the forest fire. According to Earth archaeology, the first iron used by humans was meteorite iron, and iron meteorites are often rich in the metal nickel, and nickel hack can increase the toughness and non-corrosion of swords. Chapter 40 Divine Kingship? Xing is back. The rock mastodon is back. With the excited shouts of the sentry clansmen, the silent Granite tribe burst into life, and countless clansmen rushed out of their caves, fearless of the howling cold wind, to welcome the return of the tribal heroes. However, when the Granite clan saw their great hero, everyone collectively froze. Their heroes, unlike in the past when they returned from the hunt covered in wounds and blood, were now almost all black. That's right, they are black. Look at Flying Dragon's face full of wood ash. Look at the already black white stone. Each one of them is just like the charcoal just fished out of the fire. At this moment, he smiled proudly again, revealing that mouth full of dazzling white teeth, which could be used as a moonstone. It was originally a very funny image, yet the clansmen of the Granite tribe erupted into even more fiery cheers after a moment of stunned silence. The rock mastodon, brave and invincible. Tiger, 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 the rock is forever. The rock is forever. All sorts of slogans that only appeared during rituals were wildly shouted out by the clansmen at this time. And rather than welcoming the hero's return, everyone was more like a catharsis for having come back from the dead. The morning's crisp, cold winds seemed to warm up even in this moment. What is it? Stone? Never seen such an oily stone before, have you? With the return of the rock beasts dragged back a few large black stone objects, the cheering crowd gradually quieted down. Everyone was surprised to look at the oily stone, one by one talking to each other. Cannot stop the eyes of the curiosity overflowed. At this time, the chief also finally appeared, and as he looked at Qing, who was clad in the battle skin of a black warthog, a trace of complex emotions flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he realized that the successor he had been searching for had appeared. Only when he did find out that the successor had appeared, a flicker of disenchantment, uneasiness, and even jealousy of his rights flashed through his mind. Eventually he pushed the mixed emotions to the back of his mind and smiled warmly. Welcome home, my children. Rock peace. The crowd of Manticore warriors brushed their chests in unison in greeting. The chief raised his hand in greeting. Then he looked at Dao Changqing and said, well done, Qing. Now you are qualified to be called a true witch. At these words, the tribe once again erupted in cheers. Qing, Qing, green. Now the whole tribe had known that this punishment for the fire god's relocation of anger was Qing leading the tribe's beasts, stopping the fire god's anger, saving the forest, and saving the Granite tribe. Dao Changqing smiled. No, I still have a long road to travel and need guidance from Lord Chief. This ass-kissing made the Lord Chief in a happy mood. He laughed and said, there's not much more I can point out to you. The following still depends on your own efforts. Go for it. For the tribe. Well, for the tribe. Dao Changqing would shout out the famous phrase from Earth. By the way, what is this? The chief's gaze went to the huge black stone that had been dragged back by the manticore warrior. Without waiting for Dao Changqing to speak, Fei Long shouted with an excited face, "This is the relic of the fire god. No, this is clearly the fire god's weapon. It was Qing who led us to find them in the depths of the fire god's wrath. Qing told us that the forest fire was caused by this thing. This isn't the fire god's weapons. What is this? I can't say it's still the tears of Vulcan. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Your family's tears are rocks? He's a fire god. Can he be treated like a human? For this meteorite, the beast warriors and the drag back on the road has long been arguing. At this time the chief's steep question, one cannot help but argue again, have said their own point of view. Their argument has left the granite tribe stunned once again. This stone that is so black and unattractive that it seems to have been smeared with a layer of lard, is actually something of the fire god? This is unbelievable. This can't be possible, can it? How could this thing be something from the fire god? Someone incredibly subconsciously questioned. However, this sentence instantly caused many fierce beast warriors to blow up. Who said it's impossible? Come on, you and I will go to the Vulcan's Wrath ruins to take a look. Damn, the huge crater that this thing smashed out on the ground is still rolling even now. And you're saying it's impossible? Is this your way of suspecting us of lying? The voice of doubt instantly shrunk into the crowd in the face of power and violence. In fact, his questioning was just a subconscious rebuttal, and in his heart, he did not disbelieve it. After all, this was something that the tribal beast had brought back from thousands of miles, so how could it be an ordinary stone? After all, everyone wasn't stupid. Green, did you have them bring this back? The chief saw the truth at a glance. That's right, what do you think it is? The chief's question caused everyone to look over in unison. In fact, when the beast warriors found the meteorite iron, while they were shocked, they also asked Dao Changqing what the hell this was. After all, this was what Dao Changqing had guided them to find. But Dao Changqing hadn't said anything, so they thought that Dao Changqing was thinking, so they didn't bother much after asking a few questions. Now that the chief had asked the question, they were naturally curious. Dao Changqing twisted his head to look at the meteorite iron behind him, and said with a slight pause, "If I'm not wrong, this is most likely a heavenly divine soldier." Heavenly divine soldier. The clansmen were stunned, each one chanting this unfamiliar word, really unable to understand what it meant. Dao Changqing looked at the bewildered clansman. He was slightly torn in his mind, and with a clench of his teeth, he gave up the idea of making up a myth along the way, as well as the idea of seizing power. Lord Chief, this is not easy to explain for the time being, as my guesses are not always right. I need to study it and wait until I have the results, Dao Changqing said seriously. Good. The chief nodded and didn't pursue the matter excessively, then said to all the fierce beast warriors, "Boys, the tribe has prepared food and hot water. Put down your fatigue and enjoy the glory of victory." Roar. Yeah, ha ha ha. The manticore warriors instantly roared in ecstasy. Tribal revelry has lasted until noon. All the beast warriors eat and drink enough. They go back to their homes to sleep. After all, a night of intense labor. That is, the brawn of the beast warriors cannot eat. Dao Changqing didn't participate in the revelry, and after he ate, he went back to rest early on the excuse that he wasn't feeling too well. The tribe also knew about him being attacked by a blind bear, so they didn't care much. After returning to his nest, Dao Changqing casually curled up on the hay buckskin in the corner. His body was exhausted and desperately wanted to sleep, but his spirit was so hyper that he couldn't sleep at all. No one knew what a mental tangle he had gone through on the way back to the tribe. It turned out that ever since Dao Changqing realized that the tribe was still essentially in awe of the ghosts and gods, on the way back he had a sudden thought that he could actually fabricate a mythological story, tampering with the fire god's relocation of anger into the fire god's tests and rewards, and utilizing the tribe's fear of the fire god to strengthen his own reputation and credentials. In that case, after he made the fire god's reward meteorite iron into a weapon, his reputation would definitely rise to a whole new level, because he had the fire god behind him. At the last minute, however, Dao Changqing gave up lying in the pavement of divine kingship. That said, the reason why Dao Changqing suddenly wanted to tell a story was because he realized that the granite tribe was still too ignorant, and although they possessed the courage to fight against the gods, if an even more horrible disaster suddenly appeared someday, wouldn't the tribe directly collapse? Dao Changqing didn't dare to be sure, so he wondered, what if I, a modern man, were to lead this tribe? Would the tribe take a leap forward because of the advent of science and technology? This was the answer in Dao Changqing's mind. However, wanting the entire tribe to cooperate with him, he had to seize supreme power, so he thought of using divine power to strengthen his reputation and ultimately seize the tribe's dominance. Honestly, when this idea popped up in Dao Changqing's mind, he himself was taken aback. and even he didn't know when this seed of ambition was planted. Perhaps it was the disbelief of his tribe when he returned from fishing, or perhaps it was the chief's foolish questioning of the fire god, or perhaps it was the chief's hesitation to even ask for his small remodeling of the tribe. However, he wrestled with it all the way through and eventually gave up. At the last minute, perhaps it was his cowardly inferiority complex that stopped him, for with great power comes great responsibility. Or perhaps it was the only remaining sanity within him that told him that this was not a video game, and that he could go back and replay it if he was wrong. If he trapped the tribe in a place of destruction because of his arrogance, the destruction would not only be of the tribe, but also possibly of his own body. The most important thing is, Dao Changqing is to accept the Marxist-Leninist Maoist inculcation of atheist, even if he can soul through. He does not believe that this is some kind of God's game. He is more inclined to this as a kind of physical changes that cannot be explained. The world should be a multiverse or parallel universe. Therefore he did not want the granite tribe to become fearful of the gods because of the myths he had fabricated, and he hoped that in the future, the granite, where the blade was pointed, the gods would dare to fight. So Dao Changqing finally chose to give in and wait a little longer until he was more capitalized. Chapter 41, The Stupidest Method. Dao Changqing woke up with a start, and the time was already in the latter part of the night. At this time, although his body had recovered, he was surprised to find that his Nianli still had not yet fully recovered. Compared to physical strength, the recovery of Nianli was indeed still too slow. To know, facing that blind bear's attack, at that time, although he had decisively burned his Nianli, because the time was too short, he had actually only burned about 20% of his Nianli. It is that this 20% of his Nimbus power he rested for a whole day, but also only recovered one half. Such a recovery speed. Simply chicken ribs, but it's enough to save the day. Numinous power was not something that could be restored by sleep, so Dao Changqing was too lazy to sleep anymore. He climbed up in a sizzling manner and walked to the center of the square, looking at the 4 calf-sized meteorite irons placed beside the bonfire with a slightly mesmerized expression. China from the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period is considered to have officially entered the Iron Age, but even so, at that time, it was still mainly bronze. Iron is a minority of aristocrats have the qualification as well as the conditions for the use of the metal. Why? Because although the earth has a lot of iron, iron is so chemically active that it basically exists in nature in a chemosynthetic form. Thus with the smelting techniques of the ancients at the time, it was difficult to make iron from the ore. In fact, it took a long time as well as coincidence just to discover that iron could be made from iron ore. In contrast, monatomic copper is easier to find and even much better to refine. However, as good as copper was, it was still far inferior to iron in the Cold War era. Iron, the king of the Cold War era. Among them, the meteorite iron is the most. You can't see, the Chinese legend of the divine weapon. Almost half of them are the so-called Xian iron refined, and Xian iron is just another name for meteorite iron. The reason why meteorite iron is so powerful is because it is born through the cruel environment of space as well as atmospheric calcination and refining. Such conditions are naturally difficult to achieve human. In addition, meteorite iron from outer space is often rich in rare elements that are not found on Earth or are very rare, such as nickel and chromium, which are more common in meteorite iron, and which heretofore have been able to endow iron with even greater toughness and incorruptibility. Dao Changqing looked at the meteorite iron in front of him. He didn't know if other tribes in this world had entered the Copper Age or even refined iron, but he knew that with this batch of meteorite iron, the Granite tribe was equal to crossing the Copper Age ahead of time and entering the Iron Age. And although this iron would gradually wear off with the flow of time, for the time being, it was already enough. Awake? An abrupt voice sounded beside Dao Changqing's ears. Dao Changqing was startled, only to realize that the chief had appeared next to him at some point, looking as if he couldn't sleep either. Well, after sleeping all day, I can't sleep at this point instead, Dao Changqing said. Lord Chief can't sleep either? People are old. They can't sleep for long before waking up. The chief lamented a sentence. He walked to the front of Dao Changqing and touched the meteorite iron in front of him, saying, studying this heavenly divine weapon? Dao Changqing nodded. Yes. The chief glanced sideways at the skinny Qing beside him and said, I can't read your young people's thoughts anymore, but I know that your thoughts are definitely much better than those of us of the decaying generation, because the times are always progressing. Do a good job, and I hope that someday you will be able to lead the Granite towards prosperity. Dao Changqing froze, and a thick wave of guilt suddenly arose within him. Aha! Dao Changqing didn't know what to say and could only nod solemnly. The chief turned around and patted Dao Changqing's shoulder, sighed and got up to leave. I don't know if it was an illusion. The chief's departing back was much lighter and faster, as if half of the burden that pressed down on his shoulders had been removed. Dao Changqing did not immediately melt the meteorite iron to refine the weapon, because although he knew that most meteorite iron was almost always molded iron, and could be refined into weapons by repeated pounding, But what if this batch of meteorite iron contained a higher amount of stone? Especially since he vaguely remembered that adding carbon to iron could make it into steel. So since that was the case, why not upgrade the basalt iron into an even harder steel again? Just what kind of carbon is this carbon if it is to be refined into steel? How should it be added? At which point? How much to add? This series of details directly let Dao Changqing two eyes, completely confused. Therefore, Dao Changqing decided to look up this information in detail after his soul penetrated the earth. After all, the meteorite iron quantity is limited, simply cannot withstand the experimental toss. Most importantly, he now had to rush to master the spiritual intimidation rune and even more means to deal with the situation of the Zheng brothers' kidnapping before his soul penetrated the earth. In this regard, after asking the chief for help and still unable to solve how to quickly cut the rope, Dao Changqing thought for a long time, and finally decided to use the most stupid way to solve this problem, that is, to use the pieces of beer bottles to grind the rope. If one compares the power of the mind to the third invisible hand, then the exercise of the power of the mind is the exercise of the proficiency of this third hand. It is as if some people have extremely flexible fingers while others are stiff. What Dao Changqing wants to do is to make his third hand more flexible and faster. So Dao Changqing simply directly manipulate a sharp piece of stone, repeatedly rubbing the wood, exercise their own on the stone sawing frequency. In addition to this, Dao Changqing also studied mental intimidation rune patterns in his downtime. Compared to the redundancy and complexity of the fear runes, the intimidation runes were much simpler. The most troublesome part was just that it needed to be memorized, which wasn't really difficult for Dao Changqing, who was used to test-based education, to memorize these runes. Speaking of which, what made the intimidation rune pattern precious was that it was separated from a bunch of comprehensive runes. This is like some formula theorems in the world of mathematics, which are mysterious and arcane until they are discovered. Yet once it has been summarized, it is found to be so simple. At this moment, Dao Changqing was like standing on the shoulders of the rock's second-generation wizard, and it only took 4 days to completely memorize the intimidation rune pattern, and its speed was so fast that if the chief knew about it, he would definitely be staggered. The chief didn't know that this was the power of test-based education. However, it is useless to just memorize the symbols, as a large part of a sorcerer's combat power depends on the speed of on-site weapon making, that is to say, the speed of on-site sealing symbols. Because in order to be able to release the intimidation rune patterns quickly, Dao Changqing had exercised for a full 13 days before compressing the release speed of the intimidation rune patterns to the extent of 1.5 minutes. Dao Changqing felt that he could still compress the sealing speed of the rune pattern a little more. Yet the soul-stripping sensation of the soul piercing was constantly reminding him that his time was up, and that the earth essence was calling him. A minute and a half? Dao Changqing sat cross-legged on the buckskin, a cruel smile steepling at the corner of his mouth. That's fast enough. Chapter 42, Counter Kill. Snap. The cow leather belt smacked hard against the flesh, making a crisp sound, and the intense stinging pain caused Dao Changqing, who had just returned from soul penetration, to stifle a muffled grunt. Asterisk 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 playing dead with me? Pretend again, Zheng Xian said with an arrogant face. Just now, when he was about to ruthlessly whip Dao Changqing to vent out his anger, he didn't expect that this guy would have his head tilted, as if he had fainted to death from fear. In the face of this scene, Zhang Xian didn't even think about it, and backhanded a leather whip viciously, directly whipping this guy into pretending to be dead. Snort! Zhang Xiuju and the others beside him directly snorted when they saw this. In their eyes, at this time, the Dao Changqing is just like a clown, doing things to cover up the ears, thinking that pretending to be dead will be able to avoid a disaster, not realizing that he is this cowardly gesture. But even more people think that the weak can be deceived. Dao Changqing felt the fiery pain in his chest, and even though his soul had passed through to prepare for it, his heart was instantly enraged. He looked coldly at Zhang Xian in front of him and said, "Brother, have you heard of a saying?" "What?" Dao Changqing revealed a cruel smile and said, "Bare feet are not afraid of wearing shoes. Fight well, fight hard, and it's best to kill old me. Otherwise, I guarantee that how hard you hit me, how hard I will hit you back." At these words, the dilapidated room fell abruptly silent. Zhang Xian and his brother Zhang Xiuju looked at each other face to face up, and then laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, laughed me to death. Brother, did you hear it? This even told me to kill him, called me to hit him hard. You say his brain is not by his mom then clip bad? Ha ha ha." Zhang Xiuju wanted to laugh, but when he laughed, he would pull the wounds on his face, and the slightest hint of subtle pain instead stimulated him to become more and more violent. He stood up, snatched the belt from his brother's hand, copied it and then smacked it hard on Dao Changqing's body. Pop. Yes, pop. Hit harder. Pop. Too little power. Did you grow up eating ing? Pop. Are you ing weak in the kidneys? Do you want me to take care of your girlfriend? Pop. Zhang Xiuju went crazy as he clutched his belt and desperately whipped Dao Changqing. However, Dao Changqing seemed to be even crazier than him, as if he was an old Red Army soldier in a movie or television drama from the 70s or 80s, facing the enemy's torture and mocking crazily against common sense. The mocking sound of that crisp whip sound simply made everyone in the room dumbfounded, and one by one, they looked at their eyelids suddenly jumping. This Nima, really fierce people. At this moment, even the Sakai Fatsi smile on the hanging painting seemed to freeze. For a while, only the sound of whips and the sound of Dao Changqing's crazy mocking insults remained in the humble room. After a while, Zheng Xiuju stopped fighting. He was panting and gasping for air, staring at Dao Changqing with red eyes, caught up in a violent rage. He didn't realize that he clearly had a few lashes land on Dao Changqing's face. Yet at this moment, Dao Changqing couldn't see the slightest whip wound on his face. Dao Changqing looked at Zheng Xiuju, who had stopped and continued to mock viciously. Why did you wilt in so few strokes? It seems that saying your 1 minute is lifting you up. You're so weak. I'm afraid you're just going to give out when you stick it in, aren't you? Are you keeping your girlfriend as a treat for your men? Zheng Xiuju grinned instead of being angry at his words as he picked up his thumb and said, You have guts. You're the most ballsy man I've ever seen. I hope you can continue to be ballsy. With that, he handed the belt to his brother. Zheng Xian received it with a sardonic smile on his face. Wait, Dao Changqing suddenly said. Zheng Xian stopped. He wasn't afraid of what other dirty words Dao Changqing could spew out now, and it didn't matter if they were any dirtier because he could vent them out right away. Now I'll give you all a chance. Kneel down 18 times and call out to your ancestors, and I'll let all of you go. Dao Changqing said in a perverse manner. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you paralyzed. Zheng Xian sniffed, not bothering to argue. His eyes rolled up and he lifted the belt and viciously pumped it down. However, the crisp sound of the leather whip did not ring out as promised. Zheng Xian looked at the scene in front of him in dismay, only to see Dao Changqing. He grabbed his belt and yanked it hard, instantly snatching his leather whip away from him. Not waiting for him to react, Dao Changqing laughed angrily and lifted his foot to deliver a vicious kick. Boom! Zheng Xian instantly flew backwards. Right at the moment he flew out backwards, Zheng Xian's mind was still filled with one thing. Wasn't he tied up? Yes. Wasn't Taoist Evergreen tied up? When did he break free from the ropes? Everyone at the scene was confused. However, at this moment, they no longer had the time to figure this out, because after Dao Changqing kicked Zheng Xian, it was like a trapped dragon ascending to the sky. He copied the chair under his buttocks, and backhandedly slammed it on a man behind him, directly smashing that man to the point where he rolled his eyes and fainted. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Get him. At this time, Zheng Xiuju's people also reflected, and one by one, they rushed over with a shout. However, this moment of Dao Changqing completely stormed out. He copied the broken legs of the bench. The tiger into the flock of sheep in general rushed into the scum. It is a kick, smashing, pumping, chipping. For a time, Zheng Xiuju, a group of people were beaten without the power to fight back. Even if they had already hugged Dao Changqing from behind, they would soon be wrenched away by Dao Changqing. Even if their folding knives had already been sent to Dao Changqing's backside, they were inexplicably wrongly targeted. Among them, who had stabbed people and had the biggest guts and the wildest nature, had just rushed to Dao Changqing's front, and at the moment when he saw Dao Changqing's eyes, he was directly shocked into a movement, and then he was completely kicked off by a foot. At this moment, Dao Changqing, as if possessed by the long-experienced Guan Airmaster, facing 7 times their own enemies, through the 5 passes and 6 generals, with a single sword to the meeting. To see how Lu Su close to me? The spirit of the atmosphere. Soon the chaos returned to a calm silence with the fall of the last burly man, only the wails of agony punctuating the atmosphere of despair. Dao Changqing panted and swept across the room. He didn't leave in style like the lone heroes in movies and TV dramas. Instead, like a villain who loves to torture his enemies, he picked up the belt that was used to whip him, walked over to young Suju, who was curled up into a shrimp on the ground, and directly put the belt around his neck, and then tightened it fiercely. Cough. No. Cough. Zheng Xiuju desperately struggled. However, at this time, he was beaten into a bearish state. Where is there to leave to fight against Dao Changqing? At this time, he was like a death row inmate who was about to be hanged, desperately pulling on his belt for fear that Dao Changqing would strangle him to death on the spot. Dao Changqing ignored Zheng Xiuju's wailing, as if dragging a dead dog, tugging on the belt and lifting him up to his eyes. Aren't you quite arrogant? Did you get a kick out of whipping me just now? I'm sorry. Knocked me out. Quite powerful. Quite awesome. Young Suju rose red in the face, desperately barraging the belt. However, this suit belt only got tighter and tighter, and the suffocating feeling made him smell death for the first time. No, don't. Cough, cough, cough. Zheng Xiuju was dying from the pain. He desperately begged for mercy, but unfortunately his throat was strangled. Tears and snot clattered. He froze and could not say a complete sentence. What did you say? What don't? Dao Changqing asked. Do not kill. Before Zhang Xiuju could finish, Dao Changqing roared. Look at my eyes and answer me. Chapter 43 Without Poison. Zhang Xiuju, whose brain had gradually lost its oxygen supply, subconsciously looked at Dao Changqing's eyes. At the next moment, his pupils abruptly dilated, because at this moment, in his eyes, Dao Changqing seemed like a devil who had just crawled out of the abyss, hideous and unbeatable. Damn it! Why would he even think of messing with a demon like that? Big brother. No, don't kill me. Right, no. I too. Don't dare. Cough. Zhang Xiuju apologized with difficulty, trembling as if he were sifting chaff, and a thick fear was born deep inside. Dao Changqing coldly looked at this social big brother in front of him who was madly worshipped by the students of the school, and only felt infinite pleasure in his heart. But this is not enough. He knows that this kind of scum. Now look at the poor wait until he let them go. Turn his head is likely to once again impose on him more horrible revenge. Although this time there was an intimidation rune to apply psychological suggestion, which should theoretically cause the other party to develop a sense of awe. Dao Changqing still didn't dare to guarantee anything, so he sneered, picked up a folding knife on the ground, and then shoved it into young Suju's hand. Where did Zhang Xiuju dare to receive the knife at this moment? He desperately avoided it, and only took the folding knife with trembling under Dao Changqing's angry roar. Just verbal guarantee can't work. Now this society has a lot of two-faced people, so you have to come up with practical actions. Nah, I don't want you to play any 3 cuts and 6 holes, just poke a hole in each of them and I'll believe you. Otherwise, Dao Changqing steeply pulled the belt in his hand. The sudden tightening of the belt made Zhang Xiuju even lost his knife. He frantically raked the belt between his neck, as if the poor drowning man, desperately sucking in the air, cough. Not, however, right at this moment, Dao Changqing, who was torturing him, turned around violently, his eyes glaringly staring at the man behind him. Ahu. It turned out that Ahu had quietly climbed up at some unknown time, and by the looks of it, he seemed to be trying to sneak up on Dao Changqing. However, he simply did not expect that Dao Changqing's 5 senses were sharp as hell. And that's not all. Snapping his eyes on Dao Changqing's eyes, the whole person was as if he was possessed, full of panic, stagnant and silenced, and his withered body was trembling slightly. Not long, Ahu out of Dao Changqing unexpectedly slowly squatted down, teeth chattering. Do not hit me, do not hit me. Dao Changqing looked at Ahu who was trembling all over his body and did not seem to be in disguise at all. A bright realization flashed in his heart. It seemed that his intimidating rune pattern had completely stimulated Ahu, causing him to subconsciously immerse himself into some kind of horrifying scenario. Your name is Tiger, right? Come on, stab this kid and you can go. Come on, if you don't stab, I'll ask him to stab you. Want to stab someone, or be stabbed? Your choice. Dao Changqing walked over to Ahu's side and casually handed over the folding knife, seemingly not afraid at all of Ahu stabbing him after getting the knife. Ahu received the folding knife tremblingly. His eyes glanced at Dao Changqing in horror, and at Dao Changqing's gesture, he suddenly roared and lifted the knife just to stab at Zhang Xiuju. Unexpectedly, in this instant, Zhang Xiuju suddenly copied a chair instantly smashed in the body of Ahu, rumbling directly. Ahu knocked over on the ground. Half a day to climb up. Snap, pop, snap. Crisp applause rang out as Dao Changqing applauded with a face of admiration. Good stance. Awesome, awesome. The muscles on Zhang Xiuju's face twitched, and without waiting for him to decide on his next move, Dao Changqing suddenly said, I'll let whoever stabs him go, or else wait to be stabbed by him. At these words, young Suju looked around in horror for fear of a sneak attack. However, no one stood up. After all, they were eating under Zhang Xiuju's hand. For Zhang Xiuju, the big brother boss, naturally, there was still some reverence. However, they soon regretted it. Dao Changqing laughed. No one stabbed me, right? Line. You're righteous enough. I admire you. As Dao Changqing said that, he violently yanked a hand through Zhang Xiuju's belt and dragged him, like a dead dog, in front of one of his men. Snarling, stab. Young Suju coughs desperately, looking as if he's strangled and stalling. However, would Dao Changqing let him stall for time? He raised his foot and just kicked it on hard. Stabbing or not? No one answered. Zhang Xiuju was still coughing desperately. Dao Changqing saw this as if he was crazy and continued to kick hard. Stab or not? Dao Evergreen. A roar came from behind. Dao Changqing did not even turn around to look. Copied the chair leg's backhand is to smash to the back. Everything as if the director arranged the general. Just rushed over Zhang Xian instantly was a stick on the head. The whole person directly whipped confused. Straight down. Stabbing or not? Dao Changqing ignored the fainting Zhang Xian and kicked Zhang Xiuju again with his backhand. Questioning. I'll kill you. Zhang Xiuju went crazy. He struggled desperately and even copied a folding knife to stab Dao Changqing in anger. However, he was soon subdued by Dao Changqing and instead received an even more miserable fat beating. In that scene, Everyone's eyelids popped as they watched. Are you going to stab me? If you don't stab it, I'll tell your brother to stab it. Dao Changqing was as if he was an angry man, his eyes bulging out, his image so hideous that he was even more triad than they were. This one sentence instantly broke down young Suju's heart defense. He had to point the blade at his men now. Yet where were his men willing to be stabbed? As a result, just as they tried to struggle, they were knocked out by Dao Changqing copying a chair and smashing it hard. Son of a, I told you to stab you before, but you didn't. You're a righteous man, aren't you? What are you struggling for now? Quickly stab. Dao Changqing insulted Zheng Xiuju's men. At this time he looked like a devil, cruel and scary. Zheng Xiuju was forced to stab his men with snot and tears all over his face, except that he stabbed them very coquettishly, just stabbing them in the calf belly. And the stabbing wasn't deep. Dao Changqing didn't push too hard when he saw this. He seemed to want a mere symbolic process. It didn't seem to matter to him whether the stab was deep and hard or not. Under the suppression of Dao Changqing, Zheng Xiuju quickly stabbed all of his men, and all those who tried to struggle were all brutally suppressed by Dao Changqing's violent beatings, and the serious ones were even directly smashed into unconsciousness. Up to this point Zheng Xiuju, who thought that he could finally dodge a bullet, his neck steeply tightened once again, not waiting for him to react. Dao Changqing even directly dragged him to his younger brother Zhang Xian's side. Nah, aren't you guys brothers? Come on, stab him in the body as well. Dao Changqing's cruel voice came over. Dao Changqing, all your whole family. Zheng Xiuju, who was already submissive, once again went crazy and cursed, backhanding Dao Changqing again. Yet how could he succeed? Only to hear a thud. With a sound, Dao Changqing directly kicked him to the ground. Dao Changqing lifted his pants and squatted beside Zheng Xiuju. You can't do it to your own brothers. Can you? Then you can do it to your gang of brothers? This sentence poison as if hawk maggots drilled into the heart of Zheng Xiuju's hands. Many have not yet fainted holding the wounds of the miserable howling of the Han. Open your eyes to look at Zheng Xiuju's eyes are no longer admiration, but vicious hatred. Chapter 44, An Unexpected Pleasure. Aren't you pretty good at pretending? And you're also a rule follower? Where are your rules? Open your eyes and take a good look. Your brothers were stabbed because of your brother. Dao Changqing reached the goal. He looked contemptuous with a slap Zheng Xiuju's face. Brother, not I say you. Your brother. This is a failure, but also should be a good stab long lesson. You see how much this is a little bit of, but it is to buy a white bread to insert a Q. Froze by the two brothers into the present situation. You've been trying to get back at me over and over again, and you've failed time and time again. Don't you have any idea what you're doing? You can't stand the brothers you've been hanging out with? It had to be said that Dao Changqing's eloquence was still very impressive. As soon as these words of punishment were uttered, the gazes of Zheng Xiuju's men towards their big brother became more and more complicated and resentful. Yes, it was not much of a matter, but his brother cut in line not to be beaten up. You say you retaliate once or twice just, knowing that the other side is not to be messed with, meaning to also even if, as a result, he has lost many battles and failed to take revenge time and again, but was beaten and humiliated. Is it not a shame? Everything boils down to the fact that his brother is so domineering that he can't stand a little bit of aggravation. And no, that's not aggravation for him. It was his fault for jumping the queue in the first place. Young Suju's eyes were dull and he didn't say anything. It looked like this had completely hit him today. Dao Changqing looked at Zheng Xiuju's bearish appearance. He knew that it was almost time. He was lazy to force him again. Directly stood up and condescendingly said, remember, barefoot is not afraid to wear shoes. I will not fall in the same pit twice. Have the courage to continue to retaliate. But if there is a next time, After Dao Changqing gave a meaningful intimidation, he turned around and left in large strides, leaving behind a group of scum with mixed emotions to the extreme, walking in the dark to be demolished in the village. Dao Changqing, looking around the walls of a representative of the rich and powerful demolition of the word, feel the silence around the dead. The feeling makes him have a kind of walking in the deserted ghost prison in general. Even the cool autumn breeze still couldn't brush away the coldness inside him. The brutal retaliation against the Zhang brothers was not an impromptu idea, but a strategy that he had thought of for a long time in that Taiku world. Breaking free from the kidnapping wasn't his fundamental purpose. Completely resolving this disgusting trouble was his fundamental purpose. The best way to deal with this kind of black and evil forces is to eliminate the root and branch, and to kill to stop violence. But does Taoist Evergreen dare to kill? No. He has struggled for a long time, but he does not dare to do so. He had agonized for a long time, but he did not dare to do so. Not to mention his education and values, but the bad influence and trouble caused by killing is enough for him to stop. So he thought about it and had to go with intimidation. However, mere intimidation didn't necessarily break the Zhang brothers' vengeful hearts, and even if he used the intimidation talisman, it wasn't a 100% guarantee. That was why Dao Changqing had crafted that previous scene in order to add an extra layer of insurance, with the aim of completely dismantling Zhang Xiaoju's squad so that he would eventually have no one to use. Dao Changqing really don't believe it. Just a big brother who mixes in the university town. How powerful can he be? It's hard to believe that he still has the guts to buy a murderer, but they can't be ruled out. So the sentence that Dao Changqing left behind when he left was not so much a threat to Zhang Xiaoju as a reminder for him to think about the consequences of failing to retaliate. I believe that this time and time again the experience of not being able to take revenge but being killed in return has caused serious psychological trauma to the Zhang brothers. If they still have some sense, they will choose to prefer to rest in peace to this point. But there's always an element of caution in all things. Dao Changqing clustered his eyebrows and turned around for a long while in the dark urban village before walking out. He looked at the steeply dense traffic in front of him, as well as the neon splendor of the skyscrapers in the distance, and in a trance he had the feeling that the past was all a dream. He who struggles with the devil must always be on his guard lest he himself become a devil, and if you gaze long into the abyss, that abyss is at the same time gazing into you. The moment he stepped onto the sidewalk, Dao Changqing knew that he had completely changed. When Dao Changqing took a taxi back to the school gate was not closed, but the gate of the dormitory building was closed. Helpless Dao Changqing had to shout hard to wake up the hostess aunt. The result is no surprise. He was born from the fat hostess aunt a good round of reprimand, a face of embarrassment to escape in a state of distress. This incident reinforces the idea of Dawson Green renting a house. For 2 days over the weekend, Dao Changqing spent almost all of it practicing fancy bartending in the Grove gazebo. Originally he planned to ask Tang Yeye to go out and have some fun, although he was shy, but the money to go out on the weekend to have a little fun, eat a meal or something is still there. As a result, Tang Yeye politely refused, saying that the private tutor her family hired over the weekend came, and she wanted to practice the piano. Unable to do anything about it, Dao Changqing could only give up. That said, the reason why he was practicing fancy bartending this desperately over the weekend was partly due to some of the information about his family's situation that Tang Yeye sometimes unintentionally revealed, which was very stressful for him. It was obvious that Tang Yeye's family was in good condition, and this could be seen from both her clothing, food, housing and transportation, as well as her speech and mannerisms. Not to mention all this, just the fact that Tang Yeye was a local resident account of a first-tier big city made Dao Changqing, who came from a fourth-tier small city account, very stressed. This is not a geographical discrimination here nor is it a lift. Although Dao Changqing has not yet experienced the social contempt chain, his inferiority complex and sensitive heart has long since detected the class gap. It's as if, on equal terms, the Yanjing account is just superior, whether you admit it or not. For example, the online segment said Peking University is Beijing People's Peking University. Fudan is Shanghai People's Fudan. As long as you have these first-tier cities of the account, then congratulations. The probability of you on the top of these cities is higher than the province of more than 10 percentage points, and you enjoy the education, healthcare and other aspects of the resources, but also higher than the province of dozens of percentage points. 1 percentage point of this is enough for you to throw off thousands of people, and what dozens of percentage points represents simply speaks for itself. That was why Dao Changqing didn't even dare to hope that Tang Yeye's parents were discerning enough to invest in him as a potential stock, because in his case, he also did not want his daughter, who was easily raised, to be packed away directly by a poor boy. So he had to work hard to be worthy of Tang Yeye. I don't know if it was due to the crazy exercise of his Nianli in the Taiku world. In short, Dao Changqing clearly felt that his ability to control his Nianli was becoming more and more skillful. So the fancy bartending that was originally planned to take at least half a month of training. After 2 days of practice over the weekend, Dao Changqing felt that he had already reached the level of those bartenders in the video, and would not reveal the slightest crack. So this weekend afternoon, Dao Changqing dressed himself up and went off to apply for a job. Chapter 45, The Dark Elf. The Dark Night Elf's reputation did not rank well in Guanbei City, but that did not mean that the Dark Night Elf was bad. Quite the contrary. The Dark Night Elf was quite good in terms of both the internal environment and the quality of service. This can be seen by looking at the high-grade cars that gather outside the Dark Elf and in the underground parking lot after nightfall. That being said, the reason why the Dark Elves were not ranked in Guanbei City was simply because Guanbei City was simply too big, and if the Dark Elves were to be leveled out to other third or fourth tier cities, they would definitely be few and far between. So when you zoom out to the national level, the Dark Elf is definitely good enough to be among the top nightclubs. Such a nightclub was naturally easy to find, and when Dao Changqing arrived at the Dark Night Elf, the sky had already darkened. He stood under the neon lights and looked at the brilliantly illuminated signboard of the Dark Night Elf, hesitating for a long time before taking a slight breath and pushing the door in. This was the second time he had come to a nightclub. The first time our freshman year followed Zhou Xianyu to go to the small bar in front of the school to open his eyes. That experience, however, obviously couldn't teach him much. This is not A door. Dao Changqing was indoor. Shadow wall. Roaring relief. Beast's startled eyelids jumped. The heart cannot help but curse. This is not a little psychological preparation. Afraid to be scared out of heart disease. This Nima who designed? Who the hell designed this? After turning around the shadow wall, there is a long corridor with dim lighting. Walking in this kind of deep corridor, in the not yet calm heartbeat backing, surprisingly, give a person a kind of searching for secrets, hunting and picking flowers of the excitement of the feeling. After passing through the long corridor, Dao Changqing's eyes opened up, and the dark elf's lavishly decorated bar and dance floor was instantly visible. At this time, although the Black Knight elves have opened the door, but there are not a few people inside. Hidden between only be able to see some of the depths of the card seats sitting scattered men and women. The entire nightclub is also playing a very soft music. Not in the film and television drama to see the kind of deafening heavy metal music. Dao Changqing didn't have time to take a closer look before he was stopped by the security guards at the gate. Seeing this, Dao Changqing hurriedly said, "Excuse me, I came over to apply for the job of bartender. May I ask where I should report?" The security guard sniffed and looked Dao Changqing up and down, then pressed the intercom on his shoulder and said, "Brother Li, there's a gentleman at the door who wants to apply for a job as a bartender. Show him in, third floor personnel." Yes. Follow me. The security guard greeted and led the way directly in front. Dao Changqing didn't dare to be slow. He didn't have time to take a closer look at the dark elf's interior decorations, so he hurriedly followed him over. After the two passed through the dense card holders, they took the elevator to the third floor quickly, and the security guard knocked on the door of a room with a signboard of the personnel department, and then signaled that Dao Changqing could enter. The so-called personnel department of the Dark Knight elf heard the name quite loud. In fact, extremely small. A door. The partitioned room can only accommodate 2 desks. The room is only a middle-aged man with dark circles under his eyes sitting behind a desk. He saw Dao Changqing came in, revealed a smile and said, "Apply for a bartender?" "Right, fancy bartender," Dao Changqing said. Hearing the words fancy bartender, the middle-aged man's eyes suddenly lit up and his smile grew wider. "Yo, fancy bartender, you can. Young man, how many levels? How many levels?" Dao Changqing froze and said, a bit unintelligible, "What several levels?" The middle-aged man's smile tightened. "Just what level are you now? Looking at your age, you should be intermediate if you can play fancy bartending, right?" Dao Changqing was directly confused. He stupidly said, "Bartenders are also divided into grades? You don't know?" The middle-aged man's expression went cold. "Do you have a bartender's license?" Dao Changqing this time finally understand what is going on. The heart is simply 10,000 grass mud horse whistling past. Bartenders actually have to be certified? My fark. How to do what all need a license? No, I self-taught, but Dao Changqing words have not finished. The middle-aged man's expression directly blackened. "No license, you come to apply for what job? Go. Really? You think we here is what street disco? You think we're some kind of street discotheque where any cat or dog can get in? Quickly go. Don't delay my work." "Wait, you listen to me to say." Dao Changqing still want to try, unexpectedly directly by the middle-aged man to interrupt. "Okay. No license we here is absolutely not accepted. If you really want to find a job, we here also recruit waiter. You do. I don't want to do it. Do not do. Hurry to leave." Dao Changqing looked at the middle-aged man in a daze with a look of impatience, and the whole person was simply dumbfounded. The technique that Laozi practiced hard day and night. People don't even look at it and are rejected like this. This is no longer a plan to catch up with changes. This is simply ed to the extreme. At this moment, he suddenly realized the pain of many low-educated people in society. In this society where everything depends on education and certificates, it's useless even if you have a lot of skills. Without that piece of paper, you simply can't knock on people's doors. If you can't even knock on the door, how can you prove that you are capable? Dao Changqing was somewhat muddled and taken away by the security guards. When he passed by the store on the first floor, the store was suddenly bustling with activity, and he subconsciously looked up to see quite a few men and women sitting on the card seats dressed in flirty and ambiguous dresses stood up, and were greeting a middle-aged man in a floral shirt. It could be seen that this middle-aged man in a flowery shirt was 80% the manager or even the owner of this nightclub. Dao Changqing looked at the middle-aged man who was surrounded by countless men and women, and he had just walked to the door when he suddenly clenched his teeth and turned around to rush towards the bar. At this point, the security guard hadn't noticed that Dao Changqing had already turned around, and only when he subconsciously turned back when he reached the door did he realize that Dao Changqing had already walked up to the bar, and he was just in time to see Dao Changqing prop himself up on the bar with one hand and tumble right in. "Hey, kid, what are you doing?" The security guard was stunned and subconsciously yelled. This voice instantly drew countless people in the nightclub to look over, including the floral shirt man. The crowd followed the guard's sharp, roaring gaze before noticing the sudden presence of a man, obviously an outsider, inside the bar. Dao Changqing ignored the security guard. He backhandedly copied a cocktail glass, tilted 45. The foot of the glass stood on the desktop and violently twisted. This cocktail glass instantly seemed like a gyroscope, with an incredible angle of crazy rotation. Dao Changqing wasn't paying attention to the wine glass. His finger subconsciously pointed at the mixing glass. Then he paused for a second before directly removing his finger and then copied a stack of glasses. The reason for not choosing a bartender's glass is that it is metal and does not reflect his skill. After copying the glass, Dao Changqing raised his eyes and glanced at the floral-shirted man, violently flinging the glass into the sky. And instantly the stack of glasses instantly clattered and spilled all over the sky. This scene caused many dancers in the nightclub to subconsciously cover their mouths. Chapter 46 Darkness. Just after blowing away that bold young man, Lin Ruihan heard that the boss came. His heart was immediately a joy. Today this trip to work is worth it. It turns out that this hour happens to be work time for the rest of the Dark Elves, unaware that it actually happens to be off time for the HR people. Because the nightclub although money fast, but also on people's physical health hazards. To put it bluntly, that is an overdraft life in exchange for money. So the staff turnover is very strong. The recruitment of what is basically a year-round. And because of the nightclub's special business hours, in order to facilitate recruitment, the Black Knight Elf personnel department's working hours were actually usually around 1:30 to 6 p.m. After all, if the average person is working hard again, it's impossible for them to come out in the middle of the night to look for a job, right? In reality, however, Lin Ruihan would seldom keep watch until 6 o'clock, because there was no essential difference between being a little longer and being a little later, unless there are special circumstances, such as the candidate just can't miss the time, or he's playing with his cell phone and watching TV past the point. Today Lin Ruihan purely in the online chat with people chatting too much, do not want to coincidentally, but actually encountered the boss to check the post, which cannot let him overjoyed. Lin Ruihan hurriedly cleaned up the table briefly and went downstairs in a flurry. He knew that the boss seldom came upstairs, and even if he did, he would not knock on his personnel department's office to check on him, because there was no point in doing so. So it would be better for him to pretend to be off work and show up in front of the boss to show his diligence. He had heard that the boss had made money in the past 2 years and intended to open another branch, and it was rumored that the store had already been selected. This is to open a new store. Will certainly transfer a number of old employees over the town scene, to the old with the new, if he is a little activity, and then transferred to the past. How can also be a small rise in the mix of a manager as a right? Of course, the manager who can be looked at by Lin Ruihan is not the marketing manager who guides the customers in the store. That is said to be a manager. In fact, only then the waiter's senior point, and selling insurance as an individual is a manager of a nature. The manager that Lin Ruihan wants is the executive manager who is in charge of one item. Thinking that he would most likely be promoted, Lin Ruihan standing in the elevator couldn't help but reveal a smile. He subconsciously arranged his hair according to the elevator door, fantasizing that this would be very impressive if he bumped into his boss as soon as the elevator door opened. Ding! Was rambling when the elevator doors opened. Lin Ruihan swept over the outside of the elevator. A touch of disappointment appeared in his eyes. He didn't see the boss. However, it didn't matter. The entire company had only this one elevator. Since the boss didn't come up, it was 80% that he was still in the store. With this thought, Lin Ruihan stepped into the store with big strides, his eyes searching for the boss like electricity. He got his wish. He instantly saw his boss who was surrounded by a group of dancers. However, when he saw his boss and the gazes of the group around him, he subconsciously followed his gazes, and in the next moment, his expression froze. Isn't this the kid who just went up to apply for the job, only to see that the young man who was blown away by him? At this moment, he was standing within the bartender's stage, as if he was an acrobatic technician, constantly throwing a glass cup. For a while, his face was full of all kinds of glass cups flying. The most incredible thing is that the sky-flying glass is not acrobatic performance so in line generally rich in regularity, but instead looks like some of the various chaotic, but it is this chaotic, but give a person a different kind of flavor. Not waiting for Lin Ruihan to take a closer look, the young man steeply picked up the glass cups one by one, and then brushed them together. And then he turned around, copied a bottle of red wine, and then he played with it in a cool and easy movement. For a while, this red wine bottle was like a mischievous elf, suddenly tumbling up and down, suddenly tumbling over Dao Changqing's shoulders, armpits, and chest. That flexible posture was simply dazzling to the extreme. At a certain point, Dao Changqing steeply inverted the bottle of red wine, so that the mouth of the bottle against his elbow, and then slammed into the table and poured into the glass. In an instant, a line of red liquid poured out, surprisingly well proportioned and just right into a row of glasses. With that in mind, Dao Changqing did as he was told, and he opened 3 drinks in a row, and under a series of handles, he finally concocted a line of prepared drinks. It's a series of performances that don't speak to how amazing they are in fancy bartending circles, which makes them seem pretty generic compared to cocktails that incorporate flaming elements at every turn, making a big deal out of spitting fire and inferno burning and the like. But this series of actions can be seen. This young man's basic skills of fancy bartending is extremely solid. With this basic skills, design a set of cool bartending moves, but it is just a matter of proficiency. Pa pa pa. Crisp applause rang out. Lin Ruohan twisted his head in dismay to see his boss applauding with a look of appreciation. Sir is really good at his level. No wonder he couldn't look at my bartender here and chose to mix the drinks himself. It was clear that the Dark Elf's boss had misunderstood something. Dao Changqing shook his head and said, "No, you've misunderstood. I'm here to apply for a job. Do you think I'm at a level where I can be qualified to be a fancy bartender in your store?" As he said this, Dao Changqing suddenly reached out and pressed down on the cocktail glass that was still spinning wildly in one corner of the table. It wasn't until then that it dawned on everyone that there was a cocktail glass. Everyone was so mesmerized by Dao Changqing's cool performance earlier that they almost forgot about this one cocktail glass he was spinning initially. Ah, it's beautiful. The dancers, who were more delicate in their emotions, suddenly screamed in excitement at this moment. It turned out that within the cocktail glass that was stopped by Dao Changqing, I don't know when the three-colored liquor suddenly appeared, and it was spinning madly within the glass. Because of the centrifugal force, these three kinds of liquor did not integrate into one, but each occupies a circle, swoosh non-stop spinning, in the bar under the illumination of the lights. It looks extraordinarily cool. This scene directly fooled everyone right now. Oh, my god, when did he make this cocktail? No one saw it. Everyone was amazed by this hand. It turns out that all the cool show he just put on was just to set off this one cocktail. This cocktail, that's the real star of the show. The floral-shirted man looked at the cocktail glass on the table with a stunned expression, and a wide smile instantly bloomed on his face. Competent competence. How could it not be competent? An expert like you joining my Dark Elves is a blessing for us. Ha ha ha. I have to say, the owner of the Dark Elves is very good at talking. Dao Changqing glanced at the middle-aged man from the personnel department and said, "But I don't have a license." The man with the flowery shirt was such a human savant that he instantly noticed Dao Changqing glancing at Lin Ruohan, and thus instantly guessed a few moments of truth in his heart. No wonder this kid this sudden rushed into the mixing bar stage crazy performance fancy mixer. Feelings this is not a smash, but he needs a chance to prove himself. I don't have a license to be the boss either. The man in the flowery shirt responded with a smirk, but in his heart, he said, "This kid is a bit interesting." At this moment, Lin Ruohan was directly dumbfounded. Chapter 47 Nightclub Insight. With Big Boss Yi Hua's personal approval, Dao Changqing naturally joined Dark Elf as a fancy bartender. However, because Dao Changqing was self-taught, the big boss let Ing, another bartender of the Dark Elves, bring Dao Changqing along. "Eiko, Evergreen is all yours." "Good Lu, boss, you can rest assured," Ing answered cheerfully. Wearing a small vest, he wore an artistic whip, kept a crop of beard, matched with dark circles under the eyes because of staying up all night. That decadent temperament can definitely charm a lot of inexperienced little girls. Changqing, in these 2 days, you will familiarize yourself with the environment with Ingzi, memorize our Dark Night Elf's liquor recipe, and formally start in 3 days. If you have nothing else to do tonight, take a look at this place to familiarize yourself with the venue. That liquor is free. Shaolin, entertain our newly joined brothers. The Dark Night Elf's big boss commanded. "Okay, boss." A marketing manager surnamed Lin hurriedly responded with a smile. After Yi Hua patted Dao Changqing's shoulder again as a sign of encouragement, he left. After Yi Hua left, Ing wiped the glass while saying with a wry smile, "You can do it, brother. Self-education is not common in our business." Dao Changqing hastened to humbly say, "It's all my own blind figuring. I've made brother Ing laugh, but don't. I've spent tens of thousands of dollars to specialize in professional schools, but it's still not as good as you blindly figuring it out. How dare you make me laugh at you?" Ing said in a conspiratorial manner. At these words, Dao Changqing's expression froze. Ing finished skimming his lips, turned around and took a book from under the counter and threw it to Dao Changqing. "Nah, the cocktail recipes on the Dark Knight's drink list are on here, so since you're so self-educated, I won't offer up anything." When he finished, he laughed softly and turned toward the other side of the bartender's counter, whistling and flirting with the dancers. Looking at the table drink list, barely considered a first-time social, Dao Changqing long speechless. For a long time he suddenly grinned. This is the so-called peers are all enemies? That said, when he came here, he was actually still rather worried about his skills. After all, his bartending skills were cheated out with his mind power. However, when he saw Ying's attitude, his heart instead instantly let go of his heart. Because those who are envied are always the ones who are superior, and no one will be envied for being worse than they are. It is actually a good thing to be envied. I just don't know if this dark elf has the office version of the palace mind trick as described on the internet. Anyway, this thing is one thing in front of him and another thing behind him, so it's better to be on guard in the future. With this thought in mind, Dao Changqing found a secluded high platform and sat down, ready to familiarize himself with the environment, and in the meantime, observe how the other bartenders were working. Not a moment later, under Manager Lin's instructions, a waiter brought a glass of red wine. Dao Changqing said thank you and sat quietly in the corner, waiting for the atmosphere of the nightclub to gradually thicken. With the passage of time, the guests of the Dark Elves gradually more and more, so that Dao Changqing was surprised that the first wave of guests to come, there are a lot of them are beautiful women. Only later did Dao Changqing realize that half of these beauties were warm-up girls hired by the Dark Elves. There's a saying in the business, if you want to have a good nightclub, you need the beauty element. In addition to the dancers who drive the atmosphere, many nightclubs will often recruit girls to warm up the crowd. The so-called warm-up girl's job is actually very simple. Just come and stay for a certain period of time after the nightclub opens. During this time, the club drinks are free for you to enjoy. The club has no constraints on you personally. You can get high and dance as much as you want or be alone. The only prerequisite is that you have to stay for a certain amount of time before you can leave. A job like this is more like a nightclub paying you to come and play than a job. It seems unbelievable, and yet it is just that incredible, because the things that are free in this world are also often the most expensive. This is the same as free players are actually part of the game. The reason why nightclubs hire warm-up girls, the ultimate goal is to attract more male customers who come to hunt for sex. Just like free players are for R&B players to abuse. Otherwise why would they pay money? The game company still earn a line of money? Of course. In addition to the warm-up girls, the general nightclub will also give some beautiful female guests issued free VIP gold card. Holding this gold card, female customers come to the store. Personal drinks consumption basically also most or all free. The reason why nightclubs are in this seemingly money-losing business is the same as the warm-up girls. In other words, these card-carrying female clients are not fundamentally different from warm-up girls, except that they don't receive a paycheck, and they certainly don't have to follow the only rules of a nightclub, and they can leave whenever they want. Of course, at this point, Dao Changqing didn't know this, and as he looked at the swallow-thin ring of fat that filled his field of vision, he just suddenly sympathized a little with the honest man. After 9 o'clock, the atmosphere of the Dark Elves more and more lively. Soft music has become heavy metal music. The sound is deafening. A variety of laser lights are dazzling people's eyes. At this time to sweep the whole nightclub, everywhere is the flow of people. Awkward dance guests, shuttle waiters, dressed in flirtatious exposed dancers, hunting youth, venting white-collar workers. This scene is simply the city's drunkenness interpretation of the fullest. As Dao Changqing watched this, he simply had an eye-opening feeling. Hello, one person drinking na? Dao Changqing's eyes were darting around when a dancer in a revealing dress walked over to greet Dao Changqing. Ha! Dao Changqing froze. The sound inside the nightclub was too loud, causing him to not hear it at all. The dancer smiled and came to Dao Changqing's ear. Exhaling, drinking alone na? Dao Changqing's face blushed a little at the bashfulness of that haze, but he shouted back. Right. At this time, the dancer took the beer handed over by the bartender inside the bar, took a big open drink, and again came close to Dao Changqing and shouted, I saw your performance. It was wonderful. When will you make me a cocktail? No problem. Any time. Dao Changqing responded. He had just finished speaking when a waiter ran over and shouted, Sister Shui, a customer has ordered. The dancer known as Sister Snow rolled her eyes, helplessly swallowed a mouthful of beer, and shouted at Dao Changqing, I'll be busy. After saying that, without waiting for Dao Changqing to respond, she waved her hand and left with the waiter. Dao Changqing had been eyeing this dancer who took the initiative to come over to greet her, watching her blend into a group of dancers, and then dancing in a lily-like ambiguous dance with several other dancers in front of a card seat, and was suddenly a bit stunned. After this episode, no one came over to greet Dao Changqing anymore. Dao Changqing honestly guarded until 1 o'clock in the morning. At this time the popularity of the nightclub still do not see a decrease. This scene makes his heart slightly sudden. Look at the situation, this is to play until dawn rhythm ah? Doesn't this mean that if he becomes a bartender here in the future, he will also have to stay with the customers until dawn? What happened to 1:30 to 3 o'clock? If he stays up for a long time, what about his studies? The heart is thinking nonsense. Dao Changqing's eyes suddenly condensed, only to see the distance on a card seat suddenly started a small riot. A drunken guest grabbed a dancer, does not give her go. Look like it seems to want to move their hands and feet. The dancer who was pulled was no other than Sister Snow, who had just greeted Dao Changqing. Chapter 48, The Dancer's Invitation. In the nightclub, work was mooching, that is a very normal thing. Not to mention the girl, is the boy was molested, is also normal. Because in the national impression, the nightclub is never a good place. Even if you open the nightclub and then formal and clean. Black Night Elf dry or not clean, Dao Changqing does not know. but from his observation, here the dancer performance scale even bigger, did not break through to the bottom line of the sale of meat, and he even did not see any inappropriate footage of children. Of course this may have been because he was new to the area and had only just scratched the surface. However, when he Snow Sister dissatisfied in angry struggling movements, he felt that he had to do something. In his opinion, it is the meat seller, but also have to pay attention to a you love me, right? Which has this kind of bullying people. He subconsciously stood up and walked over. At this point the sudden situation here has attracted the attention of the nightclub security. Sir, we are a regular bar here. Please don't misunderstand, okay? Sir, please let go of our staff. Mr. 3 or 5 security guards walked over, trying to persuade the guest to open. However, the guest has long been drunk, under the deafening sea of heavy metal, can hear what the security guards say is a problem, so how can it let go of Sister Shui? Put your mom's fart, do this, don't talk to lousy formal, lousy want her today. Say it, how much money? 1,000 enough? Wearing a khaki-colored shirt, the guest with a red face yelled. His friend in the card table beside him not only didn't advise him, but shouted out in favor of it. Faced with this scene, the security guards looked at each other helplessly, and after one of them yelled into the intercom for instructions, he directly said to the other security guard, Brother Lee said, use force. The other nodded, and the two men were then about to break the drunken guest open by force. Unexpectedly, just at this moment, one of them was tapped on the shoulder, and when the security guard turned around, he saw the young man who had just applied for the job today emerge, and he shouted, let me persuade. I am eloquent. Ha, eloquent? The security guard was a bit confused, and many of the surrounding waiters who were advising him also looked over with odd expressions. Can a drunken person listen to your eloquence? However, without waiting for the security guard to reply, Dao Changqing had already walked himself over to the drunken customer and leaned over to yell something in his ear. As a result, all the people stunned scene happened. That customer does not know how, actually really let go of the Snow Sister. He opened his mouth, seems to want to say so. The results of the mouth open and close, froze a word cannot say. Seems to be really Dao Changqing said mute in general. Make way, make way, Dao Changqing yelled, picking up Sister Shui, who was sitting on the ground, and squeezing out of the crowd. What did he say? I don't know, didn't hear you. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this kid's got some class. The group of people looked at each other with increasing confusion, only to think that this young man was quite powerful. With a single sentence, he had actually taken care of a dispute that had caused a headache for a group of people. Just 2 meters after Dao Changqing left, the customer suddenly yelled out, asterisk 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 asterisk, there's a ghost. After 2:30, the popularity of the dark elf fell rapidly, and after 3 o'clock, most of the customers left in the store were drunk. At this time the deafening music in the nightclub has stopped. All kinds of technical staff have begun to pack up their own things ready to leave work. Only the most miserable waiter is still accompanying the drunken customers. Dao Changqing asked the waiter, knowing that this is the end of the day after the time, then pack up things ready to go. He actually did not have anything to pack. When he came empty-handed, when he left to pour a few mouths of red wine, more than a liquor recipe in his hand. By the time he stepped out of the door of the dark elves and faced the steeply silent empty streets, it was as if he had traveled through 2 worlds in a flash. At this time, Guanbei City is still brightly lit, a variety of neon lights flashing non-stop, but the streets are completely empty, occasionally whizzing past a few cars or battery trucks. I do not know whether they are rushing to get off work, or go to work. Dao Changqing stepped on the cold night color towards the bus station. The first-tier metropolis has this good point. The main arteries of the bus are all 24 hours of operation. Dao Changqing had already checked when he came here. He only needed to take the 402 bus right up to the university city, and after getting off the bus, he only needed to run another kilometer or so to get to the school. While waiting for the car, Dao Changqing heart while obsessing about this job. Look at today's situation in the future. If every day at 3 o'clock from work, rush to the school is afraid to 4 o'clock, the school at 8 o'clock in the morning, he must at least get up at 7:30, right? In this way, it is equal to only 3.5 hours of sleep. Even if the daytime can make up sleep, such a long time to stay down, people cannot eat. Before, he thought that he could get off work at 1:30 normally. Don't look at just this extra hour and a half, but this was a qualitative change for Dao Changqing, because nowadays, the work schedule of many college students is actually 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. Forget it, let's do it for a month or two to save some money first. Dao Changqing agonized for half a day, but still decided to do it first. After all, who asked him to lack money? Just thinking wildly, a red latest model of Molly's 6 brush stopped at the side of the platform. Then the window rolled down, revealing a slightly powdered face. Little handsome, waiting for the car? If this isn't Sister Snow, who is it? Ah, right, Dao Changqing nodded. Get in, I'll give you a ride. It's not easy to wait for a bus at this hour, Sister Snow said. This, Dao Changqing hesitated slightly, then politely said, then thank you, said, pulled open the passenger door and sat in. Thank you for what? I haven't thanked you yet. Thank you for helping me out today. Sister Shui smiled and said as she suddenly unbuckled her seatbelt and her entire body came over, her entire body almost pressing all over Dao Changqing. In that instant, the fragrant scent that came to his face as well as those two soft spots directly caused Dao Changqing's body to stiffen up. Next door Sister Snow is also this hot to his ear to talk. Only then there is deafening music for cover. Dao Changqing still do not feel anything. At this time the beauty of the sudden close, the ambiguous feeling, simply make his adrenaline hormone spurt. Hands subconsciously grab the seat. Stiff, a move do not dare to move. At this moment, he was even only a centimeter away from Sister Shui, and each other's spit spurting on each other's faces simply made his heart scratch like a cat's. Not waiting for Dao Changqing brain back to God, Sister Shui suddenly retreated back, only to see her pull over the passenger seatbelt to help Dao Changqing buckle up. Quirky winking eyes said, just was not in the imagination? Dao Changqing was confused, and only after a long time did he hastily shake his head. No, no, no. When Sister Snow saw Dao Changqing's clumsy appearance, a touch of smugness appeared at the corner of her mouth as she giggled and changed the subject. Where to? Guanbei Finance and Trade College. You're still a student? Sophomore. Awesome. So you really taught yourself that fancy bartending? Of course. What made you want to learn this? Because this business pays well. Chatting at this time, Sister Shui steeply did not speak. For a while Dao Changqing turned his head to look, and saw Sister Shui look a little confused driving the car. Do not know what to think. Going back now. The dormitory building is still open? Sister Snow suddenly asked. Without waiting for Dao Changqing to reply, Sister Shui added, why don't you go to my place? It's not far from here. Chapter 49, Changes. The moment the extremely suggestive words came out, it instantly caused Dao Changqing's heart to beat a beat faster. Fluttering. What does Sister Shui mean by this? This invitation to him to her residence in the middle of the night. This is simply no longer a matter of young not being easy to think crookedly, but this matter itself is already crooked. Dao Changqing secretly twisted his head and glanced at Sister Snow who appeared to be concentrating on driving. He had to admit that although Sister Snow was a dancer, but to be able to become a dancer of the Dark Night Elves, there was more or less some base. In other words, Sister Snow was still very pretty. Dao Changqing asked himself is not a good person. He is a yes vulgar. So when he looked at Sister Shui's beautiful side face, as well as because of a long time to dance, and luscious front and back body when, dry mouth is simply not enough to describe his mood. No need. I have class tomorrow morning. I have to go back and squint for a while, Dao Changqing said with a somewhat dry tone. After saying this, Dao Changqing simply wanted to slap himself hard. Deserved to be an old virgin for the rest of his life. Sister Snow was surprised as she glanced at Dao Changqing and said, rented a house outside? Nope. So plan on going to an internet cafe and plopping down for the night? Or feed the mosquitoes in one of the recliners? Dao Changqing cunningly said, of course it's back to the dormitory. Although the door of my dormitory is closed, the balcony on the second floor is still open, and there are a lot of debris piled up underneath, so I can climb up. Since the last time I went back in the middle of the night and was taught a lesson by the hostel ant, how could Dao Changqing not learn a lesson from his mistakes? Sister Snow twisted her head and gave Dao Changqing an amused look, then shook her head and stopped talking. There were no words on the way, and soon Sister Snow drove to Guanbei Finance and Trade College. Thank you, Sister Snow. Take care on your way. Bye. Dao Changqing got out of the car and said a polite goodbye to Sister Snow. With a tug and a wave of her hand, Yuki whirled away, the sound of the turbo engine blasting through the silent long street. Looking at the back of the Red Horse 6 whistling away, Dao Changqing covered his face, and a trace of chagrin flashed across his face. Why didn't I just say yes? Alas, what a great opportunity. Laozi almost got rid of his virgin status. A face of regret towards the campus of the road Changqing, feeling with the missed millions of dollars like, so that the feeling of this moment was remembered by him for life. Years later, when Dao Changqing recalled his first scene closest to the forbidden fruit, he couldn't help but lament, young is good while. Dao Changqing's trace of chagrin dissipated instantly after seeing Tang Yeye. He finally realized that his rejection wasn't due to some sort of pathetic inferiority complex, but because of her. Stayed up late last night? Sitting in the corner of the classroom, Tang Yeye tilted her head to look at Dao Changqing's dark circles under her eyes, and asked with a concerned expression. The slightly furrowed diaphanous eyebrows were simply pitiful to me. By now the two were sitting squarely together, the lecturer speaking loudly from the stage while they whispered from below. Aha! Dao Changqing nodded his head with a bit of trepidation, a bit worried that if Tang Yeye pressed him, should he lie or be honest? Don't stay up late in the future. It's not good for your health. Play games and stuff in the daytime. Got it. Dao Changqing hastily nodded honestly. He didn't dare to say that he didn't play games. In case he said that Tang Yeye pressed him, he felt bad answering. After all, going to work in a nightclub didn't seem to be something too honorable, because he could sense that Tang Yeye was a very traditional person. After the two whispered for a while, Tang Yeye suddenly said, "That, I'm afraid I can't ask you to play the piano in the future." "Huh? What's wrong?" Dao Changqing froze. He was a bit at a loss for words. Could it be that the relationship between the two of them, which was not yet clear, was going to die at this point? I'm going to take the TEF test, Tang Yeye said with her head down, her eyes a little bleak. TEF? Said Dao Changqing, bewildered. A kind of French test. You know French? Aha! Amazing! Dao Changqing praised. The pressure in his heart is even greater. God see the poor. He is now barely over the 4th grade of English. The 6th grade can be said to be a long way off. As for the French, that is even more know-nothing. As a result, his goddess has prepared to take the TEF exam, which sounds very lofty. Okay, it's okay, I've been learning since I was a kid. Tang Yeye forced a smile. Her smile fell into the eyes of Dao Changqing, only to feel that this is a kind of internal and coy smile. At this time he did not know that TEF and IELTS, TOEFL is the same type of test. This test, most people are to go abroad. Then cheer up, Dao Changqing encouraged. As Tang Yeye listened to Dao Changqing's heartfelt encouragement, her heart suddenly turned sour and she almost burst into tears. Just as she was about to lose control of her emotions, the bell rang sympathetically and the lecturer simply closed her book and announced the end of class. Tang Yeye also stood up in a hurry, ready to excuse to go to the restroom to adjust the mood. Did not want to think. Just at this time the class president Lin Shirhan suddenly windfire ran over. She half squatted at the table. A face with a smile, said, "Lao Dao, beg you a thing chant?" The appearance of the class president diverted Dao Changqing's attention and Tang Yeye's heartbreaking emotions. "What is it?" Dao Changqing's heart snapped. "Nima, this is not like the class president's style. You promise me first." Lin Shirhan put on a pouty face. Dao Changqing touched the head of the false sweat, glanced at Tang Yeye. "Secretly big sister, thanks to you tiger back and bare waist otherwise you this down. Maybe my family Yeye how to misunderstand it." "You say what first?" Dao Changqing had been punked before and didn't fall for it at all. Lin Shirhan looked at Tang Yeye and said with an embarrassed face, "About the fall sports meeting, there's still a project in our class that's unoccupied. I'd like to ask you to take the top spot. Don't worry, just participate on the line. Don't ask for a place. Of course, if you can get a place, the school also has a cash reward." Oh, hearing the word cash, Dao Changqing's eyes lit up. "What program?" 3,000 meters. Long run, class president Lin Shirhan said in a weak voice. "Nima." Dao Changqing sniffed with a depressed expression. "Maleficent." No wonder the class president told him to agree first. It's really a pit. Modern technology has developed. Everything has a machine to do. So now people's physical fitness is generally not good. Especially students. One by the test education pressed in front of the desk for 20 years. Physical fitness can be good to hell. Especially in recent years. The news of students' sudden deaths due to sports has been in the press, which shows that the overall level of physical fitness of contemporary young people is poor. So some sports that are about explosive power are fine. And when it comes to some that are about endurance, such as this 3,000 meter run, it is definitely a nightmare level sport that most students avoid. Therefore, many schools' 3,000 meter running program has long been turned into a 3,000 meter race walk program. No way. No one can eat. How much is the cash reward? Dao Changqing asked. Hearing that Dao Changqing was interested, Lin Shirhan immediately came into the spirit as she hurriedly said, "The first place is 1,000, the second place is 600, and the third place is 300. However, because the 3,000 meter run is relatively special, this year the student council decided to come up with extra subsidies for sponsorship. The top 3 places were subsidized by 500, 300, and 100 respectively. In other words, the first place 1,500, the second place 900, and the third place 400. First place, $1,500. Dao Changqing's eyes lit up at the words. Chapter 50, Meeting the Parents. Is there 1,500 for first place in the sprints? Dao Changqing asked hopefully. Class president Lin Shirhan shook her head. How can that be? Only the 3,000 meter long run is subsidized. The rest are old standards. The school sprints only have 2 items, 100 meters and 400 meters, and the first place is 1,000. Dao Changqing's eyes were getting brighter and brighter as he sniffed. Holy, there's even such a good thing in school? Then I'll sign up for sprinting. All 100 meters and 400 meters. Dao Changqing hurriedly said, his heart already longing for how much he could do with this $2,000 in his hands. No, our class quota is already full. Only the 3,000 meter run is available. Lin Shirhan said. Dao Changqing immediately unhappy. Oh, I am a garbage collector. I'm the one who picks up the garbage, and I'm the one who picks up the bad stuff? Then forget it. What about the 3,000 meter run? No go. Dao Changqing's tone was clearly a bit unhappy. Lin Shirhan also knew that the 3,000 meter run was a pitiful project, but there were only 4 boys in their class, and the other 3 had all signed up for the project in advance. So if Dao Changqing were to give up, there would be no one left in the class to take up the slack. You want to run sprints? Yeah, I feel that my explosive power is still good, so maybe I can get a ranking and earn some pocket money, Dao Changqing said. With the salted fish rune in place, Dao Changqing felt that even if he couldn't take the top spot, he should have no problem getting into the top 3. Lin Shirhan dwelled for a while and said, how about this? As long as you participate in the 3,000 meter long run, I will go and find someone to insert you in the sprints. Don't worry, the sprints are run in the morning, the long run is in the afternoon, and each other definitely won't affect your play. Dao Changqing said with a slight pause, I'll take part in all 100 meters and 400 meters. No problem, Lin Shirhan said dryly. Alright, as long as I can participate in the sprint, I'll participate in the 3,000 meter run. Dao Changqing agreed. I didn't want to just at this moment. Tang Yeye suddenly jacked in. Class president, I remember that the 3,000 meter run is for men and women together, right? Lin Shirhan nodded. That's right, this program is more delayed, so it's natural for men and women to run together, and since the boys run fast, they can also urge the girls. Then I'll sign up for the 3,000 meter run too, Lin Shirhan said. Ha, really? Really? Yeah, 3,000 meters is deadly. Are you sure you want to participate? Can you handle it? Lin Shirhan persuaded. Dao Changqing also looked over with a surprised face, and without waiting for him to open his mouth, Tang Yeye suddenly looked at him and said, will you run with me? While Lin Shirhan covered her mouth in astonishment, her eyes glaring round, looking at Tang Yeye for a moment and Dao Changqing for a moment, her heart of gossip almost instantly satisfied. Since the welcome party, many people in class 18022 could see that Tang Yuitu and Dao Changqing were getting close and seemed to be in a relationship, only that this matter was not affirmed by the 2 parties involved, and people didn't dare to be sure. Now that class president Lin Shirhan had steeply heard such extremely romantic words from Tang Yeye, how could she not guess the truth? Dao Changqing was also stunned at his words. He simply did not expect Tang Yeye to say such sensational words in such a public occasion. Only after a long time did he say seriously and firmly. Of course, after the Monday morning class, Tang Yeye really became a lot busier. Dao Changqing basically couldn't see her other than during the mandatory classes. The 2 were able to sit together and whisper and chat about the minutiae of life during the mandatory classes. I do not know why. 2 people obviously get along very well. Dao Changqing's heart still has a kind of untouchable sense of emptiness. It seems that everything in front of them came to be too illusory a little. Yes, it's just unreal. Tang Yeye wasn't just the class flower. It wasn't too much to say that she was the department flower. In Guanbei Finance and Trade College, the department flower of the business school was naturally the school flower. Therefore, to fall in love with such a high-quality girl, this feeling can be said to be particularly sweet and fulfilling, but occasionally it will give birth to an unreal and illusory sense of unreality. Dao Changqing was afraid of waking up one night and everything being a nice long dream. So although Dao Changqing had become extraordinarily busy because of his initiation into the Dark Elves, he still often dug in his heels and utilized his chanting power to perform some small magic tricks to make the beauty laugh. He even started thinking about Halloween gifts early on. He wanted to do everything he could to give her the best of himself just to capture this wonderful bond. On Friday afternoons, because of the long days and short nights in summer, the school program time had been adjusted to varying degrees, so after Dao Changqing finished his elective class, the time had already reached 6:30 o'clock. Even though he didn't get to work until 8 o'clock and an hour and a half seemed like plenty of time, it was actually still a bit stressful, because he had to eat dinner and then he had a bus ride to catch, and this point happens to be the peak traffic jam after work in Guanbei City. Although Guanbei City buses have special lanes, but it is still difficult to raise the speed of public transportation. Therefore, after Dao Changqing hurriedly rushed into the cafeteria to fix dinner, he rushed towards the south gate of the school in a flurry of wind. The south gate of the school is the facade of Guanbei Finance and Trade College. The school landmarks are almost all blocked in the south gate of the piece, such as the library, such as the teaching building and so on. South door of the left garden also set aside a special open-air parking lot, usually parked full of school teachers and professors of the car. Dao Changqing was in a hurry and took a direct shortcut across the garden path, which happened to exit in this parking lot. Unexpectedly, his side had just crossed the garden and stepped into the parking lot, when the corner of his eye suddenly stared, and he saw an extremely familiar and joyful figure. It was her, Tang Yeye. Today's Tang Yeye is wearing a sky blue lace doll collar lady dress, the same hand carrying a sky blue bag, shawl hair naturally hanging down. The whole person exudes a heart-thumping lady aura. That aura caused Dao Changqing to be dumbfounded at first glance. Tang Yeye also seemed to have a feeling in her heart, subconsciously looking over. After seeing Dao Changqing, I don't know if it was an illusion. Dao Changqing noticed a flash of panic in her eyes. She hastily avoided Dao Changqing's gaze, and then wanted to pretend not to care about the appearance. However, a well-maintained noblewoman by her side keenly noticed her daughter's eyes, and subconsciously twisted her head to look over. Looking at this noblewoman who clearly bore a slight resemblance to Tang Yeye, Dao Changqing, no matter how stupid he was, sensed something. Is it hard to see an extension so soon? Dao Changqing's first reaction of panic in his heart was to pretend that he didn't recognize them and then leave at a fast pace. However, for some reason, he suddenly had a feeling that if he wimped out today, then there would be no later. So Dao Changqing clenched his teeth, lifted up his chest, his nianli suppressed his body, the corner of his mouth brought up a trace of a smile, and then walked over quickly, pretending to be relaxed. What a coincidence! Oh, haven't you gone home yet? Tang Yeye was extremely flustered, yet when Dao Changqing came striding like her heart suddenly stopped panicking, and she nodded warmly. Not yet. This one is? The noble lady's sharp eyes instantly scanned Dao Changqing up and down before revealing a standard ceremonial smile and asking. Tang Yeye hurriedly introduced. He's my classmate, called Dao Changqing. Dao Changqing, this is my mom. Dao Changqing hurriedly nodded his head and greeted. Hello, auntie. Tang Yeye's mother smiled and nodded. So it's classmate Yeye. What a talent. By the way, our family Yeye usually behaves well in school, right? Pretty good. Quite good. Dao Changqing hurriedly said, his eyes still sneaking a look at Tang Yeye as he spoke. Tang Yeye's mother looked at this kid in front of her to look at her daughter's gaze, originally not too sure of her. This moment instantly determined her guess. This appearance is not amazing brat, really with her daughter has an unknown relationship. No wonder Hoshi has been talking so strangely lately. That's good. You go ahead and get busy. Yeye and I happen to have things to do. Tang Yeye's mother, who guessed the truth, also lost her patience. Hey okay, auntie, you take care. Dao Changqing accompanied with a smile and watched Tang Yeye follow her mother into a burgundy Lexus sedan next to her, then drove away from the parking lot. From the beginning to the end, Tang Yeye's mother didn't roll down the window to say hello to Dao Changqing. Tang Yeye seemed to be afraid of her mother, but also honestly sat in the back seat. The laminated glass isolated Dao Changqing's line of sight. He did not know what expression Tang Yeye, who was sitting in the car, until the Lexus drove out of the school gate. Dao Changqing did not take a step. At this moment he suddenly realized that his cheeks are a little sour. Is a long time to compensate for the smile and laugh. While waiting for the bus, Dao Changqing searched on his cell phone and found the specific model of the car driven by Tang Yeye's mother, which was a Lexus LS, priced at 820,001, 2 million. Chapter 51, Pressure is Motivation. The moment he saw the selling price of the car, Dao Changqing's back steeply numbed, seeping out a piece of coolness. Now this society, driving 300,000 or 400,000 BMW Audi is not necessarily a rich man. Maybe it is a good face to bite the bullet and buy a loan. But driving 1,800,000 is definitely rich, especially or Lexus this low-key models. Dao Changqing had long seen that Tang Yeye's family was in a good condition, but he had never thought that Tang Yeye's family would be so rich. Just this one car. I'm afraid it's already worth all of his family's assets, right? Here is Naughty Wu. Zhuzheng, Tang Yeye family all assets cannot be on this one luxury car. So Tang Yeye family background is how thick? Poverty has limited the imagination of Dao Changqing. This night shift is destined to be somewhat difficult for Dao Changqing. The entire night shift Dao Changqing spirit is in a trance state. If Tang Yeye's family is just an ordinary resident of a big city, or a little bit of money, Dao Changqing still have the hope of struggle. However, when the two appeared to be a difference between the chasm between the mud, Dao Changqing suddenly bewildered. He didn't know what method or channel he should use to acquire the wealth and social status that matched Tang Yeye's family. Although he held the heaven-taking technique in his hands and possessed the super cool superpower of Nianli, Dao Changqing's limited experience caused him to have no idea how to actualize the superpower. He felt like he was a fly on the glass. His future was bright but he didn't know where the road was. At 2:30 a.m., the dark elf's customers plummeted, and Sister Snow finally had time to sneak up to Dao Changqing's bar, where she propped up her elbows and cupped her chin, lazily saying, "Little brother, a glass of Mrs. Rose." Dao Changqing sniffed and didn't mind that it was already almost time to go off duty. His movements were still flexible and cool as he copied the mixing jug filled with gin, red pomegranate syrup, lemon juice, and rose syrup, and under the instinctive fancy movements that had long been familiar to him, a scarlet-red cocktail inserted with fresh roses and straws leaped out. Sister Snow lazily took Lady Rose and took a small sip and said, "In a bad mood?" Dao Changqing nodded. "Because of the girlfriend?" How do you know? Dao Changqing was surprised. Sister Shui giggled, revealing a cunning look. You're still too young to be susceptible to fraud? Dao Changqing didn't squeak. Seeing this, Sister Shui hurriedly said, Okay, I'm just teasing you. I'm at least a person who has been there. Tell me, what's bothering you? Although your sister, I'm still a single dog, but as a person who has been there, I still have experience. Dao Changqing color showed a trace of entanglement. For a while he said, I suddenly found out today that my girlfriend, well, it is considered a girlfriend, although we have not confessed. I found out that her family is quite rich, and I am worried that we may not have a future. Sister Shui's eyes lit up at the words, the fire of gossip burning in her heart. The story of the poor boy rich girl is cliched, but this still can't stop her curiosity. How rich is her family? I'm not sure about anything else. Today I saw her mom come to pick her up and drove a Lexus LS. I googled it and the market value is probably between 800,000 and 1.2 million. Dao Changqing, who said this, found that Sister Shui's expression was not surprised. He guessed after a little thought that working in this kind of upscale windy place, there is a sea of rich people, and it is not surprising that Sister Shui was not surprised. So Dao Changqing, in order to show the gap between each other, added, my house is sold and I probably can't even come up with $800,000. A very simple addition that instantly exposes the class gap. Sister Shui's expression finally showed a hint of change as she raised an eyebrow and said, are you sure that car belongs to her family? Maybe it's still her mom's car that she borrowed from a friend. Impossible. Her mom is maintained to look like she's in her 30s, and that kind of temperament is rich at first glance. Dao Changqing said somewhat helplessly, well, families that can afford to drive millions of luxury cars are indeed not generally rich. TSK, what's on your mind now? Sister Snow asked as she pursed her straw. I don't know. Dao Changqing shook his head blankly. Hey, did you just say you guys haven't confessed yet? Are you sure she's not toying with you? Let me tell you, don't think rich white girl is a positive word. This circle is much dirtier than you think. Nah, as far as I know, Ing gets to sleep with a few rich white girls every month. But what's the point? You think it's you who slept with someone, they think it's her who slept with you. Now is not the old days. Oh. It had to be said that Sister Shui's perspective on problems was still quite alternative. Perhaps because her long-term exposure to the circle was different from the general public. She's not like that. Dao Changqing shook his head firmly. Yuki shrugged. Falling in love will blind you. Words were not enough, and the next two people fell into a long silence, until the end of the day when Sister Snow again took the initiative to invite Dao Changqing to sit in her car. Dao Changqing also did not refuse. These days he has been riding in Sister Shui's car, so that he can save half an hour every day. In the face of Sister Snow's special care, Dao Changqing was still quite grateful, and he had already thought about sending Sister Snow a gas card immediately after payday. When the car started, Sister Snow suddenly came to say, you actually don't need to be depressed now, because you can at least be sure that she really loves you. At these words, Dao Changqing's heart shook dramatically. Sister Shui said quietly while steering the wheel, if you think you don't deserve it, then study hard and work hard. If you're afraid of holding people back, then give them a free ride. This matter is actually not as difficult to choose as you think, because you may not even have a chance to choose. Maybe tomorrow her family will find you and let you leave their precious daughter. Maybe even give you $5 million. When she said the last sentence, a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of Sister Snow's mouth, but her eyes were full of memories. Sister Shui's words didn't make Dao Changqing enlightened, but it made Dao Changqing feel a lot better, because knowing that his family was very average, Tang Yeye was still close to him, beyond the closeness of an ordinary friend, which showed that she genuinely liked him. With a little, it's enough. Therefore, he would do everything he could to deserve her, and if he didn't, he would have no regrets for having tried. Early in the morning of the following weekend, a phone call from Wang Zi woke up Dao Changqing, who was sleeping soundly. Dao Changqing, who had a rare long sleep, answered the phone with a belly full of anger, and when he heard that Wang Zi wanted to invite him to dinner, he refused without thinking. As a result, before he could get down and continue to catch up on his sleep, Wang Zi's phone call came again, and Dao Changqing said with a helpless face, okay, in the afternoon. Senior sister, I'm still sleeping, let's talk about it in the afternoon. With that, he snapped and hung up the phone, ready to continue catching up on his sleep. As a result of being woken up by the Dao Changqing, obviously red-eye sleepy to death. However, after getting down, the brain is gradually awake. For a while he suddenly rolled over, climbed out of bed in a flurry of wind and fire, opened the computer, searched for a few keywords: magic audition, variety show, magic show, chapter 52 cowhide? Wang Zi's phone call violently made Dao Changqing think of a way to realize his unique ability, that was to become a top magician. If he could become a top international magician, would wealth and status still be an issue? Just want to make money through the magician. This road is not easy. Dao Changqing. From the information found on the internet, this industry with the current singer is almost the same. The whole industry is completely pyramid mold. The real money only the tip of the pyramid of the handful of people. Most are struggling at the bottom. Especially magicians are very concerned about the talent and skill of the profession. No ability and then how to hype you. But also not much of a bird. Of course, if you have a magic props manufacturer and top design team behind you, that's another story. For others, the business of magic required extreme talent and skill, but for Dao Changqing, he lacked none of these things, because the essence of Nianli could be said to be magic. Using magic to perform magic, this was no longer a performance. This was completely in character. Therefore, there is no such thing as a break in the magic. There is no such thing as a break in the magic. The only thing he needs to consider is to achieve the most shocking effect. There's even a magic competition right here in Guanbei. Dao Changqing, who was searching the web, suddenly saw his eyes light up and a bold idea vaguely arose in his heart. In the afternoon, Dao Changqing once again met Wang Zi at the Violet Coffee House. Dressed in a seductive black lace wraparound dress, Wang Zi makes her not look like a student at all, but looks more like a small white-collar worker who has already entered the society. Mature and sexy. Do you know how many plays that video we made has now? Wang Zi asked with an excited and smug look on her face just after seeing Dao Changqing. How much? Wang Zi opened her 5 fingers and gestured a 5 sign. 5,000? Come on. The lowest airplay of all my works has 10,000 hits. Okay. 50,000? No. Dao Changqing looked serious when he saw this. $500,000? Wang Zi nodded haughtily and proudly, and in the next moment she couldn't control her excitement, pulling out her cell phone to find that video and handing it to Dao Changqing. 53 million to be exact. Looking at this trend, breaking through 1 million is possible. Dao Changqing took his cell phone and tapped on the video to see that the amount of plays had indeed been 530,000. He then clicked on the comments next to it, only to see a sea of marveling voices inside. It's getting more and more expensive to make jitterbugs these days, and this is awesome special effects. Directors, take a look at this. The jitterbug special effects have surpassed you. Do you still have the nerve to make a movie? Top me up. I'm going to let the girl know I like her. The special effects, they blow up. It's obvious that no one thinks it's magic at all. They all think it's a special effect. And look at the introduction of this video. It doesn't even mention half of the magic. In the face of this detail, although Dao Changqing had long guessed in his heart that Wang Zi was purely using him as a special effects artist, there was still some discomfort in his heart. I tell you, this video just uploaded on the first day, only more than 3,000 clicks. On this or my fans to bring. I thought it was going to not work, but the result, the third day suddenly on fire. And now all on the jitterbug recommendation it. I've tried. Just take an account. Brush it a dozen times. It's bound to appear. Wang Zi excitedly blah blah blah. That exuberant expression is almost like winning the $5 million prize. I told you that the two of us working together is definitely the best CP partner. Now my fans have risen by 120,000, and I've received more than 2,000 gift rewards in the past 2 days of live broadcasting. Hearing that Wang Zi had actually earned more than 2,000 in one breath in these 2 days of live broadcasting, Dao Changqing revealed a hint of surprise. So profitable? How much did you make every day before you opened the live broadcast? Wang Zi sniffed, ruffled the hair on her temples, and breezily said, this is not easy to say. Depending on the situation, hundreds and hundreds of them. Dao Changqing look at Wang Zi's appearance, instantly understand. What hundreds of estimates are simply not a few times. Dozens of, I'm afraid that is the norm. Otherwise she will be this demeanor? In this way, these 2 days suddenly get more than 2,000 live reward. This is completely rely on his participation in the magic video. I now have a very good idea. This idea I thought for several days. I think it must be more fire than this. This idea also need to use your magic. You see, how about we work together again? By the time the fire received the advertising revenue, I share you 30%. Wang Zi changed the topic and struck the iron while it was hot. Dao Changqing sniffing eyes suddenly summed up. I rub. Feelings of my artificial special effects in your eyes is worth 30% of the advertising costs? At the very least, the live broadcast income also has a point of credit for me. Right, how can you not even mention it? Why don't you even mention it? Before shooting the video, Dao Changqing can see that Wang Zi, this person, is extremely selfish. Now see, really so. Estimated that in her eyes, the biggest credit is still her creativity and performance. As for Dao Changqing is just a supporting role. Open 30% of the advertising fee has been very top. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I can't film this one, because I've been working part-time lately, on the night shift. My time is quite tight. I have to attend classes and catch up on sleep during the day. And honestly, if today wasn't a weekend, I wouldn't have come out at all. Dao Changqing politely refused, sneering in his heart. Not to mention his share of 30% of the advertising fee is reasonable or not. There is no one willing to advertise. It is still a matter of opinion. He wants to use a blank check to make him work for her for nothing. He really thinks he's a little cutie. If Wang Zi is very good at doing people, that's all. Look at the relationship and the classmates to help a hand also does not matter. The problem is that this looked charming. In fact, the whole is a gold and jade outside the defeat of the selfish ghosts. Such a person Dao Changqing really do not want a deep friendship. Dao Changqing's words caused Wang Zi to freeze. She didn't even seem to think that there were boys who would reject her. She blinked her eyes. The anger in her heart was suddenly aroused. With a hint of disdain in her tone, how much money can you earn from working part-time? As long as my next video can continue to maintain this performance, it will definitely be able to receive advertisements. By then the advertisement fee will be at least 5 figures. At that time you will at least have a few $1,000s of income, which is much better than you doing part-time jobs. How many thousands do you make a month as a part-time job? 2,000 or 3,000? Dao Changqing smiled and became more and more disappointed in his heart. He smiled coldly in his heart and feigned indifference. Sorry, I have at least 10,000 income a month, and if my performance is good, 20 to 30,000 is not a problem. In fact, my guaranteed salary is 6,000. When these words came out, Wang Zi was dumbfounded. What? More than 10,000? That's impossible. What job can have such a high salary? Wang Zi didn't believe it at all. Nothing is impossible. I work as a fancy bartender at the Dark Night Elf. If you want to go and have fun whenever you want, contact me and I'll give you a free drink. Saying that, Dao Changqing stood up. Sorry, I still have some things to do. I'll leave first. After saying that, Dao Changqing raised his head and left, leaving behind Wang Zi, who was completely dumbfounded. Only after a long time did Wang Zi come back to her senses. She gritted her silver teeth and said indignantly, "What kind of pretense is this? And a fancy bartender? I think you're just a waiter. Humph, I'll go and poke your bullskin tonight. You wait for me." Chapter 53, Smelting Meteorite Iron. After Dao Changqing rejected Wang Zi's cooperation, he had just returned to his dormitory and was preparing to squint for a while before going to work, when he didn't expect the soul-drawing sensation to suddenly strike him again. There was no need to think that the Taiku split was summoning his soul. Coincidentally, today's weekend. This point in the dormitory just a person did not estimated that either to go to the internet cafe to open black, or about the girl to go out to play. So the road Changqing also lazy to run out. Directly lying on the bed soul through the swire went. As Dao Changqing's consciousness gradually came to his senses, not waiting for him to sort out his memories of this world, an iffy aroma of grilled fish immediately tickled his stomach. Dao Changqing listened to the yelling outside the stone room if anything, and it was only after a long time that he reacted to the fact that it was now time for dinner. Last time, he was so eager to get out of the trap and take revenge that his mind wasn't on eating at all, and when the sense of soul extraction appeared, he went back to earth with a single movement of his mind. Unexpectedly, this time when the soul crossed over, it was evening mealtime on earth, and surprisingly it was the same evening mealtime over here. This is a coincidence. No need for jet lag. Dao Changqing let out a light laugh and went out the door. At dinner time, the carpenter Treewheel side was once again bustling with activity. A group of dirty children clustered around him, watching him blearily as he flipped the grilled fish on the campfire, each one drooling on the ground. They knew that as long as they stayed by the side of Treewheel's eldest uncle, they would always end up with a mouthful of food. Although the tribal food is sufficient, but it is not unlimited supply. Each family according to the population of the food allocated, in fact, is not enough to eat. At most eat a 30% full hunger is not people. It's still true that the tribe doesn't feed the idle, and if you want to have enough to eat, you'll have to work hard for it. Therefore, when adults are not always able to eat a full stomach, that is not to mention the half a big boy who has a huge appetite. And we must know that the saying half a big boy, eat poor old man is not a joke. For a while, the tree will finally roasted a mouthful of sharp teeth of the piranha, not waiting for a group of brats' eyes and mouths to ask for. Far away from only the high beast warriors are qualified to join the campfire barbecue crowd suddenly issued a voice of surprise. Vaguely can hear what heavenly gift of the divine weapon, Vulcan weapon, and other words. Treewheel watched for a while and then stopped paying attention, as he and the manticore warrior were in two circles entirely. Unexpectedly, the next moment a fierce beast warrior stood up violently in that crowd, and he shouted with a big grin, "Is Uncle Shuluan around? Xing is looking for you." This shout startled the tribal people to look over in unison, and the ordinary clansman beside Treewheel even looked at Treewheel with a surprised face, unable to figure out what the mighty beast warrior was doing by shouting at Treewheel at this time. "Xing is looking for me?" Shuluan froze, then stood up with nimble hands and feet. He also didn't want to grill the fish, and directly said to this group of dirty children, "You guys share the food." After saying this, he hurriedly took a trot and went off in big strides. While trotting he also shouted, "Coming, coming, coming." Not more than a couple of water hours later, a shocking news suddenly sensationalized the entire Granite tribe. Granite's newly promoted witch Ching, after a dozen days of thinking, he was finally ready to start disposing of the fire god's relics, and it was rumored that he was going to make the fire god's relics into a divine weapon. For a while, after dinner, the rock ministry congregation, which should have been man-making time, didn't go to man-making, and one by one, they came in a strong circle. This divine weapon is the heavenly divine weapon that Ching said before, right? Almost. Can Vulcan relics really be made into weapons? How do you build such a large stone? Yeah, it's not easy to smash smaller, is it? I've touched the fire god's relics. It's way too hard compared to normal stones. It's not easy for a stone like this to be polished into a weapon. However, if this is really polished successfully, it can definitely be called a divine weapon. Hey, that's not right. If Ching wants to build a weapon, why doesn't he ask the tribal stonemason for help? For a while the Granite tribe crowd was talking. In their impression, the divine weapon that Dao Changqing was going to build was estimated to be the same as building a stone weapon, first knocking the fire god's relics into small pieces, and then slowly polishing them. Little by little, time passed as the crowd gathered around. What the hell is this? It's huge. Holy, no wonder Ching had to think for 10 days. So it's for this. What a whimsical thought. Worthy of our Witch of the Rock. Awesome, awesome, awesome. The Granite crowd's suspicions seemed to be right, and the irritated and wailing Granite mastodons worked through the night, first building a huge bonfire in the plaza, and then, under Green's direction and in conjunction with the carpenter's tree wheel, creating a massive and grotesquely shaped wooden object, the pendulum. At first, everyone couldn't figure out what the purpose of this wooden tool was, and when this pendulum was pulled by several fierce beast warriors and wildly smashed the relics of the Vulcan, it finally dawned on everyone. It turned out that this thing was an enlarged version of a hammer, used to smash rocks. In fact, the wooden tool designed by Dao Changqing is not so much a pendulum, but more like an erected seesaw or an ancient stone thrower. He tied a smaller meteorite to the bottom end of the seesaw, tied ropes to both ends at the same time, and relied on the manpower of the beast warriors as well as the gravity of the earth to slam against the large chunk of meteorite iron that was secured to the ground. Boom, 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 ha, ha, ha. Accompanied by the sound of the rock mastodon's trumpet, the giant hammer rhythmically hit the meteorite iron one after another. The loud crashing sound as well as the exaggerated shape shook the entire tribe, and it also hammered on the nodes of Dao Changqing's heartbeat, causing him to be unable to hold back the tension in his mood. In fact, according to the nature of Dao Changqing, smelting iron and steel is extremely risky thing. He is more willing to quietly go to do. Successful everything is good. If it fails also does not matter. The meteorites were too big, and even the smallest one could not be solved with his thin-armed physique, because he had to use the strength of the tribal beast warriors. But this way, this matter has become a tribal people all know things. This if smelting failure, to his personal reputation is definitely a serious blow. However, things have come to this point. He has ridden the tiger difficult to get down, so the road Changqing had to grit his teeth in fanfare to do a big job. Therefore at this time, Dao Changqing's mood could be described as complicated to the extreme. On the one hand, he hoped that the meteorite iron would preferably not break, in which case, this would indicate that it was an iron ingot of extremely high purity, and he would be able to skip the tedious iron smelting process and directly build weapons. But then, knocking down and stretching such a huge meteorite iron was definitely a huge project, and Dao Changqing was worried that the Granite tribe didn't have the patience to smash it down. So on the other hand he wanted the meteorite iron to be cracked, which would make it much easier to deal with. However, once it could be cracked, it also meant that this batch of meteorite iron was either too high in carbon or too high in stone. However, whether it was the former or the latter, it was a big trouble for Dao Changqing, because the Granite tribe had no iron smelting technology at all. He had to copy the ancient iron smelting technology in order to continue smelting iron. However, although he had memorized countless ancient iron smelting knowledge in his mind, it was one thing to memorize it, and another to be able to practice it. In the midst of this extreme apprehension, the strong huddle of Granite tribe people suddenly let out a loud cheer. Shattered! Shattered! Countless people cheered. Schrodinger's cat had finally collapsed to the only truth: the meteorite iron was not a high-purity ingot. Dao Changqing saw this and exhaled deeply, his apprehensive mood suddenly no longer apprehensive, because since the truth has been established, let's find a way to solve the problem. At this moment, some of the stonemasons were even rubbing their fists, waiting to be called over by Qing to pick out stones sharp enough to be polished for their weapons. The result was out of everyone's expectation. After Cheng had seen the meteorite iron, he directly continued, "Keep smashing, smash it as much as possible." "What? How can you polish a weapon if you smash it?" "That's it. Stop. No more smashing. Cheng, you can't smash it. Smashing it will completely destroy the fire god's relic." Dao Changqing's order directly caused an uproar in the Granite tribe. Countless people cried out in alarm, and some stonemasons even anxiously rushed over, holding the shattered meteorite in an attempt to protect the fire god's relics with their bodies. Chapter 54, The Rigid and the Flexible. Dao Changqing was surprised at the reaction of his clanmates, and it took him a long time to realize what was going on. You guys misunderstood. The weapon I'm going to forge isn't a simple polished stone weapon, but a special substance extracted from this to create a weapon. So naturally the more smashed the easier it is to extract, Dao Changqing said succinctly. After the experience of chiseling ice to catch fish, he was already too lazy to explain any laws of physics or chemical principles, because there was no point in that. There's something else in here? That can't be right? That's just it. Where's the special stuff here? Yeah, it's been knocked open. Why can't I see anything? It's not like it's a bone and it's sucking out marrow? Shang, don't destroy the Vulcan's treasures. I swear I can use them to polish a weapon sharper than the black stone. That's right, green mustn't smash them. It'll ruin them. The granite clansmen stretched their heads and looked at the meteorite that had been smashed open, and questioned it with their mouths, especially some of the stonemasons, who shouted out anxiously, fearing that Dao Changqing had destroyed this kind of stone that came from the fire god. The granite clan's questioning caused Dao Changqing's mouth to drop open, and he suddenly realized that the more common sense things were, the harder they were to explain. So originally, Dao Changqing, who was still in a good temper, was choked by the clan. His fire came straight up. He simply said, I have no way to explain to you what's in here. It's like chiseling ice to catch fish, whether you understand it or not. Now get out of my way. This batch of Vulcan relics were brought back by me, and according to the tribal rules, they should rightfully belong to me. You guys have no right to stop me from how to deal with them. When these words came out, the people of Granite were dumbfounded, especially those stonemasons who had protected the fire god's relics with their bodies. At this time, the ancient society's strict social hierarchy was nakedly exposed, and Black Valley crossed the crowd and roared, Didn't you hear what Ching said? Get out of my way. Otherwise I'll smash you all together. Black Valley is originally one of the largest physical beast warriors in the tribe. The whole person is more than 2 meters 5. Tiger back and waist than standing up short-faced bears are not inferior. This time suddenly angry, simply comparable to the roar of the cracked meat beasts. Instantly scared, a few stonemasons face white. Sawtooth stepped forward as well. Idiots. Don't use your pitiful brains to measure the wisdom of the sorcerer of the rock. Ching, drilling wood for fire, chiseling ice for fishing, blocking the wrath of the fire god. How many of these things did Ching understand when he was doing them? None. But did Ching do wrong? No. That's right. Without Ching you'd all be freezing and starving. So who are you to question Chang now? Chang, don't worry and do it boldly. Even if you destroy the fire god's relics. So what? It's just a few broken stones. I'm still tired of being in the way when they're thrown in the square. That's it. The Granite Tribe's crowd was dumbfounded as they suddenly realized that the fierce beast warriors who had taunted Ching before had all forcefully supported him at this moment. What was going on here? For a while, many of the Granite clan members even had the feeling that their brains were spinning in circles. Dao Changqing was also surprised as he looked at the mighty beast warriors, and when he saw the way the mighty beast warriors looked at him, he suddenly understood why. The Granite fierce beast's strong support for him was not so much because of the reputation he had accumulated step by step from drilling wood to make fire, but because they had faced the mighty Vulcan's wrath together, experienced life and death together. It's a sentiment that only men will understand. Now, leave. Dao Changqing pointed outside and said to a group of stonemasons. At this moment, an emotion that was difficult to sternly describe was brewing in his heart. These few stonemasons looked at each other, and one of them gathered courage and said, Ching, then can you leave a piece? Scram! Dao Changqing roared violently. The Nianli in his body, unable to control it, exploded out of his body, lifting off countless fine stones. Those few stonemasons were so shocked that their faces suddenly turned white, and they had to put down the meteorite iron in their arms and leave in dismay. Dao Changqing looked at the steeply silent horde. He took a deep breath, experiencing not the pleasure of bullying a man or a woman, nor the pleasure of being a strong man, but a sense of fulfillment when he made a decision. When explanations don't work, then why bother explaining again? What a giveaway, forgetting who you are. At this moment, Dao Changqing keenly noticed that the chief had not appeared, but he was sure that the chief must have been watching him, and if he wanted to peacefully take over the leadership of the rock, the necessary toughness had to be there. In fact, Dao Changqing was right. Only after he had become angry did the Granite tribesman snap back to the fact that Ching was no longer a scrawny clan member dying of poisoning. He was the mysterious witch. He had created fire. He had invented ice fishing, and he had blocked the wrath of the fire god. All of this showed that his power was already unquestionable, and his status had even far surpassed that of an ordinary fierce beast warrior. Boom, boom, boom. The knocking and smashing of the tribal square resounded again. This time, Although there were still voices of discussion in the tribe, everyone's discussion had turned into whispers, and it wasn't just the behavior of the mastodon warriors that everyone was whispering about. It was also the strange behavior of a group of stonemasons and carpenters who were employed by the Taoist leader, the green frozen fish. Just see a group of stonemasons in accordance with the drawings of the road long green. In the square stone wall cut a strange cave. There are a group of carpenters assisted by the tree wheel, manufacturing the odd wooden box. Look at them also take the animal skin constantly compared to the box above the strange look. Seems to want to give the box to put on the clothes. These behaviors are simply mind-boggling. But no matter how much they couldn't understand, Ching wouldn't be able to explain it to them. And all they could do was watch with round eyes as everything happened in front of them. The granites couldn't read it. But Dao Changqing knew what he was doing just fine. Iron is different from copper. The melting point of iron is higher than copper. And the chemical properties are more active. So you want to smelt iron, you have to need a very high temperature. Otherwise long time to maintain low temperature smelting. Not only smelting out of the iron, but will also cause the iron to appear oxidation reaction. A direct reaction into rust. And to ensure the temperature of iron making, the iron making boiler is essential. Unfortunately, the granite tribe iron smelting conditions are almost zero. The boiler is naturally no longer available, and even the next level of pottery furnace is not available. So Dao Changqing can only imitate the even more ancient means of iron smelting, digging holes in the flat ground or foothills as furnaces. Therefore, he ordered a group of stonemasons to chisel the boiler directly on the stone wall. That is to preserve the heat with the help of the mountain's thickness. But only the boiler was still far from enough. He also needed a blower. Of course, the granite tribe didn't have a blower either. So he had to settle for second best and create an airbox instead. In addition to this, when smelting iron, Dao Changqing was also going to add straw ash into the furnace to try it out. When the ancients smelted iron, they usually also added straw ash, because straw ash contains potassium, which is volatile and will accumulate in the furnace cycle, causing furnace tumors and lowering the strength of the coke and ore. Currently the only thing Dao Changqing couldn't find a substitute for was coke, so he can only pray that the wood in this world was powerful enough. In addition, since this world was able to spawn behemoths like dinosaurs, the oxygen content must be high enough, so hopefully the flames would be a bit more raging as well. At this time, the night was already deep, yet the granite tribe had almost no one sleeping except for the small children, and many of the women even directly weaved rough linen directly with the help of the huge bonfire. Anyway, it's the big cold snap, there's plenty of time for that, and for that the big guys don't care if they stay up all night or not. Chang, come over and take a look. There's a stone here that surprisingly can't be smashed. Instead it's been flattened. At a certain moment, Uncle Wolf, who was in the process of hammering the meteorite iron into smaller stones, suddenly shouted, Chapter 55 Ancient Wisdom. This is high-purity meteorite iron. Dao Changqing looked at the faceplate-sized meteorite iron in front of him, and his entire being was instantly pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that the problem that had bothered him the most would be solved in this way. With this piece of high-purity meteorite iron under his belt, his smelting project would have no more worries, and then even if the smelting failed, it wouldn't matter, because the granite tribe simply couldn't understand his smelting behavior. For them, the result was more important than the process. As long as Dao Changqing was able to produce results in the end, then no matter how many mistakes Dao Changqing made and how many raw materials he wasted in the process, it simply didn't matter and no one would know. It has to be said that privilege takes shape invisibly when knowledge creates a crush. Uncle Wolf, I need a fireplace now. What's a fireplace? It's just a kind of cylindrical. Forget it, it's better for me to build it. I need to level the stones, and the mud, Dao Changqing commanded. Good talk. Uncle Wolf slapped his chest and directly whistled, and a half-grown boy ran over in a flurry of wind. Then Uncle Wolf directly relayed Dao Changqing's order to him, and at the end, he asked Changqing a question. Right? Dao Changqing saw the situation directly speechless. Nima, this is the task level by level to send pressure? Chang, don't worry, leave this to me. I promise to get it done. Big Rain, who was able to participate in such a big event, appeared particularly excited. He patted his chest and assured Dao Changqing. After saying that, he turned around and ran away, quickly yelling away a large group of children rushing deeper into the cavern. Originally, Dao Changqing also worried about a group of small children will not be reliable. The results until the group of half a big boy Dusty Face dragged a large pile of stones and mud out when Dao Changqing suddenly realized that in terms of hands-on ability, I am afraid that the tribal people are much better than him. Dao Changqing to build the earth furnace is very simple. To put it bluntly is to use the stone as a brick, mud as a binder, a hollow cylinder on the line. Of course, in order to preserve the temperature, inside and outside the cylinder should be glued with mud. It is reasonable to say that this kind of earth furnace, then digging the wall for the furnace is much easier to build. Dao Changqing, why not use this kind of earth furnace smelting iron? It turns out that this earth furnace, although easy to build, but can burn up. The temperature is very limited. With it to smelt iron cannot burn out iron is a problem. That is, can burn out. It is estimated that because of its relatively low temperature, will be refined into a pile of iron rust. However, this temperature smelting iron cannot be used to calcine the high-purity meteorite iron that has already been molded, but it is enough. Dao Changqing only need to burn the meteorite iron red and soften it to facilitate the forging. After the earthen furnace was set up, Dao Changqing raised the flame inside, and then used the black gold stone bar to clamp the piece of high-purity meteorite iron and put it in for calcination, thanks to the great strength of the beast warrior. Or else it would not be easy to clip such a large piece of meteorite iron in and out. While the meteorite iron was being calcined, Dao Changqing had the mastodon warrior bring in another boulder that had been smoothed out on top, while finding several stone hammers and making preparations. Red, Chang, it's red. At a certain moment, Big Rain, who was guarding the fireplace, suddenly shouted in excitement. Dao Changqing, who was preparing his tools, rolled his eyes. Where do you see me red? Dayu was confused by what he heard, and after a long time, he couldn't help but scratch his head and laugh. Uncle Wolf, turn it over and wait until it is all burned red, then immediately clip it out and put it on this stone platform to forge it. That is, smash it evenly with a stone hammer. Smash it until it's not red and then insert it into the water to cool it down. Then throw it into the furnace to calcinate it. Keep repeating this process. Dao Changqing exhorted. Wait, you said slow. All burned red. Then take out the hammer. Right, how to hammer evenly. Forget about it. When it all burns red, I'll call you. You come back to point me out. Uncle Wolf listened a little confused. He was afraid of ruining the baby. That's fine, Dao Changqing answered. Chang, there's also a stone over here that can't be broken. Another yell suddenly came from the distance, delighting Dao Changqing, who hurriedly ran over in a windy manner. The night was getting deeper and deeper, and the bonfire in the square was getting hotter and hotter. However, the number of onlookers had already decreased by half, and except for the energetic children and the young and strong who were still watching, almost all of the women and old people had gone back to rest. However, the beast warriors of the rock tribe, but the spirit is getting more and more excited. One by one clustered around the only fireplace, staring wide-eyed at the stone table as gradually being knocked deformed metal. One would like to rush up to personally knock a little. At this time by the stone platform, Black Valley wearing linen pants, naked, drenched in sweat, he did not care to wipe the sweat, a hand holding a fire poker, a hand swinging a stone hammer, hammering hard and wildly on the stone platform of the red iron. In his strange force, the iron can be almost visible to the naked eye in the deformation of the speed in the elongation. Koratani, look at you covered in pig piss. Are you tired? Let me do it. You go rest. Hey, I'd better do it. I'll do it. Accompanied by rhythmic hammering and forging sound, provoked the onlookers of the beast warriors wailed, that regard iron as a fun look. Simply make the lazy bastard Dao Changqing shame. Speaking of the fire poker in Higu's hand, it was the first tool that Dao Changqing had forged from this batch of meteorite iron. It turned out that in the process of crushing the meteorite, a total of 7 pieces of high-purity meteorite iron of different sizes were found. And when forging the first piece of meteorite iron, Dao Changqing also noticed that without a fire poker, the entire forging process was extremely troublesome. Whether you replace it with a stone bar or with wood, it's very disproportionate. Had to, Dao Changqing simply take 2 of the small pieces of meteorite iron, 3 times knocked into a stick shape, and then one end of the head bent into a grip, and then knocked flat at the cross of the grip, with the bone spurs directly drilled a hole. Inserted into the bone spurs, a simple fire poker will be instantly fresh out of the oven. With this fire poker, the following forging process was indeed much easier. Looking at the piece of meteorite iron in front of him, which had already been repeatedly folded and forged 6 times, Dao Changqing decided to begin the final molding process. The reason why only forging and folding 6 times is because Dao Changqing came back after checking the information and realized that his previous view that the more times of repeated folding and forging, the better was wrong. No, I should say it was one-sided. It turns out that the biggest difference between pig iron, cooked iron and steel is the amount of carbon content. Carbon content of less than 0.2% for cooked iron, between 0.02-2, 11% for steel, and greater than 2.5% for pig iron, which is an iron-carbon alloy. Generally just out of the iron is mostly pig iron. This kind of iron hard and brittle is not suitable for making weapons, so the ancients in order to get rid of carbon, so it will be repeatedly forged. The purpose is to smash out the impurities including carbon. However, repeated forging is not the more the better, because everything is too much. Carbon removed more will become cooked iron, and cooked iron toughness although good, but the disadvantage of soft, but also not at all suitable for weapons. Therefore, iron smelting should be done in the middle. However, In the absence of machine identification, who knows the extent of this in particular, the ancient iron smelting, but also in the state of knowledge but do not know the reason for the state. They simply do not know that the softness of the iron is carbon plays a role. However, while the ancients did not know that carbon determined the softness or hardness of iron, they had experience. They knew that without forging the iron would be hard and brittle, and over forging the iron would be soft. So the clever ancients invented a method, that is, pig iron cooked iron sandwiched together smelting. Want to get different toughness as well as hardness of steel? Direct pig iron and cooked iron in accordance with different ratios of smelting on the line. This method is the famous steel filling method. However, although the steel infusion method was good, Dao Changqing was not prepared to use it for the time being, because he was worried that if he played it off and destroyed these pieces of high-purity metal the situation would be very bad, so he decided to first make this batch of metal into weapons, after plugging the tribe's mouth, the rest of the meteorite and then slowly drumming. Chapter 56 Scimitar. Drizzle was awakened by a clamor of noise, and he sat up in a daze, rubbing his heavy eyelids while thinking, who am I and where am I? The ultimate philosophical question. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. He had watched the tribal beast warriors forging weapons with the relics of the god of fire last night, and was too mesmerized that he accidentally fell asleep watching by the campfire. What time is it? Dayu subconsciously looked at the breathable hole at the mouth of the cave, and saw only a little bit of blinding light, thinking that it should still be the moment of the morning sun. At that moment, the clamor that had woken him up came again, and he subconsciously turned his head to see a group of fierce beast warriors shouting and passing each other to look at a handful of ebony and silver-edged strange-looking things. Dayu stared blankly at the strange-looking black contraption, and for some reason, he felt that he guessed what it was, and for a moment, there was a steep throbbing in his heart. He wanted it. Ha! Brat! See, we've forged a weapon from the fire god's relics. This is a divine weapon. The fire god's weapon. Ha 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 ha. Big Rain unknowingly walked over, and he was immediately hooked on the shoulder by a fierce beast warrior before being sprayed with saliva. However, at this time, Dayu already didn't care at all. He looked at the weapon that was being scrutinized by countless fierce beast warriors, and only had one thought in his mind, how nice it would be if I could have a weapon like this. The excited cheers of the manticore warriors gradually woke up the entire tribe. Last night everyone stayed up too long. As a result, this morning the collective slept lazily. At this time was suddenly woken up, not waiting for everyone to get up and have a fit. A shocking news has sensationalized the entire tribe. Their newest witch Ching actually really used the relics of the god of fire to forge a powerful weapon. The early morning rays of light filtered through the countless vents, casting brilliant columns of light across the tribal cave plaza. In the mysterious pillar of light, countless granite clan members swarmed to it, each scrambling to be the first to look at the heavenly sacred soldier guarded by dozens of fierce beast warriors, and each was shocked by the strange streamlined lines, the icy cold blade, the mysterious and redundant patterns, and the bumpy traces of the hammering. Is this really made from a Vulcan relic? It doesn't look like it at all. The Vulcan relic clearly looks like a rock. You're stupid. Didn't you hear what Ching said? He refined it by extracting the essence from the fire god's relics. I'm afraid it's similar to the marrow inside a bone. Can it be the same? This weapon looks really strange. It looks like a knife, but it's curved on the side. Do you guys think that's what the weapons Vulcan uses look like? It's possible. The weapons used by gods must be different from us mortals. Maybe this weapon that Ching built is a weapon of a god. That material looks like neither stone nor wood. It looks as if it is indeed a weapon that only a god can possess. I really want to go up and touch it. Ching is so powerful. How did he know to forge a weapon with the fire god's relics? Who knows? He even invented fire. The gathered granite tribesmen stretched their necks to look at the scimitar offered on the altar, and one by one, they murmured. There were also some clansmen who directly taunted the stonemason who had given his body to protect the relics of the fire god last night. Hey, old dish, didn't you say that Chang would destroy the Vulcan relics? That's it, look what it is. However, the faces of the mocked stonemasons, in addition to being ugly, there was also an unspeakable wave of complex feelings, as they stretched their heads and looked at the weapons that were obviously not polished from stone, with only one doubt in their minds. Could something really be extracted from inside the stone to forge a weapon? Don't scoff. When Chang was drilling wood for fire, didn't you guys say that if you could get fire this way, wouldn't the carpenter have discovered the secret of fire long ago? What happened? Which carpenter discovered it? What's that saying of Ching's? You guys are laughing at 50 steps. There were also some people who couldn't stand those horseplay-like jeers and disliked them back. For a while the crowd of onlookers from the Granite Ministry became more and more lively. Some people were talking, some people were arguing, and some people were directly drying out. The chief is here. A soft cry instantly silenced the tribe. The crowd subconsciously turned back to find where the chief was, then silently made way. Today's chief dresses a little differently. He is no longer the plain and simple look, but a dressy dress that is only worn during the rituals. He wore a poke dragon skull on his head, a ring of teeth of all kinds of fierce beasts around his neck, a saber-toothed tiger fur on his back, a ring of feathers tied around his waist, and the skull of a long-haired weirdo tied to his knees. And the whole thing at first glance looked as if it were a mysterious beast hidden in the bushes, which was chilling. The poking dragon skull seemed to be too heavy, causing the chief to stumble a bit as he slowly made his way through the crowd to the side of the altar, where he looked deeply at the weapon with its mysterious curves, his eyes gleaming and complex. It was only after a long time that he said, "Chang, come on, give me a hand." Dao Changqing froze and rushed over, lifting the chief's arm and allowing the chief to step onto the makeshift altar. At this moment, when the Granite clan looked at Qing's appearance as he held up the chief, a thought suddenly arose in his mind. The chief was old. The chief stepped onto the altar, and as he looked at the strange weapons laid out on the shelf, he spoke. "Chang, is this the heavenly divine soldier you spoke of?" "Yes," Dao Changqing said confidently, as he had already experimented with it. "What's its name?" Dao Changqing said with a slight pause. "Gorka Scimitar." After returning to Earth last time, Dao Changqing had thought the most about what kind of cold weapons he should build for the tribe. In addition to reviewing the smelting information, Dao Changqing did not have hot blood, the whole fancy whole sword the square sky painting halberd three-pronged military spikes, multi-purpose military knife, and even the world's three big famous sword Damascus steel knife, Malay Krieg sword, the Japanese samurai sword and so on the big-name cold weapons. Rather, after careful thought in the context of the tribe's actual situation, 4 tones were set for the cold weapons to be built: versatility, durability, high lethality, and low material use. For this reason, after looking through a lot of information, Dao Changqing set his sights on the world's most famous and recognized as the most mechanically correct recurve knife, Nepal's national knife, the Gorkha machete, also known as the Nepalese machete, commonly known as the dog-legged knife. First of all, the Gorkha machete itself is a multi-purpose knife, with the characteristics of a knife and an axe, but also has the function of stabbing, which is quite useful in everyday life, in the field of survival, chopping wood, and in combat, also being recognized as the most mechanically sound recurve knife in the world. Its high lethality needs no introduction. However, the Gorkha Scimitar is not theoretically low material, and a truly low material cold weapon would be a spear, which, after all, requires only the construction of a spearhead. However, Dao Changqing gave up on the spear after some thought, because it was a waste to use the precious meteorite iron on a weapon like the spear that only had a single stabbing function. The Granite tribe had too many things that could replace the iron spear, and the power would not be much worse than the iron spear. For example, he inherited one of his father's wind god winged dragon bone thorns, and the power was definitely not worse than the iron spear. Therefore, the low material set by Dao Changqing was more of a comprehensive reference value. Gorkha? The chieftain's brows clustered. It was a strange pronunciation of a word that simply didn't exist in the Granite language system. He didn't dwell on it too much though as he continued. Is it a divine weapon or not? This will have to be tested by the prey. Play nice and let Granite see if it is qualified to be called a heavenly divine weapon or not. Chapter 57, A Sword for a Hero. A harsh living environment has forged Rock's resilience as well as its pragmatic spirit. The Gorkha Scimitar built by Dao Changqing was not as convincing as splitting the body of the prey, no matter how powerful the materials used were, no matter how powerful he bragged about it. So when the chief announced the test of this knife, the Whispering tribe instantly fell silent. Everyone patted their toes, stretched their necks, stared wide-eyed, and stared deathly at Dao Changqing as they waited for and expected the moment of history to be revealed. Was this the birth of a divine weapon, or was it a farce? Dao Changqing, who was being watched by the Granite tribe congregation, didn't turn around and take the Gorkha Scimitar. He instead said, Flying Dragon, who stood below with his eyes glancing at the Gorkha Scimitar from time to time, sniffed and subconsciously responded, "Hey, puffing, this directly to the Rock Ministry audience amused. So serious occasion to say such a casual colloquialism." Fei Long looked at the snickering clansman. A trace of embarrassment flashed across his face, and his eyes towards Dao Changqing were immediately a bit unkind. "Your lordship, what are you calling me for at this time? Purely to embarrass me?" However, Dao Changqing's next words caused him to run straight from hell to heaven. A divine weapon needs to be understood, and a precious sword is worthy of a hero. The Gorkha Scimitar is only qualified to be used by the strong. Fei Long, do you dare to become the first Gorkha Scimitar tester of Granite? Dao Changqing didn't seem to be disturbed by the atmosphere of the tribe as he said in a serious and earnest manner. At these words, Fei Long's body shook dramatically. Treasure knife with a hero. Could it be that in his mind I am a hero? In this instant, a strong sense of recognition as well as emotion suddenly arose within the flying dragon's stoic heart, and his eyes were so hot that he almost burst into tears in disgrace. However, he held back and yelled, "Why not?" At this moment, Dao Changqing and Fei Long looked at each other and smiled. A smile to end their enmity. In the battle to stop the forest fire, if it wasn't for Fei Long's support at the critical time, Dao Changqing would have convinced the rock beast, and I'm afraid that it would have delayed a lot of time. And this delay would have most likely resulted in extremely horrible consequences. Huaxia preaches to return the favor. No matter how Flying Dragon targeted him Dao Changqing before, the moment he supported him, everything will be over. Jair is not Dao Changqing's character. Fei Long is one of the most powerful beast warriors of the Granite tribe. This point can be seen by looking at the fact that he had lost face in front of Dao Changqing 3 times before, but the Granite beast warriors continued to serve him, so it can be seen how high his prestige is. Therefore, this kind of person is only suitable for pulling together. Unauthorized strikes will only kill the enemy 1,000 self-loss of 800, and will also weaken the strength of the Rock of War, especially when Dao Changqing's gaze landed on the bull's ear of the rock. Then what person from the rock tribe could he not tolerate? At this moment, the chief glanced meaningfully at Dao Changqing, the amazement in his eyes growing stronger. At this time, the flying dragon also grabbed the Gurkha scimitar that was mounted on the antlers under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd of granite beasts. This scimitar is large enough to be called a large scimitar. The entire scimitar is longer than a human arm, but when it falls into the hands of a beast warrior such as Flying Dragon, it seems to be very appropriate. The moment Flying Dragon gripped the scimitar, the Granite clan also resisted the various things to test the blade, ranging from frozen fish, salted meat, and even more wood and bones, among others. After waiting for all of these test blade objects to be set up, Fei Long walked over. His hand rose and fell with his sword, almost without stopping, 1 per second, brushing and brushing, but in 4 or 5 seconds, all of the test blade objects were surprisingly all cleaved into 2. At this moment, the Granite clan didn't even react yet, and a full 2 seconds passed before the Granite clan reacted, followed by an uproar. Holy, wah dash, oh my god, I'm pretty sure this is definitely a weapon only God has. With this divine weapon, will we still be afraid of the beast dinosaur claws and teeth? To know, the rock people to take the test knife thing, but resistance to come, so you can know that each are not small. Let's say that the frozen fish, it is 1 person high, the salted meat is half of a high-toothed sheep, the wood 1 person embraced, the bones are dragon spine. It can be said that these test knife thing, absolutely comparable to the living prey, so but even resisted the flying dragon a knife. This Gurkha scimitar should be how sharp. At this time, it is no wonder that the Granite clan was shocked and appalled. Flying Dragon tried the knife. He touched the blade with fondness, and only then did he fondly offer this Gurkha scimitar back to the antlers with both hands. This knife was not his after all. Good. This is truly a divine weapon from heaven, a weapon that only a god can possess, and now it has been acquired by my Granite. With this divine weapon, how can my clan not worry about prospering? At this moment, the chief shouted in excitement. When he came, although he had already heard the warrior report that this knife was incomparably sharp, but he did not even think that it would be sharp to such an extent. With such a weapon, it was enough to make the Granite Raptor's combat power soar. It's a pity that there is only one such weapon, otherwise the tribe would still be afraid of the raptors emerging from the north. The rock is great, the rock will live forever. The Granite clan members also followed and shouted excitedly, each one looking towards that divine weapon, as if they had the feeling that with this weapon, the tribe would be fearless of some demons and monsters. At this moment, the gazes of all the clansmen of Granite looking at Dao Changqing also completely changed. There was reverence, fervor, and admiration. For a long time the chief reached out to silence the wild cries of his clan as he said, this weapon was forged by Qing, so it naturally belongs to Qing. With that said, the chief patted Qing's shoulder and said, treat this sacred weapon well. A trace of regret flashed through the chief's heart as he said this, for he knew that this weapon would actually be most valuable in the hands of a fierce beast warrior like the Flying Dragon. In Qing's hands, it was a pity after all, but that was something he couldn't say, because Qing was the owner of this weapon. Unexpectedly, Qing suddenly shook his head and said, no, chief, a divine weapon needs to be understood, and a precious sword is worthy of a hero. It's enough for me to know how to forge a divine weapon. The precious sword is better left to the strongest of the tribe. At these words, the chief froze, and the entire tribe froze even more. Fei Long was even more incredulous as he looked at Dao Changqing, because he knew that if Qing gave up this divine weapon, then it would most likely fall into his hands. Why did Qing do that? Doesn't he desire to possess such treasures? Dao Changqing stepped forward, his tone carrying derision as well as arrogance. Everyone wouldn't think that this is the only divine soldier, right? Well, what does that mean? Could it be that there is a second piece? The tribal people were shocked. Could it be that there was a second divine weapon? Dao Changqing laughed. Not only will there be a second piece of the rock, I'm sure there will be a third and fourth. See, there's still a bunch of them over at the Fire God relic. When these words came out, the Granite tribe froze, and it took a while for someone to react and say, "Chang, do you mean that we can still build more divine soldiers?" "That's right," Dao Changqing said decisively. He was not too sure if that batch of meteorites could refine iron, but don't forget that he had found a total of 7 pieces of high-purity metal, the smallest 2 of which were made into fire pokers, and another piece became this Gurkha scimitar now, which equaled to the 4 pieces left in his hand, which were definitely more than enough to build 4 more Gurkha scimitars. And the reason why Dao Changqing misled the granite tribe was because he wanted to lay a big flag, and he needed the whole tribe to run for him. Roar! At this moment, the granite tribe completely cheered, especially the mighty beast warriors were even more excited and roared repeatedly. Green! Cyan! Green! Frenzied cheers, for a time filled the entire cavern, shocked the cavern echoes unceasingly, like the resonance of heaven and earth. Chapter 58, The Chief's Astonishment. Rumble. As the heavy blocked door stone rock was pushed open, a piercingly cold wind whistled and blew in. The 10 or so fierce beast warriors tightened their animal skin cloaks, and one by one, they looked outside at the whistling wind and cold, as if they were warriors going out to the battlefield, their eyes radiating a kind of fervor and exuberance. "It's freezing cold. Go and come back quickly," Old Wolf admonished. "Got it." The lead warrior, Ada, answered in a jar and lifted his foot to rush out of the cave. "Uneasy," Old Wolf shouted again in a hurry. "Don't forget to collect the stones along the way back." "Don't worry, Qing's big event won't be delayed." Just as the voice fell, more than a dozen fierce beast warriors had already vanished into the wind and snow, and were soon drowned by the goose-feather snow. The old wolf glanced hopefully at the back of the distant warrior for a while before waving his hand, and immediately a warrior pushed the door-blocking stone log, Lu, back to its original position. Ada and the others were on a fishing trip. Originally, the tribal food reserves would have been very sufficient, but because of the Qing this time the reason for the iron and steel, the rock people's physical exertion is very serious, so food consumption is also 3 or 4 times the usual. The chief is worried about the end of the big cold wave ice melting. Chiseling ice fishing technology cannot be used. Tribal food reserves will appear the situation of the green and yellow, so simply draw out a fierce beast warriors in advance again fishing reserve food. As for Uncle Wolf's command before he left, this was Qing's request and the tribe's long-term mission. Ever since that day when he tried out the sword, Qing had said that as long as there was enough ore, then he would be able to smelt more weapons and even tools. In other words, in the future, not only would the tribe be able to have a divine weapon in every hand, even stone adzes, stone pots, wooden bowls, and so on could all be replaced by metal. Uncle Wolf remembered clearly how shocked and incredulous the tribe had been when Green had said that. However, in the face of Qing Shi who created one miracle after another, although everyone found it unbelievable, they unanimously believed in it, and they didn't ask for all stone and wooden weapons to be replaced by iron weapons. They only asked for the mighty beast warriors to be able to have a divine weapon in their hands, because if the tribal warriors could manually hand a weapon, then the overall strength of the tribe could definitely be raised by 1 level, and raising 1 level would mean more sufficient food, more runic animal skins, and the birth of more fierce beast warriors, which would form a virtuous cycle. However, in order to achieve a handful of divine weapons, the ore must be sufficient. So the question arises, what is ore? Qing said that the so-called ores are stones that contain metals. However, although it contained metal, a lot of it still looked like ordinary stones. Therefore, Qing couldn't say how to recognize it, because there were too many types of ores. He said that the easiest to identify is this kind of heavenly objects. As for the earth is born is not easy to say. For this reason, Qing specially opened a stone room, used to collect a variety of stones. Let everyone have something to go to skate around. Note down a variety of stone model. If you find a different stone in the future, and immediately bring it back. It can be said that because of this, these days the beast warriors crazy iron, while the ordinary clansman is full of cave scurrying, all kinds of knocking smash, retrieve all kinds of stone to the Tao Changqing see whether it is ore. Unfortunately, ores are not that easy to find. So far, naturally, he did not find a piece of ore, or when he said that Evergreen did not find a piece of ore, he did not exclude the possibility that he missed any rare metal ores. After all kinds of metal ores are extremely diverse. With Dao Changqing's memory, naturally it is not possible to all metal ores all down. He wrote down only gold, silver, copper, iron and so on. These kinds of common metals and common ores look like. As for the other rare metals, Dao Changqing was unclear. For him, it was not very meaningful to memorize these rare metals. For one thing, he could not smelt them. For another, the use of smelting them out was also very narrow. He did know that adding manganese metal to steel can get harder than steel and tough manganese steel, and this manganese steel often plays an important role in industry, especially in the military. Armor-piercing bullets, tank armor, steel helmets and so on are almost all manganese steel alloy. The problem was that even if he found soft manganese ore, could he extract it? not all metals could be smelted by such a crude method as burning. Otherwise, the ancients would have discovered other metals instead of copper and iron. At the current stage, it was enough for the granite tribe to find copper or iron ore. Or else beware of taking too big a step and ripping your balls off. Do you mean that the remaining meteorite iron is simply not enough to fulfill the equipment needs of all the warriors? So you want to change the Gurkha scimitar to a smaller size, so that there is one in each hand? At the chief's home, the chief asked with a serious face. Yes, it's equivalent to saying that we now have two choices. 1. Smelt all of them into standard large Gurkha scimitars, in which case we can smelt up to 20 scimitars. 2. Smelt only a small amount of standard scimitars, and use all of the remaining meteorite iron to make smaller scimitars, in which case all of the tribe's warriors can basically have one in each hand, with an abundance to spare. I can even recreate a few utility gadgets. The chief sniffed and mused, and only halfway through the day did he say, "What do you think?" Dao Changqing said dryly, "I am leaning towards the second option, because it's not a matter of scarcity but unevenness. If half of the tribe's warriors can't get the scimitar, this will inevitably create conflicts amongst the warriors. In addition, although the smaller scimitar is not as lethal as the standard scimitar, it is a very practical tool. Usually it can be used to cut meat and wood, and in battle it is also a favorable weapon for close combat, which is not as good as the big machete for the warrior's combat power, but it should not be underestimated. In addition, I'm worried that the tribe will find ore for a while, and in case the ironware goes extinct over this, then if we build a higher number now, we'll be able to keep a little more in the future." Dao Changqing elaborated his thoughts out one by one. The chief sniffed and praised. "A good one is not to suffer from scarcity. Your idea is very reasonable. Also, let's do it according to your idea." "Yes," Dao Changqing responded with vigor. The fact that the chief had asked for his opinion and affirmed his idea was not only an acknowledgement of him, but also a test of him. Now it's clear that he passed. "By the way, how do you plan to distribute these scimitars?" The chief stroked the cold scimitar on the table and coldly asked again. Dao Changqing sat up straight, knowing that this was another test. Although the tribal warriors participate in the smelting of steel, if they are directly distributed, the uneven distribution of the large and small machetes will still cause conflicts among the warriors. Since this is the case, we might as well do it this way. When everything recovers in the coming year, the tribe can organize a 3 to 7 day hunting competition, with the amount of weight of the hunted prey as the criterion, with the top 5 having the large machete and the rest having the small machete. In this way, everyone will be able to do their own thing, and no one will be able to complain anymore. Moreover, the warrior with the strongest strength will be able to get the great scimitar, and will also be able to maximize the value of the great scimitar, and in this way, it will be like a tiger with wings. Dao Changqing spoke eloquently. After Dao Changqing finished speaking, he suddenly realized that the chief was looking at him with a strange look, a look that instantly made him look a little hairy inside. "You are not from our world, are you?" the chief suddenly asked. Chapter 59 Insight and Worldview. Dao Changqing stiffened at the words. His back was instantly wet with cold sweat, and he looked incredulously at the chief, his eyes flashing a trace of deep awe at the unknown. How did he know his biggest secret? Could it be because his recent series of performances had been so solid? Yes, drilling wood for fire chiseling ice fishing seems magical, but this can still be explained by chance luck. But smelting steel? This is not drilling wood and chiseling ice is only one step, which has 7 or 8 procedures, but also contains countless details of the complex activities, which is absolutely not luck or thinking can explain things. The Granite clan can blame his performance on his status as a witch, but as a witch chief, he naturally knows that a witch is far less magical than his people think. It was therefore not at all surprising that he, Dao Evergreen, had aroused the chief's suspicion. What should I do? Do we deny it? No, now that the chief had asked. This was definitely not something that could be dodged and solved by a flat-out denial. This is not the earth. There is no law constraints, or the chief is the biggest law. If he can't win the trust of the chief, can't make the chief satisfied, once the chief wants to kill him, he will never have a chance to resist. What to do? Under the threat of life and death, Dao Changqing's mind worked desperately. Unexpectedly, the chief suddenly said, "Granite migrated here, through 4 generations of great wizards, that is, the gifted 2nd generation of the witch candle flame. If not for the contribution of the fear rune pattern, I'm afraid that its credit is not as much as 1/10 of yours, and your performance makes it very difficult for me to believe that you are an ordinary person. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the legendary son of God, right? Only a legendary son of God would be able to grasp the secrets of the fire seed, recognize the weakness of the flames, and utilize the relics of the fire god. Am I right?" Dao Changqing was dumbfounded at his words, and instantly burst into tears inside. "Oh my dear old chief, do you know that you just almost scared me to death? My little heart, it's a good thing I didn't say. How did you know?" otherwise this matter is really not easy to explain. At this moment, Dao Changqing's heart that mom and pop simply don't mention it, for a long time before he blinked his eyes and said, "What is the Son of God? You don't know?" the chief asked rhetorically, but in the next moment he had a look of realization on his face. It is also true that a roe deer is born in a herd, thinks itself a deer, and dies against its horns. You were born and raised in the tribe. It's not surprising that you don't know who you are. With the chief's narration, Dao Changqing finally understood what a son of God was. The so-called sons of God are an extremely special group of people who are said to be born knowing. That is, as soon as they are born or as they grow older, they will slowly come to know knowledge that other people do not know. So these people are called the sons of God, and some people call them prophets. However, this handful of people were extremely rare, and generally only some large tribes with a relatively large population base could be born. Many small tribes didn't even know about the sons of God at all. After Dao Changqing heard the chief's account, his entire body was directly thunderstruck on the outside. Born knowing? Prophet? Is this a soul traveler like him? Or is it a reincarnated person who forgot to drink manhwa soup? Or is it simply a scam? Some enlightened high IQ elite humans posing as God's clerk? Or, there is no such thing as a son of God, and these are all deliberate lies by the chief to swindle him, or test him? For a while Dao Changqing's mind was wide open, and in the middle of the day he asked tentatively, "Chief, do you believe that the Son of God exists?" The chief looked meaningfully at Dao Changqing and said, "I didn't believe it before, but after you appeared, I believe it." Dao Changqing. For a while, Dao Changqing took a deep breath and said, "Chief, I don't know what kind of existence you said about the Son of God, and as for what you said about drilling wood for fire and chiseling ice to catch fish as well as smelting the relics of the gods, this matter, I also don't know how to explain it. These are just like, as if I knew it in a hazy way, and it seems to be a flash of spiritual light. Oh, right, this kind of feeling only appeared slowly after I had been poisoned by spiders, and I even wondered before if there was something wrong with my head." As a modern man, Dao Changqing, where did he believe in the so-called Son of God? He was more convinced that it was some enlightened, highly intelligent genius who had taken advantage of mankind's reverence for God and deliberately concocted the contraption for the purpose of strengthening his influence. Perhaps this is the prototype of what is called religion. You know, didn't he almost make up a myth when he returned to the tribe with the meteorite? Therefore, Dao Changqing didn't even follow the chief's meaning and admit that he was the so-called Son of God. However, the chief's words did remind him that it was time for him to find an excuse for the knowledge he possessed, so being bitten by a spider seemed like a good reason. In addition, the reason why Dao Changqing said this hazy, in the end, he was afraid of being swindled by the chief. "Oh, not a dream from your father?" the chief said with a playful face. Dao Changqing immediately looked embarrassed. "Your grandfather. This is intentionally, catch my words. Fortunately, the chief didn't think for did Evergreen. He said non-committally, "Well, there's no need to explain. I know that something suddenly popped up in your mind, so you must be extremely terrified, and it's normal for you to tell a lie. I won't blame you, and neither will the tribe. You have to remember, whether you are the son of a god or not, none of this matters. What matters is that you are the man of the rock. As long as you can lead the tribe to prosperity, what's the harm if you are a long-haired weirdo?" Dao Changqing sniffed helplessly. It seemed that the chief still thought that he was the so-called son of God after all. Just as well, with this layer of identity, in the future, if he behaved in a shocking manner, he would still have a reason to explain himself. At this moment, the chief turned around and took out a roll of animal skin and said, "You need good endurance to make iron. This is the rune of a spotted hyena cat, known for its endurance. It is not as good as a slate rhinoceros, but it is enough for you right now." Dao Changqing saw the eyes suddenly bright. "Boy, chief of this not a little house, how with the jingle cat pockets like, always can pull out the good stuff? Isn't it true that rune patterns can't be put away for long?" Dao Changqing's face was surprised, but a trace of doubt arose in his heart. "This is not the fur of a spotted hyena cat. This is raptor skin. Only precious dragon skin can preserve the freshness of the runes for a long time," the chief said. Dao Changqing was bluffed at his words. "In that case, the one given to me last time was also a dragon skin?" "Yes." Dao Changqing was dumbfounded. No matter how much he lacked in common sense, he knew the preciousness of dragon skin. Such a precious dragon skin. Why don't you seal like engraving slate-toothed rhinoceros rune pattern? Instead seal engraving spotted hyena cats. Isn't this a waste? Dao Changqing was a bit anxious. He didn't mind that the chief's reward was less, but he did feel that using the dragon skin to seal engraved spotted hyena cat rune patterns was a waste. The chief sighed. "I also want to carve the symbols of beasts like the plate-toothed rhinoceros, but do you know how complicated these beast symbols are? If I were to carve these beasts, I could waste 100 dragon skins without being able to carve a single one. Whereas if I were to carve a spotted hyena cat, I could carve at least 50 out of 100. So if I were to give it to you, what would you choose?" Dao Changqing was stunned and instantly felt a bit guilty. So that's how it is. I was abrupt. The chief raised his hand, indicating that there is no need to care. You don't mind that my reward is too little on the line. The fire is lost these 2 years. The tribe has consumed too much reserves. I can't get anything good right now. Next year when everything recovers, if you look at any fierce beast's runic, I will let the flying dragon, they will cooperate well with you to catch them. Lord Chief, you are polite. It is right to contribute to the tribe. Dao Changqing hastily said. He had not yet finished. Outside suddenly drifted noisy sounds, followed by Ah Mao's loud voice rang out. The chief is talking to Qing. No one may intrude without authorization. Oops, something's wrong. Chief, something's wrong. Something big has happened. Ada's anxious voice came from outside the door. Chapter 60, Drying Up. Ada, who went out to fish, brought back news that shocked the tribe. The lake to the west had dried up. What am I lying to you guys for? That lake is really dry. The whole lake is only left with the upper layer of ice. We bravely reached into the ice hole to see the following, not only empty without a drop of water. Even the fish are gone. It seems to disappear as if out of thin air. Even if it is recalled again, Ada still has a face that cannot stop the shock. It's unbelievable. How can a lake that big just dry up? It's not the dry season. Even in the dry season, we've never seen the lake dry up. Honestly, if the lake dries up in the past, it is not a big deal for the granite tribe. Not even a small thing, because no one cares about it. After all, if you do it, it's none of the tribe's business. The tribe doesn't eat lake water. The tribe's drinking water comes from the underground river deep in the cave, right? But now it's different. As the only lake in this forest, this lake has just become the tribe's second largest granary. Before, the chief generously said that he would let Fei Long and the others assist Dao Changqing in capturing the rune beasts. It was because the existence of this lake gave the chief a bottom line, and he was no longer afraid of the lack of food reserves during the hunting season. As a result, this lake even said dry. Even the fish are gone. This, for just unearthed the second largest granary of the granite tribe, is absolutely a fatal blow. Because it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it's hard to go from extravagance to frugality. Chang, what do you think? The chief looked towards Dao Changqing, and this seemed to be the first time he had taken the initiative to ask for Dao Changqing's opinion. Dao Changqing's face was serious as he said, I'll go check out the scene first. There's a lot at stake. And I'm going, the chief said in a shocking voice. It should be known that the chief had not stepped out of the tribe for nearly 30 years, and now he was going to go there in person. So it was evident that the impact of this matter was bad. It is true that the people are food for thought. When the sky collapses, who is not terrified? All right, I'll have Fei Long and the others prepare. Dao Changqing answered and rushed out of the stone room to make arrangements. It didn't take long for the granite mastodons, who were working on the iron, to drop what they were doing and quickly assemble. The tribe's freshly minted 4 scimitars are moreover temporarily held by the most influential, Flying Dragon, Wolf, Sawtooth, and Black Valley. The drying up of the lake involves the future of my rock. After we go out, you and I will work together to block the entrance to the cave, and no one may open the door unless they come from the clan. The chief instructed cautiously to a group of old and weak women and children who stayed behind as he was leaving. Although the great cold wave would theoretically not be visited by any living beings, the chief had lived too long, so he knew that anything could happen. So he still urged cautiously, yes, Chief, you must find out why the lake dried up now. Yeah, the tribe can't live without this lake. Many common pleaded with a miserable face. Although the food they were allotted after the tribe's food sufficiency was still not much, but the tribe's food sufficiency meant that they could exchange their tools for food if they built them. If there was not enough food, they could not exchange much food even if they built more tools. Therefore the ordinary clansmen of the tribe cared more about the lake than the fierce warriors who prioritized the supply of food. The chief nodded but did not answer as he turned in silence and said, "Depart." At once the rock and steel torrent rushed out of the cave. The thick snow could not stop the brave pace. The biting cold wind does not blow the perseverance of the will. A group of clad in various colors of animal skins, carrying a variety of tools of the mighty human warriors, silent rushed into the world of snow-covered, 10 miles away in the blink of an eye. "Chief, why are you here? It's so cold outside. What should you do in case you get sick?" The fierce beast warriors who stayed by the lake, seeing that the chief even came with a team in person, one immediately said with a surprised and worried face, "I'm not that old. Even if I'm sick, the tribe still has Qing, and if I die, then Chang will inherit the chieftaincy." The chief suddenly spoke in a shocking manner. These words were so astonishing that they shocked the entire Manticore warrior audience into collective horror. However, I don't know why, when many beast warriors looked towards Dao Changqing who was walking towards the lake, a trace of a sense of rightfulness was suddenly born in their hearts. That is, Fei Long was only stunned for a moment, and he looked at the scimitar that was tightly gripped in his hand, and suddenly smiled with relief. Suddenly heard the chief of this statement Dao Changqing, heart surprisingly not much joy. There is only pressure, because having power will also mean taking responsibility. If this lake is still and everything is okay, now this lake water inexplicably disappeared. The food pressure is enough to pressure every person in power cannot breathe. Although he had thought of several food acquisition options in the first place, he was not sure that the other options could be successfully implemented in this world. However, now is not the time to think about that. Dao Changqing walked to the ice hole dug by Ada and the others and looked at it. It was pitch black, and he couldn't tell if this was a drop in the water level or a vacuum. At this moment, Uncle Wolf tacitly handed over a clay jar. Dao Changqing opened the jar and poured the burning coals inside into the ice hole. As countless sparks fell, it immediately drew countless beautiful arcs in midair, also illuminating the surrounding darkness. Dao Changqing did not care to watch this beauty. He looked at the charcoal pieces that fell to the bottom motionless and glistening with glittering fire, and exhaled a long breath. The lake is indeed dry. At least the bottom of this part of the lake is dry. How did this happen? The chief looked incredulous. I don't know. That's something we'll have to dig through the ice to find out. Dao Changqing said. Good. Then dig through the ice and leave everything in your hands. The chief said. Dao Changqing did not know whether it was because of the identity of the Son of God that the chief had decided to delegate his authority. If it was, he really had to thank the liar who spread the legend of the Son of God, because it was really convenient for him. Good. Dao Changqing didn't push for modesty. He directly instructed. Hey Gu, you go first. Remember, just knock on the ice around the lake. Just knock on the connection between the ice and the shore of the lake. Be careful of the sneak attack of the fierce beasts that might be hidden inside the lake. Good. Black Valley responded without complaint. Not in the least bit because Dao Changqing had entrusted such a dangerous matter to him. It was because there were no warriors in granite who were greedy and afraid of death. Dao Changqing was not assured again. You tie a rope on your body. Uncle Wolf, you tie the other end of the rope to the tree. Pull it well, in case there is really any beast in the lake. You must pull the Black Valley back in time. Okay, Uncle Wolf answered crisply. Soon the rope was tied on Hegu. Wolf Uncle Fei Long and the others tied the other end of the rope to the giant tree. Then this pulled the rope and laughed. Hey Gu, if a monster rushes out of the lake, use your machete to greet it properly. Damn, I don't believe that there are still beasts in the world that Heavenly Warrior can't handle. Ha ha, do I still need you to teach me this? Black Valley laughed boldly, and then took the thick Gurkha scimitar in his mouth, and then swung the huge hammer, which was ruthlessly smashed into the ice on the shore. Boom, boom, boom. With the collision of the giant hammer and the ice, the uncharacteristic dull sound made the hearts of the crowd beat faster as they listened. After the ice layer lost the support of the lake, it was soon smashed out a big hole. Hegu followed Dao Changqing's instructions and kept smashing along the lake. After about a water time, Fei Long replaced Hegu's position and continued to swing and smash. After about 3 or 4 people rotated, the large ice surface steeply came from a piercing click sound. Uncle Wolf, be careful, Dao Changqing shouted. At this point, without Dao Changqing's warning, Uncle Wolf had already alertly jumped away from the lake. The next moment, the rock mastodons admired the magnificent scene. With the ice surface and the lake shore of the connection was broken, only a part of the remaining connection can no longer bear the weight of the ice surface. The large ice surface issued an unbearable and toothsome sound of clicking, with the continued force of the planet's gravity, as if the silver mirror of the ice, as if the glass was shattered, fell to the bottom of the lake. Rumble, accompanied by the sound of the ice layer crashing to the ground. A huge pit leaped into the crowd's field of vision, and in the center of the sinkhole, several behemoths, which were more than a dozen paces long, were stacked on top of each other. Chapter 61, The Dragon Dies with Remaining Power. The crowd of granite warriors were stunned by the sight in front of them, and Uncle Wolf even suddenly pulled out his curved sword and stood in front of Dao Changqing with an arrow step, looking at the behemoth prostrate at the bottom of the lake with a wary face. This is, Flying Dragon swallowed hard. This is, a dinosaur? Withdraw. The chief squeezed one word through his teeth. The granite beasts were subconsciously about to retreat, but they didn't want Dao Changqing to suddenly say, wait. The granite beasts subconsciously stopped in their tracks at the words. All of them looked over in unison, and the chief became anxious at the sight. What are you doing? Dao Changqing said, this is an aquatic dinosaur. Aquatic dinosaurs can also come ashore. They're not fish. Hurry. The chief instantly guessed what Dao Changqing meant, and hurriedly yelled down anxiously. No, I mean, since they are aquatic dinosaurs, now that there is no water in the lake, they might have died? Not dead from lack of water, but also definitely frozen to death. Dao Changqing hurriedly said. Dao Changqing still didn't believe it. These furless behemoths, after losing the shelter of the lake, would still be able to carry the freezing of nature? This was simply impossible. The most important thing is, Dao Changqing added, such a big ice smash down, did not smash them awake. This does not die more than half also disabled. I do not believe that these monsters, but also know how to play dead? Dead? The crowd of warriors stunned. Everyone once again looked at the bottom of the lake. Several behemoths. At this time to look closely, a whole body hung with frost, motionless. It seems that probably does die. Let's all just withdraw back to the forest, in case it's not dead, the chief said worriedly. Dao Changqing said, it's also good. Let's all withdraw back to the forest first. As for whether they're dead or not, just turn around and try to find out. Under the intimidation of the large dinosaurs, the granite crowd hurriedly burrowed into the forest. Looking at the thick trees around them, the granite crowd let out a slight sigh of relief. Fei Long also came up next to Dao Changqing and said, Chang, what should we try? At this moment, Fei Long's eyes were looking at Dao Changqing in a somewhat strange way, as if he was recognizing him for the first time, and his gaze was tinged with amazement and admiration, because when everyone was scared by the dinosaurs, only Qing still had the guts to observe the details of the dinosaurs. What does it mean to be crazy? Flying Dragon felt that this was the real madness, so Flying Dragon was even less aware that his first inquiry was no longer to the chief, but instead to Dao Changqing, and the others didn't seem to realize that there was anything wrong with that. Wouldn't you know by poking it? Dao Changqing said, who throws the spear the best? Me, and me. 5 or 6 manticore warriors stepped forward in a hurry. Come on, all climb up to the treetops, aim at these monsters' chrysanthemums and give me a hard stab. In case the situation is not right, don't stay and hurry to run towards the forest. Dao Changqing commanded. Green, what's a chrysanthemum? Dao Changqing. Soon, 5 or 6 fierce beast warriors climbed up to the treetops. In order to deal with the overlord that occupied absolute dominance on this planet, these human warriors no longer cherished the weapons in their hands. They took out the sharpest bone spears in their hands, hooked one hand on the trunk of the tree, and stomped on the branches with both feet, and the fading of the leaves under the great cold wave provided them with plenty of space for ballistic shooting. Shoot! With a low roar, 5 or 6 throwing spears whooshed past like meteors under the jackhammer monster's strength, ruthlessly piercing into the body of the monster at the bottom of the lake. It didn't move. It seems really dead. Really dead? With the spear thrower's exclamation of surprise, the beast warriors in the woods were stunned, and one by one, they climbed up to the top of the tree in 3 tries to look at it, and then when they looked at Dao Changqing once again, their eyes were filled with amazement. Facing the awestruck eyes of the tribe, Dao Changqing once again realized the shortcomings of humans in this world. They have been poisoned by dinosaurs for a long time, and their fear of dinosaurs is as rooted in their genes as a mouse is in a cat. As long as they see dinosaurs, the first thing they will do is to run to the safe zone first, regardless of whether they are alive or dead. That said, he, the Soul Walker, had no such fear of dinosaurs that stemmed from his bones. Don't be in a hurry yet, just cast another wave, Dao Changqing ordered cautiously. Then another shower of spears passed, and the monsters at the bottom of the lake remained motionless, and that's when everyone was really sure that these monsters were really dead. Scent, hair, so many dinosaurs, how many bestiary scrolls, how many battle suits, how many bone spears can this make? So much meat, enough for us to eat with open bellies until all is well. The beast warriors got excited. One by one, they were pleasantly surprised by this heavenly fortune. Only Dao Changqing looked at the bottom of the lake in the distance with a serious face, and in his heart, he vaguely guessed the reason why the lake had dried up. Flying Dragon, go and try again, the chief commanded uneasily. Good Lu. Flying Dragon will body tools off, left hand holding a wooden shield, right hand holding a Gurkha scimitar, carefully light body touch over. The lake is very large, but the good thing is that from the edge of the lake to the bottom of the lake is sloping. The road is naturally very straight. The extreme coldness of the great cold wave froze the silt at the bottom of the lake to the point where it was simply harder than steel, so there was no risk of getting stuck in the silt. Flying Dragon carefully touched all the way to the side of the behemoth. He first carefully turned around, observed the monster's mouth and nose for a while, and then suddenly jumped up, aiming at a monster's eyes as ruthlessly chopped up. In an instant, the Gurkha machete erupted with powerful killing power. The curved blade was like an axe, splitting the monster's eyeballs even within the eyelids. If not for the fact that the eyeballs had already been frozen into a pile of ice, this knife could definitely split the effect of an eye pulp explosion. The flying dragon who slashed out a knife also did a violent backflip and bounced away. And when he saw that these dinosaurs were indeed dead, he roared in surprise, "Ha, they're really dead. Come over here, ha ha ha." At this time, he didn't need to yell. The rocky crowd also saw it, and each one of them immediately rushed over with a wail of surprise. When they were far away, they had felt the enormity of these monsters, and when they got closer, the sheer size of these aquatic dinosaurs was simply breathtaking. More than 10 meters in length. Cold numbers do not feel this is how big. In fact, the average neighborhood 5-story multi-story building is about 15 or 16 meters in height. In other words, These behemoths were just like a 5-story building collapsed on the ground, and the feeling was even more shocking, especially when there were still several of them stacked on top of each other. At this point, Dao Changqing had to admit that there was a reason why these creatures had become the overlord of this planet. Do not say that aquatic dinosaurs are relatively large. In fact, more than 10 meters in height of terrestrial dinosaurs abound, such as the most hefty Tyrannosaurus rex, hip height of 5 or 6 meters, body length of more than a dozen meters, standing up with feet support, absolutely not much shorter than a 5-story building. In the face of such a monster, not to mention what to attack the weak points and cut the eyes, you can't even jump up and hit someone's knee. But also to play a fart you continue to output a dozen or so slashes, and the slashes see blood, but for others it's just a slight bruise, forcing them to deduct 1 point of blood, and people sweep you with a tail. Sorry, you blood directly clear. Nima, the unequal size, has rudely opened up the gap between the races, so not to mention the dinosaur's rough skin, thick bone plates, and even sharp teeth and claws. Dao Changqing shocked at the monster in front of him. This is the first time he and dinosaurs such creatures close contact. Such treatment, if the biologists on Earth know, I'm afraid that can be envious and jealous of crazy. He subconsciously reached out to touch the skin that had been frozen into a pile of ice, and that cold roughness made his mind sway for a moment as if he were dreaming. Dao Changqing was thrilled beyond words, and the granite beasts, who were natives, were no better, each surrounding these behemoths, tutoring and marveling, their eyes filled with admiration for the planetary overlords. It took a long time for the crowd to come back to their senses from their frenzied emotions, and Uncle Wolf suddenly asked, Chang, how do you think the water in this lake suddenly disappeared? Even the fish have disappeared. The only thing left are these dinosaurs. The crowd immediately looked at Dao Changqing in unison at the words, their gazes filled with curiosity. Chapter 62, Mountain of Flesh. Do you guys think that the fish in the lake were eaten by these dinosaurs? A fierce beast warrior interjected. Cut. A group of fierce beast warriors unanimously threw a look of contempt at him, and that look instantly made that fierce beast warrior look confused. Are you stupid? Look at how big this lake is. How many fish can it support? No matter how big these dinosaurs are, they can't eat all the fish. That's it. Old Black, you're a fool for iron, aren't you? Roll, roll, roll. The fierce beast warrior who was addressed as Old Black had a depressed look on his face. Chang, tell me what's wrong. Dao Changqing cupped his chin and said, if I'm not wrong, this should have something to do with the last meteor. That was the wrath of the fire god. Ha! How is this related to the fire god? Could it be that the fire god, he was angry at our tribe for refining all of his treasures into scimitars? So he simply vaporized the waters of this lake and cut off our rations? Old Black said with an agitated face, feeling that he had guessed the truth. But, you can't tell. He seems to have a point. For a while, he heard the fierce beast warriors look at each other in dismay, and Fei Long and the others even held their scimitars tightly, fearing that the Vulcan would suddenly come out and snatch his scimitar. After that slash just now, Fei Long had developed an illusion that he dared to challenge the dragon as long as the scimitar was there. Dao Changqing said with a crying and laughing face, have you ever seen the fire god? It's not certain whether the fire god exists or not. He's got nothing better to do than to come over and vaporize a lake. If he has this kind of time, he might as well directly roast our granite tribe into dried meat. If he wants to cut off our food as punishment, then why did he leave these dinosaurs behind? Isn't this enemy financing? This, maybe, is too big to take? The Old Black naggingly said. Ha ha ha. Dao Changqing snorted with laughter. He was really amused by Old Black. Old Black, stop interrupting and let Green speak. The chief couldn't help but open his mouth. The crowd hurriedly shut up at his words and looked blearily at Dao Changqing. Seeing this, Dao Changqing gathered his smile and said, if I'm not wrong, this should be that meteorite rain that caused the plate movement. No, those few meteorites weren't that powerful, but it's still possible to slightly shake or even crack the rock layers. Therefore I suspect that there is actually a dark river right underneath this lake, and the landing of the meteorite shook a crack in the bottom of the lake, causing the water to pour down. So all the fish disappeared along with the lake, and these dinosaurs ended up getting stuck on the crack because they were too big, and froze to death alive. Of course these are just my guesses. Whether it's true or not, this will have to move these dinosaurs to find out. Dao Changqing pointed at the dinosaurs and said, this was by no means a brainwave on his part, but similar examples abounded on Earth. Except that many of them were not caused by meteorites. Dao Changqing knew this, or because during the earthquake, when a certain dam water storage pressure warping plate conspiracy theory prevailed. Read the relevant reports. Said this Dao Changqing tone is very sure, because with his amount of knowledge, really cannot think of what other means to make a lake water empty, especially in the case of the ice above without any breakage. To know that this lake cannot have any flood discharge channel. Dao Changqing finished, the rock beasts completely dumbfounded. One by one I look at you. You look at me, are from each other's eyes to see a trace of bewilderment, because, Do not understand hey? You mean, the fire god's wrath caused a large hole to appear at the bottom of the lake, and it was this large hole that leaked out the lake water? And these dinosaurs died here because they were too big to fit through the hole? Jia used his own words to simplify Dao Changqing's meaning. That's pretty much it, but my guess isn't necessarily right. These dinosaurs are definitely going to be transported anyway, so let's just move it out of the way and see what happens, Dao Changqing said. So it is. Brothers, move these dinosaurs together. Flying Dragon laughed boldly. Alright, the crowd of fierce beast warriors roared their promises. Everyone uncoordinated the body of the rope, climbing up and down to cooperate with each other to tie the rope on the body of the dinosaur. However, after some efforts, we were shocked to find that they simply cannot move the behemoth in front of them, and even turn over one is not possible, because these behemoths alone have a weight of 20 to 30 tons, and their size is comparable to that of a humpback whale. If there was only one of these behemoths, it wouldn't be so hard to get rid of it with everyone working together. The problem was that this -10-degree cold froze these behemoths into an even larger mountain of flesh. Initial estimates were that it must have weighed 100 tons at the very least, and this mountain of flesh was still frozen in the sludge. Nima, this is the rock beast has thousands of pounds of strange force. At this time also confused. Brother, you're so powerful that death has left us helpless. After Dao Changqing knew, he patted the behemoth in front of him with a face of emotion. The great cold wave isn't infested with beasts anyway, so why don't we just dismember it here? Sawtooth suggested. Good thing too. Take care to keep the skins of the beast intact. The bones, the chief commanded. The crowd of manticore warriors roared in agreement at his words. The dinosaur stacked at the bottom of the lake somewhat resembled a blue whale, supposedly an offshoot of the serpent-necked dragon, much like the Cryptosaurus, with limbs that had evolved into fins and a short neck. Beast warriors pry open its mouth to try to find sharp teeth to make weapons, stunned to find that this dinosaur's teeth are actually round. Looks like a cone. This aquatic dinosaur was definitely a newly discovered species for the granite tribe, and since its discovery was in the lake to the west of the tribe, the chief named it Westlakiosaurus on the spot. West Lake dragon dismemberment process is very smooth. After all, for beast warriors, dismemberment of prey is one of the basic qualities, although this is a dinosaur, but still difficult to defeat them, especially in the hands of the beast warriors more than 4 Gurkha scimitar. The dismemberment process is even smoother. It was at this time that everyone was surprised to discover that this strange-looking weapon that Qing had built had incredible utility. Inside the curved and heavy head of the knife, giving the scimitar sharp axe general characteristics, the West Lake dragon thick tough flesh and even hard bones, simply cannot carry the Gurkha scimitar repeatedly chopping. However, in a matter of a water time, the Zigulong stacked at the top had already had its 4 fins chopped off, and its head and tail cut off, leaving it with only a body that had been emptied of its internal organs. 5 or 6 beast warriors climbed on the flesh covered with blood-colored ice slag since, tied ropes through to the spinal column of the West Lake dragon, and shouted a horn intending to yank down the torso of the West Lake dragon and drag it away, because in the process of dismemberment, it was discovered that the innermost abdominal piece wasn't frozen on, probably because of the West Lake dragon's blood and flesh blockage. The Rock, invincible. The Rock, unity. In the sound of a neat horn, the huge torso finally shook and rolled down, making a rumbling sound. Dao Changqing looked at the behemoth in front of him and thought to himself, how many fish does this have to eat to grow this big? Just as Dao Changqing was lamenting, a sudden line from the corner of his eye, he snapped to see something that looked like a giant python, scurrying out from the mountain of flesh, and rushing towards the nearest Ada. Da, be careful, Dao Changqing roared a warning, yet the next moment, his eyes directly rounded as he directly saw an unbelievable scene, only to see that the python-like black shadow rushed to the middle of the air, the whole body steeply lit up. A piercing blue arc of electricity flashed out from its body, and then in an instant as if it were a lightning bolt, splitting towards Ada. How fast does lightning travel? It was definitely comparable to the speed of light. So in a flash of lightning, Ada was instantly struck by lightning, and his entire body stiffened and fell straight down. This sudden scene stunned everyone. Ada! The manticore warriors roared in anger. At this moment, the chief even had his eyes suddenly round and roared hysterically. Be alive! Don't kill it! This is a rune beast! In the midst of the roar, the chief's hair flared in anger, and his face steeply crawled with dense runic lines as a tyrannical dragon phantom leapt out. Only seeing this Tyrannosaurus Rex let out a soundless roar. That giant python was unexpectedly instantly scared into turning around and running away. The other beast warriors also reacted, and each of them rushed up with their bare hands. Seeing this, Dao Changqing anxiously yelled, use wood! Use the wood! Don't touch it! Don't! However, his words were still late, only to see that the bravest flying dragon had just touched that giant python, and the whole person's hair instantly straightened up, as if it were Ada. His body stiffened, and he collapsed straight to the ground. Was Inama Dao Changqing slapped himself on the forehead with a helpless face. Chapter 63, Knowledge is Power. The flying dragon's collapse caused the granite beasts to let out a breath of cold air, and each one of them immediately felt fear. It's true that the granite beasts are brave, but when this kind of bravery just touches the enemy, and then falls straight down without knowing whether it's alive or dead, who the hell would dare to charge forward? Seeing this, Dao Changqing was too late to command, and simply rolled up his sleeves, lifted his hand and copied the net rope thrown on the ground and rushed over. The chief was alarmed. Chang, come back. It's dangerous. This is the descendant of the god of thunder, possessing the power of thunder and lightning. You're just sending yourself to death if you go over there. Before the chief's words fell, he only saw that Dao Changqing had already run close to him, and with a wave of his big hand, a thinly perforated netting rope woven of coarse hemp was manipulated under the power of his thoughts as if it were a giant bird-trapping spider, flailing and popping off its limbs, directly enveloping the python in it. That's not all. The net rope under the control of Dao Changqing, as if becoming a spirit, from top to bottom, violently the python to the pocket, and then the mouth of the net twine 3 times automatically knotted, completely sealing the python's path of retreat. In the snap of a finger, however, the terrifying python-like creature was trapped in the netting rope. At this time, the python could still be seen struggling desperately in the netting rope, its body flickering with light blue electric arcs, crackling and scaring the crowd of fierce beast warriors to retreat, and one by one, when they looked at Dao Changqing again, they only felt that their 3 views were once again shocked to the point of being 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 shocked again. In the past, they just felt that Dao Changqing was as good as a chief and wise, but the force value seemed to be average. As a result, facing the monster that had put down 2 fierce beast warriors one after another as soon as it appeared, which also included the most powerful flying dragon among them, Qing froze and cleaned up the monster with his own strength. So how could they not be surprised beyond words? A groan of pain drew the crowd's attention, only to see the flying dragon sitting up with a pained face. His body's fierce beast runes desperately flashed, seemingly fighting against the external power, and seemingly repairing the injuries on the host's body. How are you doing, flying dragon? Sawtooth asked as he rushed over. What about the monster? Flying dragon slowed down and hurriedly asked after it. Already captured by Green alive. Caught alive? That's good. That's good. Flying dragon breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly his eyes glazed over and he raised his voice. Caught by Qing? That's right. Qing maneuvered the net rope and directly pocketed that monster. Nah, it's still struggling there. Right, don't mind this. How's your body? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Sawtooth asked after him. Fei Long glanced at the struggling net rope not far away with a complicated face, and then glanced at Dao Changqing, and said with a somewhat dejected expression, it's fine, it can't die. It's just that there's some weakness in his body. When Fei Long said this, Ada also woke up. His situation was much more serious than Fei Long's. As soon as he woke up he was holding his head and rolling all over the ground, a low roar of pain emanating from his throat, and his body was covered in fierce beast runes that were desperately flashing. Dao Changqing didn't have time to check out the discharged monster and rushed to Ada's side to check it out, only to see that a red brand that looked like a thin willow branch had appeared on his chest. Green, what's going on with Ada? A manticore warrior asked. Dao Changqing's face was a bit ugly. Ada was attacked by electric current. Looking at the situation, even the surface of the body appeared to be scorched branding, and 80% of the body was also burned by electric current. Speaking of this, Dao Changqing looked at the chief. Chief, do you know how to treat internal injuries? The chief walked over with a serious face. He reached out and pressed his hand on Ada's body. An arcane runic pattern emerged from the back of his hand. Then, as if it was alive, it crawled all over Ada's body along the back of his hand. At this moment, Ada, who was gritting his teeth and holding on for dear life, sucked in a sharp breath and then fainted with his head tilted. This is the wall-climbing lizard rune. That's all I can help him with. Whether he can pull through or not, it's up to him. The chief sighed and said as he walked over to the net rope and looked at the monster trapped inside. Chang, by the looks of it, you know this kind of monster? Dao Changqing said. I don't recognize it, but I know a creature called an electric eel that has the same ability to discharge electricity as this creature. The creature in the netting rope wasn't an electric eel. It looked more like a snake, just with a scale-less surface. What is its weakness? I'm going to take it back and topographize its runes. The chief frowned and asked. This inquiry honestly surprised countless people at the scene. To know, in the mind of the rock beast, the chief is the omniscient existence. The result is that this omniscient existence has asked Qing, which is beyond their imagination. Dao Changqing knew that the chief probably already regarded him as the son of God who was born to know, so he asked this question. If I'm not mistaken, it should have very limited means of attack other than the ability to discharge electricity, so just guard against not being electrocuted. Well, generally if you want to prevent electrocution, just don't make contact. but looking at the way this attacked Ada, it clearly discharges lightning, so my advice is to keep your distance and every once in a while, stimulate it to perform a discharge, releasing the excess charge in its body, Dao Changqing said. The chief nodded. It seems that we wizards are the natural nemesis of such monsters. Dao Changqing knew that the chief was referring to the numinous power possessed by their Wu. Yes, but it's also possible to attack such monsters if they're separated by an insulator. At these words, the eyes of Phylon, who had been quietly listening to him and the chief, lit up and said, "What's an insulator?" It is not something, but a generalized category of things. Generally sun-dried wood is an insulator, and so is stone. So in the future, when you encounter this kind of monster, just attack with sticks and stones. Remember, never use a machete. Metal is a conductor. Electric current can be attacked through a conductor. Oh yeah, water too. When you see this monster in the water in the future, never go into the water. They can attack you directly through the current. Dao Changqing said, pure water is not a conductor, but pure water is almost invisible in nature. So Dao Changqing did not bother to explain, simply and roughly classified water as a conductor. No wonder you yelled about using wood before. So it's because of this. Uncle Wolf lamented from the side. The people were all dazed by what they heard, and their gazes towards Dao Changqing were filled with admiration. Alright, no more talking. Thunder God's power is an extremely rare power. I've only heard of it but never seen it. Now I have to hurry back to topographize this monster's rune. If it succeeds, not only you and I, but in the future, I, the sorcerer of the rock, and even the fierce beast warrior, will be able to master this kind of power. The chief's face reddened slightly with excitement. The chief's words instantly caused the eyes of the crowd to light up. Ah Mao, ah Bing, you guys carry Ada and Fei Long on your backs. We'll leave first. Chang, I'll leave this place to you, the chief commanded. After experiencing this electric snake incident, he was more and more confident in Dao Changqing's ability to stand alone. Yes, Dao Changqing answered. The chief reached out, ingested a wooden stick out of thin air to act as a walking stick, and then strutted away. And the netting rope trapping the electric snake quietly levitated up and caught up with the chief. Ah Mao and Ah Bing didn't dare to linger, each carrying Ada and Fei Long and chasing after them. Dao Changqing looked at the chief's back. His heart directly set off huge waves. If Laozi mastered the lightning rune pattern, wouldn't it be heavenly to return to Earth? Chapter 64 salutes you. Dao Changqing led the beast warriors dragged heaps of meat mountain back to the tribe when the sky has long been dark for a long time. This is a violation of the tribal ban thing. Today but no one accuses. A dazzling bonfire burns at the entrance to the cave. A beacon lit by the granite people to lead the returning warriors. Countless clansmen who had long been informed of the news clustered at the entrance of the cave. And they looked at the warriors who had returned dragging piles of dragon meat. And one by one, they let out excited cheers. Although the lake had already dried up and they might not be able to catch any more fish during the Great Cold Wave in the future, they were worry-free for this year's Great Cold Wave. As long as they could survive this Great Cold Wave, the Granite clan believed that their days would get better and better. Because they had a whole lot more dragon skins and dragon bones, because they had heavenly divine weapons, and most importantly, they also had the knowledgeable newest witch Chang. Lord Chief has ordered that no one is to be disturbed while he is in seclusion, and that all things in the tribe are to be decided by Chang. Ah Mao's sudden announcement didn't surprise the clansmen of the Rock tribe. Quite the contrary. Everyone who heard the news instead had a sense of taking it for granted, and at this point, no one even realized that Ching was actually still underage. Sawtooth salutes you. Sawtooth sniffed and raised his wooden bowl high to Dao Changqing before drinking the fish soup in the bowl. Hail to thee. All of the granite beasts raised their wooden bowls at the words and saluted from afar. Wrapped in a thick bearskin, Dao Changqing, quite moved by what he said, likewise raised his wooden bowl and returned the greeting. For the tribe. For the tribe. The warriors' bold voices infected the ordinary clansmen around them, and countless clansmen revealed heartfelt smiles, happy smiles that came from having enough food and clothing in their barns. Don't look at this time Dao Changqing, they brought back mountains of general dragon meat. In fact, it is this batch of dragon meat only accounted for 1/3 of the meat mountain at the bottom of the lake. The West Lake dragon is really too big. Only one body size is enough for the tribe nearly 500 people to eat for 30 to 40 days. And Dao Changqing, they found a total of 3 West Lake dragon carcasses at the bottom of the lake, which is enough for the tribe to consume for 100 days on average. Together with the tribe's original food reserves, it was more than enough to last through the Great Cold Wave. It is important to realize that this algorithm is still based on the purely meat-eating diet of the mastodon warriors. In reality, the consumption of meat by ordinary clansmen was even lower, and many ordinary clansmen crushed meat into minced meat and mixed it with wild vegetables such as wood elm leaves, endive, dragon bud grass, melon seedling whiskers, and so on. All in all, the discovery of these 3 West Lake dragons at the bottom of the lake completely solved this Great Cold Wave food problem of the Granite tribe. In addition to this, The reason for the drying up of the West Lake water is also true as the Tao Changqing guessed that. In the West Lake dragon body everyone found a deep bottomless fissure width of 2 or 3 meters, 7 or 8 meters long. Inside the faint can still hear the sound of the water splash. It looks like it should be a subterranean dark river. Uncle Wolf especially remembers that when the beast warriors lifted a zigulong and saw the crack, one looked at Dao Changqing's expression of awe and admiration. That scene is simply not enough. Chang, you've made a fortune. Pride filled Uncle Wolf's heart as he tore off the roughly fibrous dragon meat in one big bite, puffing out his cheeks and chewing desperately to hide his tears of joy. Brother, you can go in peace. No one but the chief knew that Uncle Wolf and Jet were half-brothers. Lying on the wooden bed that had been built only 2 days before the tree wheel, Dao Changqing flipped out the dragon skin scroll that the chief had given him during the day in the dark, slowly injecting his mind power into the spotted hyena cat rune pattern, scrutinizing and noting down every detail of it. The reason why the heaven-taking technique is named with the word taking is that in its essence, it is still a kind of plundering, because the rune is born of heaven and earth, as if there are never two identical leaves in the world, even if it is the same kind of beast born of the same tire. The birth of the rune is also a slight difference. Therefore, except for runes that were artificially stripped of some kind of power and created individually, such as the rock's intimidation rune, all other natural runes were definitely different from each other. It was because of this characteristic that rune patterns were very difficult to pass on through word of mouth, and one had to personally inject one's mind into the pattern to experience it for oneself. On the contrary, the runes that grew on the skin of beasts in this world would quickly disappear and fade away once they lost the nourishment of their flesh. This drawback seriously hindered the learning of wizards. After all, what if his brain was bad and he didn't memorize it for a while, and as a result, the rune pattern disappeared? Holy, this is the same as having to catch another rune pattern beast and learn it all over again, which is not only a delay, but also a waste of resources. It's a good thing that humans have managed to take their place in the world with fragile bodies, not by being ready to go into heat and reproduce, but by having brains. Therefore, after countless experiments, the wizards discovered that by using the dragon skin to topograph down the fierce beast runes, not only could the runes be preserved for a long time, but they could also be learned over and over again, which somehow not only saved resources, but also greatly improved the learning efficiency of the wizards. This was also the reason why Chief Granite had to topographize that electric snake rune. At this time, Dao Changqing also discovered the importance of the dragon skin scroll, as he found that the complexity of the spotted hyena cat rune was surprisingly far beyond that of the salty fish rune or even the intimidation rune, a complexity that would require him to consume a great deal of time before he could master it. Dao Changqing roughly estimated that the complexity of the spotted hyena cat rune was roughly 5 times that of the salty fish rune and 7 times that of the intimidation rune. One must realize that spotted hyena cats were only small predators. If it was a large hunter, such as a saber-toothed tiger, how complex would this rune pattern have to be? Dao Changqing didn't dare to imagine it, but he also finally understood the chief's sigh. No wonder the cost-effectiveness of the witch is not high. Such a complex pattern. That is, learning down. When the battle wants to summon out, I'm afraid that it will take 3 or 4 minutes. This time the delay in the yellow flower's early cool. No wonder the chief seldom leaves the tribe. Wizards seem to be powerful, but in reality, they are also extremely fragile. Dao Changqing sighed with emotion, and then threw this thought to the back of his mind. It seems that if I want to memorize this spotted hyena cat rune patterns, I won't be able to do it without 5 or 6 days. I hope that this time, I will be able to stay for a longer period of time. In order to master the spotted hyena cat rune pattern as soon as possible, the task of carrying the West Lake dragon meat for the fierce beast warriors on the following day, Dao Changqing is also not going to go. Anyway, he can't help much. Thin arms and legs with a Gurkha machete can't cut. To go is also standing on the sidelines, dry eyes. Might as well feel at ease to stay in the tribe to learn the rune pattern. As a result, this study was 8 days long. The complexity of the spotted hyena cat rune was far beyond Dao Changqing's imagination, and it wasn't until the 8th day that he was barely able to master the spotted hyena cat rune, and it was a good thing that he was rushing to catch up with the soul through the earth. That said, the reason why he was in a hurry to learn the spotted hyena cat rune pattern was for the purpose of the school's fall games. If he mastered the spotted hyena cat rune, wouldn't he also have hopes of taking first place in the 3,000 meter run that he had to agree to the class president's unequal treaty in order to participate in the sprint competition earlier? Thinking of the prize money for winning both competitions at the same time, Dao Changqing couldn't wait to go back and start the competition the moment he mastered the spotted hyena cat rune pattern. Chapter 65, The Face-Hugging Worm. 9 times out of 10 things are not as good as they should be, and not 1 or 2 of them can be said. When Dao Changqing hadn't yet mastered the spotted hyena cat rune pattern, he couldn't wait to stay longer this time. However, when he mastered the rune pattern and desperately wanted to go back, he waited and waited but couldn't wait for the sense of his soul withdrawing. After 2 days of simmering with his fingers on the board, Dao Changqing simply stopped thinking about when he could return to Earth and simply went out to build his own weapon. With regards to his own weapon, Dao Changqing was naturally extremely attentive. He pondered for a long time, and in addition to preparing to customize a Gurkha scimitar for himself, he also planned to build some special arrowheads as well as small metal parts. These small metal parts will be used in key parts of the crossbow. Yes, he plans to make crossbows. Dao Changqing is sure that he is to become a beast warrior. Purely physical combat strength, he is afraid that it is not as good as the beast warrior in this time and space. This was not only because he was afraid of death, but also because he was a modern man from a peaceful era to expect him. A modern man who hadn't even fought a few times. To fight against jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards close to the ground was not self-confidence. It was smacking of his own life. So when Dao Changqing was thinking about what kind of weapon to build for the tribe, he had already thought about his own weapon as well as his future career path, that is, to quietly be a long-range outputter, and definitely not to engage in close combat with the enemy as a last resort. As for long-range weapons, the only ones that Granite could make and still look good to him in his current condition were crossbows. To make a crossbow, the first step, of course, is to make a bow. In fact, the Granite tribe already had bows, except that the tribe's bows were extremely rudimentary, almost like children's toys, not to mention the Manticore warriors, and even the reserve warriors didn't give a damn about them. Why? Because it's too soft. This kind of bow with a single piece of wood is the bow arm and gray silk twine is the bowstring. After pulling the string to full capacity, to the eyes of Dao Changqing, a modern man, its lethality was actually still possible. However, in this era of runic beasts like dogs, dinosaurs and monsters, such a bow could only be reduced to the level of a child's toy. Dao Changqing unconvinced collected dozens of kinds of wood, and after trying them one by one, he had to admit that using a single piece of wood as a bow arm was indeed too soft for people in this world. For this reason, Dao Changqing had to refer to ancient methods to make a more powerful composite horn bow. After experimenting with a variety of materials, Dao Changqing selected the most resilient black rattan wood flattened and stacked 3 layers of the trunk, with high-toothed ram's horns for the bow belly, with bored teeth rhinoceros tendons as the back of the bow, with the pine blue, wrapped with gray silk twine. This time its toughness and strength instantly soared a few grades. That is, the absolute over, is very difficult to bend into a half circle. Once the bow arm is done, all that's left is the bowstring. Ming Dynasty, Tiangong Kai Wu clearly recorded the production of bowstring, where the cattle spine each raw tendons a side strip, weighing about 30 taels, killed and dried in the sun, and then soaked in water, analyzed and broken like rainy silk. The Hu captives have no silk. The bowstring are all entangled with this thing for. In the forest where the Granite tribe lives, there is no such creature as a cow, so Dao Changqing had to look for other animals to replace it. However, when Dao Changqing walked into the ice storage, the entire person was directly confused, because the tribe had basically split all of their prey into chunks in order to facilitate freezing in storage, and the most intact ones were also split in half. The bowstring uses the raw tendons at the spine, and only one can be extracted from an animal, so where can he find a substitute? Such an awkward situation immediately annoyed Dao Changqing. Honestly speaking, this bow and arrow production simply made his head big. All kinds of details he had information reference, but the production process was still extremely uneventful. He even suspected that the composite bow he made was simply wrong. If not relying on the sharpness of the materials in this world, I'm afraid that it would have failed. As a result, it was easy to drum up the bow arm, and this was made difficult by the bowstring, which could make him not be annoyed abnormally. Nima, if it wasn't for the sake of his own life, Dao Changqing would have wanted to give up. Damn you, this is simply more tiring than smelting iron. What a nasty pain in the ass. Dao Changqing held up the moonlight stone and walked through the corpse-strewn ice warehouse with a face full of complaints. Just as he turned a corner, his pupils abruptly shrunk, a massive head with its skin peeled off, staring at him with bloody eye holes. Asterisk. Who the hell put the West Lake Dragon head resting here? Want to scare the master to death? Ah! Dao Changqing steeply saw this head. The whole person was scared to death, almost sitting on the ground with a butt. Shiraishi, who was guarding the entrance of the ice vault, heard the sudden sound of angry growls coming from inside. His head flinched, and with a face full of embarrassment, he looked from side to side and hurriedly ran away. Needless to say, the lackluster contraption that had placed the cranium of the West Lake Dragon around the corner was none other than Shiraishi, except that instead of scaring the fierce warriors who had come over to carry the ingredients, he had bluffed their most admired Chang. Instead, unbeknownst to Baishur, not long after he ran away as a thief, a muffled roar of terror abruptly came from inside the ice vault. At this moment, Dao Changqing was head enveloped in childhood terror. It turned out that just as he was furiously cursing, a mass of bloody things abruptly rushed out from the eye sockets of the cold West Lake Dragon, catching him unawares with a handful of clutches on his face. and the cold and slimy tentacles were dead set on propping up his mouth, trying to burrow into his body through his mouth. This thrilling and horrifying outing was akin to his greatest childhood fear, the movie Alien. At this moment, Dao Changqing was really shocked. His mind was blank. His thoughts don't need money to block his mouth, desperately blocking this monster's drilling, and he was even more horrified to grab this slimy thing and desperately yank it out. Dao Changqing, whose mouth was filled with nimbus, could only let out extremely muffled hissing noises as he grabbed at the slimy and slippery monster like a madman, desperately tearing it apart. Yet the slipperiness of his hands alarmed him more and more, and he went mad, burning his thoughts and squeezing frantically inside the creature, trying to crush or rip him off. However, he never imagined that just after touching the surface of this face-hugging insect, his thought power would instantly be integrated into it. No, I should say it was drilled into the rune patterns on its surface. At this moment, Dao Changqing's pupils instantly dilated. It was because the runic pattern information that came back from the nimbus caused him to feel an unprecedentedly strange experience. At this time, with the frantic influx of Dao Changqing's Nianli, the face-hugging insect's invasion movements gradually came to a halt. After a long time, Dao Changqing gasped for air and grabbed the slimy face-hugging insect that was hugging his face, then slammed it hard on the ground. Dao Changqing, horrified and disgusted looking at the ground like an octopus like face-hugging insects, suddenly roared and raised his foot as desperately stomping and crushing. "Give me death! 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 Die! Die!" Hysterical roars of rage rippled wildly through the icehouse, and only the skinned cranium of the western lake dragon stared at the scene of disorientation with bloodshot eyes. After a long time, the madly stomping Dao Changqing finally stopped. He just wanted to take a breather, but the result was that the sudden relief of his entire body caused him to fall to the ground with a plop as if he had lost his strength. The withdrawal of his soul, which he had so bitterly anticipated before, came unexpectedly and without waiting for a response. His vision was instantly plunged into darkness. Chapter 66, Woman's Jealousy. "What's wrong? Looking listless?" Sister Snow came over to Dao Changqing's bar and asked with a concerned expression. At this time, the state of Dao Changqing does not look very good. His eyes are lifeless, his hair is disheveled, and the action of wiping the bar in his hands is also a little bit of nothing, which seems to be very perfunctory. "It's nothing. Didn't sleep much." Dao Changqing casually made a perfunctory remark as he barely lifted his spirits and prepared to deal with the next task. "Shay, just forget about it if you don't want to say it, and answer so perfunctorily." Sister Shui looked as if her good intentions were treated as a donkey's liver and lungs, and turned around to leave. "Hey, wait." Dao Changqing suddenly remembered something. Sister Shui stood still and turned back. Dao Changqing embarrassedly asked, "That, I want to give my girlfriend some gifts. Can you give a reference suggestion?" "Yo, so it's pining for spring," I said. "Why are you listless?" Sister Shui teased as if she was a female hooligan. In the face of Sister Snow's molestation, Dao Changqing laughed in response. Could he say that just a few hours ago? He had gone through the horrible experience of being hugged by a face-hugging insect? Not to mention saying it, he was still weak in the legs when he thought back now. No one knew that the octopus-like monster, which appeared to be seemingly not much more powerful than the alien in the movie, actually had powers that were even more terrifying than the alien. If he had been drilled into his body by the face-hugging insect down his mouth, it was highly likely that his sworn doppelganger would have been reduced to the point of being a puppet. This was because this octopus-shaped face-hugging worm's runic ability was clearly none other than parasitism and manipulation. If Dao Changqing hadn't guessed correctly, I'm afraid that Westlake dragon brain had long been parasitized and manipulated by the face-hugging bug. This type of parasitism, where machinery replaces organs, is not unheard of on Earth. As far as Dao Changqing knows, there is a kind of bug called fish louse, which lives by parasitizing and sucking the blood from the fish tongue. As it grows up, the fish's tongue will gradually be sucked and shriveled up, and then it will connect its tail to the shriveled fish tongue and take the initiative to work in place of the fish's tongue, and ultimately change from a parasitic to a symbiotic state. Of course, the facehugger's behavior is even more horrifying than that of the fish louse, which merely replaces the fish's tongue with its brain. This is a terrifying ability. Yet it was such a terrifying ability that was at this time in the hands of Dao Changqing. It turned out that when Dao Changqing was being held by the face-hugging insect's face, his action of frantically outputting his Nianli in a hurry out of fear had actually caused him to successfully plunder the face-hugging insect's rune pattern under the extreme fear. That's right, it's not learning or copying, it's looting. This was an extremely weird experience. Don't look at that face-hugging worm's ability to be very bizarre, but its physical qualities were ultimately just a larger worm, and its volume wasn't even as powerful as the fish that had sprouted the salted fish rune. Thus when Dao Changqing frantically burned his Nianli and invaded into the face-hugging insect's body's rune patterns, because of his powerful Nianli caused him to instantly turn the tables and take control of the face-hugging insect's rune patterns, and then forcibly stripped it out. Now this rune pattern had shrunk into the shape of a seed and was parasitized in his nimbus. In other words, At this moment, he was completely capable of instantly launching this ability. When Dao Changqing woke up in his dormitory, he knew that he had opened a whole new door to the art of taking over the heavens to him. The mere learning and copying of rune patterns did make it difficult for Wu to quickly cope with the harsh environment of existence. However, if he could forcibly deprive other living beings of their rune patterns and condense them in his thoughts, wouldn't that make it possible to instantly release the power of rune patterns? But why didn't the feeling of being able to deprive yourself appear when you were learning the salty runes before? Could it be because the face-hugging worm was essentially too weak, and with his current ability, he could only deprive such low-level creatures of their runes? Or was it because the extreme fear at that time had stimulated his desire to survive, ultimately causing him to explode his powerful potential? Dao Changqing couldn't guess, but no matter what, this matter gave him great enlightenment. Having a research direction was the same as having hope. Hey, what are you thinking about? Sister Snow poked Dao Changqing's head, instantly pulling Dao Changqing back from his memories. No, it's nothing. Dao Changqing waved his hand. Hey, this is a relationship full of sour smell. Sister Shui lamented with an air of having been there before. Want to know what's the most appropriate gift to give a girl? Aha, of course. Dao Changqing nodded his head in a hurry. Sister Snow revealed a mysterious smile and said, "Come to my place tonight and I'll tell you." Dao Changqing's expression stiffened when he heard this. Then he suddenly laughed. Good. Is Sister Shui going to treat me to abalone? Sister Shui's eyes instantly rounded at the words. How could she not expect Dao Changqing, who had always been molested by her, to dare to molest her with such filthy language? You're going to die. Sister Snow waved her small fists just to greet Dao Changqing. As a result, Dao Changqing lightly took a step back, leaning against the moat of the bar, easily avoiding her small fists, leaving only the waves of delicate white for him to feast his eyes on. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, the exasperated Sister Snow blared fiercely at Dao Changqing, and in the next moment, her eyes turned, and she winkingly said, "Good wow, my sister will take you to eat abalone tonight, and if you don't go, you're a puppy." Now Dao Changqing is dumbfounded. What is this called? Lifting a stone to stone their own feet? Dao Evergreen, someone is looking for you. A security guard suddenly appeared and happened to relieve Dao Changqing. Dao Changqing breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly looked along behind the security guard, only to see Wang Zi with a girl, who was walking over with a curious face, and after seeing Dao Changqing, Wang Zi's expression obviously changed slightly. They're my classmates. Thanks, man, Dao Changqing said. You're welcome. The guard raised his hand and turned to leave. Your girlfriend? Sister Shui glanced at Wang Zi and subconsciously asked acidly. No, my girlfriend is much prettier than her, Dao Changqing proudly said. Cut. Sister Snow despised on the surface, but her mood was much better. However, for some reason, a greater sense of loss arose within her. Such a beautiful girl came to Dao Changqing with a disinterested look on her face. So just how good must his girlfriend be? Thinking about her previous experience of several invitations that seemed like jokes and teasing, all of which did not succeed in hooking up with Dao Changqing, Sister Shui suddenly developed a hint of jealousy for a moment towards Dao Changqing's girlfriend whom she had never met. It was this hint of jealousy that caused a meaningful smile to suddenly flow from the corners of Sister Shui's mouth as she gave Dao Changqing her personal space. Well, I won't bother you anymore. I'll leave first. Sister Shui smiled as she raised her head and left. Wang Zi looked at rubbing shoulders wearing exposed, but the convex the warped, hot-body devil to the extreme Snow Sister, suddenly gave birth to a hint of understanding. No wonder the road Changqing is not like those boys in the school. Hook the little finger on the ass to run over to the great attentiveness. The original This is the side of a long time surrounded by this kind of flavorful big beautiful Chapter 67 Lambskin. Wow, you're really the fancy bartender here? So cool. Hey, little brother, what's the per capita spending here? That screen says Mr. Zhang spent 26,000. This really? What? $208 for this cup? It's a robbery. Wang Zi looked at her own small partner Anayagu as if she had never seen the world, kept asking questions. Angry simply want to pretend not to recognize her. This is simply too much to give her a disgrace. Although she was also surprised by the lights and greenery here. Of course, what surprised her even more was that the unimpressive Dao Changqing was actually the fancy bartender here. Watching him play it cool under the dazzling laser lights as he mixed a cup of cocktails, and occasionally even being accosted by beautiful women, Wang Zi's mood was a complex one. She didn't know that while she was surprised that Dao Changqing had such a part-time job when she was only a sophomore, Dao Changqing's impression of her had been as bad as it could be, because Dao Changqing was just casually mentioning it in the coffee house. I didn't expect that she would actually bob a run here on the back foot. Is this because she doesn't believe that he is a fancy bartender? Or do you want to come over to rub drinks? Dao Changqing was not allowed to know, and he didn't bother to be more serious, because he had already branded Wang Zi in his mind as being classified as a person who was not suitable to interact with. Compared to his coldness towards Wang Zi, Dao Changqing was much more polite towards Anaya Ge, because Anaya Ge's unobtrusive demeanor was indeed very endearing, although Anaya Ge looked like she hadn't seen the world before. When Dao Changcheng applied for the job and came in, why wasn't she surprised by the paper in gold here? So in the face of Anaya Ge's follow-up questions as well as marveling, Dao Changcheng would always take the time to respond. In the deafening music, Wang Zi didn't know when she was hooked up by a handsome little brother. Dao Changqing watched her step into the dance floor twisting the appearance of a raw dance, thinking that maybe this is another under-the-sea little girl. At more than 2 o'clock in the morning, Wang Zi, who had drunk her cheeks flushed, finally left the dark elves in company under Anaya Ge's repeated pleas. At this time, Dao Changqing also began to clear the table, waiting for the end of the work. Nah, where's your classmate? Gone? Sister Yuki popped up at some point. Well, go. Alright, don't clean up. Let's go. Let's go. Sister Shui drilled into the bar and pulled Dao Changqing towards the elevator. Rushing to the underground parking lot, Dao Changqing followed beside Sister Snow and suddenly remembered that he hadn't answered him yet for the question he had asked her before. You haven't answered me for that question before, Sister Snow. What's the problem? Sister Shui froze, suddenly said, Oh, I know. Buy lipstick. For girls, like things are nothing more than those. Bags, clothes, cosmetics, jewelry. I pondered for half a day. Think that in addition to lipstick, the other several things you do not think. Your family, that little girlfriend, if it is really as you say, is a rich white beauty. Want to satisfy her vision. No 5 figures cannot be dealt with. To buy cheaper is also shabby. So it's better to buy lipstick. It's good value for money. Sister Shui, who said this, also found her car. Dao Changqing sat in the passenger seat and said, What brand of lipstick to buy then? Lambskin. Color number I suggest to choose net red 304. However, see how you even disdained that classmate of yours today. Guess your girlfriend is prettier than her. Then I suggest to try 306 as well. This color number is not manageable by general women. If you send her this color number, if she understands it, she will be very happy. Sister Snow lazily said. Dao Changqing listened dumbfounded. Wait, what's a lambskin? And what does that 304, 306 mean? Sister Snow gave Dao Changqing a glance. Lambskin is Givenchy La. This kind of lipstick are packaged with sheepskin, so nicknamed lambskin. That 304, 306 is the color of the lipstick. Sister Snow said lambskin. Dao Changqing did not understand, but when she talked about Givenchy, Dao Changqing immediately understood. Although he does not know much about women's luxury goods, but also know this luxury brand from France. Therefore, when Dao Changqing knew that it was a luxury brand, his expression immediately became a little nervous. Then how much does this one cost? Sister Shui said. Not expensive, just a few $100s. If you are willing to buy a few more, the best. Of course, if you are a rich second generation, all the colors of the whole package, that effect is better. Dao Changqing breathed a sigh of relief at his words, and suddenly a trace of heartache arose in his heart. A few $100s of lipstick is still not expensive. Is this because he is too poor, or is there something wrong with this society? However, poor people cannot blame society. In the end, it is still too poor, but also high-minded. The average girl cannot see. Have to chase people tang yet. The results of people with beautiful parents and temperament. How can it be the average family origin? What happens when a gift of a few $100s is labeled inexpensive? For a while, Dao Changqing was suddenly in a daze within himself. China is concerned about the family. This young man disdain for the corrupt views, at this time seems to be so politically correct. Originally are two worlds of people. Why did they come together? Dao Changqing couldn't figure it out. He could only take one step at a time now. Where is this? Dao Changqing suddenly froze when he came back to his senses, because Sister Shui didn't send him to school, but instead drove into a rather upscale-looking neighborhood. Sister Shui parked the car and turned off the engine. Then she said with a coquettish smile, Of course it's to treat you to abalone. Dao Changqing was dumbfounded. He foolishly looked at Sister Shui, exhaling her breath with a seductive look. His heart puffed and puffed. Come on, don't stay in the car. Forget it. Dao Changqing looked embarrassed. Little man weak-minded? Sister Snow agitated. Dao Changqing originally wanted to be pure manly back, but the result of the words to the mouth, he suddenly goaded again. Sister Snow, that today is the joking. You know me as a person. Sister Snow looked at Dao Changqing, stuttering still with a few childish appearance. Trance seems to see when the first own. She put away the face of winks. Just go up to drink a cup of tea, cannot? Dao Changqing looked at Sister Shui's slightly grumpy look. He had an intuition that if he refused again, Sister Shui might really get angry. Alright, Dao Changqing agreed. Sister Shui's house lived on the 19th floor. The hallway as well as the elevator at 3 o'clock in the morning was dead silent. The scene looked like a scene from a thriller movie, which made Dao Changqing subconsciously look at Sister Shui. What are you looking at me for? You're the only one who lives here? Yeah, or what? Aren't you afraid to come back at 3 or 4 in the morning every day? That's why I need a drink. Thanks to no traffic cops in the middle of the night. Dao Changqing was silent at his words. Why are you a dancer? Why are you a fancy bartender again? For making money. Me too. As Sister Snow said this, she stared at the flashing numbers on the elevator and said, I'm not as capable as you. I've been in college for 3 years and don't know about anything except mixing up a college diploma, and I can't think of any way to make more money besides being a dancer. You're short of money? There's no shortage of them. It's just that when you get used to lambskin, you can't go back to the $99 package. Sister Shui's words stunned Dao Changqing. He heard from these words that Sister Shui seemed to be a person with a story, especially when Dao Changqing stepped into Sister Shui's home. He was even more sure of his thoughts. This is your home? Dao Changqing subconsciously asked as he looked at the extremely luxuriously decorated duplex room in front of him. Chapter 68, New Ability. Surprised? Sister Shui hung up her bag with a self-deprecating expression, then extremely casually shook off her high heels and lay down on the sofa on all fours. Surprised that I, a tiny dancer, can actually live in such a beautiful house? A trace of embarrassment flashed across Dao Changqing's face, for he knew that his surprise did, in a way, hurt quite a bit. He had thought about whether this house would be rented by Sister Shui, but if this house was really rented, Sister Shui's salary would not necessarily be able to, because he had previously thought about renting a room off campus. He had checked the rental market price in Guanbei City. Therefore, he knew that such a lavishly decorated duplex, which was only a 10-minute drive from the Dark Elf, and was still in the center of the city, could never be taken down without $10,000 a month. Sister Shui looked at Dao Changqing with an apologetic face as she stopped at the entrance hall and said, Come in, there's no need to be formal. I'm the only one who lives here. Dao Changqing thought about the fact that he wanted to come all the way here, so he just went with the flow and walked to the sofa and sat down. It's true that I can't afford a house like this as a dancer. This house was given to me by my ex-boyfriend. Well, to be precise, it's the gilded cage he raised me in, Sister Shui said with a self-deprecating face. However, seemingly self-loathing, when she said this, her eyes glanced at Dao Changqing, as if she cared about Dao Changqing's opinion. Dao Changqing's eyebrows jumped slightly. Sister Snow's words were unexpected, but they instantly filled the doubts in his mind. No wonder Sister Snow would say that after getting used to the lambskin, she couldn't go back to the $9 9-pack. The feeling is that this lambskin lifestyle is a gift from someone else, and once that person leaves, this seemingly luxurious life will crumble in the blink of an eye. In order to maintain such a life, it seems understandable that Sister Snow chose to become a dancer. After all, it's hard to go from luxury to frugality, and not everyone has a strong and easygoing heart, especially when the world is full of temptations. It was just that the experience of being adopted was not something honorable with the current mainstream values of society. Therefore Dao Changqing's expression was more or less awkward. He was just embarrassed that he didn't know how to take Sister Snow's words. Dao Changqing is not much cynicism. In his opinion, existence is reasonable. This kind of thing can't simply blame women. Also can't say that men are shameless, because this is completely Zhou you beat yellow cover. A willingness to fight a willing, and ultimately each get what they want. Of course, Dao Changqing was not encouraging this trend. He just felt that in this diversified modern society people had their own aspirations, and he was not qualified to judge other people's lifestyles. Sister Shui looked at Dao Changqing's silent appearance. Seemingly indifferent look slowly solidified. For a long time, she mockingly pulled the corner of her lips, her own cheap willing to become another person's mistress, and now want to get some kind of understanding. Is this possible? Maybe he is not how to despise her in his heart. At this moment, Sister Snow silently classified Dao Changqing as a stranger. She was lonely, but she would rather have a friend than a friend. Unexpectedly, Dao Changqing suddenly spoke. You should have loved him, right? Sister Snow looked over with a raised eyebrow. Dao Changqing smiled and didn't explain why he said that. He changed the topic and said, Sister Shui, don't drink in the future. I'll send you back at night. I won't drink the tea today. I'll leave first. There's a morning class tomorrow. After saying that, Dao Changqing got up and left. Sister Shui looked at the back of Dao Changqing's departure. The softness of her heart was suddenly gently stroked in general. The next second she suddenly laughed, obviously have the opportunity to take advantage of the situation, but turned away. Really a cute little boy. She originally just wanted to test the waters. If she behaved okay, maybe it would be good to have some fun. She was really a bit tired of being alone these past few years. As a result, she didn't expect Dao Changqing to react like this no matter what. After pacing away from the district, Dao Changqing checked the map on his phone and accidentally found that this district was actually near the university town, and it was only a kilometer away from the Tug North Finance and Trade College. This discovery caused Dao Changqing to be relieved, but his mind could not help but be filled with thoughts. He was thinking about the story behind Sister Snow, living so close to the university town. Was she adopted when she was in college? Why was she willing to be adopted? Because she was cheated? Or did she really fall in love with that man? Why was she dumped again, forcing her way to the top? Or did she get tired of being played? Why did she become a dancer after being dumped? Why didn't she find someone else to keep her? For a long time, Dao Changqing's suddenly self-deprecating smile. He is a poor college students have what qualifications to feel people. That is, what is the use of knowing? After thinking about it, the spotted hyena cat rune hidden in his clothes quietly crawled all over his body, and in the next moment, he was like a civet cat, deftly shuttling through the silent streets, and the early fall night breeze passing through the gap in his hair put him in a steeply better mood. Almost back to the school, the corner of the eye of Dao Changqing suddenly jumped. He saw a tiger-spotted cat lazily lying in the green belt next to him. If not for his spotted hyena cat talisman strengthened his physical quality, he was afraid that he could not even find this cat. Dao Changqing's heart suddenly moved. He did not move close to this tiger-spotted cat, just 2 meters away from it when the idea power steeply launched instantly this tiger-spotted cat dead in place. At this time, the tiger-spotted cat was confused. It was lying on the ground, eyes rolled around, seemed to be confused how suddenly the ghost pressure body. Dao Changqing smiled and walked over to it, picking it up out of the green belt with one hand. This hug, that fat and solid feel, immediately made Dao Changqing a face of emotion. In the end is a big city. Even stray cats are raised so fat. Damn, maybe every day there is a kind little girl to throw food. This day, TSK, estimated to have lived better than me. After holding out the isolation zone, Dao Changqing subconsciously looked around. After seeing the empty street without even a ghost shadow, the corner of his mouth revealed a mysterious smile. His palm steeply surfaced a redundant runic pattern, which appeared as if it were a liquid and seeped into the tiger-spotted cat. After about a minute, Dao Changqing set the tiger-spotted cat down. After this tiger-spotted cat landed on the ground, it unexpectedly did not immediately flee, but meekly stood in place and looked around. No one noticed that at this time, Dao Changqing but closed his eyes, his expression a face of inexplicable shock. No one knew that at this time, he had already accessed the vision of the tiger-spotted cat. This ability is simply awesome. Holy, it's worthy of being a night creature. It's so damn clear. It's this color. It turns out that the cat is actually a color weakness. It still looks like it's a myopic eye. But, this mosquito movement trajectory is also too clear, right? Feelings I look like this in the cat's eyes. TSK, it feels so weird to look at myself like this. Dao Changqing was like a child with a new toy. He stood stupidly in place and maneuvered the tiger-spotted cat around. The brand new eyes made his world instantly change into a different mold. That novel feeling, as if he was wearing VR glasses. No, it was more real than VR glasses. At this moment, Dao Changqing also finally understood how the face-hugging insect rune pattern worked. That said, when he had just gotten the facehugger rune, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to use the facehugger rune. This was because facehugger worm manipulation was based on parasitism, and there was no way he could burrow into an animal's brain or keep touching it. However, the experiment he had just conducted surprised him by realizing that Wu was worthy of being a learner and user of rune patterns. There was no way for his physical body to keep touching the golem, but he had the invisible hand, his numinous power. As long as his thoughts were always linked to the face-hugging insect rune, then what was the difference between this and parasitism? It took a long time for Dao Changqing to disengage himself from the tiger-spotted cat's field of vision, and he barely suppressed the freshness of his second vision as he prepared to try the remote control distance. The range of his nimbus manipulation was only 2 meters. After that the nimbus would be uncontrollable. However, the requirements of the face-hugging insect rune were somewhat special in terms of its nimbus, and it didn't so much require nimbus manipulation as it did an information transmission channel. Therefore, theoretically, Dao Changqing could completely constrain his thoughts into a line, as long as he kept the 2 ends of the rune pattern connected. This process was like flying a kite, regardless of whether the kite line was taut or fluttering with the wind. Even kite strings have the agony of hanging onto tree branches, but not thoughts, because thoughts are intangible things, not bound by material form at all. The only thing Dao Changqing was worried about was whether or not this thought power could be retrieved after it was constrained into a thread and released. If this can't be retrieved, isn't it the same as burning away? Chapter 69, Better to Tear Down a Temple. The reason why Tang Shi arranged for his sister to take the TEF is not only because of its authority and universality, but also because the TEF has exams every week, and as long as you avoid the peak period of exam space tension, it's almost the same as applying for the exam as you go. Don't look at her sister's average academic performance, but for her sister's French, Tang Shi was still very confident. Because her sister's language environment as a child was extremely special, she grew up in France and was born knowing Chinese and French. so it's safe to say that unless her sister does it on purpose, she'll have absolutely no problem getting past the intermediate level. However, what Tangxi was most worried about was that her sister would intentionally score low on the exams, and if her sister really did that, it would cause great obstacles to her arrangements for her sister. Luck was ultimately on her side, and just 3 days before her sister's approaching exams, she got her hands on a very important set of photos. Hopscotch Villa area, Guanbei City. Tang Yeye stood by the wide asphalt road in the neighborhood, looking at the youth in front of her with a disgusted expression. Say, what did my sister call you for again? Facing Tang Yeye's expression of disgust, a trace of helplessness flashed across Yu Ximiao's face. If it wasn't for Tang Xi's face, he wouldn't bother serving this little princess. In other words, the same sisters. This sister is sensible and beautiful. Why is this sister so difficult and stubborn? You say, what a good condition. How did you look at that poor man? Yu Ximiao admits that that boy has a beastly willingness to suffer, and also plays a handful of small tricks, which seems to be very good, but they are ultimately two worlds of people. Nah, your sister asked me to give it to you. Although Yu Ximiao was helpless in her heart, she dutifully handed over a dossier. Tang Yeye looked at the dossier bag and didn't pick it up. She said, if it's those photos in the nightclub, there's no need to show me. It's normal for him to be in contact with girls in that job. I'm naive, but I'm not stupid. Tell my sister to tell her not to go to so much trouble to sow discord. If Dao Changqing heard this at this moment, he would definitely be surprised. He thought that Tang Yeye didn't know that he worked in a nightclub, but he didn't know that on the first day he entered the nightclub, Tang Yeye knew about it. Of course, this was something Tang Xi commissioned his friend Yu Ximiao to investigate and then passed on to Tang Yeye. So that morning class, Tang Yeye said that she couldn't teach Dao Changqing the piano in the future, and rather than saying that she didn't have the time, she was afraid that she was holding him up for fear that he wouldn't get a good night's rest. She even politely told him not to stay up late in the future, but unfortunately he didn't seem to understand. This one is different. You should listen to your sister. Yuzmio lifted the dossier bag in her hand. Tang Yeye was silent for a while, her hands somewhat trembling as she took the file bag and opened it. It was a bunch of night vision photos, and as she casually and quickly flipped the photos, she could clearly see a man getting into a woman's car, and then getting out of the car with the woman, and then stepping companionably into the middle of a high-rise residential building. Yu Ximiao looked at Tang Xi's younger sister's eyes that were slowly filling with watery mist, and a trace of icy pity suddenly flashed in her eyes. He wanted to pat Tang Yeye's shoulder, thinking about Tang Xi's gesture to his sister. In the end he didn't dare to do it. He was afraid of being misunderstood by Tang Xi or something. Who knew if there was a third party monitoring him and Tang Yeye in this neighborhood? In the end, Yu Ximiao watched Tang Yeye turn around and return to the villa not far away without a word, revealing a bitter smile. Better to tear down a temple than a marriage. I wonder if what he did this time was right or wrong. Sister Cici, the stuff has been sent over. Do we still have to follow that kid behind us? No need? Good. I know. After Tang Yeye gets on the plane, I'll teach that kid a lesson. Dao Changqing has not seen Tang Yeye for 3 days. He contacted a few times, and the answer he got was that he was preparing for the exam and was very nervous about time. There was nothing wrong with Tang Yeye's answer, but Dao Changqing always felt that there was something wrong somewhere. Just barely the first time he fell in love, but he couldn't say where it was wrong. In response, Dao Changqing could only put it on his own mental state. Now Dao Changqing has some regrets on this night shift. Originally black and white reversal hurt the body. The results of this daytime he also have to take care of school. The whole person is busy simply go round and round. He is very worried that if this goes on, he both delayed his studies, but also ruined his body. Especially this time, the soul wear back. Nianli consumed a lot. Rest is not good to make Nianli recovery speed is much slower. This more and more make Dao Changqing realize the importance of sleep. Old me really want to be nymphets trapped to death. Ugh. First hold on for a month. Another 6 o'clock in the afternoon was woken up by the alarm clock. Dao Changqing, topped with a chicken nest head, a face of lifeless appearance. For a while, Dao Changqing woke up from his nap, brushed his teeth, washed and changed his clothes, carried his beggar's backpack, and then went to work. It wasn't until he was on the bus that he noticed that class president Lin Shirhan had sent him a message reminding him not to forget about the fall sports meet tomorrow. $2,500. And I'm going to forget? Simply joking. Dao Changqing looked at the class president's text message and skimmed his lips. No one knew that he had been so confident that he had purchased Tang Yeye's gift online, paid on delivery, and was just going to use the competition prize money to pay for it. When Dao Changqing rushed to the Dark Knight Elf, he suddenly realized that Wang Zi had arrived a step ahead of him, which immediately caused Dao Changqing to be a bit surprised. It turned out that since Wang Zi had come that weekend, she came almost every night for the next few days. Only that except for the first night when Dao Changqing gave a free bill. The rest of the days were almost always paid for by a different male client. Dao Changqing guessed correctly that Wang Zi had pushed open a new door, with her Bose school of 10,000 people's wrist, suddenly came to this kind of upscale consumption place, except for the first day is not quite adaptable. She quickly completed the transformation from rookie to veteran, and even has learned how to catch a kaiju. I have to say, the talent thing is definitely real. Dao Changqing just glanced at it and wasn't paying attention, not realizing that just as he had cleaned up the bar on his side, Wang Zi slowly wandered over to him, slightly angling her chin and pulling out a gold card and said, "Have a cup of flame tequila." Seeing this, Dao Changqing smiled and said, "Well, it looks like we'll have to refer to each other as colleagues from now on." Wang Zi disdainfully skimmed her mouth and said, "You're overthinking it. I'm not a warm-up girl or a free vase." At these words, Dao Changqing was astonished. He fixed his eyes to look at the card carefully and immediately picked up his thumb and said, "Awesome," because that card was, quite literally, the Dark Elf shareholder card. Of course, do not be shareholders, this two words confused. This is purely a nightclub in order to meet the customer vanity and set up a prepaid card. Want to apply for this kind of shareholders card? The first recharge shall not be less than 100,000 yuan. Therefore, customers who hold this card are either rich themselves or the people behind them are rich. As for Wang Zi, there was no need to think that it must be the latter, guessing that God had caught a big kaiju in the past 2 days without realizing it. In the face of Dao Changqing's praise, Wang Zi was instantly refreshed, feeling that she had finally brought back that previous round. No, she had completely crushed the schoolmate of hers. His monthly salary of tens of thousands of dollars is indeed remarkable among his peers. But so what? You're a big shot. A night's spending is enough for him to earn a year's worth of hard work. She just need to get on "You're a big shot." In the future, Dao Changqing can only look up to her part, and Zi Wang has always been very confident about how to play up her charms. "Thank you for telling me that there is still this way of life," Wang Zi suddenly said. Dao Changqing was stunned at his words. Half of the time he smiled and didn't say anything. He made a cup of flaming tequila with skillful movements, lit it with a lighter and pushed it over. To my surprise, Wang Zi didn't even look at it and said, "This cup is on you. Thank you for the waiver the other day." After saying that, he got up and left. Dao Changqing shook his head and smiled as he looked at Wang Zi, who was so pleased that she almost floated up. No wonder she came so early today. The feeling is that she came to show off on purpose. I wonder which young master she hooked up with. With this thought in his mind, Dao Changqing maneuvered his nimbus to pull the backpack under the bar without moving, and then the nimbus was pulled into a thin wire and inserted into the backpack hamster cage. The next moment, the hamster in the cage unexpectedly opened the cage door with extreme dexterity in the darkness, and then climbed out of the cage, along the edge of the bar, sizzling away. Chapter 70, Hamster Scout. After the test on the tiger-spotted cat in the middle of the night, Dao Changqing confirmed his own guess. The reliance of the face-hugging insect talismanic pattern on Nimbus is entirely the need for information transmission, so his Nimbus can be coalesced into a wire to be used as a kite string, and even if it is disconnected, he can instantly retrieve his Nimbus. However, the fact that he was able to retrieve the Nimbus did not mean that the Nimbus strands beyond 2 meters away would be under his control. In other words, once he broke the Nimbus connection 2 meters away, he would have no other ability other than being able to retrieve the Nimbus threads, and thus he would naturally lose control of the puppet. However, even so, the face-hugging insect rune was still extremely valuable to Dao Changqing in actual combat. He had experimented, and the radius of activity of his manipulated puppet was a whopping 2 kilometers, which would be an extremely frightening number, because it not only means that his scouting vision is superior, it also means that taking the enemy's head from 1,000 miles away will not be a legend. Realizing that the face-hugging insect rune is powerful, Dao Changqing even bought 3 small hamsters specifically for practice. In reality, his manipulation of the hamster to follow Wang Zi was not so much curiosity as it was just an itchy skill, and he casually found himself an excuse to play with his little hamster. In fact, the experience of maneuvering a hamster is not good, not even a tenth of that of a tiger cat, because the hamster is not only a big myopic, but also the world in its eyes is covered with a layer of cold color. Red and black for it is completely no difference. Of course these are all details. What really kills is that the hamster's eyes are actually independent imaging. That is to say, the hamster sees the world as completely 2 images. Nima, Dao Changqing's first access to the hamster's field of vision was simply stunned. No wonder the human race will have a rat's eye. This idiom, this simultaneous processing of 2 images, shelves the high intelligence of the human brain is also a bit confused. However, even so, Dao Changqing chose to take the hamster to practice. For one thing, mice are small enough to burrow anywhere, making them practical. Secondly, it's cost-effective and doesn't hurt if you lose it and die. Third, the hamster eyesight is not good. Hearing to make up for, the hamster hearing of the developed human 2 or 3 times, which is naturally extremely helpful for detection. In fact, Dao Changqing had also thought about using insects instead. After all, insects were more cost-effective. But unfortunately, after he tried flies, crickets, beetles and other insects, he had to give up, because the face-hugging insect symbols simply cannot seal on the insect's brain. According to the insect, although mainly rely on ganglia to carry out activities, but this does not mean that they do not have a brain. Since there is a brain, why cannot be manipulated? Dao Changqing was puzzled and could only suppress this doubt for the time being, deciding to wait until he returned to the Taiku world and asked the chief to go. Little brother, have a cup of drunken dream. An extremely fashionably dressed young woman sat down playfully in front of Dao Changqing's bar. Yes, ma'am, Dao Changqing answered, and was about to prepare to mix this rum-based cocktail when his brows suddenly furrowed gently and his face steeped in concentration. His hamster scouts, spying him an unexpected piece of news, the kaiju that Wang Zi had hooked up with seemed to be targeting him. What's wrong? The young woman subconsciously asked when she saw Dao Changqing's suddenly serious face. Dao Changqing barely suppressed the anger in his heart and casually said, Miss Sister is so beautiful and touching. Why do you want to get drunk? Why don't you have a cup of soft time? It's purely natural and alcohol-free. May time always favor you. The young woman was stunned. She wanted to wait for a person to take off the cigarette for her, but waited for a group to light her fire. As a result, she didn't expect to find him in 1,000 places, but when she looked back, the man was at the bar pool. Are you teasing me? The young woman suddenly laughed. No, Dao Changqing laughed softly, his hands already skillfully mixing up the soft time. In fact, his consciousness was already focused on the hamster scout's hearing. No need to monitor. This kid has some skills. Don't get me those punks who only scare people. Don't worry, brother, I'll take care of this. Dao Changqing's face instantly sank when he heard this. He didn't even think that he was being watched. If it wasn't for the sudden desire to play with his little hamster, I'm afraid he would have been kept in the dark. Is that you, Zhang family brothers? The first thing that came to Dao Changqing's mind was the Zhang family brothers, because among the people he had offended, only the Zhang family brothers had the ability to send people to spy on him, and only the Zhang family brothers had the ability to exact revenge on him. Hey, are you not feeling well? Why does your face look so ugly? The young woman asked with concern. No, Dao Changqing spread a smile. Fear was born from the unknown. After he realized that he was being watched and would most likely be retaliated against, his mood instead relaxed, because the current him was no longer the same as he was back then. He still didn't believe that he could still fall in the same pit twice. Then why are you frowning with an unhappy look on your face? Regardless of whether this little brother in front of her was teasing her or not, the young woman developed a slight favorable impression of him. Dao Changqing laughed. I wonder how much flattery you've gone through before you thought I was flirting with you. Drink less wine. It's really bad for your body. And you're so pretty. Be careful of being targeted by those body pickers. The so-called body pickers are a group of scum who specialize in picking up drunken women for molestation. The young woman's eyes were wide. For a long time she puffed. Why do you care about me so much? Dao Changqing shook his head and handed over the cocktail that was wrapped in watermelon juice but layered to give off a translucent blue color, saying, I'd be moderately concerned if I saw a stray cat. After saying that, Dao Changqing went to greet the other guests. The young woman stared blankly at the bartending boy who greeted the other guests. For a long time she picked up the soft time, gently sipped a mouthful. The momentary sweet and sour instantly penetrated into the heart, like the flavor of the first love. Intoxicating. I heard that you transferred? On the way back from work, Sister Snow asked with a breezy face. Well, tomorrow the school held the fall sports meeting. I participated in the 3,000 long distance running and sprinting. I guess this day running down, there is not much strength to go to work. Why not just transfer the day off, and get a good night's sleep? Can't tell. You still like sports? But pull back, I am rushing to that bonus. As soon as he thought of that 2005 bonus, Dao Changqing was grinning. Look, the lambskin you mentioned. I've ordered it, pay on delivery, and I'll be able to get the bonus tomorrow. So confident? Sister Shui glanced at that cell phone interface, suddenly jealous in her heart. That's for sure. Dao Changqing had a smelly face. It just so happens that I'm off tomorrow. I'll go watch your match too. I don't live far away anyway. Sister Shui said. Ah, Dao Changqing was confused. This is not very good. No, I mean, can you enter the school gate? Sister Shui put down her hair. Whether or not I can enter the school gate, that's my business. Don't bother you. Don't worry. I'll pretend I don't know you, and won't let your girlfriend get the wrong idea. Being broken by Sister Snow's small mind, Dao Changqing smiled embarrassedly. He looked at his cell phone at the next stop to Guanbei City's express delivery. The corner of his mouth gently curled up. Chapter 71 Undercover Operation. The following morning, Dao Changqing, who was so hyperactive that he barely slept for only 3 hours, popped straight up the moment his alarm clock rang, and after he primped himself in 3 tries, he rushed to the school's open-air stadium in high spirits. Before going to college, the school field day was always something to look forward to and be excited about. It was a day when everyone could finally have a day of fun in the name of sports. But after studying in college, the school games instantly lost their former charm. Because the temptation of college is too much, playing games and falling in love, which is not more interesting than the sports field. However, when Dao Changqing arrived at the open-air stadium, he froze and was warped by the dense crowd of spectators in the stands. That's right, the university games really do not have much charm, but cannot carry the fine tradition of China's task layer by layer to send pressure off. School leaders will be handed over to the student body. The student body will be tasked to the ministers of the various departments. The ministers of the various departments and then apportioned to the head of each class. Mandatory requirements for the class must be out of the number of people to participate in the game as well as to watch the game, or else, after the class selection of all kinds of blacklisted. And once blacklisted, it is not the students but the class teachers' teaching and even professorial evaluation that will be affected. However, if the class teacher's evaluation is affected, do you think the following students will have a good time? So with layers of pie pressure, this year's fall sports were as lively as ever. Lao Dao. Here. From a great distance Dao Changqing saw the class president waving at him and waving the red nameplate of the participating athletes in his hand. Dao Changqing had just run over when he heard the squad leader complain. Why are you coming now? Overslept. No delays? When does that sprint start? I'm really convinced that you can still sleep through such an important matter. Do you know that I woke up at 5 o'clock? Class President Lin Shirhan rolled her eyes and added, remember, after the opening ceremony at 8:30, the first race is the sprint race. You turn around first. I'll snap your nameplate on. Don't forget. Sprinting your number 507. Long distance running is no. 612. I will first give you 2 nameplates to buckle up. When you finish running sprints over to me, I will help you tear down no. 501. While saying that, the class president used 4 pins to fold the 2 nameplates together and fasten them behind Dao Changqing. Of course, the number 501 was on the very outside because of the sprint competition first. Got it. Hey, squad leader, will the bonus be paid after the run, or will it be paid together at the end? Dao Changqing was still most concerned about the bonus. Of course they'll be handed out together at the end. There's a mini awards ceremony then. Oh. Dao Changqing nodded his head, and prayed in his heart that the delivery would be slower, and not be delivered at 9 noon, or else Laozi would still have to borrow money from the loan to pay for it. Where's Tang Yeye? Have you seen Tang Yeye? Dao Changqing searched around and didn't see Tang Yeye's figure, and again, he hurriedly chased after her. She said she had something to do in the morning and couldn't come, so she'll come back in the afternoon for the competition. After the class president finished speaking, he said with a surprised face, are you guys in conflict? No. Dao Changqing was staggered. No, how come you didn't know she wasn't coming in the morning? She didn't tell you? Dao Changqing was stunned. He was stumped for a while, before he reluctantly smiled and said, she recently had to take the French grade, so I didn't dare to bother her. Dao Changqing so explained. Suddenly the heart is very weak. Again busy. The time to send a QQ should always have it? At this moment, he suddenly realized that he was afraid that something was really wrong between him and Tang Yeye, but he hadn't done anything to wrong her. Had he? To know for her sake, in the face of Sister Shue's temptation, even though he was foolishly tempted, he held back, because he knows that physical impulse is not equal to love. In order to Tang Yeye he can endure all temptations. But what went wrong with? Dao Changqing sat on the steps of the bleachers, oblivious to the opening ceremony of the games. A group of cheerleaders kicking and stomping their big white legs and dancing hotly. He stared at the chat page of Tang Yeye on his cell phone screen, remained silent for a long time, and pretended to be unaware of everything and sent a message over. Why haven't you come yet? The sports meeting has already started. Once this message went, it was a stone sinking into the sea, until the class president called him to participate in the time. Tang Yeye still did not return any message. Phew, Dao Changqing exhaled slightly. He was silent for a few moments before he stood up and handed over all the bits and pieces in his pockets to the squad leader for safekeeping before he walked off the bleachers. Regardless of what happened, it was still important to participate in the competition. And if you gave yourself up because of it, wouldn't it be embarrassing if it was clarified afterward that it was a misunderstanding? At this moment, Dao Changqing himself didn't even notice that his footsteps seemed much easier as he stepped off the stands. Guanbei Finance and Trade College Fall Game Sprint Competition rules are very simple. Sprinting a total of 400 meters. We take turns to run through the end of the matter, because the side automatically have a student union people to help you time. And finally the participants with the time to compare. The champion runner-up third place naturally also came out. Dao Changqing, as the first round participant, followed the example of the other participants and stood in the No. 7 subdirection and did warm-up exercises while quietly covering his body with the spotted hyena cat rune. The The reason why the spotted hyena cat rune was used instead of the salted fish rune was because Dao Changqing had discovered that the explosive power of the spotted hyena cat rune was actually about the same amount compared to the salted fish rune, while the spotted hyena cat rune was even more enhanced with stamina, bouncing power, balance, and many other things, so the combined effect was instead even stronger than the salted fish rune. It was important to realize that in the Taiku world natural rune patterns rarely had a single attribute, and basically rubbed and quenched all aspects of the attribute. For example, the spotted hyena cat was known for its endurance amongst small hunters, but that didn't mean that its explosive power was average. In fact, its explosive power was better than a lot of hunters from certain perspectives. Thus, after comprehensive consideration, Dao Changqing still activated the spotted hyena cat rune pattern. However, just as the spotted hyena cat rune patterns covered his entire body, Dao Changqing's face abruptly turned cold as he could hear two whispering voices. One of the voices said, "Dude, turn around on you, 50-50. Another voice said impatiently, "You're damn annoying. How many times have I said, don't squeak, be careful of being heard." Dao Changqing followed the voice and saw that a student with a nameplate 502 on his back was whispering to a student with a timer around his neck. This scene, see Dao Changqing face steeply ugly. "You are paralyzed. The district is a school sports meeting. You are playing a secret operation. Do you still have a face?" Dao Changqing stared at the student and suddenly spoke to the referee next to him before quickly running towards the audience. "Why are you here? It's almost time for the competition." Class President Lin Shirhan saw Dao Changqing rushing over with an anxious face. Dao Changqing quickly said, "There might be someone cheating in the sprinting competition. You turn around and have the girls in our class record a video as a group." "Someone cheated?" Lin Shirhan was stunned and said with an incredulous face. "Impossible, right? How can you cheat in full view of this crowd?" At this time the stadium broadcast has begun to let the sprinters take their positions. Dao Changqing could not explain in time. "Just do as you are told. It's best if you can't use it. If you can use it, you'll be a credit to our class." After saying that, Dao Changqing turned around and ran down. Chapter 72, Evil Fire. Bang! With the sound of the starting gun, the athletes on the 8 subchannels instantly rushed out as if they were arrows off the string. The radio on the podium of the stadium also sounded the exuberant commentary of the students mimicking the exciting events in due course. In the audience, there was a tsunami of cheers. Compared to other sports such as high jump and long jump, the most clear and intuitive in the school sports meeting is not running. In addition, it is the opening program of the games. It is the time when everyone's enthusiasm is high, and the sound of cheering is naturally endless. Tan Xiaoxiao listened to the sounds of cheering and applauding coming from the audience and looked at Shi Mingda, who was desperately running wildly, with a hint of nervousness in his gaze. Although he and Zamingda secretly reached an agreement that he was responsible for cheating and the other party was responsible for running, but his cheating was only limited to pressing the stopwatch 2 or 3 seconds ahead of time. After all, he didn't dare to blatantly misrepresent the numbers too falsely for this kind of race in full view of the public. So if Zamingda's level sucks, this cheating on his part is meaningless. It was good that Mingdao was worthy of being a member of the soccer team. After the starting gun was fired, he gradually overtook one participant after another even in the inner ring, but he was ahead of all of them after 10 seconds.